Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. Daniel is just a regular blue-collar maintenance mechanic working for a manufacturing company. As he's winding down at home from a day of messy work repairing an automated machining tool, he is surprised by a sudden glow of light beneath him. And, in an instant, his world changes. Literally. Daniel finds himself now in the world of Zenkon, a world of fantasy beings and monsters, swords and magic, and perilous threats to the safety of the world. As if stepping into a fantasy light novel or video game, he has been apparently summoned by a sacred magic spell that requests a hero from the gods, and in reply, they sent Daniel and a young Japanese man named Rikuto. However, Daniel's luck doesn't seem to be good, as it's quickly discovered that, contrary to the nature of living things in the world of Zenkon, Daniel is the only one that possesses no magic or mana, making him immune to many types of magic, both beneficial and detrimental, but not protecting him from direct harm. As such, Daniel will now have to find his way through this world using his own repair and manufacturing know-how, while Rikuto uses his own modern civics and economics knowledge to try to recover the realm of Morniste in the midst of a large-scale global war. Why were they summoned, and by what wisdom did the gods choose to send divine heroes, one with magic and the other without, to a world of which the foundation is magic? A sudden, cataclysmic clap of thunder, followed by the cry of a departed soul as a concentrated point of magic evaporates into the fabric of the world. Then, an uncontrollable wave of terror grips the souls of many. A veritable titan of the world, the mightiest of living beings, has been struck down in a single terrifying blow. Behind this thunder lingers a fiend of dark hair and dark eyes and a demonic presence of pitch black, the bringer of death. The piercing gaze of the couple of death touches her. The old woman jolts out of her trance, her heart pounding in her ears. She can't get her bearings right away, and it takes several moments before she can hear the voices calling to her. The people around her witnessing her premonition as the vision smoke fades. She clutches the arm touching her shoulder, trying to grip reality as she does everything she can to steady her breathing. Ear. Lady Dancier, what is it? What did you see? She continues panting, her old body feeling ready to give way and escape what is to come. She swallows hard as her assistant offers her water. She waves it off, still trying to catch her breath. The king, the one who asked her to clarify the prophetic dreams spreading rumors through the realm, asks gently, Lady Dancier. She waves her hand, nodding. She takes a breath and calms herself. Though terror still grips her soul, she is able to control her breathing, at least. I saw death, no, two. A man and a woman. With thunder, they struck down a dragon. The ritual room falls eerily silent as the lords and ladies whispering cease all discussion and speculation of what the wise woman saw. Magic has been a tool of the realm for many years, and with it, come many blessings. However, these same blessings, especially when peering into the future, can sometimes become akin to a curse. It is the 4th month of the year 1841 of the Third Era, the age of the demon tyrant. The West has always been an unruly place inhabited by the wild tribes, demons, orcs, goblins, vampires, Feralkin, and of course, the dragons. Comprising over 50 of the known world, the territory loosely united under the demon tyrant is the largest territory on the continent, and the furthest west one can go before reaching the ocean, with too much sea to sail across to verify what lies on the other side. King Gradled asks the elderly woman, who specializes in her rather difficult and fairly unique fortune-telling which has proven accurate more times than not, tell me, Lady Dancier, what of the war? What of the Empire's demands? What did you see? She looks at him with fear in her eyes. I saw no war, Your Majesty. I saw death incarnate. Terror. Fear. Panic. Not the peak of a war, but an omen of destruction. She begins coughing as her old body rebels against her fearful passion. Her assistant hands her water once more, and she drinks it down quickly. The nobles around the room begin to murmur, and Duke Alrose asks urgently, what does this mean? Do we surrender to the Empire's demands, or do we resist their call for more troops? Princess Herales, the eldest and crown princess, rises from her seat on the right-hand side of the throne. We don't have the resources or troops to spare. The dry season is setting in, and our canals and dikes are in serious need of repair. Soon, the room is in uproar as the nobles protest the priorities, pushing for their own respective territorial challenges with the threat of lessened manpower. The king waves his hand, trying to settle the ruckus, and he calls out, "Settle down, please. Settle down. Discord will serve us no better than ignorance." The room falls quiet again, and Princess Eremiah raises her hand from her seat on the opposite side of the king's left side across the queen herself. Gradled states, "What is it, Eremiah?" She stands up eloquently, her petite and youthful form commanding the attention of the whole room. "Please excuse me, but I've read of something recently that has been used in the past by our realm for similar dire situations." The king nods at her. "Speak, princess." She clears her throat and nods in turn. "Thank you, your majesty. It was in an old tome in the library about ancient magic used by our realm. It spoke of a ritual that was used in the First Era to fend off an invasion of spirit beasts that were destroying the realm." One of the earls asks in disbelief, "You mean a divine summons, your highness?" "A divine summons?" asks a viscountess familiar with the upper houses. "No king has successfully performed a divine summons since that First Era." Eremiah nods respectfully. "Indeed. But, according to a looser interpretation of the text, accounting for how our language has evolved, it seems the First Era peoples were far more spiritual than we are now. That is to say, they seem to have relied on the judgment of the gods to aid them in the summons." Duke Arlos remarks, "If that is the case, then how are we to know if our situation is dire enough for the intervention of the gods?" Eremiah bows in deference. "A fair question, my lord Arlos. It is merely something I read." The king hums in thought, murmuring, "Regardless, the gods cannot pass judgment if we do not perform the ritual." "Thank you, Eremiah. Does anyone have a more creative or sure suggestion?" The room is quiet. It's clear that there is some doubt in the princess's suggestion, but it has been held in historical writings of the realm since those many long years ago for this exact reason. An attempt might lead to success. And success could preserve the realm from even the most dire straits. The king nods confidently. "Very well, then. Perhaps if this threat the Doncier sees is worse than the escalating war, the gods will look kindly upon us." Daniel starts the 0-point procedure to reset the automated machining tool he's working on to its starting position. By 0.0, Y, 0.0, Z, 0.0. He just finished a lengthy calibration on the machine for its preventative maintenance schedule. The company he works for makes a lot of specialized parts for niche markets under contract, which makes the CNC one of the most versatile machines they could hope for. Its ability to drill, cut, shape, and weld, depending on which tool head is equipped, allows a wide range of possibilities in the creation of parts. And, while he's working on them, Daniel is in his own little world, protecting his ears from the constant noise around him with earmuffs to dampen the sound and safety glasses to protect his eyes. His focus is singularly on accomplishing his task, and it can be satisfying work. But CNC mills can also be finicky machines, particularly if the operators are careless with operations and don't follow their standard operating procedures. "Daniel?" The voice sounds like shouting, but it's the foreman of the CNC bay. Daniel is currently in calling out over the constant noise of the machines running. "Yeah?" calls back Daniel. Even though they're only a few feet apart, he slides one of his earmuffs off of his ear enough to be able to hear James better. "Can you come take a look at line 14? Mill keeps faulting out." Daniel sighs. Again. "Yeah. I'm on it." "What's it doing?" Daniel doesn't express his frustration more than exasperation. He has a few theories already, and James, the current shift's CNC foreman, isn't the one who caused the issue. "Failing part alignment. We tried 0-point checks, but it failed those too." Daniel groans softly. "The turret, the main moving part, is out of alignment. Whatever the cause, he'll likely have to do another full alignment. If the turret is damaged, he'll have to tear half the machine apart, which will take him and the other shifts more than a whole day. Assuming they can get replacement parts." Daniel puts his earmuffs back on normally and takes a look at the CNC central to line 14. He does his basic checks, checking power, checking settings and the formula for the part they're supposed to be making. He then verifies the 0-point, and then attaches the alignment tool, checking the turret's alignment. Sure enough, it's an uneven spin and motion. He sighs. He doesn't need to ask. If he asks, he'll get a deflective or dishonest answer. He doesn't need to ask, because there's only one cause for this case. The operator crashed the machine. Through careless or inattentive operation, they allowed it to run into another part of the greater structure of the machine, misaligning the servos and bending the turret's aperture. Daniel leans his head back as he takes a long, slow, deep inhaling breath. He has the impulse to find the nearest sledgehammer, but of course, he suppresses it. His job is to fix it, and though completely destroying the CNC would be a quick route to not having to work on it anymore, it's also a quick route out of a job. And all he can do now is start the process. The rest of his shift is spent performing the alignment, proving that it's a bent turret aperture, and then starting in on disassembling the CNC. He's only just starting when his relief arrives, and he turns over the situation with them. It'll be their problem for the next 8 hours, and he'll inherit it again 8 hours after that. Most likely, he'll be working on it for most of his shift tomorrow, as well. Exhausted and apathetic, Daniel heads home. There, he inspects his own, much smaller and simpler automated machining tool, which he uses to machine individual components and replacement parts for rifles and pistols. There's a lot of discussion about the dubious nature of ghost guns, and the private CNCs that can make them, but Daniel just makes parts. He, of course, knows the components and how to assemble them into a functional firearm, and he has a few disassembled on his workbench presently while he machines custom designs into the upper pieces. Daniel tinkers with his components for a couple hours, and he pulls up one of the technical documents he has on his cell phone for reference. He's never been a full prepper, but he does have documents that, if he can find a way to recharge his phone, should the worst happen, he'll be able to survive pretty well post-apocalypse. He makes a simple dinner of pork chops and air-fried tater tots, sipping an aged spiced rum to cap off the night. He toils on his phone as the hours wane down. When he's feeling creative, he writes, but most of the time, he just watches anime or movies. Life is quiet. Once upon a time, it was depressing always being alone, with no prospects for a family of his own and friends that are always busy or distant. But he discovered a new outlook that has braced him against the solitude, and he finds peace in the lonely quiet. It's not happiness, per se, but it is peace. He can sleep at night, and his heart doesn't hurt quite as often. He's just fading off to sleep in his computer chair, feeling relaxed and exhausted. He meant to charge his phone, and he has the charging cable laying on his belly next to his phone. A strange light catches his eye, and he flutters his eyes open slowly. His brain is still a bit foggy, and while not incoherently drunk, he can tell he's still tipsy from his drink earlier. To his surprise, a strange, moving light is illuminating his otherwise darkened room. He looks around, trying to find the source. Finding nothing around him or above him, he looks down, grunting in surprise. What the? Below him in his computer chair is a circular symbol with foreign glyphs unlike anything he's ever seen. He has just enough time to sit up, but nothing else. The light brightens and widens out his vision. He can't help but yell, but there's no one to hear him. It feels like several minutes that he is trapped in a white void, unable to see anything. Panic starts to set in. Fear that he'll never escape this strange white void. And then suddenly, the light fades, and a similar circle of light on an unfamiliar floor fades, though this one is much larger and more complex. The floor is made of marbled stone, and Daniel falls out of his chair, scrambling to find his bearings. He's in a completely separate room. It's over 5 times larger than his bedroom, where he was, and it's made with stone brick, like a room of a castle. And coos of awe and surprise fill the room. He's surrounded by people. However, one person is like him. A young man around 20 or so is next to him and is the person closest to him near the center of the circle. Given his appearance, he looks to be of Japanese descent at the very least, and he's wearing black jeans with a light blue t-shirt and a logo for a famous VTuber agency Daniel is familiar with. The other man is the one to speak first. Koreha Nandesuka? Koko wa doko? Daniel is not a highly educated man, but he's familiar enough to know the sound of the language, Japanese. So, he's not just Japanese, he's from Japan itself, apparently. Daniel fumbles his way through a question, Eigo o, igarisu. The young Japanese man looks at him, shaking his head, no ingarishu. Daniel nods in affirmative. No Japanese, sumimasen. The man nods, and they look together at the person approaching them. While Daniel and the Japanese man seem to be from Earth and the same version at that, This man looks like he came out of some portion of the Middle Ages, though from which region, Daniel would be unsure. The man speaks cautiously, but the language is nothing like anything Daniel is familiar with. He knows the sound of most European languages, he's pretty sure, and the basic sound of at least a few of the Asian languages, including Japanese, Korean, and Chinese. He can't say much more than a couple words of any given language other than English, but he's always had an ear for the sound. This language is almost completely alien to him, but reminds him a little of a cross between Japanese and French for some reason. Daniel looks at his fellow Earthling, and they mutually shake their heads. The Japanese man speaks to the other man in Japanese, and this causes a kaghaida. Ifan. The man waves over a few of the many people in the room onlooking, and they jog in close with staves and string-bound tomes similar to books, but flimsier. The book holders seem to be either apprentices or assistants, and they hold the books for the man and woman possessing the staves, each with its own unique design. The man seems to be casting a spell on Daniel, while the woman performs the same on the Japanese man. The staves begin to glow, and Daniel winces a little as he braces for the effect of the spell. He still feels the mild floating feeling in his brain and his heart racing from the shock, but nothing that he would assume is associated with the spell. The glow brightens briefly, but dims just as quickly, and the mages smile as they back up a step. Still, Daniel doesn't feel any different. The first man speaks proudly, but it still sounds like an alien language to Daniel. The Japanese man, however, coos, oh, and, surprising Daniel further, he speaks in what sounds like it's the same language as the others. Daniel winces. Is it just me that can't understand? The extremely pleased leader of the ritual speaks quickly and proudly once more, and the Japanese man replies. What Daniel can pick out is the clear pronunciation of a Japanese name, Tachibana Rikuto, which he corrects quickly, clarifying that Rikuto is his given name, given the repetition of Rikuto a moment later. Ecstatic, the leading man replies, Rikuto Tachibana. He says a few other things, and then all attention turns to Daniel. Able to put context clues together, Daniel states, Daniel. But, I don't understand anything you're saying. The leader speaks at him with his head cocked. Daniel shakes his head, glancing at Rikuto for assistance. He seems confused as well, but he cautiously speaks in their language. Surprised, the leader seems to object. They have a brief back and forth, with the leader speaking at Daniel with a lecturing tone. Daniel says to Rikuto, I don't know. No speak. He's starting to worry. Do they think he's faking it? Rikuto speaks again, and the frustrated leader waves the woman over, and she nods confidently. She and her assistant approach, performing the same spell once more on Daniel. Oh man. Sorry, other dude. I wasn't trying to get you in trouble. The woman finishes the same spell, having successfully performed it on Rikuto a moment ago. Unfortunately, when the leader speaks this time, Daniel feels his heart tighten. He shakes his head. This seems to shock everyone in the room, including the woman, who objects more passionately. Rikuto gets their attention, making a cautious suggestion. The leader nods his head, waving the woman over. She casts a similar spell, focused on Rikuto, but with different wording. This time, Rikuto looks at Daniel, saying, Ingurashu. Daniel replies, I seriously don't know what any of you are saying, other than that. Please tell them he sighs. I'm kinda hoping this is a drunk dream. In a turn of surprising events, speaking fluent English all of a sudden, Rikuto sighs, good, it worked. Daniel, right? Daniel nods with surprise. Rikuto. Listen, faking ignorance isn't going to do you any favors. Just answer the questions, they don't seem hostile. Daniel replies, I'm serious, I don't understand. How? They used language magic on you. How the heck should I know? I was half asleep and drunk when I found myself here. I get the gist of what's going on from anime, but it's not like magic existed in my world. Confused, Rikuto replies, mine either, and yet, it worked fine on me. I don't know what to tell you. I'd love to understand, truly. Please tell them I'm not being indignant. I just don't understand at all. With a nod, Rikuto translates, and this seems to stun the large group of people even more. The two mages discuss this with the leader. Daniel whispers, Rikuto-san, what are they saying? That it should be impossible. Especially since it worked on me. Apparently, Whatever spell they did to bring us here should have only brought one of us. Extenuating circumstances, gods. Daniel can understand the shoddy translation. After all, they're debating passionately, with a lot of simultaneous talking. Rikuto adds, someone mentioned a demon. Daniel turns pale. Oh God, I'm going to die, aren't I? I didn't even do anything. Let me ask. Sorry for burdening you, don't worry about it. We still don't know why we were pulled here. Rikuto switches to their language, requesting their attention politely. He speaks to them for a long moment, and the leader speaks to him. He asks in English, Daniel, do you think you can learn the language? Doesn't sound like I have a choice. I'll do it. Probably take a few months, though. Rikuto nods, speaking on his behalf once more. This causes the leader to ponder, and then, a young girl around 12 years old, speaks up from the gathered group of people. She speaks softly and gently, but she commands the attention and respect of the entire room, indicating she's someone of high status. Whatever she says seems to satisfy the leader, who responds to her. Rikuto whispers, Ooh, Princess and King, Daniel, I recommend respect. Daniel nods in agreement. Of course. Thank you. The apparent king, the one leading the ritual, speaks to Rikuto, mainly, but it seems meant for both of them. Rikuto translates, they're going to analyze us with some magic tool in another room. The princess made it sound like this was something they needed to do anyways. Your language issue was merely a surprise distraction. Daniel nods thankfully. Thank you for your trouble. No worries. Whatever happens, I hope we can work together. Same. Guards approach, speaking, and Rikuto nods in confirmation. They'll lead us. Follow the guard in front of you. As he nods, Daniel jokes, I don't know. I had a lot of other stuff to do today. He and Rikuto stand up, and Daniel puts his phone and charger into his pocket, which seem to have transported with him. He notices while standing that he's the single tallest person in the room by a rather surprising margin. He was always average in America, and Rikuto seems to be around average for Japanese height, and even he is taller than almost everyone, including the soldiers. That aside, Daniel asks, should I do something about my chair? Rikuto shrugs. Dunno. I was in my car. Must be a size limit on what transports with us. Daniel nods in agreement, makes sense. They're led down a long ways, as if descending a tower or heading deep underground, perhaps a combination of both. There, they find a woman in her mid to late 20s wearing glasses and a long gray robe adorned with a metal brooch on her lapel area. It resembles a fox-like creature with a crystal in one paw and a swirl in the other. The king, the princess who spoke, and what can be assumed to be the queen, another princess, and a much smaller handful of nobles follow Daniel and Rikuto to the lower room. The woman notices them, and she has a small panic attack. The king greets the woman, speaking to her. She looks at the two who were pulled from their own world, and her eyes go wide with excitement. She squeals excitedly, rushing to them to begin touching their clothes, their skin, their hair, and asking questions. Rikuto nervously answers, and when he says something, she becomes surprised, looking directly at Daniel. She tugs his shirt's chest to lower him so she can look deep into his eyes for a long time, adjusting her loose hanging glasses from the strange, net-like hairpiece that suspends them in front of her face. It's a strange way of suspending the lenses in front of her face, but maybe it's a decorative thing as much as functional. Regardless, the jewels in the hairpiece indicate she's rather high status as well, even if the lenses for her glasses were cheap. She speaks loudly and slowly at Daniel, clearly trying to test his comprehension. Daniel tells Rikuto, I think I picked out the word they use for magic, given how many times I've heard it today. Rikuto scoffs, and he explains Daniel's answer to the strange woman. She thinks for a moment, still holding Daniel's shirt. She prods his head a little with her fingers. It starts to become annoying, and Daniel states, please tell her I'm not committed to any prank. His is getting annoying. Rikuto explains, and she pauses, humming as she finally releases Daniel and turns away. The king asks something, and she seems to deflect, waving Rikuto over to the device she has in the center of the room. It looks sort of like a religious altar, with various points of swirling artistic structure crowned with a large crystal of varying colors. Lenses in front of the crystals are aimed towards the center, where a polished orb is cradled by the structure. She has Rikuto approach the orb in the center, and she explains it to him. He places his hand on a smaller orb that's in front of the large central orb. The little orb begins to glow, and sparkles of light begin to appear and swirl around the device. From there, a few of the crystals on the arms begin to glow, and small beams of sparkling light colored like the crystal's beams towards the main orb. A multicolored cloud inside begins to form, and the mages and assistants seem to be taking notes. The magic scientist woman pages through a book, glancing at the orb several times. She nods, reading the page and summarizing it to Rikuto. He takes his hand off the small orb, and Daniel remarks dryly, "Let me guess. You got divine hero, and your magic affinity is fire, wind, and earth with massive boosts to your health and attack." Rikuto scoffs. "Nothing like that. It seems to be similar to cloud reading. A dubious science, but with reliable results. She says I have affinities for fire and void magic, I guess, and a specific innate skill, healing magic, apparently? Or curative magic. It's not clear without seeing it in action what she means." "Nice. Either one of those sound good." Rikuto gives Daniel a nod, and he gestures for Daniel to step up to the orb, but the woman stops him. She smiles, pointing at one of the guards. She speaks at him, and Rikuto translates with a little surprise. She's asking him if he has any affinities or innate skills. The guard shakes his head, and she waves him over. She has him remove his glove and place his hand on the small orb. The small orb glows, and the magic sparkles appear in much fewer number with less glow than Rikuto. However, no matter how long he touches the device, none of the beams light up, and the large orb only reflects the light glow of the small orb and the torches in the room. This seems to satisfy the woman, and she shoos the guard away. The king asks something, which Rikuto fills in. He's asking what the point of that display was. The woman replies loudly and boisterously, so that everyone in the room hears. Apparently, she's fascinated. Apparently, what we just saw means that the guard has no talent for magic, and there are no spells he can learn or innate skills granted by the gods for him to rely on. He's simply a soldier. She finally waves Daniel over to the small crystal, and he obeys. She gestures for him to put his hand on the small orb. He does as instructed, and everyone watches curiously. Nothing happens. She inspects his hand from multiple angles, ensuring he's touching the crystal. She seems intrigued, while the others begin gossiping. She grabs Daniel's wrist, lifting it for a moment and placing her own hand on the small orb. Instantly, it begins to glow, and she removes her hand. With it still fading, she places Daniel's hand on the crystal, but the light fades completely out, and the crystal doesn't have even a small amount of glow. She grins up at the nobles watching in surprise. The king asks, "What does this mean?" She explains, "This is why he can't use magic. Nor can magic affect him, apparently. At least not directly." The nobles and guards gasp, and the woman looks up at Daniel with a smile. She says, "You're the first person in the world completely devoid of magic." Daniel looks at Rikuto, murmuring, that doesn't sound like a good thing." The woman looks at Rikuto expectantly, and he explains what Daniel said. She immediately takes both of his hands, speaking passionately. She says it's fascinating. It's unprecedented. Daniel thinks for a moment, but he replies softly, "I get that it's unprecedented, but I have to wonder." He looks more specifically at Rikuto again. "What's the practical use of a person without magic in a world of magic? I imagine I'm not immune to fireballs." When Rikuto explains the concern, the woman grins. She nods in agreement, and she immediately begins casting a spell with her finger, and a small puff of flame bursts out, burning Daniel's skin like a match, and he yelps, pulling his hands free. "Youch! That hurt." She snatches his hands again, studying the burn. It's small, and it'll certainly heal, but it does cause her to frown. It seems she was hoping that he was immune to direct magic attacks. She ponders it for a moment, and her shoulders slump. She speaks softly and sincerely, and Rikuto translates, "She believes you're right. While she is fascinated, there isn't much practical use. Too much of their technology, including medicine and warfare, relies on magic." Daniel nods as he makes sense of what he's being told. "I see. So, what happens now? Do I go home?" Rikuto asks, and the scientist woman falls silent, looking to the nobles. Daniel and Rikuto look to the nobles as well, who also seem reluctant to speak. After a moment, Daniel jokes uneasily, "Haha. I guess the silence means we're both stuck here, huh?" even the useless one. Rikuto is silent, as well. The second youngest woman present, the one Daniel believes is also a princess, steps forward. She speaks more maturely and sternly than the younger girl, and she appears to be around 18. Rikuto whispers, another princess. She suggested you could still serve as a soldier. The king, however, just said that you wouldn't benefit from magic boosts or defensive magic, if what Lady Magic Artisan said is true. Whereas, the demon army's offensive magic would still prove deadly. Daniel is quiet as he absorbs the information. The younger princess is the one that speaks next, speaking softly and eloquently once more. She says they should take the blame for your summoning, since you had no control over the gift the gods did or did not give you. At the very least, they want to give you money to survive in town. Apparently, they summoned us to this world for our modern knowledge and the expectation that we would inherit beneficial magic and skills from the gods. Or, whichever one of us was supposed to be summoned. With a nod, Daniel replies, I understand. Can you please tell them I'll live frugally in the castle town until I can learn the language, if they can spare that much? Whatever I can learn while I'm there, I will use what I know to help. Rikuto confirms with a nod, translating. This seems less than satisfactory, but the nobles seem to reluctantly agree, since they don't have much better ideas. Without knowing anything about Daniel, and without him having access to any special abilities, he's more of a liability than an asset. The younger princess bows her head, speaking softly. Rikuto whispers, the princess apologizes. Daniel replies softly, please tell her there's no need. I wish I could do more to help. Rikuto replies for him, and the princess nods. Daniel learns quickly that it's another world. As they escort him to the outside, giving him a pouch of coins and instructions to check in when he needs more money, he sees more of the maids, palace guard, and other people walking around in the daylight, rather than dim torchlight. There are what appear to be humans, the royal family, many of the nobles, and a hefty portion of those he passes from all classes. However, there are also peoples with animalistic features, ranging from human forms with dog or cat ears and tails, to full faces of rabbits, dogs, cats, birds, and even beings with feathery wings. Additionally, there is a fair amount of technology, though somewhere squarely in the Middle Ages, compared with Earth, and which relies on magic to perform functions Earth has to do mechanically. Daniel crosses the drawbridge from the castle proper into the surrounding castle town, which is defended by a large wall surrounding the bulk of the rather large town, arguably a city. His first priority, of course, is to figure out how to learn the language, and, to do that, he'll have to also find a way to communicate politely and work to at least try to earn his keep. Author's note. Hey dear readers. It's been suggested to me to start posting on ScribbleHub, so here I am. After today, I'll be posting 1 chapter per day until I catch up to my posts on Royal Road, and then it'll be 2 chapters per week. I'll figure out the exact schedule when I'm caught up. Thanks for stopping by, and I hope you enjoy. Chapter 2. A mechanic in a fantasy world. It's been about a month since Daniel was released from the castle to try to learn the language as quickly as possible and learn about the populace of the world he's in, since such knowledge can't be magically implanted into him due to his unique nature in this world. His uniqueness, of course, is more of a curse. He can hold extremely basic conversations with people now, thanks mostly to children being eager to teach a rather dumb adult basic words, even if it's so they can laugh at him. He doesn't care. Children are children, and he's learning the language. However, what he also learned is that his maintenance and repair knowledge, a practiced skill after over a decade in the field in his old world, granted him skills in troubleshooting that carry over well even to magical equipment in the new world. Magic water heaters are basically a big basin that people fill with well water and wait for magic crystals to heat the water. Like contact level sensors, the crystals can become dirty and seem to be broken, but with a little elbow grease, the function will be restored. Additionally, descaling chemicals are unknown, but Daniel is able to make some basic ones out of some ingredients he's able to find, namely what he's pretty sure is this world's equivalent to citric acid, though he has no idea of its full chemical structure. Regardless, the acid he's able to extract from fruit and reduce down by boiling rather easily removes scale from the casing of the crystals, which appear to be unscathed by even the longest acid baths. As such, the businesses that can afford to have the magic water heaters have been hiring him to clean their systems as his name spreads for repairing them for much cheaper than replacing the crystals or the units themselves. There are wind magic powered devices that circulate air through buildings, which also get dirty and reduce the blowing effect. He's able to set up some extremely basic filters with a couple layers of old fabric, which he cleans with homemade soap. The ingredients for both, scrap fabric and fats and oils, are generally waste products from what he's seen, so a basic request gets him the repulsive materials he needs to make his simple soap and fabric filters. As such, he doesn't really feel the need to trek back to the castle, since he's been able to establish a footing and still had money left over by the time he became capable of working on equipment. Like his old life, the people using the devices generally have no idea how to explain what's wrong, beyond what the machine or device isn't doing that it's supposed to do, and Daniel has been able to troubleshoot. Ecstatic, most of the customers have paid him what they want, and it's been surprisingly generous amounts, considering how simple some of the fixes were, which allows him to buy any ingredients that aren't waste for making cleaning chemicals and other useful maintenance substances. He notices as he's walking through a store that books are somewhat of a commodity in this world, like ancient times of Earth, but the pages are clumsily bound by running a few loops of twine through holes meticulously made in each page. Thus, the pages don't line up very well, they tear out easily, and if the book is dropped or nearly fumbled, many pages tend to rip out, no matter what efforts are made to prevent it. Daniel speaks to the store owner about a book on display. It's a semi-expensive grimoire on basic magic spells, from what the title reads, which Daniel can make out about half of. "Excuse me. That book there. How much is it?" The store owner, a cat-faced man named Yargayan, has been one of the friendlier faces Daniel has become familiar with. He replies, "Got it listed for 200 Valden. Can't go much lower than that, so please don't ask." Daniel nods thoughtfully. "If I bought it, could I resell it here?" Surprised, Yargayan cocks his head. "You think I have it too cheap?" Daniel has to repeat the phrases in his head, making sure it makes sense. He replies, No, certainly not if I'm about to buy." They both laugh, and he explains, "In my home, we had better of binding tomes. We called books." A little confused, Yargayan asks, "What do you mean? Better bind?" Keep pages, from fall." This surprises the shopkeep. He replies, "More holes and twine, right?" Daniel shakes his head. "It's a few steps. If I to start doing, I like profit." Yargayan is a little confused, mainly by Daniel's poor language skills still needing work, but he laughs. Yes, I see. You want to do it yourself. Very well. Regardless, you can buy the book here, and if you want to resell it, I'll take 15. Daniel focuses on the words, translating them in his head. He'll need to get past that, but for now, it takes him a while. He nods as he makes his decision. "Then, I'll take it. Please to sell." They shake hands and exchange the amount for the book. It mostly cleans out Daniel's wallet, but he could potentially make that money back. He buys the ingredients he needs to make a simple binding glue, which pretty much just needs flour and water. He has to splurge a little with his remaining money on the purest flour he can find, but he's able to find a suitable material. He spends the rest of the night making glue in batches, drilling the pages with tools he's been able to make with simple materials, including a stone drill bit, which serves well enough on the paper. He rebinds the pages from the side instead of the top with more holes aligned much better, and he glues the spine with the spine pieces he makes to attach to the hard cover that sits on top and bottom normally. Satisfied with the end product, a proper hardcover book, Daniel cleans up and goes to sleep as the glue sets. The next day, he presents the book to Yargayan. "Ooh, interesting. A cover for the, wait, you put the spine on wrong." Daniel shakes his head, demonstrating. "Actually, binding it like this allows a singular user to hold the book like so." Daniel holds the book by the spine, paging through pages while supporting the front and back cover with his fingers, and he can easily read the pages from left or right. Yargayan watches with surprise. Normal tomes in this world are closer to flip books, where each page is flipped to the back, requiring an assistant to hold both halves, lest the bindings tear out. Because the pages share the load when glued together, Daniel's binding has a lot more resilience, as well as resistance to overextending, which could pull the glue apart. It's not invincible, but he shows how much more durable the pages are with gentle tugs, which visibly cause Yargayan to wince. Daniel also took the time to clean up the edges so that none of the pages hang out past the cover. Thankfully, this world has flimsy, cheap paper-like material for pages, and so they do leave large margins mainly because it's expected that the edges will become worn, wrinkled, and tattered fighting with the awkward tomes. Yargayan allows Daniel to post the book for sale, demonstrating the new technique, and they list it for 300 Valden, which will make a profit for both of them. Oh, by the way, Daniel, Marthy came by this morning asking for you. Marthy, oh, she runs Adventure Guild Pub, right? That's right. The Adventurers Guild is, for all intents and purposes, a mercenary company of loosely organized civilians that can take on odd jobs and even dangerous retrieval or monster-slaying quests. They also provide fighters for militias during times of invasion, similar to a National Guard or Army Reserves. While nowhere near as formal as the military of the realm, the adventurers are generally well respected if they belong to the guild, thanks to the guild's review processes and promotion requirements. The pub, in this case, is exactly what it sounds like, a place sharing space with the guild's front desk and where the adventurers can gather, celebrate successes, plan future missions, and recruit for quests. As such, it's a fairly busy place with a lot of people coming and going from all walks of life. Daniel asks politely, did she speak what she need? Might save me walk if I bring tools proper. Yargayan chuckles, indicating Daniel still has a long way to go for conversation. Sorry, something about her oven, but no specifics. She asked if I'd seen the magic artificer in town, and I told her you'd be coming back today. Daniel nods affirmatively. Ha ha ha, no artificer. No repair. I'll walk right away, thank you. Don't mention it. Oh, and mine's lower priority, but if you get a chance today, I heard you can repair door locks. Is that true? With a nod, Daniel replies, depends on what's wrong, but won't charge if can't fix. Then, please come back as soon as you can. I'll show you which lock. Daniel nods politely once more. Thank you, I'm going. Good day. Yargayan waves as he leaves, and Daniel makes his way to the Adventurers Guild. He's seen both kinds of ovens in this world. Regular fire-powered ovens and magic ovens that use magic crystals to generate heat, and often have control functions associated with the temperature. Daniel's still learning how they work, but it seems to share principles with potentiometers back home, which are simplistic and often used for electric heaters. The other kind of oven is a basic flame oven, which there's generally not much to be done beyond cleaning out the exhaust and replacing bricks or doors, depending on the issue. However, given that she's asking for a magic artificer, it's likely a magic-based oven. Because the principles of magic share traits with troubleshooting electricity and electrical components, Daniel is able to often figure his way through some problems, and for those he can't, he's not afraid to admit when he can't help. Because he doesn't charge if he can't fix it, many of the citizens are ecstatic to ask him to take a look, since just a couple successful jobs pay his rent for the month, which he squared up 3 months as soon as he had the money, meaning he only needs money for food to survive. Compared to his world, there are ways that it's amazing, and ways that it's primitive, and Daniel's relatively average talents, strength, and knowledge from his world actually serve him quite well in this world. Daniel meets with Marthy, and she brightens. Oh, are you the magic artificer Yargayan mentioned? Daniel clears his throat, replying politely, Yargayan send. No magic artificer. Repairman. My name is Daniel. Pleased to meet you. She processes his speech for a moment, realizing that Yargayan mentioned he's still learning the language. She smiles, but you can work on magic devices, correct? I have a crystal stove in the back that's not cooking on one side. Daniel gives her a civil nod. I take a look. Please forgive bad speaking, learning. She nods warmly, of course. I'd be happy to help you learn, as well. But, if you would, the lunch rush will be coming in soon. Daniel confirms, please lead. She leads him into the kitchen, and he begins inspecting the components of the oven. Were it an oven in his world, it would simply be an electric oven. There's no plug to disconnect, though, and the magic crystals are generally good for 5 years or so, though that's just the magic charge they're sold with. Daniel suspects they can be recharged with magic, but the sellers keep that to themselves. Daniel asks, Miss Marthy, crystals old? No. I was told they were good for 5 years. Had them about, 2 now? Maybe a little more. Thank you. Helpful information. She nods in understanding, showing him the oven in question. He asks, can I use? Please do. We'll make prep work on the other stations for now. I'll let you know when I need the working side. He translates her words in his head, nodding. Yes, thank you. She nods happily, watching as he begins performing some basic checks. He turns all 4 stations 2 to a side onto midway, giving them a moment to heat up. He uses the back of his hand to check the temperatures. Sure enough, the 2 stations on the right side are heating up nicely, definitely warm enough to burn him if he touches the surface. The left side, however, remains cold, and he's even able to touch and then lay his hand on it. It's not warm at all. Daniel inspects the shell of the oven. It's fairly simplistic, with a lower heating chamber like a typical oven in range. He opens the chamber, and it's cool, so he peeks his head in to look up at any angle he can without tearing anything apart. He's able to find a simple panel he can open with slide locks, and he checks inside. He can see the various crystals. 2 primary crystals to a side, some connections that look like metal tubing, and 4 orange heat crystals, 1 under each of the distribution plates. He ponders for a moment. He carefully reaches inside, and the radiant heat on the right side is obvious. Surprisingly, it also feels hot on the left side. Thinking about it, it's reasonably possible the crystals on the left side have detached from their distribution plates, but it's also possible the radiant heat is entirely from the right side. Either way, he'll have to turn it off for the moment. He waits, inspecting the distribution plates from the top. They're chunks of metal, and they're wider than the holes they sit in, which is pretty smart. Modern ovens use a single piece of glass to transmit the heat, but without any seams for crumbs and liquids to work down into. These ones have drip trays that serve the same purpose. And he is able to take the plate off with a careful turn. He inspects the bottom of the first one, finding a discolored spot on the bottom of the plate with a slight warp to it. Daniel hums ponderously, and he pulls the second plate off. Similarly, there's a discolored teardrop shape on the bottom. He uses his knife to poke the crystal gently, and he can feel the spring action of the arms connecting them to the bigger crystal below them. He didn't see an actual spring underneath, but it's clearly using tension to try to press the crystals to the plates, which is pretty reasonable. To verify, Daniel touches his knife's blade, finding heat simply from poking the crystals. He nods somewhat triumphantly, and Marthy asks from nearby, "Did you figure it out?" "I think so. Need oven?" "Not yet, though. She reluctantly admits, "If we could start prepping stew." Daniel gestures at the right side. "I work out of way, try to." She smiles happily. "Are you sure?" He nods agreeably. "Chef careful of mess." "I understand. Thank you so much. This will be a big help alone." She begins speaking to her chef, and Daniel reaches in through the holes. He burns his forearm on one of the crystals, which are still cooling down, but he's used to it. It's not scalding anymore, and he recoiled quickly and carefully. With more diligence, he's able to follow the components until he can find the spring joint. The chef begins setting 2 large pots next to him on the right side, and he turns them on, asking cautiously, "You sure?" Daniel nods as he replies, "Yes. I'm all right. If chamber need, please use." He gestures at the bottom. "Ah, yes. Thank you. Will do." The chef hurries to another meal he's prepping, and Daniel carefully disassembles the snap pieces and recoil spring that he can feel. Marthy peeks over his arm as he's retensioning the spring, asking, "That's what broke?" "Sort of. Did oven need turn high when working?" She ponders his words for a moment. Her face turns to surprise. "Yes. We almost always had to run that side at maximum." "How did you know that?" He shows her the spring. "1 part. We'll try to improve." She nods eagerly. Once he gets the tension of the spring set a little better, he pieces it back into place. The crystals are already noticeably higher, at least for him, who was looking for it. He then gets into his tool bag, opening his jar of contact paste. It's a heat transfer paste he was able to make, and though it wouldn't be good enough for a computer processor, it's serviceable for heating components, ensuring good heat transfer. He slathers some on, and Marthy asks, "What's that?" "Hot transfer slime. It helps." She nods a little reluctantly. They both have to shift out of the way as the chef steps in to stir and add some seasoning to one of the stews. He also slides a roast into the lower part of the oven. He turns the chamber on, and then retreats out of the way. Daniel finishes coating and positioning the crystals with as smooth of a contact surface as possible with the plate. He has to push down on the plates this time, which is a good sign, and he snaps them into place. He turns the left side on, and Marthy watches nervously. Daniel waves his hand over the left side, and it doesn't take long for heat to start rising from the plates. He smiles, gesturing for Marthy to check. She steps up, mimicking his hand gesture. Surprised, she quickly touches it, and she recoils instantly, waving her hand. It's working. It's working great. I can't believe it. She waves the chef over, having him check it, too. Surprised as well, the chef exclaims, it feels hotter than ever. Daniel tries to explain, not hotter, better transfer. He wishes he knew the word for efficient. He tries to fumble through some words to explain what he means. Efficient? Asks the chef. Daniel asks, less cost? Less difficult? The chef nods in a non-committal. You could say that way. He waves a finger, having an idea. He fills a small pot with water, and he puts it on the left side's front plate, saying, used to take 10 minutes. We'll see. Within a minute, the pot is roiling and he quickly shifts it to the counter in surprise. He remarks, even the right side isn't that fast. He turns the left down, and the heat noticeably lowers, but is still very much producing heat. He pats Daniel's shoulders with a smile. You're amazing. I would never have figured that out, thank you. Daniel smiles, you flatter me. Thank you, I'm glad it worked. Marthy hugs him. Thank you so much, Daniel. You've saved us. She orders the chef, get ready for the full rush. I'll open the rest of the tables. The chef nods confidently, but just as he's about to leave, she asks, Daniel? Yes. Would what you did help the right side, too? He rubs his chin, admitting, it could. I'm still learning. But, if crystals aren't touching plates, heat lost. With a nod of understanding, Marthy asks, would you mind checking while I have you here? Daniel and Marthy look at the chef, who overheard the discussion. The chef nods and replies, I'll switch to the left. He swaps the big stew pots over, and he cautiously turns the heat up on the left side, turning off the right. Daniel allows the right side to cool before removing the plates. He carefully reaches inside, now that he knows where the spring is, and he extracts it to stretch and tension it like the first while the chef uses the left side in the chamber to prepare for the lunch rush. Diners have already filled the open tables, and the orders pour steadily in, requiring Marthy to help the chef and his assistant. Daniel performs the same for the right side, and he puts it back together, allowing the chef to test it. Sure enough, the crystals were put in rather casually, ignoring whether or not they were contacting very well with the plates. He hangs around out of the way to make sure that both sides are working well, and they make it through the lunch rush much easier thanks to the more efficient burners on all 4 positions. Marthy hugs Daniel again, and she asks gratefully, how much do I owe you? Daniel chuckles, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm still working that out. How much would you normally have paid? She grimaces, and he waves her off. No, forget I ask. Can you pay 3 Valden? That cover more my costs. The 3 employees' jaws drop, and he asks nervously, still too much? Not enough, shouts Marthy. She points at the chef, shouting, Lee, don't let him leave. I'll be right back. She jogs to the guild front desk, speaking with the receptionist there. After a moment, she trots towards a back room, returning after a few moments. She has a small tray with a modest pile of coins on it. A quick glance estimating around 50 Valden worth. She says quickly, I can do 50 Valden right now, but... Daniel cuts her off, plenty. Thank you, are you sure? She stares up at him. Are you serious? A normal artificer would charge 1,000, and that's if he didn't replace any of the crystals. Daniel chuckles nervously. I told you, no artificer, repairman. She shoves the tray into his chest gently, but sternly. I'll get more. No please. Plenty. He grins, I'm cheap. She cocks her head in disbelief, glancing at her dumbfounded chef and assistant. She sighs. You'll accept this, and you'll also eat for free here from now on. However long you're here. He chuckles, are you sure? She frowns at him, and he holds his hands up to disarm her. He smiles, very well. Thank you, Miss Marthy. He accepts the coins and puts them into his coin pouch. She smiles tenderly, admitting softly, we'd have to take out a loan if it wasn't you. Thank you so much, Daniel. He nods cheerfully. Glad I could help. Can't fix all. She hugs him again. Me too. She sniffles, and then looks up at Daniel. Daniel? Yes. Are you married? The chef and assistant both scoff and return to cleaning? No. She smiles, wiping her eyes. Perfect. I'd like to. Please wait. Still speak bad. Need improve. She frowns, retorting, that's not a problem. As for me, please understand. Also, please excuse. Yargain need. She sighs. She smiles, though, and adds, fine. But, I won't let you escape so easily next time, Daniel. He chuckles, I'm flattered. But, busy now. Yes. Thank you again. Come by from now on for every meal. We'll fill you up. Will do. Thank you. Daniel escapes before she can ask the chef what Daniel ate while he was there. He doesn't like taking advantage of other people's kindness. He appreciates the gratitude, but he lives simply and cheaply, and would rather just have the kindness. His days are quite satisfying, living like this, and he doesn't need much more than to survive, especially since he doesn't have much he can do for the realm unless he can learn magic equipment to supplement his lack of innate magic. He's making good progress, and he's feeling accomplished as he works. When Liana, the royal court's magic artisan, checks the harness holding a baby Benki, a cat-like creature with an elongated body and hunts large insects. The kit mules in frustration, unhappy with the harness, but it's necessary. She caught a stray kid wandering around the castle's garden, hoping to test her hypothesis. No one's ever had a reason to test this hypothesis, but her mind is obsessed now. Benki kits are about the size of her two fists together, so it's a small creature, but she has to keep it in place for a moment. She lowers the small creature using her makeshift hoist, positioning the kit over the small sensor orb of the magic analysis relic. She trimmed the kit's claws so it won't scratch the crystal, but she does wait until it's relatively tired before lowering it onto the crystal itself. As soon as the kid touches the crystal begins to glow. When Liana sighs. This is the 10th animal she's tried since the otherworlders were summoned, including 3 insects. So far, every creature she's had touch the crystal produces the preliminary glow. One of the hunting birds she tried out borrowed from a knight who owed her a favor even produced an affinity, though it had no innate divine skills. Still, if it could be taught, it could learn water magic. And yet, Daniel, one of the 2 summons, produces no reaction. Inanimate objects are the only things she can find that don't produce a reaction. She perks up. Plants, I should try plants next, they're considered living. She looks around, finding her sickly-looking friendship flower that a wishful suitor presented to her a couple weeks ago. She can't outright refuse certain gifts, so she had to accept it, but she has no interest in sacrificing her research for becoming a wife. Noble wives are mere baby factories. They don't even take care of the children or the household. They're set pieces for their husband's image. When Liana would rather marry a peasant if it meant she could have an actual family connection and continue her research in her free time. Regardless, she has a living plant in her lab, which surrounds the analysis relic. She touches the leaf to the orb, and it immediately begins to glow. She shouts, "What is this?" Frustrated, but exercising her full knowledge of science, she removes the Benki kit from the harness and rigs the plant to her hoist, ensuring there is no possible way the crystal is reading her own magic. Through the objects. Though, she admittedly knows the reaction would show her specific affinities for magic each time, and she has strong affinity for fire and wind magic, and weak affinities for water, ground, light, and dark, making her a rare mage capable of any magic if at reduced capacity. To find someone effectively her opposite in the world fascinates her. And, sure enough, even using the hoist, the sickly, half-dead plant that should be a beautiful flowering shrub of a plant, produces a glow in the preliminary sensor orb. She groans. Fine. Perhaps this plant has absorbed magic from my lab. Time to go out and get some weeds and grass. She puts the plant back in its obscure corner and heads up to the ground level so she can head out into the castle's courtyard. As she's walking, she spots one of the apprentice mages speaking to a young woman. Gunther. The apprentice jumps, dropping the book he was carrying, which she didn't see. Or rather, the box that serves to keep the pages together. They've ripped out of their binding so many times, the pages are almost in tatters. Gunther quickly whirls. Lady Wenliana. Where have you been? I've been waiting over an hour for that book. I'm sorry, my lady, He glances nervously at the young lady that giggles and makes her way off on her own business. Wenliana growls. Let me guess, you couldn't find the book? He looks down, and she sighs in disgust. Flirt on your own time, Gunther. Which is now. I'll clean this up. She crouches down to collect the scattered pages of her well-used tome regarding all of the accepted published theories of the magic present in the world. My lady, I'll just go, Gunther. I'm going to take this into town to ask a friend to rebind it. Shall I? I just told you. It's your personal time now. I'm done with you for the day. He hesitates, and she scowls at him, causing him to retreat a couple of steps. He awkwardly fidgets. As an apprentice mage aiming for the royal court, he has a wide array of approval signatures he has to attain to graduate the apprenticeship program, and one portion of the apprenticeship program requires experience under the active court magic artisan, which for the time being, is Wenliana. She's notorious for being one of the most difficult to satisfy, since she's unforgiving on magical theory, eccentric, and temperamental at times. She knows rumors make her out to be feral, which in part comes from her refusal to accept any marriage proposals. However, if she is feral, it's more because she's constantly pestered for marriage proposals. According to those she tries to shoot down, she's beautiful, and her rare omni affinity is highly sought after in a given family's bloodline. Unlike most women, though, anyone able to use light magic and dark magic doesn't have to worry about the biological time limit on their bodies. She'll have children and a family when she's good and ready, a luxury she knows she has and doesn't take for granted. That said, women with light and dark magic affinities are almost as rare as omni affinity, so either way, she'd be pestered to her wits' ends. In the present, Gunther hesitantly retreats, realizing that Wenliana is neither joking nor taking back what she said. To press the issue is to risk her outright refusal, dooming a mage to never seeing court status until she retires. Wenliana collects her pages, walking into town as she does her best to organize the pages in the box. It's a hopeless mess, though, and the twine for the binding is tangled all over. Fortunately, it's not the first time she's rebound this particular book, so she had the foresight to number the pages last time. She takes it to the town's paltry library for two reasons. With the commoners serving the town library, she doesn't have a reputation, so there's no one trying to circumvent her apprenticeship expectations for nieces, nephews, sons, or daughters. And, because she's a noble, they are much more careful and respectful with the repairs of her books, since her business is more valuable if they do good work, and she'll pay accordingly. As she's walking the streets, a guard greets her as he's passing, Lady Artisan. She returns the greeting with a polite nod and reply, Guardsman. She notices a small crowd gathered near this neighborhood's well, which is peculiar, but she has to drop off her book first. It's relatively heavy, especially carrying it longer than she has to. She backs her way through the door into the library, calling out, Hardy, you here? An older gentleman comes out from between one of the shelves containing books, simple book supplies, and other things in the small store. Lady Wenliana. Ah, a pleasure as always. She sets her books box on the desk, saying as he heads towards the desk, I need a rebinding again. All right, let me have a look. She nods, looking around as she remarks, I've been testing a strange phenomenon with one of our relics, and I can't. Her eyes lock onto something. She approaches, inspecting the display with disbelieving eyes. It's a tome spread open on little more than a hand's width of a stand, and yet, the binding doesn't separate. In fact, the pages bend with a gentle curve, and they're bound sideways. She looks at it in disbelief, and Hardy remarks, Ah, I see you noticed it, too. Fascinating, right? Wenliana whirls, demanding sharply, do this for mine. She clears her throat when he recoils a little, requesting more gently, I'd like you to bind my tome in this manner. Cost is no issue. Apologies, my lady. I am not the one who did this. What? Then, who did? I haven't met him. I saw this strange tome in Yargain's general store not a week ago. I have an appointment to bring a few tomes to be bound. Wenliana slaps her hands on the desk to lean as far towards him as she can, requesting sternly, where? Author's note. Hey dear readers, as mentioned, I'll be catsying up to my posts on Royal Road, so please enjoy the first 5 chapters today, and then I'll be scheduling 1 chapter per day until I'm caught up. I hope you enjoy my story. Chapter 3. An artisan meets a mechanic. It's been about 2 months since Daniel came to the strange fantasy world. He's gotten better every day at speaking and listening to the language of the world, which he had to learn the old-fashioned way, and he wasted no time, practicing words in his head or reviewing with friendly citizens. Now, a crowd is gathered around him as he finishes assembling his first invention in this world. A lever-operated piston water pump. It doesn't get in the way of the bucket, which is what the town has been using for drinking water. It's sometimes surprising what the town does that magic can't yet accomplish. He was able to afford some custom-made piping made out of aluminum, and he was able to assemble the other parts himself using a mold he made for the housing, piston, and lever pieces, while he made a gasket out of a rubber-like material used by blacksmiths for scratch protection on decorative materials. He's not sure where it comes from yet, but it does the job, and it resists deterioration. Daniel recalls something he read about on Earth about aluminum being hazardous for this kind of application, but when he did some research, the best he could find were single-sentence blurbs that had no reputable studies attached to them. If he has the chance, he'll come back and replace the piping with better metal, but for now, it's what he can afford in this other world. Once assembled, Daniel begins cycling the lever. He can feel the weight increasing. Water is climbing but unable to sink back down thanks to the check valve in the pump. He keeps cranking the lever as the citizens gathered around him watch. A young boy asks, "What's that supposed to do, Mr. Daniel?" He grins, saying warmly, "Just watch." He has a bucket below the spout, and it takes about a minute of cranking, thanks to the depth of the well, but suddenly, water spits out of the spout. Then, each swing of the lever causes an appropriate rush of water that causes the crowd to gasp and coo in amazement. Gersil, the blacksmith, leans in close, watching the water come out. He gushes, "Amazing. Such a simple-seeming design. How much water can this contraption move?" Daniel replies, still cycling the lever with relative ease, until the well's level gets below the suction bottom of the pipe. This stuns everyone. He looks down, and the water level doesn't look any lower. "How deep is it?" "I asked for a pipe that's pretty close to the bottom, but not all the way. Want to avoid silt. Should be about 20 feet of water head or more right now. Not sure how much it swings through the seasons." One of the farmers in town for delivery replies, "We're in dry season now, with a few months to go. Probably drop a few feet at least." Daniel explains with a nod. Wells tend to draw from groundwater, so as long as the water table remains, he gets a few blank looks. Generally, they don't have to think about it because they get their bucket or two of water, typically, and keep going. Daniel clears his throat. It only makes it easier to fill larger vessels in personal buckets. "I'll teach anyone who wants to know how to replace the gasket, since I don't know how long this material will last. The piping should last a good while." Several of the villagers volunteer, and Daniel politely thanks them. Thank you, but I can't do it right now. I have another appointment. I'll post a class in the Adventurers Guild in about a week or so. It'll be free, but it'll take a little bit." He gets many handshakes and shoulder pats as he does his best to extract himself to head to the apothecary that requested help with a cooling unit. As usual, it's something he might be able to service, but he won't know until he sees it. Otherwise, they're at the mercy of the next artificer to come into town, which apparently isn't particularly often. From what he can tell, Daniel is a bandage to an artificer's surgery. His advantage is that he has modern world knowledge, such as the pump. He'd love to assemble a motorized pump, but it'll take time before he can assemble shaft seals and bearings for the pump and motor, as well as figure out how to get hold of that much wire. Not to mention, he'd likely have to hand wind the motor himself, which he's fuzzy on. Regardless, for now, he does what he can, and he's had only a couple of the dozens of jobs he's done so far that he couldn't do himself. An arcane gem that cracked possibly to improper heat distribution, and a blacksmithing tool he's unfamiliar with and couldn't identify any of the functions of. He vowed in both cases that if he stumbles across ways to repair them before an artificer shows up, he'd check in to try to fix them, though he doubts the crystal can simply be repaired. He does what he can, and it has granted him a living with enough left over to pursue improvement projects, which benefit him as much as the town itself. Little did he know, one such benefit has already caught someone's eye. "You there, are you Yargayan?" Yargayan, the feline shopkeep, turns from his inventory to face the person calling out to him. "I am. Who might I ask is asking?" "I am Wenliana, court magic artisan. I have a question for you." Stunned, Yargayan drops what he's doing, turning his full attention to the small noblewoman. "My sincerest apologies, my lady. It's not often I get women of noble status here." "I don't care about that. I just want answers to my question." Of course, my lady. If it is something I know, I will answer to the fullest extent I can. You recently sold a book to the library, correct? Oh, yes, that was quite a surprise. It's a rather common. I know. What I want is the binding. I want to employ the person who bound that book. Surprised. The catfolk man nervously scratches his cheek. Oh, we've discussed contracting that very service for binding books, but my business partner in the matter wanted to discuss a formal process, and he's been busy. Liana is a small woman, and she often has trouble being taken seriously, so, as a result, she can sometimes be a little aggressive. She grips his shirt, asking as he puts his hands up away from her, "Where can I find him? I have a lot of books, so I can provide a lot of work for him. And, I can pay his price. Of that I'm certain. The thing is, I don't really know where he is. He kinda comes and goes as he pleases." "What? He's a strange one, my lady. Please forgive me. I don't know if or where he's staying, and it's been a couple days since I've seen him. That usually means he's busy on several jobs in a row. Others have already hired him to bind books. Who? I sincerely don't know, but, no, not books. Not that I know of. He does all kinds of work. He repaired my store's locks and hinges. He worked on the guild's magic oven." He perks up. "Actually, I think I heard someone mention his name with something going on at the well nearby. I haven't had a chance to head that way myself." "The well? I saw a crowd. The one in the neighborhood near the library?" "Indeed. I don't know what it is, but I heard Daniel would be there today." Liana sucks her teeth. The crowd had already dispersed when she left the library. "Wait." She looks into the shopkeep's narrow pupil eyes. "What did you say his name was?" Daniel, my lady." "Daniel? Daniel what?" He's never used a family name. Everyone just calls him Daniel." He scratches his chin, "Must be from another realm. Not a name I've ever heard before him, now that I think of it." "This Daniel, did he have black hair and brown eyes?" "Oh, you know of him, my lady?" She winces. I think so. Did he happen to say where he's from?" No, but he has a lot of strange behaviors, and he didn't know a lick of the language when Liana asks quickly, "And, you said Daniel worked on a magic oven?" "That's right. He claims he's not an artificer, but he's better and far less expensive than any who've come through this town." Liana murmurs as she cups her chin in her hand. "How can that be? He can't use any magic. How could he be capable of repairing magical equipment?" Yargayan offers to her spoken thought, "If I may, he doesn't guarantee he can do a job, since he's still learning, and he usually starts by asking the crystal's ages, from what I've heard." Thinking, she ponders, "I see, so, what if it's still true, but he's fixing them some other way?" She faces the shopkeep, saying urgently, "I have to find him. Do you have any idea where he was headed after the well? Or, do you have any idea which inn he's staying at?" Yargayan shakes his head. "Apologies, my lady. I've referred him some work a few times, but as I said, he appears here on his own. I've never asked him where he stays." She groans. "Thank you. If he does return, tell him I'm looking for him. I still want to contract him to bind my books, but I actually want to know how someone from another world can work on some of our most complicated technology with no formal training. I'm going to look for him. If I see him, I'll try to ask him to stay here, my lady." She nods thankfully. "Thank you. I'll pay you for the trouble." She provides him 10 Valdens for the time now, and she heads towards the well. There, she finds what must have been the fuss. There are a pair of men operating a strange contraption hanging from the side of the well, and from it, water is pouring into their cart-mounted barrel. They are able to continuously draw water this way without the need for sending the bucket up and down, likely having the time for the process, if not faster. "You there? What is this thing?" The man watching as his companion operates says casually, "Something called a pump. It just got installed, and half the town has gone to get their buckets and barrels." The man who installed it, "Do you know where he went?" "You mean Daniel?" "Yes. I heard he's already married, miss." The two men chuckle together, but she snaps, "I have no such interests." They recoil, and she calms herself quickly. "Apologies. I have work for him, so I'm trying to find him. I care not for his personal attachments." The one pumping water replies, "Saw him headed towards the noble's district. Said he had an appointment before he left here." When Liana looks towards the castle, just outside of which is the nobles' district, which is the neighborhood where many of the nobles live and own businesses in. If he's able to work on magic devices, he could be anywhere. She sighs. Thank you. She looks at the pump again, intrigued by how it operates, since the man pumping water is still going, and water has almost filled the barrel. All without lowering and retrieving a bucket. She shakes her head, heading for the noble district. Daniel inspects the cooling unit being used to cool a room where various medicines are stored. It's only slightly cooler than the room next to it. It isn't an insulation issue, since the room is well insulated. However, it's not necessarily that the device isn't working. My husband bought this a few months ago, since he saw a similar unit in Red Bear, but this one never did get as cold. We can't afford a multi-crystal unit right now, but many of the medicines we wanted to store in here need cooler temperatures than this to last more than a week. It's a terrible inconvenience. Verav is a mature woman, around 40 or so, with a rather noble appearance. She has fashionable clothes with some jewelry, though Daniel hasn't really paid attention to what's common and fashionable or not. He replies, I understand your concern, but as far as I can tell, it's doing its job to the best of its ability. Though, the ice forming on the crystal itself, if it suffers the same drawbacks of a refrigeration unit in his old world, as killing its heat transfer, restricting the full range of cooling. I know, but my niece works reception at the Adventurers Guild in town, and she overheard the pub owner mention an artificer that made their magic oven work better than ever. I was hoping you'd be able to do something. Daniel sighs. I see. Forgive me, Miss Verav, but you can call me Very, if you want. Very well, Miss Very. Please allow me to correct a misunderstanding. I'm not a formal artificer. I don't even actually know what one is. That said, I can try something, but I can't guarantee it will work. Really? If you think there's a chance, please do so. Daniel nods, looking around the room as he thinks. His goal is to increase the cooling surface area, which should advantage him on two fronts. The first being better cooling, and the second preventing the ice crystal from freezing over. Daniel asks, do you have a frying pan I can use? A frying pan? Daniel confirms. Yes. Something to cook eggs in or something. I can ask my maid, a frying pan will make it cool better? It'll let me test my theory without costing anything. If it works, I'll have to request a custom build from a blacksmith, which might cost some money. I'll let you decide what to do with the quote after I get it. But first, I have to test the theory before making any moves. She nods a little uneasily. I understand. Please wait here, and I'll see if we have one handy. Thank you. She smiles and heads upstairs for a brief while. She returns with a smile, carrying a simple wide pan. It doesn't have a frying pan handle, but it should do the job. Will this serve your purpose, Daniel? I believe so, may I? Please do. She hands over the pan, and he climbs up to hold the pan on the crystal. He waits for a little bit, and he can feel the cold seeping through the pan. After it's cooled for a moment, he pours water in the pan, and she gasps, but murmurs, we were told not to get the crystal wet. I won't, but thank you for the warning. Water hitting the crystal directly would likely thermal shock the crystal and cause it to shatter itself. To his pleasant surprise, it only takes a few moments for the pan to start frosting over. From what he can tell, the energy contained in any one arcane gem is far more than what the application actually needs. Due to apparently not realizing the advantage of contact surface area, this world makes extremely inefficient use of its magic crystals. His world would kill for such a technology, but the crystals seem fairly common, if a little pricey. He suspects they're made by people somehow, and he's got some idea how. They work. A mana crystal is used to trigger elemental crystals, engaging their effect like a battery to a heating coil, depending on the application. Magic lights are common in this world, but they're controlled by a switch pedestal in the middle of the given room, which seems to remotely power the light crystals, which are much smaller than utility crystals. He dips his finger in the water, touching the ice forming on the bottom. He recoils quickly. The bottom of the pan, specifically closest to where the crystal is extremely cold, possibly sub-zero. Basically, they're trying to do the opposite of heating a room with a welding torch. The heat energy is present, but it's not distributed in a meaningful way, so the air blows past before it can cool down. Even the air blowing across the pan feels cooler than anywhere else. Daniel removes the pan carefully, finding the ice having melted from the crystal itself. Satisfied, he climbs down and informs Verav, Miss Very, I believe my idea will work. He shows her the ice in the pan, and she inspects it in awe. Basically, the crystal is too small by itself to efficiently cool the air with a small chest. It'd likely be overkill. But with a room this size, you need to diffuse the cooling effect more for the air to cool down. My idea is to make an aluminum or copper diffusion piece that will allow more of the air to be cooled as it blows through. I'm not sure I understand. Is the opening not large enough? I think the opening is fine. The crystal has a lot more cooling capacity than you can make use of, especially if you open the door even a very few times a day. With a radiator, it should drastically improve the crystal's efficiency. It's a little complicated to make one, but I should be able to make something with the blacksmith. It'll probably take a few days, but I'll head straight there to get a quote. Would you like me? Please, are you serious? This will help, whatever it takes. If it's cheaper than another unit, I'll pay it, happily. Daniel confirms with a nod. I'll get a quote first. I'll try to be back this evening. Until then, Miss Very. She smiles. I'll be waiting. Thank you, Daniel. Daniel makes his way back to the blacksmith he commissioned for the Wells pipe. It's about a 10-minute walk, and he crosses over a small creek, peering down as he walks to see the various fish and other lifeforms. It's definitely not Earth, though there are similar beings in the world. As he's reaching the other end of the short bridge, he overhears a woman describing someone to one of the town guards. Has he been through here recently? He's got black hair and brown eyes, probably clothes that don't fit in, weird behavior. Daniel waves at the guard politely, and the guard waves in return. A polite greeting that he tries to do if for no other reason than to be someone people forget about just as quickly. He doesn't need to be on anyone's good side, and he'd do anything to stay off of someone's bad side. The guards have to stand outside all day in armor as a show of force, so a little kind greeting probably goes a long way. The guard retorts a little dryly to the woman, "You're not narrowing it down much, my lady. What else do you want? He's the tallest human in this world." Daniel halts for a moment at this. While he doesn't want to be the person someone is searching so diligently for, that last note pretty much narrows it down to him. So far, he hasn't encountered anyone even remotely human that's taller than him. The only ones who are, so far, are centaur-like beings with reptilian lower halves, a peculiar ant-like noblewoman that he saw in passing, and the few ogre stevedores he ran into at the port. As humans go, there's no contest. Daniel looks just in time to see the guard reluctantly point at him, and the woman whirls. She looks familiar, but it doesn't come back right away. I found you. She rushes to him, and Daniel ponders his options. He can swim pretty well, but he doubts the creek is deep enough to jump into from the height of the bridge. His height might help him escape by outrunning her, but it'll make it almost impossible for people not to identify him, especially since she knows what he looks like now. He decides to do his best to make it through whatever it is, and he faces her. "My lady. I'm not sure I've had the pleasure." She grips his shirt, pulling him to her eye level, and he instantly remembers her. She's the lady magic artisan from the day he was summoned. He hasn't seen anyone from that day since then, and he almost hoped the castle had completely forgotten about him. She says quietly, but with a serious tone, "We met the day you were summoned here." Daniel nods now that he knows. "I remember this, my lady, though I couldn't comprehend when you were introduced. My apologies." She sighs. "My name is Wenliana Kos Stalvalton, court magic artisan. Your name is Daniel, correct?" "Correct, my lady." "Do you have a family name?" "Not in this world, my lady. Daniel is fine by me." "I see." She releases him, saying proudly, "Drop whatever it is you're doing. You're working for me now." Pardon? Are you still struggling with our language? I'm employing you, indefinitely." My lady, I sincerely doubt. Which part do you not understand? I sought you out because I've heard of your exploits. Tell me, how are you able to work on magic equipment without magic?" Many of the devices operate similarly to our technology back home. It's not quite the same, but it's similar enough that I've been able to fumble my way through some repair work. I'm certain my reputation is exaggerated." She shakes her head. "Most people can't even begin to work on them. It takes artificers years to perform such generalized repairs on so many varying pieces of equipment. I'm not sure what I should say, my lady. There have been several jobs I couldn't complete. I'm just doing what I can." She sighs. "I realize that. What I'm saying is that, with formal training, you would surpass half of the Artisan Academy's most prestigious alumni. I think you've been misled, my lady. At best, I'm lucky the repairs have been so easy. This only causes her to burst into laughter. Such modesty. She takes his sleeve, pulling him towards the castle. Come. I'll teach you the principles immediately and get you started on. Daniel stops, and she looks up at him. Apologies, my lady. I have a prior commitment. I told you to drop what you were doing. I promise you I outrank whoever it is. Daniel looks away, replying softly, that might be fine for you, but this is my reputation on the line. I don't care much about what's said of me, but I want to keep my commitments at least. She pauses, looking into his eyes for a long time. She finally averts her gaze, thinking deeply. With a sigh, she releases his sleeve. I can respect your dedication. I hope you will serve me with as much loyalty. Do I have a choice, my lady? Do you ever want to be an artificer in this town? No, WHA. How can you say that? I don't need the prestige of a job I'm not qualified for. Besides, from what I've gathered, one of the core requirements is to be able to perform magic. Nothing's changed. I'll be the judge of that. I have reason to believe that you've likely absorbed some magic just by being in this world. She claps her fist to her hand, remembering her book. Which reminds me, you bind books, too, don't you? I did it for one. If there were a demand for such a skill. Yes, me. So, that's 2 reasons for me to hire you. Pick one. More importantly, I refuse to believe that your talent hasn't awakened by now. It defies the logic of our world. I'll happily be checked again, my lady, but please allow me to finish the jobs I've already started. She stares at him with an indignant expression. But, she replies with a dismissive wave of her hand, very well. But, I'm not letting you out of my sight until they're completed. Can't have you trying to flee, can I? I have no interest in being on the run, Lady Wenliana. Least of all in a world where I am severely disadvantaged. She scoffs. I have a feeling you're more capable than you're letting on. I'll always do my best, but I won't assume I am the best. She chuckles. I think we're going to get along well, Daniel. So, let's get your work over with. I have my own tasks to accomplish. Daniel nods in agreement. I won't presume to tell you what to do, my lady, so I am heading to the blacksmith right now for a quote on aluminum. Do your work and don't mind me. Daniel nods and he heads for the blacksmith. He wonders what she'll actually be having him do, but she seems to be a sincere if pushy person, so maybe her intentions are innocent enough. Wenliana follows the strange otherworlder as he performs several tasks. He gets a quote for some aluminum at the blacksmith, as well as tools to make a mold. With that information signed by the blacksmith, he swings by the pump on the well, which is in use by a handful of other villagers, who thank him. No matter who he talks to, no matter what their race is, he speaks to them as equals or as clients, maintaining professionalism, but also recalling simple details about them if he's met them before, such as family members or business endeavors. He heads back to the nobles' district, meeting with the apothecary's wife, Baroness Verov. She speaks somewhat flirtatiously with Daniel, and he even speaks to her on not only a first-name basis, but as a nickname, Miss Very. He explains the design of the mold as best as he can and its purpose, which impresses even Wenliana. Apparently, because of the thermal conductive properties of metals, the efficiency of heating and cooling units can be massively improved with a relatively simple design. When she hears the quote, she asks him, "Are you serious?" He asks, "Is that above the budget?" "Above? Are you kidding?" The woman nearly swoons, and Wenliana asks curiously, "What's the budget?" Daniel replies, "Apparently, a secondary single or a dual cooling unit." Wenliana stares at him. She resists the urge to ask him if he's serious, since she knows why he's serious. He's not from this world. He has no idea how valuable an arcane gem device actually is. He's gathered that they're expensive, but he truly has no idea. Wenliana begins laughing, and Daniel remarks innocently, "I can try to reduce the cost, but it won't be as." "I'll take it," calls out the Baroness as she takes his hand. She asks for reassurance. "That's all it takes? That amount, and it should be able to cool the room better?" Daniel replies with a nod, "Yes. I doubt it could freeze the room, but it should definitely bring the temperature down." Verov joins Wenliana in laughing, though her laughter is relief. Apparently, she was expecting a much higher cost. Daniel requests, if you'll sign here, Miss Very, I'll work on it straight away. Lady Wenliana has offered me a long-term employment, so I'll be finishing this job as quickly as possible. I won't charge you the full price until it's tested. She sniffles through tears, signing without hesitation. But, she asks, Lady Wenliana? You intend to steal him away? Wenliana nods proudly. He shan't want for anything, least of all work to keep him busy. But, a gem should be polished, not left in the street. Isn't that right, Daniel? While I agree with the principle, my lady, I again must insist you've been misled. Vera of requests, Lady Wenliana, surely you can't hoard his talents away. What if I were to need these services again? Frankly, I can do whatever I want. He'll be my employee once this task is complete. Perhaps, but there's no way you can enslave him under the law. Enslave him? He won't want to work for anyone else. Isn't that right, Daniel? Until I know what the work is, I can't speak on the matter, my lady. Miss Very, if you'll excuse me for the night, I'll bring the radiator as soon as it's completed. I expect it'll be a couple of days. Vera stands up, replying, Thank you again, Daniel. I shall await your return. She leans in close to him, murmuring softly, Don't let her trick you. Slavery is illegal in this realm. Wenliana growls, I would never, like I said, he won't want to leave. We're going to revolutionize this world together. Vera reiterates, If you can spare the time, I'm certain you'll find allies and work in town as well, Daniel. Thank you, Miss Very. I'll use my best judgment not to overcommit or overburden myself. Please excuse me and have a good night. He bows politely, leaving the room. Wenliana waits until he's out of the building to state coldly, You don't know anything about him, Baroness. As you said, though, a gem should be polished, but it also shouldn't be hidden away. Wenliana looks at her. Wait and see. With that, Wenliana walks briskly out of the apothecary to follow the otherworlder. Daniel is hiding his true potential. If she can draw out even a fraction of his otherworldly wisdom, the world they're in might just take a turn for the incredible. Ironically, both summoned humans from the otherworld have skills that appropriately serve the realm. However, only one of them seems to be prepared to serve the whole world. Author's note. As mentioned in other chapters, I'm posting 5 chapters today to start out, and I'll post 1 chapter per day until I'm caught up to where I am on Royal Road. Thanks for reading, and I hope you enjoy my story. Chapter 4. The apprentice versus the assistant. Daniel holds his hand on the sensor orb of the analysis relic, the fancy magical fantasy device that was used on the first day to determine that, unlike Rikuto, Daniel is completely devoid of magic in this world to such a degree, he can't even benefit from the effects of magic, unless its effect is secondary to its actual spell. And, like then, the sensor orb is completely dark, not glowing at all. Wenliana, the high-ranking court magic artisan, stands nearby with her arms crossed. She was certain that, having spent over 2 months in this world, Daniel's body would have absorbed enough magic to at least behave like an animal or plant. With her hypothesis shot down, it reopens the mystery of why Daniel is devoid of all magic. Rikuto, during the transfer, gained magic affinity, as well as a magic skill. She asks, You're not a super mage hiding your abilities, are you? Daniel chuckles. If I am, my lady, I'm fooling myself as well. She steps forward and flips his hand over. Still nothing. She tugs his shirt chest down, gently placing his cheek against the sensor, still with no reaction. She groans in frustration, and she allows him to stand back up, complaining, How is this possible? Everything I know suggests you should have some magic absorbed. Otherwise, how could plants and animals have it? She puts his hand back onto the orb, observing no glow for a moment before she touches a single finger of her own to the orb as well, and it immediately starts to glow. As soon as she removes her own finger, the glow dissipates. Daniel offers, If it makes you feel any better, my lady, in my world, we had fictional stories about this sort of thing where the summoned person's power is so massive, it destroys the measuring system. She's surprised, but for several reasons. She asks quickly, Destroyed? Wait, you had fiction with divine summonings. And magic. I thought you said your world has no magic. It doesn't. For us, it's fantasy. And yes, there were various types, transported into video. Fictional settings of stories, which serve as the setting. transported into worlds like this. Alien to the transported person or persons. Some of them were through summonings, others were through, reincarnation, after death. Reincarnation? Repeats the woman, pronouncing the English word well. Daniel nods as he thinks. Is that not a concept here? Your soul cycling from one life into a new life, sometimes in a different form. No. What sort of thing is that? Daniel chuckles. It's an aspect of some of the religious faiths and non-religious beliefs of our world. Fearful of the notion of death, we envision either a paradise or retribution awaiting us based on our deeds, or a cycle of the universe that reuses our souls. Some people believe there's nothing after death. When Liana exclaims excitedly, "You have to tell me more." She realizes her outburst, and she clears her throat. That is to say, we should compare these cultural differences. As you wish, my lady. She groans in disgust suddenly. Daniel, this is going to be the last time I tell you this. Just call me, Liana, when we're not in court, please. I didn't ask to be born a noble, and I only work as hard as I do to keep my status so I can pursue my own research. So drop the formality. I'm serious. Daniel is quiet for a long time. She cocks her head, asking a little coldly, "Did you not understand something?" Again, he hesitates, starting to speak, but trailing off. "I'm afraid I can't do that, my lady." "Why not? Why are you so darn polite? You're annoying the heck out of me. Why do you still have your hand there? Why did you let me just shove your cheek to that thing? Stand up for yourself. If you don't want to work for me, speak up. I don't want a mindless minion. I can't get rid of them. Say something." Daniel matches her gaze for most of her rant, but he looks away at the end. It's clear to her that he's hiding something, but it's clearly bothering him. He replies softly, "I'm a coward. The last thing I want in life is confrontation of any kind. I don't handle it well. I can take it." He looks her in the eyes, adding softly, "You want to know something else about those fictions? In some of them, the summoned person is seen as useless, or he's betrayed. He's sent out to die, or he's framed or imprisoned. In the best of them, he or she has a secret power that's far greater than anyone else in the world." Daniel looks at the orb, where his hand still rests. That person has power. He finally removes his hand from the relic, adding as he stares at the larger sphere. "The whole time I've been here, I've been terrified. That's the truth. Terrified that my powerlessness and my ignorance is going to get me enslaved or killed. When the princess mentioned training me as a soldier, I thought about running. When I was allowed to simply leave and live in town, I did everything I could to create even a little bit of the illusion of security, neighbors, clients, acquaintances. Someone who might miss me when I'm gone, so it wouldn't be so easy to make me vanish." He looks at Wenliana again. "Apologies if my formality is annoying, and if I'm failing your tests. I can take the abuse. It hasn't reached the line of what I've experienced, and what I learned back then is that a beaten dog is not a dead dog." Wenliana listened patiently, though she's not happy. She replies somewhat sourly, "That's an awful way to live. Some people are meant to live. The rest of us are just meant to be alive." She approaches him and smacks him. "That is the last time you speak that way. If you want to die, do it out of my sight, but, until then, I need you. You're not powerless. Not with your wisdom. So what if you can't use magic? There has to be a meaning behind it. That's why I want to figure it out. Or, failing that, I want to make us both filthy rich with our combined genius. And, if you don't want to be filthy rich, then we'll be indispensable. You say you want security? Friends? Allies? I'm here, right now, telling you I'm your friend. And, as your friend, I'm demanding that you speak to me like one. Got it?" He confirms with a nod. "Good. I want to start working on some new inventions starting tomorrow, and during that, I'll work on teaching you the principles of magic equipment. Are you willing to do that with me?" Daniel nods civilly. She sighs. "Cheer up, Daniel. You're mine, now, which means you're not going anywhere unless I allow it, all right? That came out wrong. What I mean is, you're not getting sent off to war, you're not getting killed. None of that. Let's make some amazing stuff." She offers her hand, and Daniel studies it for a moment. He takes a breath, and then grips her hand. "All right. I'll do it, Wenliana." She grins. "That's more like it." Gunther wheels the strange chair down the hallway, rushing to make sure he isn't late. His apprenticeship has stringent requirements. Each day, He rotates between the various fields of magic to broaden his experience and level of knowledge. For most of his mentors, it generally requires a basic test and some gifts to get the signatures he needs. After all, mages specialize in fields, so to learn the entire spectrum of magic is ultimately meaningless. That said, his most difficult signatures to obtain thus far have been the Status Slayer, the eccentric and reclusive magic artisan of the royal court, whose impossible standards for apprentices are to master artisan levels of experience and knowledge. Gunther just wants to get past his apprenticeship program and begin his royal career, headed for the royal court himself. He wants to specialize in offensive magic, since the battle mage of the royal court is often considered the third in command of the entire realm, and his station is one of respect and honor. However, the basement-dwelling gremlin who takes joy in ending apprenticeships by driving the apprentices to quitting stands in Gunther's way. He's been endlessly polite, and he's tried to offer the customary gifts, performing the menial tasks she demands of him, and yet, she still refuses to sign off on his apprenticeship. His father is an earl, and he's tried escalating the issue to him and, by extension, the king, but there's nothing that can be done. For whatever reason, Wenliana is untouchable, and that no self-respecting court mage would overlook skipping her signature, regardless of connections of the apprentice. It's incredible that one small woman wields so much power in the realm, but there's nothing to be done. Either way, Gunther has a master key to his future, the strange otherworldly chair that came with the two men who were summoned a few months ago. The chair's design is complex and almost fantastical, as it's said to be extremely comfortable. Gunther spent a small fortune to get his hands on the chair, which had been circulating around the castle since the summoning ritual. Wenliana had tried to demand the chair during those first couple of weeks, but she was stone-walled by her peers, who were in possession of the chair. Now, it's Gunther's, and he'll see that signature if it's the last thing he does. He carefully carries the chair down the long flights of stairs descending towards the wretched woman's lab. He dares not have servants carry the chair for him, lest she accuse him of laziness. She even offered to sign off the apprenticeship signatures for the servants he used last time he tried something like this, right in front of him. He sighs. Just gotta get that signature, Gunther. It'll all be worth it. You'll be the first since she started. How prestigious that will be. He reaches the bottom of the stairs, wheeling the chair to the door to her lab. There's one final staircase in the lab, but it's actually a much easier descent. And, thankfully, the chair has such compact wheels on the bottom making it easy to move across the ground. He enters the lab, announcing his arrival. My lady Wenliana, I'm here to work. But, I also brought. He trails off when he hears her talking to someone. Think we can pressurize a container with it? That's what I'm curious about. From what I've seen so far, there's not a particular limit on the output of the crystals. With exception of total stored energy, you're not wrong. As long as mana is supplied, the crystals can output at maximum. The person that replied to her was a man, and his accent is strange. Gunther looks over the walkway to the lab's lower floor, where the analysis relic is, along with the magic artisan's lab. She's crowded in close to a much taller man with black hair, and he is inspecting an arcane gem. A wind crystal, given its faint blue-green color. And, to make matters worse, he's touching it with his bare hands. Gunther works his way with the chair down to the floor, announcing himself again. Lady Wenliana, it is I, Gunther. I've come to. She waves her hand dismissively. Yeah, whatever it is, put it over there. It's her typical response when she's distracted. The man, however, notices him. Wenliana takes the wind crystal with her gloved hands, asking him, if you can PRS, what do you plan to do? The man is the tallest person Gunther's ever met, but his physique is otherwise average. He replies to Wenliana, there are a lot of applications offhand. One I hope will work as an automatic pump. But, before that, do you need to address him? Wenliana looks over her shoulder. She cocks her head, like Gunther isn't supposed to be there, and she teases somewhat dryly, oh. Gunther. Is it 5th day already? Yes, my lady, replies the apprentice politely, and, I have brought a gift. Wenliana stares at the chair for a long moment, but her expression doesn't shift. She asks, did you spend money to get that? It was nothing compared to, doesn't matter how much. That belongs to the Otherworlder. Why would you spend money on it? Confused, Gunther replies, I wanted to obtain it on your behalf, my lady, so that I could. Listen, If you're giving this to me as a gift, I'm keeping it. But, this is your last chance to try to go get your money back. When the otherworlder it belongs to asks for it back, the king will require it be returned to him. I've heard the otherworlder Rikuto is acting as king regent in his majesty's stead, my lady. If he wanted it back. Not him. The otherworlder. Gunther ponders it, but he sticks to his conviction. If that becomes the case, so be it. His gesture is all that matters. My lady, I have no regrets. Please accept this gift. She sighs. Very well. She glances at the man standing next to her, saying strangely politely, put it wherever. She then looks at Gunther, staring at him for a moment as the tall man approaches to move the chair. Gunther, give me your apprenticeship card. Surprised, the apprentice glances at the tall man, and then at Wenliana. He asks, what? Don't play deaf. This is the quietest my lab's been in months. Give it to me. He hesitates, afraid she's going to tear it up. It's rare for any instructor to do something so rash and disrespectful to the process, but it has happened. Though, to Gunther's knowledge, Wenliana isn't one of the mentors who has. He cautiously walks over to her as the tall man wheels the chair out of the way, near the workbench they were just working on. She takes the qualification card and walks to a pedestal where she has a pen and notebook. She dips the pen in her ink and scribbles on his card, stunning the apprentice. She writes a grade 4, and hands it back to him. She waves at him dismissively as she returns to the workbench. There. Go forth and do amazing things, blah blah. You pass. Been a pleasure, Gunther. He stares at the card. 4 is the score she gave him out of 10, which is the absolute bare minimum grade that can be considered passing. It all but explicitly says that she's just trying to get rid of him, while also not bothering to ensure he knows anything and not wasting the time to justify failing him entirely. On one hand, he has the signature he needs. He can go back upstairs right now, finish the last few tasks on his card, and begin his career. However, anyone who sees his card will know that Wenliana in her ever-changing whims lost interest in mentoring him. The royal court is a small community, and he can already hear Wenliana being asked about Gunther, only to reply, who? He looks at the magic artisan and the strange man, who operates a part of the chair, causing it to raise the seat suddenly. Wenliana gasps in surprise, and she cackles gleefully as she plops down on the seat, spinning in a full circle on the seat's strange design. The chair's height puts Wenliana a little high for her desk, and the man shows her the lever, and she taps it, which drops her with a yelp. She laughs, adjusting herself down to the perfect height for her. She asks, how does it do that? The man replies, I've never assembled the cylinder, but it's a form of spring-loaded hydraulics, I think. Hydraulics? He replies with a nod. Yes. Extremely simplified, pressure versus volume work using fluids. Liquids are best. She nods eagerly, absorbing the knowledge. Gunther twitches. Wenliana, the arrogant know-it-all magic artisan, is absorbing knowledge. From a stranger. Gunther steps closer, asking a little sharply, Lady Wenliana, who is this? The magic artisan looks up at him from her new chair. You're still here? Of course. Am I supposed to be satisfied with being cast aside? She frowns, growling. You got what you wanted. I'll happily slay you next, Gunther. Press the issue. I dare you. He flinches, but he doesn't back down. Regardless, that doesn't explain this man. She looks up at the man, who is slathering a paste on one of her precious tomes. Gunther nearly bursts out in anger, but Wenliana replies casually, Daniel? Oh, I suppose you haven't been formally introduced. Daniel, this is Gunther, my former apprentice. Gunther, this is Daniel, my assistant. Daniel nods politely. A pleasure, my lord. Gunther sucks his teeth. Assistant? Since when do you have an assistant, my lady? She frowns. Since when is that your business? I know exactly when it ceased to be. I refuse to acknowledge this man as your apprentice. Who even is he? Whose house does he belong to? Wenliana retorts dryly, okay, don't acknowledge him then. Daniel replies for himself, I don't belong to a house, my lord. I serve Lady Wenliana. That's all. A commoner. Lady Wenliana. The magic artisan slides off of the chair to stand up, crossing her arms with a scowl. Your ignorance is as glaring as your ineptitude with magic, Gunther. Accept your signature and leave. If you push this any further, I will see you humiliated, disgraced, and disrobed. This is your last chance. This shall not stand. No one has worked harder than I have to earn your respect, and you cast me aside for some commoner? He approaches Daniel, growling, You? What could you possibly know about magic? Wenliana nods at him, and he answers plainly, Honestly, my lord, next to nothing. But, the equipment. Nothing. He whirls to glare at Wenliana. You of all people took a commoner apprentice with no talent for magic. What of your lofty expectations? Do you realize how many times I've run up and down these god-forsaken stairs for your meaningless errands? Wenliana stares at him, unmoved. She growls, You got your signature, didn't you? And a borderline failing grade. Also you can, what? Get this commoner to lick your toes? Daniel glances uneasily at Wenliana, but her glare doesn't harden or soften. She retorts coldly, You have a problem with my assistant, very well. He will prove why he's my first ever assistant. I propose a duel. You both will have 1 week to prepare a presentation. I don't care what it is, so long as it's legal. At the end of that week, I'll invite the rest of the royal court to judge your presentations and determine a winner. Will that shut you up? Gunther nods confidently. And, when I win, I want you to change my grade to a 10 and retire from the royal court. Wenliana agrees dryly, Very well. And if Daniel wins, I assume you'll leave your punishment up to me? Whatever. I'm winning this. Gunther storms out of the lab, making his way to his other mentors. He'll create something that will blow away the little gremlin and her peasant servant. Daniel reluctantly states, If it's going to cause problems, I'd really rather not. Not doing it will cause bigger problems. Make one of your gadgets. Whatever you want. I won't be able to help you, and we need to make a show of it, but I can bankroll both projects, which will keep it even and unbiased. I don't know that I can. Do your best, Daniel. That's all I want. But, what? My career. Screw him. I've got what I want, and he's just being petty because I gave him the bare minimum too easy. Looks bad on the resume. Daniel is respectfully quiet for a moment, and Wenliana takes a seat on the chair. If you want your chair back, too bad. I accept your gift as an offering for my good graces. Daniel scoffs. Wasn't that Lord Gunther's gift to you? Like I said, when you come back, the king has to give it back or risk being accused of aiding and abetting theft. They could kill you, but it'd be the seeds of ruin for this realm. Once more, I think you're overestimating my importance. Maybe. But, I guess you'll just have to prove me right next 5th day, am I right? She grins at him. Daniel sighs. How does this work? I can't discuss the work with you, can I? Any ideas what you want to do for your presentation? I'd recommend building something, since that's your specialty. Once you have an idea, I'll have the appropriate equipment moved up to the courtyard where you can be watched. Otherwise, you're free to go on your own. Daniel ponders for a moment, and she slides her old chair over in front of Daniel's computer chair. She pats it, and he takes a seat to think. She puts her feet up on his lap, minus her shoes, and lounges in the spring-loaded reclinable chair. She sighs, Ooh, I wouldn't want to come to this world, either. Daniel, maybe you should just make another one of these. Daniel chuckles. That's probably a little outside of my capacity right now, Wenliana. But, I do have an idea. This idea, will it resemble something from your world? Daniel confirms with a nod. I believe so. The automatic pump. I think I know how I can make it work. She grins, but he asks, Why does it matter if it resembles something from my world? She grins even wider. Because, at least one member of the royal court will be able to recognize it from his own world. Thinking on her words, he realizes, You mean Rikuto? She nods with a wicked smile. Apparently, as you heard, he's king regent. Just means it's semi-official until they can crown him formally. I heard mention of it a week or so ago, but I didn't pay any attention. I should get to work, then. You're going to move already? I just got comfortable. I have a lot of preparations to make. I'll be leaving the castle grounds. She sighs and nods. Very well. Anything you need from me? Components, wise. I obviously can't. May I use that wind crystal for the final project? She grins eagerly. You may. Everything else, I should be able to acquire on my own, then. I'll keep the receipts. She nods with a warm smile. I look forward to your finished product, then. Gunther delivers the drawings he needs to the castle smithy. He doesn't specifically have to invent something new, just demonstrate his abilities as a mage and future court mage. However, he realized defeating Wenliana's assistant at her own field of study would be icing on the cake. He couldn't defeat Wenliana, but her embarrassment of choice for an assistant doesn't stand a chance. He may not be the most versed in magical equipment, but he just needs to put this peasant in his place and move on with his career. And as if a sign from the gods themselves, Gunther stumbled across a device in town that no one seems to know how it works. A mysterious artificer that passed through installed the device on one of the neighborhood wells, and it produces water without having to use the bucket and hoist. The blacksmith took some convincing on the design, but with a water crystal in the case and a mana crystal in the lever, it's extremely easy to assemble and use. He'll check back in later. Now, he needs to produce the crystals. Of course, the water crystal won't last long, but it just needs to pass the test. And, since it's apparently good enough to service townsfolk, it's a good and easy project that should impress the royal court. As Gunther is returning to his private quarters, though, he passes Wenliana. She asks with a wry smile, turning in, "Gunther?" He nods proudly. "Yes, my lady." She smiles cryptically, nodding. "Keep up the good work, then." He watches her as she walks away. Something about that last part wasn't sincere. She's not threatened by the stakes in the least. Does she not want to even be a part of the royal court? Why drag this out then? He shakes his head. Sometimes, there's no telling with eccentrics. The next 2 days involve the deliveries of his components, and he pieces them together with several days to spare. It was a relatively easy build, and he can't believe no one's tried anything like it before. He checks Wenliana's lab, but he finds only the magic artisan sitting in the fancy chair as she reads through the book that Daniel was ruining with his strange paste. However, she's got it laid out sideways. Curious, Gunther checks with the blacksmith and the other mentors. In spite of that, no one seems to have seen Daniel. Most don't even know who he's talking about. Did he run? Where is he? Deciding to circle back and pry for information, Gunther heads back to Wenliana's lab. She's asleep in the chair this time, snoring a little. She hears one of his footsteps and jolts awake. She looks around, adjusting her seeing glasses and the headpiece. Oh. Gunther. Probably shouldn't be seen down here, or people might assume bias. I was curious why your assistant hasn't been seen all week, my lady. She shrugs. I'm not his keeper. As far as I know, he's working on his presentation project. Where would he be doing that? No one in the castle has seen him. Well, if he doesn't show up on 5th day, I suppose he loses by default, won't he? Gunther scowls suspiciously at her. She knows more than she lets on. She's always been deflective and sarcastic. It's one of her least endearing qualities. You aren't worried that he's cheating? She shrugs again. That'll be up to the judge to decide at the presentation. That's the point of a presentation. Gunther tries to think of something else to get out of her, but it's clear she's not interested in micromanaging. He decides to give up for now. The reveal will be made on the day of the presentations. Everyone in the royal court will bear witness, which will go a long way to making connections for Gunther. The days pass, and still, Daniel never makes an appearance. On the 8th day, the eve of the duel, Gunther returns to Wenliana's lab. She's once again testing various plants on the analysis relic. She remarks without looking, "I'm not interested in marriage, go away." "It's me." She looks. "Gunther? Better than another suitor, I suppose. What can I do for you? Here to forfeit?" Gunther scoffs. "As if I would. I came to tell you your champion is still absent. The presentation is tomorrow. What he does until then isn't my business. I came to give you a way out, my lady. Renounce the commoner Daniel as your assistant, and restore my apprenticeship, but with some respect." "Huh? You come here asking me to forfeit, and then want to talk about respect?" She laughs, flopping backwards into her new favorite chair. The chair Gunther gifted to her. She retorts humorously, "The very fact that you can't see what's wrong is why you would never have passed my apprenticeship, Gunther. You should have just accepted your barely passing grade and gone on with your life. Take your licks and the rumors, and move on." She grins up at him, saying deviously, "Just remember, Gunther. I gave you what you wanted. You started this. I don't want a pity grade, I wanted to be respected." She turns back to her meaningless task, retorting without interest, Wanting and earning are almost complete opposites. Daniel knows that. He grits his teeth. Fine. Remember you chose the losing side, Lady Wenliana. He storms out of the lab and back up to the ground level. It's evening now, with the sun barely peeking above the horizon. The last Nugan-drawn cart for Unite is passing through the gate. He turns in for the night, preparing his invention for the next morning. Gunther puts on his best outfit, one fit for a royal audience, including his family's crest and his title's mantle hanging over his left arm. When he exits his quarters, he hears a curious sound. There's a gathering in the courtyard. It must be the early audience who wants to see what he invented, ensuring that they get satisfactory seating before the event begins. Gunther makes his way down, but no one seems to notice him. Instead, they're all staring in one direction. What they're staring at nearly causes Gunther's heart to stop. Sitting on some sort of metal machine near the castle's Clearwater Creek, about the size of a barrel, is the tall man known as Daniel. His eyes have dark circles, and his cheeks are stained with soot and filth. His clothes are similarly stained and have rips on the sleeves and pant legs. He looks absolutely repulsive. He has his eyes closed, and he's simply listening to the crowd around him, which seems to agree with Gunther. He looks atrocious. His peasant status couldn't be any more clear. Wenliana calls out from the middle of the front of the crowd, "Ah! Both contestants are early. We'll let Lord Gunther set his presentation up, and we'll begin." The audience backs up a little, making room for the messenger to retrieve the royal family and the rest of the royal court, including the other mages of the court. Wenliana instructs Gunther, "Gunther, go ahead and set up over there." Gunther clears his throat. "Stay calm. His device still has to work. If mine has a drawback, his will undoubtedly be worse. Without a talent for magic, the price for his will be double just to buy the crystals." Gunther keeps his head high, waving over his personal servants, who set up his presentation. It's much smaller, but size isn't an indication of function. The metal alone would be far too expensive for anyone to afford with Daniel's. Gunther's can obviously be bought for town wells. And his butler hangs the device on the metal pole while his maid keeps the lever down so it doesn't accidentally discharge water while they're setting up. The crystal will have a shorter lifespan than usual, since it's water, but it's a prototype. He only needs it for the presentation, since he won't be an artisan trying to improve its design. Once the servants have finished, they step back to the side, and Gunther faces the crowd. He smiles at Wenliana, stating, "I am ready. Thank you for your patience." Wenliana is smiling confidently and warmly. She seems completely unconcerned with the fact that she's soon to be out of a job. She states warmly, "Once the royal court arrives, then, we'll be all set. Thank you all for your punctuality." The audience resumes murmuring to each other, and a few approach Gunther to ask about his device. He happily requests that they wait until the demonstration, as he wants to maximize the impression it leaves. He does notice Baroness Verov and her husband, Baron Montrelk, talking, though their expressions don't seem as impressed as the others. They glance at Daniel, but the strange peasant doesn't even look up. Gunther makes small talk until the crier calls out the arrival of the royal court. Now, it begins. Chapter 5, Ambition and Innovation. The night before the presentation, an exhausted Daniel hops off of the cart at the castle gates. He's late for curfew, particularly for car traffic, but he told the guards he was going to be a little late. He checks in with the guardhouse at the portcullis, and the guard lectures him briefly. "When you said, 'a little late,' I thought you meant a few minutes, Daniel." "I'm sorry, Shulene. One of the cart's wheels broke. I had to borrow one from an acquaintance. I don't mind if you log my entry, but please allow me to enter. I need to get this set up for the presentation tomorrow." Shulene, the rather burly wolf-eared guard with mostly human features, sighs. "Yeah, that is happening tomorrow, isn't it? You know, Gunther's been running around saying you forfeited. It took a little longer to finish than I hoped. I haven't even been able to test it fully yet." "What is it?" "A water pump. Oh, like the one you put on the fountain down in Cobbler's Bank." Is that Cobbler's Bank?" "Peefed. You crack me up, Daniel. You'd do well to learn local names for the people you're selling your equipment to." Daniel shrugs. "I don't care who the customer is, so long as I can make it work. Speaking of, how's the water cooler treating you?" "Oh, God, Daniel. I don't think I'll be able to do without. The entire guard makes their roves over to our shack for water. Our squires are constantly running to your pump. Daniel smiles. Well, if you like that one, then this pump will hopefully change the game entirely, at least for delivering water. Really? Daniel yawns from his weariness, nodding to acknowledge him. Apologies. Running on fumes, myself. Have you slept, Daniel? Yeah. Some. I'll be all right. So, may I? Chulin scratches his neck and sighs. Fine. But, I'm logging a late entry. Expect to be reprimanded by the captain of the guard tomorrow. Good luck in the duel. Daniel nods gratefully. Thank you so much. I'm just glad it's this kind of duel. They both share a chuckle, and Chulin coordinates the gateman to open the portcullis, allowing Daniel to drive the cart into the courtyard. He parks near the Clearwater Creek, which is the clean water feeding the castle. The downstream side is on the edge of the courtyard, and it contains the castle's blackwater dirty water from various functions. Daniel pulls the heavy case pieces for his pump to the ground, staging them in their relative positions. He's still not sure how to thread and counter-thread nuts and bolts like his old world, but he was able to make some crude ones that should at least allow his pump to be serviceable, if a little leaky. Fortunately, he didn't need any additional money from Wenliana, since he was able to afford the raw materials and cast the casing pieces himself, tempering them in water baths thanks to the town blacksmith. When the townfolk heard about it, many of them asked if they could help, but he explained he needed to do the work himself, since it was something he was presenting, so he needed to know how to explain every part. The piston itself is rather simple, using a rocker valve that he was able to make that will rely on the wind crystal pressurizing the service lines. The rocker valve, similar to a solenoid valve, will prevent the pump from stalling by using a break before make setup. With the back pressure of water, it should be unbalanced, meaning it will always have to make it to one side or the other, allowing the air pressure to cycle the pump the opposite way until it flips the rocker valve, flipping direction back and forth. In essence, it's a scaled-up version of the lever pump he put on the well, utilizing a single monocrystal and a wind crystal with a switch to automatically pump water. Piston pumps aren't the fastest at moving water, but they generally don't need to be primed, can pump to very high pressures, and generally have good service lifetimes. Of course, he's comparing that knowledge to carefully machined, well-lubricated, and precisely engineered electrical-driven pumps, but he's pretty happy with the core of this machine. After assembling it, he's pretty sure it's after clock set. This world's midnight. He has no idea, of course, since he hasn't seen any timepieces anywhere, and Wenliana never spoke of specific times. Even the duel is to take place after dawn in the morning court, which Wenliana's explanation made it seem like an hour after full sunrise. Daniel tests the pump briefly, yawning as it puffs and slurps, pulling water from the creek and spitting it out rather forcefully from the outlet. It seems to be working, though it's too dark to tell for certain. He hears Chulin call out, "Daniel? You all right over there?" "Yeah, sorry. Just testing it. Not much to see, but it sounds like it's working." "Awesome. Can't wait to see it in action." "Haha, thanks. The cart. I'll send for a stable boy to come get the nougat and the cart. Go get some sleep, Daniel." "Thank you. I'll take you up on that." Daniel yawns as he takes a seat on the grass just off of the stone wall of the creek the pump is sitting on. He decides to rest his eyes for a moment, since technically, his place to sleep is a spare space in Wenliana's personal quarters within the castle, and he'd rather not wake her up this late by entering. Before he knows it, he's asleep. Daniel wakes up to his hand being licked, and he jolts a little. He hears a small creature scampering away, and he spots the cause. It's a small, feline-like weasel creature called a benki, about the size of a cat, but elongated. They aren't known to be aggressive to people, and they hunt and eat pests around the castle, so the denizens of the castle leave them alone. However, as he's stretching, he finds he's covered with a light blanket. At first, he assumes it was the guards, but it has a faintly mint-like scent, which instantly reminds him of Wenliana. She stores her clothes with herbs to make them smell a little better, since her laundry is done the old-fashioned way of washing with bland soap, rinsing, and then air-drying. Daniel relaxes a little at the thought that she came by sometime in the night to give him a blanket. While his circumstances in this world aren't always ideal, it's very rare that he feels truly alone, thanks to kind people like Wenliana and the people of town who he's come to know. With a renewed sense of determination, Daniel climbs to his feet, folding the blanket briefly and setting it on top of the pump. The first rays of light are peeking over the horizon, and the morning magic lanterns are on, giving enough light for Daniel to do some final checks. He cycles the pump again, and it shakes, but spits water out successfully, as expected. For a permanent fixture, he'd likely choose to anchor it with flared pikes, since he doesn't have an abundance of options without machining equipment. Two crystals that he surprisingly hasn't seen much of are water elemental magic crystals, and electrical crystals, which he has reason to believe exist, based on the descriptions of some tools Wenliana mentioned, but he hasn't seen anything yet. Even light crystals for the magic lanterns don't use electricity. They emit light when exposed to appropriate mana. There's a lot of research he has to do if he's ever to fully understand the magic crystals, and he has quite a few questions for when he meets Wenliana again. For now, though, he takes a seat on the pump's casing, waiting patiently for the sun to rise. A crowd begins to gather, murmuring and whispering. He doesn't overhear much, but he's able to piece together enough to know that his strange device is extremely interesting, but his own appearance is a deterrent. A couple people even assume he's merely the servant guarding the machine. That's not entirely inaccurate. In his case, he's both master and servant. And he's exhausted, but satisfied. Wenliana's voice breaks through the dull murmur. Daniel? There you are, and plenty early. You make a lady proud. Daniel smiles at her, nodding politely as he stands up. Thank you, my lady. I hope I have performed satisfactorily. She peeks at the machine behind him, and she smiles. She whispers, something tells me more than satisfactory. Daniel picks up the blanket, asking softly, my lady, did this? Never seen it before. But, when you're done with it, put it in the cabinet in my lab. All these witnesses here, you can go now if you want. Daniel agrees as he suppresses a yawn. Thank you, my lady. I'll return shortly. Daniel walks the blanket to her lab, finding the empty space it came from in a cabinet with ease. And, sure enough, it smells similar to mint inside. He smiles, placing the folded blanket inside and returning to the courtyard. People are crowded around Daniel's pump, asking Wenliana, who fends them off with, I keep telling you, I don't know, this is my first time seeing it, too. She grins at Daniel, and they notice him, backing away. He realizes why. He's absolutely filthy. His arms are bandaged. His pants have tears. His hands are dirty, as well as his face, most likely. He probably looks like he crawled out of a chimney. He asks Wenliana, should I clean up, my lady? She smiles, nah. It says a lot. Just relax. We're still waiting on Gunther and the royal court. Shouldn't be too long, now. Daniel nods in confirmation, taking a seat once more on the pump. He rests his eyes as he listens. Wenliana explains the duel to those who ask, and that she remained hands-off for both of them. Gunther appears, and Wenliana has him set up his presentation a few yards away. Daniel notices the design looks awfully familiar, but when he made it, he only made a simple lever pump because he knew how, and it would be a gateway to making better devices if he could source the right materials, as his automatic pump will prove. He has no way of knowing for certain that this town is representative of the technology of the world, since there doesn't seem to be any artificers who reside in the town, and the only artisans are Wenliana and a viscount that hasn't worked on equipment for some time since opening a trade business. And then, the royal crier calls out, all hail His Majesty, King Gradled, Her Majesty, Queen Orphylja, Her Highness, Crown Princess Herales, Her Highness, Princess Aramaya, and His Majesty, King Regent Rikuto. The crowd rises to their feet, those that have seats, and they kneel for the royal procession arriving, and Daniel hops off of his pump, kneeling in suit. In addition to the named royal family members, the crier names off the various court mages and nobles that join them. Elegant chairs are provided by servants for them all, and they take seats. Princess Aramaya gasps, and the others look at her. Her gaze is locked on Daniel in horror, but she notices the stares, who don't seem to realize what startled her. In contrast, they seem to believe she's horrified by his unkempt appearance, and she shakes her head when they silently look at her. Rikuto stands back up, and Princess Herales joins him, indicating some sort of relationship, likely due to Rikuto's ascension to the role of King Regent. He begins reading off of a scroll. Thank you for waiting, loyal subjects. Today, we are here to bear witness to the duel of wisdom between one Lord Gunther of the Monterre household and the assistant artisan. He looks directly at Daniel this time, and his eyes go wide. Daniel, of the Otherworld. The crowd gasps, and Gunther bursts out, "What?" Wenliana grins deviously, straightening her face when Rikuto looks at her, as well as the king and queen. Rikuto clears his throat, continuing reading. This duel is for each participant to present something to demonstrate their knowledge of any one of the fields of magic, and to demonstrate expertise in magic. The stakes have been determined and notarized by the contestants and shall remain private. Aramaya jumps up, crying out, "You can't allow this." Her delicate voice trembles, as genuine concern fills her expression. Daniel is devoid of all magic, he can't. Wenliana holds up her hand, saying confidently, "Please fret not, Your Highness Aramaya. My chosen assistant accepted this challenge knowing the stakes. His success or failure is his own. But, the contract has been signed. Voiding the contract now would null the benefits, and I have no intention of replacing my assistant." Aramaya wants to object more, but she glances at her family, who look at Daniel, and then her with uneasy expressions. Rikuto studies his devices from afar for a moment, and his eyes go wide when he notices Gunther's pump design. He looks at Daniel, but Daniel doesn't give him anything. For one thing, Daniel's too tired to care. All he has to do is turn his pump on and explain the advantages and disadvantages when he's called upon. As long as his presentation is better than Gunther's, he wins. But, he's fully aware he's surrounded by nobles right now. It's quite possible he was going to lose no matter what he came up with. Rikuto hesitates for only a moment, glancing at the scroll in his hands. He looks at Daniel cautiously, but Daniel nods respectfully. Rikuto hesitates, but he nods subtly in reply. "Very well. As the lady artisan stated, the duel is already set in contract. Let the contestants prove their expertise." Wenliana bows. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Please allow me to begin." With a nod, Rikuto declares, "Begin." He takes a seat, and Hercules sits down beside him, whispering. Wenliana gestures to Gunther, asking, "Lord Gunther, as the ranking noble of the contest, would you like to begin?" He glances at Daniel, grimacing a little. He nods as he straightens his posture. "Yes. I am Lord Gunther Monterre, and today, I present my own invention, a water fill station." A few of the audience members, Wenliana states, "Please describe how it works." "Of course, my lady." He waves his servants to step up, and they take position. The butler holds a bucket while staying out of the way of the audience seeing the device. The maid lifts the lever, and water begins pouring from the faucet, quite quickly filling the bucket. The maid lowers the lever, stopping the flow of water. Much of the audience claps, including the royal family and Rikuto. Gunther explains, "As you can see, with a simple operating lever, the water fill station can quickly fill any vessel with water. It uses the lever to bring a monocrystal into contact with a water crystal to produce the water." A few glances are shared, and Baroness Vera whispers to her husband as she glances at Daniel. He pays it no mind. She probably thinks Daniel stole the idea when he made the manual pump. He had thought that water crystals were intentionally unused in the realm, but perhaps he missed something. Gunther gestures again, and the butler sets the bucket on the ground, lifting the device to demonstrate its portability. As you can see, the unit itself is quite portable, allowing use in any room or even bring water to soldiers in the most arid conditions. Easy to forge and assemble, the primary cost is the crystals. Of course, only trained artificers or artisans should service the unit, but its advantages surely outweigh a standard drawback with all magic devices. He bows, and the audience claps. He glares at Daniel, who is also clapping. He mouths the words, "Don't patronize me." But Daniel cocks his head. He finds the device truly impressive, especially because he thought water crystals didn't exist for some reason. One of the court mages raises his hand, asking, "Excuse me, Lord Gunther, but did you say it uses?" Wenliana cuts him off, "Excuse me, Count Brostelar." Such questions could serve as hints for Lord Gunther's opponent and potentially bias the audience. "Please retain your questions for the end." He hums, but her tone was respectful and confident, and she's clearly well respected. Come to think of it, Daniel doesn't actually know what rank Wenliana holds, other than magic artisan of the royal court, which in itself is a prestigious station. Count Brostelar nods, relaxing in his chair with his arms crossed. "Very well, Lady Wenliana. I'll await the conclusion of the presentations." Wenliana acknowledges his answer with a nod. Thank you very much. She looks at Gunther with a smile. Lord Gunther? Is there any additional information for your presentation you'd like to add? Gunther bows. I am confident my presentation is complete. I shall answer any questions at the end. Thank you all for listening. The audience claps again, and when Liana gestures, now then, Daniel. Your turn, if you'd please. Daniel, seated on his pump, rises to his feet. He bows at the royal family, stating, "Thank you for honoring me with this audience. I am Daniel. Please forgive my lacking showmanship. This is an automatic piston pump. It takes suction from a water source and moves the water using pressure, allowing water to be lifted great heights more efficiently." Daniel switches the pump on, and it begins cycling. Choo 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 choo. Each cycle of the pump spits out a bucket's worth of water, the exact reason he made it so large. It's fairly noisy, but the potential for how much water it can move greatly exceeds anything he's seen so far, specifically to upper levels. Daniel adds, the pump casing and piston cost about 40 Valden, and it also requires a wind crystal and a mana crystal. However, adjusting the mana, he makes an adjustment, and it speeds up, moving water even faster. He has to speak loudly, can boost output. He turns the pump off, and the audience stares with wide eyes and mouths agape. Only Wenliana and Rikuto are unsurprised. Wenliana wears a proud smile, while Rikuto studies the pump with a fair amount of impressed surprise. Daniel concludes, it'll need piping from the source and to the destination, which I recommend being an extremely large vessel high up that can be drawn from later. This was a fairly common practice in our world. If I can find a way to generate rotational torque instead of a piston action, the efficiency can be boosted. For now, though, this is regrettably the best that I can do. Thank you for your consideration. This concludes my portion of the presentation. He bows again. Wenliana smiles. Very well. Then, I'll open the presenters to questions. Count Brostelar? Would you like to ask your question now? He nods with his mind still trapped in thought, as his gaze is stuck on Daniel's pump for a long time. Count Brostelar. Right, apologies. Lord Gunther, did you say your water station contained a water crystal? That's correct, my lord. I crafted it myself. You did? What method did you use, might I ask? Method? I'm not sure I understand. I created a stock crystal and imbued it with water magic. The mages glance at each other. One of the women court mages raises her hand. Wenliana gestures with a warm smile. Ah, Countess Ciaroa. Please go ahead. She nods gratefully, standing up. A stock crystal, you said? Did you use some sort of protective coating? Gunther's face loses its confidence, and he murmurs, coating? I applied a standard solidification coating, if that's what you mean. I wanted to keep costs and portability maximized. The mages look at each other. Wenliana seems to feign ignorance, asking, wait. What do you mean, Countess Ciaroa? Why would a water crystal need a coating? Ciaroa glances at one of the nobles over towards the end, close to Gunther. He seems rather perturbed by the turn of events. Wenliana snaps her fingers. I just had an idea. Lord Gunther, Daniel. I'd like you both to turn your devices on and let them run. Endurance tests are important. Daniel confirms with a nod. Apologies for the noise. I'll run it at full speed. Daniel turns the pump on, running it at full speed. The noise is loud, and though nowhere near as efficient as a centrifugal pump, it blasts water at a high rate out of the outlet, dumping back into the creek for the demonstration. Wenliana smiles at Gunther, gesturing for him to activate his device. Gunther hesitates, but he nods at his servants, and the maid steps up, holding the lever up to start the water flow. It begins dumping water. Both devices run for several minutes, and many of the audience members cover their ears. Daniel's pump is noisy, but it keeps powering through the water. He watches Wenliana for her signal to stop, but she smiles at him, looking casually at Gunther. Suddenly, Gunther's water station begins to sputter, and then it just as suddenly stops. Gunther asks loudly, what are you doing? Keep it on. The maid tries to lift the lever higher, but it does nothing as she cries, I'm trying, it just stopped. Gunther yells, what? He pushes in and lifts the lever, but no matter how many times he tries, the device won't turn on. He steps on something that crunches, and everyone looks down. There, the remnants of a crystal have crumbled under his feet, while the rest seems to have melted. Daniel puts the back of his hand on his pump in a few spots. The main casing body is warm, likely from mild friction, but the crystal chambers are still cool. He notices Wenliana wave him to shut it off, and he shuts down the pump. He bows, and the audience members covering their ears remove their hands. Wenliana asks Gunther, "Lord Gunther, can you please explain to me what went wrong?" He stammers, murmuring, "A-. Apparently, I made a faulty crystal." The woman smiles. "Daniel? Do you have any ideas?" Daniel ponders a moment, looking at the context clues around him. The crystal seems to have melted, but not from heat. Coupled with the apparent aversion to making water crystals, he has one idea. He straightens his posture. "My lady, I can only offer a guess, though I have some confidence. The crystal appears to have dissolved, like a block of salt. Without knowing, I would guess magic crystals are formed of some type of salt, either polished sodium chloride. Doesn't translate, does it? Table salt? Is that the same here?" Rikuto nods in confirmation, and Daniel nods respectfully. "Or something slightly less water-soluble than table salt." Wenliana grins at him, and she regains her composure before facing Gunther. "He's right, Lord Gunther. Water crystals self-destruct with basic use. If they could work, you wouldn't even need the casing that looks suspiciously like the mysterious manual hand pump in Cobbler's Bank's well." Gunther flinches. Doesn't have any magic in it, just like its creator." "What? No, I've seen peasants in town using it, my lady. Of course it's some sort of magic device." Wenliana sighs. "Neither does a bucket and rope. I told you that you don't see the problem, Lord Gunther." She gestures at Daniel, saying, "He comes from a world without magic, so they had to perform these functions other ways." She turns to face Rikuto, specifically, asking, "Am I correct, Your Majesty Rikuto?" Rikuto nods as he listens. "Indeed. Lord Gunther's pump does share the physical appearance of ancient water pumps in our world used to draw water out of ground wells." The audience members murmur in surprise, and Ciaroa raises her hand again. Wenliana nods at the woman. "Countess, please go ahead." Ciaroa stands up, flattening her dress as she folds her hands in front of her. Mr. Daniel. Your pump is interesting, but must it be so loud? I dread the thought of such a device in one's home." Daniel confirms, "Indeed, my lady Countess. A pump this size isn't practical for a single home's use. Rather, it's better suited to feeding a water storage unit above the level of use. For instance, a rooftop or a purpose-built tower. Gravity feeds the water from the tower to users. The pump itself would be stored in a pump room out of the way where the noise would be avoidable, or in a subfloor. Because a properly designed pump can lift rather high, it would be suitable for feeding the castle's upper floors." Daniel realizes how long he was talking, and he flinches. "Forgive me for speaking so long. Please allow me the chance to clarify if I didn't answer your question, my lady Countess." She's stunned for a moment, but she replies, "No, that was adequate." Count Brostelar stands up, asking, "Mr. Daniel, you claim this pump can service multiple homes?" Daniel explains politely, "Depending on the water usage of the combined households or whatever the load is, yes. As I mentioned, with a storage vessel, the pump can be run to fill the vessel, ideally for a short period of time throughout the day. I could probably rig a demand switch for whenever the water pressure drops, which is partially how our systems work, but it becomes more complex and finicky." Brostelar nods, cupping his chin with his fingers as he envisions it. Baroness Verav raises her hand. Wenliana gestures. "Baroness Verav? You have a question?" The Baroness stands up, saying, "Yes, thank you. Mr. Daniel, did you say your device uses a wind crystal?" "Indeed, my lady Baroness. Can you explain how mere wind is capable of such strange action?" Many members of the audience nod in agreement. Daniel gives his own nod, replying warmly, "Of course, my lady. This pump proved my hypothesis, actually. Magic crystals don't appear to have an upper limit on their output, save self-destruction, and because magic crystals store a massive amount of material and energy, when a wind crystal emits air in an enclosed space, it can pressurize that space. By harnessing the pressure, I can use that pressure to cycle the piston, with a rocker valve that swaps the piston back and forth on its own." Princess Herales raises her hand, standing up. She speaks before Wenliana can properly address her. Daniel, this pump defies logic. Are you saying it could deliver water to neighboring kingdoms? No, nothing that far, Your Highness. At least, not this pump type. Rikuto silently nods when she looks at him. Daniel continues, there are limits, and the volume of flow is too low with this style of pump to make it worth it. The best way I can think to explain it is trying to lift too much weight with a rope, or to try to push the weight with an unwieldy spear. I see, so it wouldn't be able to lift the water to the roof of the castle? Actually, for a lift pump going that high, a piston pump like this has the advantage. This one was made with the best I could do with this world's technology, but I believe this one in its current form should have the pressure to reach the roof of the castle. Again, the audience murmurs, and Hercules ponders for a moment. She remarks, I have no further questions. Thank you. Daniel bows. You grace me, Your Highness. She sits back down, and Wenliana scans the crowd. Anyone else? CRO remarks with a smirk, I have many more questions, but not requiring a formal audience. The other court mages nod in agreement. Wenliana then says, very well. If there are no more questions, I'd like to leave it to the judges to rate each competitor. Please consider whatever factors you feel suit the presentation. The court mages nod and they, along with Wenliana, depart the courtyard to deliberate. Rikuto excuses himself from the royal family, insisting they give him a moment alone with Daniel. The Japanese man turned king regent approaches Daniel with a smile. He speaks in English. Daniel, judging by sodium chloride, you still speak English, yes? Daniel nods as he replies, still my mother tongue, but I can converse comfortably enough in Imperial Common. I'd rather talk alone, actually, so English is better. Excellent work learning the language and finding a niche. With a chuckle, Daniel admits, I'm supremely lucky I was a maintenance mechanic. A lot of principles apply here. Ha ha ha, and I'm lucky I was studying economics at university. But, you seem to carry yourself pretty well with authority. You don't seem anything like I thought. Daniel rubs his neck, asking, no? Rikuto shakes his head, adding, and, not because I thought you were American. You just seem mature. For your age, that is. My age? Daniel looks at his hands. He's had suspicions for a while, but he never bothered to confirm it. He asks, how old do you think I am? Well, I wouldn't put you much older than me, 25 at most, given your appearance alone. And that's assuming you look young for 25. Daniel sighs. I thought so, too. So, for some reason, when I transported here, I got younger. Really? Wait, don't tell me you're a 60-year-old man in there? What? No, not quite that high. I'm 32. 33, now, I think. Kinda haven't been comparing time. Did a sentence in the military, which gave me what little spine I have. 33. Oh, happy birthday, then. Peeved. Thanks. Anyways, I'm aware of how precarious I have it here, so I'll do my best to stay out of your way and provide what support I can. Thanks. But, did you say, sentence? Daniel smirks, and Rikuto nods as he makes the connection. Oh. Because it was like prison. All right. Well, regardless of the outcome of this duel, I'd like to add you into my cabinet anyways. I have a prime minister, already, but I can. No, please, don't. In spite of my age, I specifically avoided leadership responsibilities. I don't have it in me to be assertive when it's imperative. I'd sooner prefer you send me to the front lines. At least there, I can fumble my way through something on my own merits without risking the whole realm. I see. From what I can tell, Rikuto-san, you're doing a pretty good job, so far. Lady Wenliana speaks positively of you, and from what I gather, she's not easy to impress. Yes, I suspect this duel had something to do with that. Rikuto looks into Daniel's eyes. From what I gather, she's well respected in the court for her intelligence and ingenuity, but many are wary of her. She's secretive and deceitful. Regardless of your personal feelings for her, I ask that you be cautious of what she asks of you. I'll try not to make trouble for anyone, but I suspect we're about to get to the real reason you want to talk to me. Rikuto sighs. Yes. Apologies for beating around the bush, but something we two must discuss. How much of the other world we should bring over here, correct? Rikuto nods grimly, solidifying how serious it is to him. It's a question Daniel has pondered every day when he is running through everything he can think of that he might be able to make. Firearms were one of his first impulses, since it would give him a way to defend himself against even the monsters that he's heard rumor of. While he probably doesn't have the means to make a fully automatic machine gun, a rifle, even a bolt action, would go a long way. Daniel replies, "I've worried about that, too. With the water pump, I figured it was harmless enough, and would improve people's lives. While I can probably make weapons, I'm not interested in altering the military might of this world. Not until we know what we're really dealing with." Rikuto sighs. "I'm thankful you feel that way. Yes, I believe creature comforts, such as moving and cleaning water, improving food production and storage, and improvements of existing technology should be okay. I've been implementing modern agricultural techniques as best as I can, as well as some architectural changes that can be done with current technology, which will give this realm an advantage, but help the world overall. So, with that in mind, I give you my blessing to pursue any advancements not involved with warfare. If I'm forced to change my mind, I'll make that call as king, rather than as an earthling. Sound fair?" Daniel nods eagerly, joking, "You just told me to pass it up the chain. That's music to my ears, boss." He grins, and Rikuto smiles and nods. "Very well." Rikuto switches to Imperial Common, the language most of the world uses, and he says, "I look forward to implementing this system, Mr. Daniel. If you wouldn't mind, while we have a few more minutes it seems, Princess Hairless wanted to pick your brain on the other fields of your knowledge, Princess?" She excuses herself from her family, walking rather hurriedly over. "Are you two finished speaking in your otherworld language?" Rikuto smiles and replies with a nod. "Yes, though, I don't know that you've been formally introduced. Princess, this is Daniel, who arrived with me. Daniel, this is Crown Princess Hairless." Daniel bows. "A supreme honor to meet you, Princess Hairless. I am Daniel." She replies a little curtly, but mostly because she seems to have a spicy personality. "Pleasure's mine. But, I'm also fiancé to His Majesty, King Rikuto. Please continue to serve us faithfully when we officially become king and queen. To the best of my ability, Your Highness. Long may you reign." She crosses her arms. "Now, I want to know what sort of devices you could make that could help us defeat the demon army." Daniel only glances with his eyes at Rikuto. Rikuto was warning him, since the princess would ask. Again, though, Daniel doesn't get the sense of a warmonger before him. He sees an overly mature teenage princess probably deprived of sleep and a little cranky who desperately wants to protect her people, while trying to maintain proper decorum. He doesn't take her tone personally. Instead, he explains as best he can why he's limited to services that will benefit living and potentially trade, but unlikely be able to benefit the war effort. He's lying, of course, but destroying another nation with a gigantic boost in technological advancement all of a sudden is likely to only destabilize the world, not save it. As Rikuto said, there will be a time and place for that discussion if their backs are against the wall. And for now, an empire and United Kingdoms and territories are united in a battlefront holding the demon territory at bay. Chapter 6. The decision after deflecting Princess Hairless's desires for tools of war from the otherworld, which both Daniel and Rikuto agreed to feign ignorance on. Daniel managed to distract her with other helpful processes, such as desalinating and purifying seawater and other impure water, a design for firefighting carts using wind crystals and water vessels on the carts. Because she's a humanitarian more than a warlord, her interest is easily piqued by such designs. He's also able to pick her brain about applications of fire and heat that could be improved, such as central air units. The cooling room at the apothecary was the right basic idea, but because of the inefficient designs, this world doesn't yet have a way to circulate air across large areas. Just as he's getting into desalinating water, the court mages return, and Rikuto pulls Hairless away. "No. This could be a major game changer for our farms and coastal cities." Daniel chuckles and bows. He's becoming rather afraid that his new life is going to be even busier than his older one. Wenliana takes center front once more. "Thank you all for your patience. The results of this duel have been decided. Count. I have a question." The man who spoke stands up. He was seated at Gunther's end of the crowd, and his expression is rather stern. Gunther looks nervous, but he speaks out of turn. "Yes, father?" Gunther's father glares at him, and Wenliana, a little caught off guard, asks, "Earl Norsanji? if it's about the presentations. I won't be long. She hesitates for only a moment, but ultimately smiles and nods. He looks at Daniel with his stern eyes, but Daniel has been glared at by all rank and file of people, save royalty of his world. While his fate is more tenuous in this semi-medieval world, a gaze is just a gaze. You there, otherworlder. Daniel bows. Yes, my lord. I want your untempered words. How did this duel come to be? Daniel hesitates. He's not interested in bus-chucking anyone. Gunther's frustration is understandable, if self-destructive should he lose. When Liana risked her career for her faith in Daniel's ability, at least, she supposedly did. He has no reason to doubt that. But, most importantly, embarrassing either of them would look bad. Daniel tries to reply diplomatically, my lord, I'm afraid my word would carry little weight. Answer the question. Daniel hesitates, but he notices when Liana smile and nod. He sighs. Very well, my lord. Lady Wenliana commissioned me to work as her assistant about 2 weeks ago. In fact, we were discussing this very design, though I hadn't elaborated on the full design with her before Lord Gunther arrived. He presented a gift to Lady Wenliana as he arrived to resume his apprenticeship, and from what I witnessed, Lady Wenliana judged him suitable enough to finish his apprenticeship and signed his apprenticeship card. This didn't seem satisfactory to Lord Gunther, as we hadn't yet been introduced, and he demanded to know who I was. Once Lady Wenliana explained, he appeared to feel somehow cheated, in spite of meeting the requirements to finish his apprenticeship. As I understood it, Lady Wenliana gave him a minimal passing grade for reasons I wouldn't dare speculate on, and this, coupled with my status as a commoner, appeared to be what upset him. The duel was Lady Wenliana's idea as, what I believe to be a trial by fire of my abilities, and a chance for Lord Gunther to prove what he learned in the apprenticeship. That is how I saw events, my lord. The audience members murmur in surprise. It seems, specifically from words he can pick out, they aren't sure what to consider him, since he's an otherworlder, so commoner doesn't quite fit, but nor does noble. Rikuto looks and acts the part of a noble, while Daniel looks and acts the part of a commoner, a particularly dirty one at that, at present. Gunther bursts out. Lady Wenliana specifically left out that he was the otherworlder. Silence, boy, before you embarrass me any further. Gunther tenses and falls silent. Wenliana defends herself innocently, saying sweetly, I had no idea you didn't know, Lord Gunther. Honest. I had heard that you were at the ritual, holding the book for Lord Crosserly as he attempted the language comprehension spell on Daniel. I would have mentioned it if I thought you didn't know. Earl Montaire glares at Wenliana. It's pretty obvious to anyone that she's faking her own innocence, but the point she's making by saying anything at all is that it couldn't possibly be anyone else's but Gunther's mistake, since one of the mages, Lord Crosserly, presumably, averts his gaze as he stands by in the crowd. He's one of the court mages who has yet to speak. The Earl continues, Otherworlder, Daniel, was it? What gift did my son present to the lady? Daniel hesitates. It'd be pretty shocking if no one else told him, but Daniel realizes the weight of admitting it was his own chair. Daniel replies as neutrally as he can, it was a chair, my lord. The crowd is dead silent, and King Gradled puts his hand on his forehead. Daniel doubts the king is the one who sold it, but he also didn't take proper measures to protect it, either. Daniel's computer chair is unique in their world. It has an airy mesh back, reclining and height adjustments, and wheel casters to allow easy movement all over the place. King Gradled asks, where is the chair now? Before anyone else speaks, Daniel replies, it's still in Lady Wenliana's possession, Your Majesty, and I'd like it to stay that way. It was a gift, after all, and she acknowledged it. I'd likely have given it to her myself, had she asked for it, in thanks for her support. Should it benefit Lord Gunther as well, all the better. Some of the audience members murmur, trying to be quiet, but the awkward moment is otherwise so quiet, any noise at all can be heard. Gradled waves his hand to signal the end of the matter. Very well, Mr. Daniel. Thank you for being diplomatic in this matter. It shall not go unrewarded. He gestures dismissively for Wenliana to continue, and she looks at Earl Montaire. Anything else, my lord? Earl Montaire sighs in disgust. One last thing before the decision is read, if you'd please. She nods respectfully. He faces Gunther, saying, Gunther, you should strongly consider conceding on your own terms. His words shock everyone, including Daniel and Gunther. The young lord stares at his father in disbelief, mouth agape and unable to form words. Earl Montaire sits back down, crossing his arms with his eyes closed. He seems to feel he said all he needs to say. Gunther looks at Daniel, who tries to keep his expression sympathetic, but Gunther glares at him anyway. He turns his glare at Wenliana, stating confidently, I will not be stained by a pathetic grade due to a commoner, even if he is from another world. Wenliana looks at Earl Montaire, but the Earl simply sighs in disgust. Wenliana says, very well, then. Without any further ado, Lady Ciaroa, would you like to read the final decision? The court mage stands up, unrolling a small scroll. In regards to presentation, the clear winner was, she hesitates, saying a little softly, Lord Gunther. In regards to innovation, both contestants presented valuable ideas. According to this court, the advantages of Lord Gunther's design outweighed those of Mr. Daniel's. She hesitates for a long time, indicating that the decision was neither unanimous nor unbiased. But Daniel expected as much. He's in a cutthroat political and nobility-centric society now. He'll be lucky if they don't kill him just out of spite. He can only listen on as she reads off the other sections they graded the two on, some of which are superficial at best. However, to his surprise, the one that seems most displeased is Earl Montaire, who massages his temples with his right hand as he listens. Lastly, the final category judged was etiquette. The winner, Lord Gunther. As such, given the totality of the grades, this court finds the winner of the duel to be Lord Gunther. Gunther straightens his posture with a relieved sigh, while most of the audience is silent. Earl Montaire simply stands up and walks away. Gunther, surprised, asks, Father? But the Earl ignores him. Daniel looks at Wenliana with concern, but she simply shrugs with a simple smile. She withdraws Gunther's apprenticeship card, correcting his grade to a perfect 10, and handing it to him with a smile. Good work, Gunther. Best of luck on all of your endeavors. He is still stunned by his father's departure, and he looks at her. He tries to regain his composure, adding, Thank you, my lady. I hope I will make you proud. She smiles cryptically. May you endeavor forever. She then about faces and approaches the royal family. She bows, saying confidently, as part of the conditions of the duel, I hereby retire from the royal court as magic artisan of the court, Your Majesty. May my replacement serve you well. This stuns the entire audience, including the other court mages, who apparently didn't know the stakes. However, Wenliana straightens and smiles, I'll clear my personal effects out of the relic room by Ninde, Your Majesty. Should I need to vacate sooner, I'd like to request servants too. Rikuto glances around himself at the other royal court members for help, realizes as everyone else does that she's not joking, and that it's dumbfounding for everyone. Gradled quickly says, No, I don't understand. Explain this, Wenliana. This was supposed to be a duel between Daniel and Gunther. How? While the participants were Daniel and Gunther, Your Majesty, the stakes were my faith in Daniel against my lack of faith in Lord Gunther. It seems I was, well, wrong, isn't quite the right word. She shrugs, seemingly having not one care in the world. I'll establish a new lab and continue to serve the realm, Your Majesty. King Rikuto, I look forward to a long and prosperous future under your reign. Now, if you'll excuse me and my assistant, we should begin cleaning out the relic room. She walks towards Daniel, saying warmly, Let's go, Daniel. Wait. Baroness Verav jumps up and walks briskly around to the front. She kneels before the two kings pleading, Your Majesty. You can't allow this. Mr. Daniel helped my husband and I's apothecary, and he did it for a fraction of the cost of an artificer. He's the one who created and installed the pump at Cobbler's Bank, and he even improved the Adventurers Guild's oven. After only a week with the Lady Artisan, he helped out the town even more, improving the magic lanterns in the market square so the traders can stay open longer, even while he was working on his presentation. Rikuto glances at Daniel, but Daniel shakes his head. While what she says is true, a king violating a contract, a duel no less, would set a bad precedent. Wenliana eases her concerns. You're speaking as if we're skipping town, Baroness. The conditions of the duel were for me to give Lord Gunther a prestigious grade and to retire from the court. I'm not quitting being an artisan or leaving. I'll simply be returning to my family's estate for the time being. She looks directly at Gunther, saying proudly, "And I'll be taking my assistant with me." He grits his teeth, but King Gradled asks, "Is this true, Mr. Daniel? You continued to perform extra duties during your time meant for the presentation?" Daniel answers with a respectful nod, "Yes, Your Majesty. You seem to be claiming quite a bit of work, then. It would take 16 of the 29 hours of the day to perform so much, wouldn't it?" Daniel shrugs, "I didn't keep track. I started work before sunup and worked until after dark. If I was approached for help, I did what I could as quickly as possible. I think I only skipped sleep on the second and fourth days, I don't really remember now." The group stares at him, and Rikuto sighs. He grumbles, "You're one of those, huh?" Daniel chuckles, saying in English, "Still beats my days in the military." Rikuto sighs. He remarks, "It's a phrase from his home country. Daniel, don't push yourself so hard." Princess Hairless asks, "You believe him?" Rikuto confirms, "I do. Remember how you were worried about me working too hard? Well, it's actually a little too common in our world. That said, he does seem to have made it through all right." The crowd is silent, and Daniel adds, "My Lady Baroness, my goal in working with Lady Wenliana is to improve what I've already been able to do. If Lady Wenliana is all right with the current events, then I will continue to work with her." Vera hesitates, but she bows her head. She apologizes, "Please forgive my outburst." She retreats to her seat in the back. Kings Gradled and Rikuto whisper to each other for a moment, and Hairless tries to listen in. Rikuto sighs. "Because the duel was sealed in contract, I can't overlook it." "Very well, Lady Wenliana. Your retirement from the court is accepted. Your final payment will be calculated and provided as soon as possible. Should your replacement need any basic guidance to get started, we should like to consult you, for a fee, of course. As for Mr. Daniel, you are free to do as you please within the bounds of the law." Daniel and Wenliana both bow. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Daniel remarks sincerely, "If I may, Your Majesty, I can remove the pump at any time, or it can be installed, if you so desire. I only ask that if my assistance is required, I be afforded time to assist Lady Wenliana in transitioning to a new workspace." Rikuto nods in agreement. "I see no problem with leaving the pump here. I'll inform the guards not to allow its movement until we figure out how best to use it. I'd like to install it as soon as possible and begin construction of a storage vessel on the roof, if you truly believe it can reach." "I believe so, but I shall endeavor to make it so regardless." Rikuto concludes, "Then, this congregation is dismissed." Gunther watches in disbelief as no one asks him about his water station, while the entirety of the court mages follow Wenliana and Daniel, picking their brains about his bulky, noisy device. He looks at his apprenticeship card, which now has a perfect 10 for a score under magic artisanry. It doesn't feel as satisfying as he thought, even though he won. It doesn't make sense. Daniel is quiet as he carries boxes of books into Wenliana's family mansion. It turns out, her mother is a widow, and the Grand Duchess of the realm, about a single step below the king in power. Because both families only have daughters, a union between their houses became impossible, and Wenliana was permitted to pursue her whims, since her younger sisters all have fiancés from varying lesser noble houses. Returning home, Wenliana is greeted with a warm welcome, though her sisters all have more feminine personalities and take great pride in their appearances. It seems Wenliana was the black sheep due to her obsessive pursuit of knowledge, and once settled in, she is essentially benevolently neglected. Few seem interested in intruding in her lab to get to know what she's doing, and they've long since abandoned inviting her to formal events. The very fact that she was a court mage carries an air of pride, but like a computer programmer in a room full of models, they struggle to find common ground to speak on. With one exception. Sue, Wenli found a husband. This is so exciting. Yanadir, the next eldest daughter of the Grand Duchess under Wenliana, teases her warmly. "He's not my husband, Yanni. He's my assistant." Yanni flirtatiously tugs at Daniel's sleeves. He's since cleaned up since the presentation, but he still looks rather common. "Don't mind her prickliness, Daniel. If you keep trying, I'm sure she'll fall in love. You're the furthest along, after all." Wenliana pulls him away from her sister. "Go prowl your banquet, Yanni. We're working." Yanni follows them regardless. "Mother will have to approve, you know. After all, you're the only one of us with Omni affinity." "Yeah, and with it, I can outlive your grandchildren. Let us work in peace." Still, the slightly junior sister gushes, "Oh, Wenli. If you just want your alone time right away, just say so. I'll tell the maids not to intrude." Daniel's a commoner. So there. He'll only ever be my assistant. Are you happy? We haven't seen you in months, Wenli. Then, we find out you've retired from the court mages and bring home a man. What are we supposed to think? I don't care. Just let me and Daniel work while you do it. Yanni pouts, but she finally backs off, and Wenliana leads Daniel to her lab. She murmurs, "Sorry about that. Get used to it, I guess. They all want me to get married and have children." Daniel chuckles. "It's fine. I was going to convince you to elope when we do fall in love." She blushes, glancing up at him. "I'll fire you right now, Daniel. Don't be stupid like them." He laughs, and she elbows his gut. She doesn't try to hurt him or knock the books out of his hands, only to express her frustration. Wenliana's old lab is surprisingly well kept, likely thanks to the maids at least dusting what isn't covered. She sets right to work organizing. "I'll go." "Wait, Daniel. I can't let you walk through there alone. They'll set upon you like ravenous scorves. Just wait a minute. I'm just figuring out where I want everything." Daniel nods in understanding. However, now seems like an alright time to address the obvious unspoken elephant in the room. "Wenliana, about the court." "Don't worry about it. I could have easily flipped that decision by informing them ahead of time what the stakes were. The results proved what I always knew would be true. Integrity has a price. I don't really care to work in such a place. You were the clear winner there. Everyone knew it. But they wanted Earl Monter's favor more, and, to my surprise, I think they failed." She smiles up at Daniel. "I want to make the best magical equipment. Things people can live without. Things that make life easy for anyone and everyone. I have a few inventions to my name, but when I saw these books," she pets one of the books bound in the style Daniel brought from the other world and secretly implemented. "Someone who could change my life was in reach. Come to find out, not only are you able to work with near artisan levels of skill and wisdom, you happen to be the same strange otherworlder who defies all we know about magic. I won't be able to check every day if you're still devoid of magic, but I can work with you to shape the future of this realm. I intend to jump right back in. I'll have a little less liquid finances for now, but the Grand Duchess has always supported my work. If we can get a business started, I imagine we won't even need her help within a few months. So, start binding your mana and," she flinches. "Sorry." Daniel chuckles. "I think I understood the meaning, Wenliana. But, should I be calling you Duchess, or do you carry?" She glares at him. He holds his hands up in surrender. She sighs, "For everyone but my mother, you can just call me Wenliana. When my mother is present, please continue to refer to me as my lady. That will be sufficient. If it comes up, though, I don't carry a formal title. My next eldest sister will inherit the household formally, since I have no prospects of marriage and no interest for now." "Understood. I'll continue to be mindful of setting, then. Thank you. All right, I think I know where everything will go, and we should have enough room. Let's go get a few more things." Daniel agrees and follows her lead. Together, they unload the carriage, which includes Daniel's former computer chair, which now officially belongs to the magic artisan. Just as they're getting everything unpacked and stored, a knock comes at the door. Wenliana whispers, "Ignore it. They invite me to dinner when I'm home as a formality. They know I'll eat when I'm hungry." "Lady Wenliana, dinner is ready." "Thanks, I'm in the middle of something." The Grand Duchess insists. Lady Wenliana insists. "I don't believe you. I'll get something to eat later." The woman on the other side of the door sighs. "I'm not leaving, Lady Wenliana. The Grand Duchess wishes to meet your suitor." "He's not my suitor. He's Myassistant. Regardless, if he is to stay in this household, the Grand Duchess insists on meeting him." Wenliana storms to the door, flinging it open as she shouts, "My work is URK." She halts, recoiling into the room a little. Mother." The senior woman smirks. Her dress is extravagant, layered with elegant designs. She wears a similar headpiece to what Wenliana's glasses hang from, minus the glasses. Daniel flinches and hesitates. He bows quickly, unsure what to do. "Grand Duchess. Please forgive my intrusion, Your Grace." The Grand Duchess smiles with amusement at Daniel. "My why?" She looks at Wenliana, remarking dryly, I see your time in the castle has caused you to forget the voice of your own mother, Wenliana. I do insist you join us for dinner. Wenliana fumbles for words. A rare sight to see her truly flustered. But, I haven't unpacked any dresses, and Daniel's exhausted and doesn't have anything to wear. The Grand Duchess smirks with a haughty, but matronly air. As Grand Duchess, I shall allow an exception to be made. Will you be introducing your companion? The magic artisan flinches, and she says, Why yes, mother, please allow me to introduce my assistant, Daniel. Daniel, you are in the presence of Grand Duchess Arameliana Kos Stalvolten, my esteemed mother and for whom I am named. Mother, please show leniency to Daniel's etiquette. He is not from the realm, and is still learning our cultural intricacies. The Grand Duchess offers her hand, and Daniel takes the cue quickly, kissing the back of her hand. A pleasure to meet you, Your Grace. I am grateful to Lady Wenliana for the opportunity to research magical equipment in this realm. Arameliana smiles. Tell me, Daniel, from where do you hail? Another world, perhaps? Wenliana flinches, asking in a low tone, How did you know that? Just because I wasn't present at your little game, dear Wenliana, does not mean words do not reach my ears. Wenliana pouts, and Arameliana studies Daniel for a moment. Besides, I was beginning to think there wasn't a man in this world that could catch your eye. Seems I was right. Mother, you're intentionally misunderstanding. Come, Wenliana, Daniel. We shall catch up at dinner. But, you've met him, Wenliana, the magic artisan sighs. Coming, mother. She whispers to Daniel, Sorry, please do your best to endure what's about to happen. Daniel chuckles. I feel like I should be more worried about you. She blushes and pouts, You're probably not wrong, they're incorrigible. Together, they join Wenliana's extended family for dinner. In spite of the reclusive and eccentric artisan's reservations, the family is surprisingly kind. It seems family became even more important when the Grand Duke suddenly passed away, which is why they dote on Wenliana with great affection. Her youngest sisters, both teenagers, ask her about her time in the castle, and her older two sisters ask about the duel and any projects she's working on. Daniel comes up, but it quickly turns to describing his life in the other world and what it's like. They also ask how he manages to survive in the world without magic, which is less glamorous than it sounds, since he's still able to do manual labor, which caught Wenliana's attention. Finally, Arameliana asks the big question, Daniel, are you not distressed that you cost my daughter her career? Mother. Daniel replies for himself, That was never my intention, Grand Duchess. I gave the best effort possible in producing something worthy of presenting. Wenliana grumbles, I didn't invoke your name, mother. I had hoped integrity was a bit more valuable, but I didn't feel like stirring up a political mess. The Grand Duchess asks coyly, Do you mean to suggest, dear Wenliana, that the nobles your companion was competing against sided with fellow nobles? Wenliana crosses her arms and looks away. Yormolid, the third eldest daughter, adds skeptically, My fiancé heard Lord Gunther had the gall to steal the design for his presentation. How could they still let him win? Wenliana replies, You have no idea, He even tried to use a water crystal. She begins laughing, as if that amateur button polisher could make something no one else has perfected work. The Grand Duchess asks Daniel, is this true? Daniel knows what she's fishing for, but he intentionally misinterprets the question. I've actually been meaning to ask about that. I surmised during the presentation that magic crystals are made of some type of salt, and hence dissolve underwater, but I've been curious as to why salt must be used. Wenliana whirls to face him, just about to speak excitedly when her mother states, I'm sure you both can talk above our heads on that, Wenliana. However, I meant, Daniel, was the design for Gunther's magic device stolen? Daniel clears his throat, and Wenliana wants to answer, but her mother shoots a glare at her. Cornered, he reluctantly replies, I can only say that I built a manual pump with a design I've never seen in this world, and Gunther's magical device matched its appearance. In any case, the functions are simple. The manual pump can only move water. Gunther's water station, in theory, could produce water from a compact form. Wenliana sighs, the water and mana crystal alone can do that. It was useless for him to make the shell. And, to steal it no less. Arameliana remarks with a curious smile. You are hesitant to cast blame, Daniel. Don't think I didn't notice. I can understand trying to be diplomatic with your relatively low station, but I fail to understand why your station is so low. You're from the other world, are you not? I am, Your Grace. Wenliana explains, it's mainly because he is completely devoid of magic. It's not just that he can't use it himself, it's completely absent from his body. Yes, I had heard, though I suppose I may have assumed he merely couldn't use magic. Regardless, you seem to have quite a sharp mind for being able to figure out magic technology in spite of your disadvantage. Daniel chuckles. Your Grace, you flatter me, as do others. I am merely fortunate the skills I learned in my world translate well to the magic technology here. Much of it is functionally similar to our electricity, but with different sources for energy. The futuristic research Lady Wenliana pursues is in some ways common technology in our world, and I've become familiar with it in order to repair it. With the right circumstances, in no small part thanks to Lady Wenliana and this household, we can bring some of that technology to fruition here. Picking my brain as I pick hers, the pump I made for the presentation is just a taste of what we might be able to do. He blushes and chuckles. Apologies for speaking so long. I get wordy when I get excited. Yanadir teases as her husband chuckles, that's something you two share. Yanni. Whines Wenliana. Bunraimi, the fourth daughter, asks, Mr. Daniel, do you miss your world? Daniel hesitates. He thinks for a moment, and he replies sincerely, to be honest, I haven't really thought about it much since coming here. I guess that means I don't. But, your mother and father are still there, aren't they? He smiles softly. One, I haven't spoken to in over 10 years, and the others, have been waiting for me in the afterlife for almost as long. I miss some of the creature comforts I had, but I've been consistently more satisfied with life over here. With a chuckle, he adds, I haven't even had, alcohol, since coming over here. Huh. Bunraimi asks with her head cocked, doing her best to pronounce the English word he hasn't needed to translate yet, alcohol. Daniel chuckles, apologies, He looks at Wenliana, asking at a whisper, is there some kind of fermented drink here that dulls the senses? She recoils a little. What? Why would anyone drink something like that? He laughs nervously, so, that's a no. What is it? Asks Arameliana. Wenliana replies, he's asking if there's a drink that dulls the senses in our world. It's, Daniel crosses his arms, trying to think of what he saw the adventurers drinking at the guild. The Grand Duchess replies, I've heard of no such thing. Why would someone drink something like that? Daniel scoffs, please forgive my rudeness and my candor for a moment. In my old world, our society almost wouldn't function without it. It's a drink made from fermenting various grains or fruits with sugar, and it, makes depression less heavy. He clears his throat as they all stare at him with glassy stares. It's, a common way to relax. It's not smart, but it's common. In fact, in our world's history, it was intentionally fed to slaves in some ancient cultures to dull their drive to rebel. My own personal belief is that it's remained lawful to consume for adults because it does the same for the working class as well. It's a cheap and dirty method for making the mundane machinations of life suck less. He scratches his cheek, replying, though, I suppose I shouldn't. So, it is some sort of potion? Asks Yanadir. Actually, it's more akin to a poison. But, we don't have to keep talking about. Wenliana states, could you make it? What? Wenliana, exclaims Arameliana. Wenliana looks at her with a sincere and serious expression. Scientific research is all about challenging the known unknown. I now know of something I don't know. I'd simply like to understand it a little better. Additionally, if I understood correctly, it is something Daniel has drank before, and yet, seems fully functional. Additionally, depending on His Majesty Rikuto, it could be key to Daniel's absent magic. Daniel counters nervously, I sincerely doubt that, my lady. Regardless, it was merely a curiosity. Daniel, I understand the basic processes. Though, the appropriate yeasts for brewing for good flavor might prove difficult. He sighs. Actually, it could benefit us. Alcohol in general is a pretty good cleaning solution. It's great against, I suppose you haven't discovered them yet. Wenliana slams the table to sit up and lean over him, eagerly asking, discovered what? Wenliana. Arameliana is growing impatient, and the magic artisan reluctantly sits down. Pardon me, mother. The Grand Duchess sighs with a smirk. Daniel, I'll not allow you to perform anything that endangers my daughter. So, tell me now, this poison cleaning solution, alcohol, is it more dangerous or beneficial? Daniel sighs. In the grand scheme, Your Grace, certain alcohols have benefits we can't ignore. Drinking alcohols apparently don't need to exist, but I would consider the others beneficial. She sighs in return. Very well. In return, I expect any profits to be made will benefit the Stallvolten family. Of course. Though, it's a long process, and in the meantime, I'd like to prioritize other projects. I see. Then, for now, you have my blessing and support. She wipes her mouth with her napkin, having sated her appetite. Wenliana, dear. Yes, mother. I trust you understand how fortunate you are to have met a kindred spirit. Wha. I know that. Everyone laughs together, and Wenliana sighs. She laughs as well. It's a rather warm and wonderful dinner in the end. Chapter 7. Magic crystals finally settled into her lab in her family's estate. Wenliana and Daniel begin discussing something Daniel has been curious about for a while. Can you explain how magic crystals work? I'd love to. I'll give a quick rundown, and you can ask me anything. For starters, as you've guessed before, magic crystals are made of simple salt, just like used at the dinner table. Using magic and appropriate methods, the crystals are polished to a smooth surface and coated with a resin blend, which grants them some resistance to moisture, but as you saw, it's not enough to make them hold up under continuous wetting, such as in use as a water crystal. She hands Daniel a stock crystal, a blank crystal that hasn't been charged with a magic element nor with pure mana. He watched as she made it, so it's extraordinarily simple, but rather expensive. For Daniel, it's about the size of a TV remote, which is a lot of salt to use for a single application. He asks, may I? Do whatever you like. I'm curious about where your brain is headed. He sniffs the crystal, and it doesn't have a particular smell, which he expected. He licks it, and she gasps. What? Sure enough, it tastes just like its sodium chloride base, with a slight bitterness that's probably the resin she mentioned. He quickly wipes his saliva off, inspecting it. You aren't supposed to taste it. Is the resin poisonous? No, but it's not clean. A little surprised, Daniel looks at her. She's serious. It's salt. Salt's one of the best natural preservatives there are. Preservatives. He stares at her blankly. The things this world lacks stuns him sometimes. How does this world preserve food for long-distance transport? Surely the military is intimately familiar with salted meat and pickling. She stares at him. Daniel sighs. I'm going to destroy this world, aren't I? She scoffs and laughs. You say such strange things all the time. What am I supposed to think? A poison people drink intentionally. Salt for transporting food. She chuckles, replying sincerely, for preserving food during transport, we use magic, of course. In fact, my mentor and inspiration created the modern magical equipment that can perform the task automatically, rather than needing a mage constantly present. We were able to drastically reduce mages dedicated only to logistics after that. It's Daniel's turn to stare at her blankly. He replies, magic equipment? She nods with a smile. That uses salt? Her face drops a little, and she realizes what he's getting at. Yeah, now that you mention it. Daniel laughs. Why's that funny? Sorry, it's just ironic. Magic circumvented some of the innovations of our world, and yet, circled right back. He looks up, saying wondrously, strange, how small things can be so strange. He looks at her, saying, I'm not an expert on the process, but salt by itself dehydrates most bacteria. Mold, and fungal spores. Drying helps, as well, since moisture is what those little baddies thrive on. You mentioned bacteria before. What is that word? It's our word for tiny things that can't be seen by the bare eye and make food spoil. He thinks, does this world have magnifying tubes? She grips his shirt, shaking him lightly. Geez, Daniel, you're driving me crazy. We need to start on these things, now. Daniel chuckles, noticing her glasses. While glass doesn't seem to be heavily used in this world yet, it does exist. He asks, Wenliana, is there a reason your glasses are hanging from your hairpiece? She cocks her head. It keeps them in front of my face. If I put them down somewhere, they're gone forever. Daniel is quiet. I have an idea, but while I work, I'd like to know. Daniel retrieves some of the simple metal wire she has. It's made of steel, so it's a little heavier than ideal, but it'll be sturdy. Has anyone tried making magic crystals out of glass? Ah, you're quite astute, Daniel. Why yes, many have tried. However, the ingredients to make a sturdy glass are among the materials of this world that don't contain magic, so glass can't sustain the magic charge. In fact, it's likely why glass was used for the relic. My teacher and I replaced the hand orb, and I was surprised to learn it's simple glass. She puts her hands on her hips, asking, "I'd guess you'd like to know." Sand, silica, and heat. I think, boron, for clarity or strength or something. She frowns. You're a jerk. He chuckles. I wish I knew all of the formulas we had for glasses for different purposes. But it's strange. What makes some materials suitable to host magic and others not? Not sure. It's been widely known that all living things with exception of you contain magic, and I actually learned post-Daniel that even plants contain enough magic to be analyzed by the relic. Heck, even water alone. I was rattling my brain trying to figure out why you don't. Daniel bends the metal wire into a frame as best as he can. He'll have to size the earpieces in a moment. Salt, water, sounds like it's bound to ingredients for life. Ingredients for life? Daniel nods as he clarifies his thought. In our world, we broke everything down to the smallest possible things we could perceive, and we discovered elements. Not elements in the same sense we use here. Elements as in all of the truly unique ingredients to the world. Iron, for example, aluminum, sodium, which is one half of salt, and chlorine, which is the other half of salt. There were a little over 100 unique elements our world had identified, and the various combinations created the many substances we came to know, like salt and the many other kinds of salt, acids, proteins, and ultimately, the many combinations that make up life. Along the same lines, we also learned the many things that specifically define what's alive and what isn't. Maybe bacteria and mold aren't large enough to host magic, even in cultures, but perhaps, it's more to do with the ingredients. Daniel thinks, and Wenliana watches in disbelief. She barely understood. Or rather, she understood his words, but is struggling to truly picture and understand what it means. He truly is from another world. One far ahead of her own. She can scarcely imagine what his world looks like. And, in contrast, he often behaves like he's seen all of her world before, like he was simply transported to the past written in his history books. He's only surprised when what he expects doesn't line up with his history books, it seems. Suddenly, Daniel snaps his fingers. I have an idea. Carbon, in our world, it's considered the fundamental basis to all life. At least in our world. This world seems to be mostly similar, or I likely wouldn't be able to eat anything here. Carbon. I assume this is one of your world's elements. Will we need one of these magnifying tubes to find it? Daniel chuckles. Actually, there's no way I'd be able to make a magnifier strong enough to see elements. However, I have a pretty good idea how to get carbon. Whether or not it'll work is another story, and whether or not we can achieve what I want is the mystery. Well, will you share? Of course. We called it diamond. In simple terms, it's what you get when you put charcoal under immense heat and pressure, and it becomes a clear gemstone like glass, but much harder. A gemstone. Daniel nods to confirm. If you'd like and have them, I'd like to learn the words for gemstones you have here. Wenliana fidgets. The only gemstones here are in the Grand Duchess's locked jewelry box. Ah, never mind then. I don't even want to know where it is. That's just asking for accusations of theft. She frowns, but he chuckles. It's fine. We'll charge ahead, then. If it works, we'll make our own, and you can tell me what they're called. But I'll definitely be needing your help. We'll need magic crystals to try it. He shows her the frame he made, which has the earpieces, but he'll need to bend hooks, since it'll poke her as she puts them on otherwise, and will allow them to fall off of her face. She inspects it curiously, realizing quickly what he made. He helps install her current glasses to the frame, and she tries them on, looking around with wide eyes. I don't believe it, they don't flop around. Daniel chuckles. I'm surprised you put up with such a design for so long. She frowns at him. You were going to say, strange, weren't you? He looks away. What? Me? Never. She plays with her glasses for a moment, murmuring, not many people can afford glasses in the first place, I'm lucky my mother was willing to get some made for me. When I'm reading, I had to tie up a hand just to hold them in place so I could read. Daniel, thank you. Ha ha ha, sorry that's the best I can do right now. But, it was pestering me all this time. She smiles, well, then. Tell me what to do, and let's make your diamond, if you think we can. Daniel replies warmly, I do. By any chance, has anyone ever tried to charge gemstones with magic? Not all are the same, so they might not meet the requirements, but if my hunch is correct, we might be able to use diamonds. Wenliana shakes her head. Not that I know of. They're cripplingly rare. All of the ones the Grand Duchess possesses were gifts from various ambassadors and distinguished persons currying favor in the realm. They're so rare, I probably shouldn't have told you she has them. It's supposed to be a secret. I don't know what you're talking about. The GE, she halts, realizing from his smirk what he's saying. She sighs, thank you, sorry about that. As far as I know, no one's tried anything magic with them. Daniel nods as he listens. Not surprising. It was a long time before we started using diamond for saw blades and drills. She stares at him once more. For tools? Daniel smiles with amusement. Yes ma'am. Diamond is one of the hardest substances in our world, making it capable of cutting, scratching, etching, and drilling almost any other substance we have. There's only a couple that can't, and one of the materials I know of comes from skyfall rocks. Sky, fall, oh, you mean meteors, right? Do they fall from the sky? They do. Meteors. That's our word for them. Thank you. Meteors. Actually, ironically, those same materials harder than diamond are also made of carbon. But a meteor impact generates a lot more force and heat, as well as sonic energy. Probably, that crystallizes the carbon in a much stronger and harder material. We'll be able to make diamond, though. Probably. Well then? What are we waiting for? Let's start. Let's. The two begin working. While Daniel has studied the process of making diamonds out of boredom, it's not something he could easily afford to do in his world. Generally, massive presses that weigh hundreds of tons would be needed, especially to make diamonds the size Daniel is aiming for. First and foremost, though, they have to make a furnace to make purified graphite, so that he can verify his theory that carbon contains magic, like the salt used to make crystals. Because few things can beat electricity for its sheer range of utility, Daniel's first step is to ask the next obvious. So, I get why water crystals can't work, but are there lightning crystals? Wenliana, as she helps set up the bricks for the furnace in the backyard of the estate, replies, there are, but they don't have many utilitarian uses, and they're extremely dangerous. Dangerous? More so than fire and heat crystals? Much more so. They can't be touched without killing the user. He cocks his head, but realizes something. He asks, can you make one? I can. They'll streamline a lot of the things we'll be doing. We'll probably need them. She hesitates, but nods reluctantly. She channels her magic using the appropriate equipment to charge the stock crystal from earlier with lightning magic, which causes it to glow purple. From what she's explained, the magic device used for charging crystals takes the magic spell from the spell caster and amplifies its volume, using pure mana in the atmosphere, compressing the chosen element into the crystal. If diamond crystals end up working, they'll be able to withstand much more, allowing him a lot of new applications that even his world's technology struggled with. With the lightning crystal sitting in the cradle of the machine, Wenliana states, I'll get my tongs. Wait here for a moment. She heads to her toolbox, but when she returns, she screams. What are you doing? Daniel is holding the lightning crystal in his bare hands. I told you touching it will kill. Daniel smiles at her, turning it over in his hands. I feel all right. She trembles as she watches in horror. He remarks, don't worry, I'm not doing anything special. The moment you said touching it could kill the holder, I realized why. Every living thing in this world has magic mana present. Everything except me. That is not how you test that, it's fine. Electricity was as common as water in my world, and I worked with it a lot. I agree, this isn't safe, but I wanted to know. I better understand these crystals now. He places it in the small box that was meant to hold it until they need it, and she approaches cautiously. She touches his arm, verifying he still has heat. Perhaps she's worried he's an undead, which is why he doesn't have magic. She looks at the crystal. As far as she knows, it's charged, and she dares not touch it. She trots over to a potted plant nearby, plucking a leaf and walking back over to the crystal, holding the leaf in the tongs. However, Daniel stops her. I know what you're about to do, but you don't have insulation on the tongs. Insulation? A material to prevent them from conducting the electricity from the leaf into you. Electricity has to go somewhere. Then you do it. She hands him the tongs, but he replies, it's not that simple. Here. Daniel looks around, finding some fabric. He pinches the fabric over the leaf using the tongs, and then sets the crystal on the floor. The path through a person is almost always ground, so we'll just see. He touches one end of the leaf to the ground, and then tips the other end to the crystal. Almost immediately, a black line appears in the leaf, and within seconds, it dries out and bursts into flames, causing Wenliana to scream. Daniel remarks as she tries to pull him back, even with that little amount of magic, the current was that high, I see why it kills people so easily. Daniel. Get back. It's fine. The leaf is gone. He carefully cleans the tongs and touches the crystal and ground at the same time, just to be safe. Satisfied there's no residual charge, he picks up the crystal with them, putting it back in the box. As usual, the amount of energy in such small crystals is amazing. I really could destroy this world. She stares at him with her mouth agape, and he adds with a chuckle, sorry. I have no intention of doing that. More so, I need to be careful of what I create here. It very well could do a lot of damage. He sets the tongs down, rubbing his hands together eagerly. That aside, I'm getting excited to begin. One step at a time, the two work towards the goal of making synthetic diamonds. With the furnace, powered by heating coils driven by the crystal, Daniel is able to attain the high temperatures needed to vulcanize and separate graphite, though they failed the first time when he allowed himself to forget about oxygen, which ruined the first batch by burning it off as carbon dioxide. Afterwards, with the graphite, Daniel forms a simple crystal with it using a mold. He asks Wenliana to attempt to charge it with water magic, which she does. Without access to the relic for the time being, they can't verify it contains magic, but they can attempt to charge it and see if it will hold a charge. And, there's no safer element in this case than water hopefully. They rig a standard mana control to it, so they can turn it on, off, and adjust the range. Then, they set up outside near a portion of the garden no one goes to. The two shield themselves behind a low wall at Daniel's instruction, and the moment of truth is upon them. Wenliana whispers, as if her words will blow up the crystal, why are we hiding? We don't know what will happen. In my world, pressurized water is used to cut stone in some cases. Water's volume is also relatively fixed, so if the crystal tries to dump its entire contents all at once, let's hope this wall is sturdy. She looks at him, and he adds, also, we don't know if this thing won't explode. It seemed like it took the charge, but we won't know what will happen until we test it. Are you ready? Wenliana swallows hard. If this ruins the garden, let's hope it kills us. Mother will be less forgiving. He chuckles, and he turns the slider low. He then turns the switch on, turning up the slider just a little. To their surprise, water begins to spray haphazardly out of the graphite crystal. Wenliana jumps up to her feet, exclaiming, it's working, I don't believe it. Daniel watches it diligently. He knows graphite is insoluble, so it won't dissolve in water, but he doesn't know all of the machinations of magic, yet. It's prudent to be cautious. After a moment, the spraying continues with no signs of change. It's not much, at present, but it's enough to prove concept, and the crystal hasn't broken yet. Wenliana starts to say, this is incredible. It's not deteriorating at all. Even the best water crystals would have melted by now. She starts to dart towards it, but Neil catches her lab robe, tugging her back. We still don't know it's safe. Something's bothering me. What is it? She looks at him, glancing at the graphite as well. It's still spraying. What he notices is the object trembling. The setting is still extremely low, and he just wanted to prove it wouldn't melt while holding a charge the same way the salt crystals do. However, the trembling means something else is going on. Either it's generating uneven water forces, indicating a smooth surface is more critical than he might have thought, or something else is happening that they can't see. He says cautiously, crouch back down. I want to turn it up a little. She obeys, crouching back down as instructed. All right. But I want to see it up close. This could be revolutionary. Daniel turns the slider up a small amount. Almost immediately, the graphite trembles more violently, even though the water output is only slightly higher. He reacts just in time, grabbing Wenliana and pulling her to the ground as he covers her with his body. A loud bang rings out sharply, but it was only comparable to a rifle, which is loud, but not cataclysmic. He can hear the sounds of pebbles ricocheting off of stone and ripping through leaves nearby. Daniel shuts the control switch off, peeking over the wall before he lets Wenliana up. She whimpers, what happened? Daniel sighs. He helps her up so she can look. The stand that it was on has been knocked over, and the graphite is gone. A worst-case scenario was a runaway reaction, where it would explode all of the water mass out. Instead, it seems like it was generating water internal to itself, and it exploded from the inside out. What? Daniel does his best to explain. It's likely the crystalline structure of the salt atoms distributes the magic easily to the surface of the crystal, preventing the release of the element internal to the crystal. However, graphite, which is what we were just using, is not an even crystalline structure. It's still pretty organized in the grand scheme of atoms, but nowhere near diamond. He grins. Still, it served as a pretty good proof of concept. Wenliana laughs, leaning against the low wall. I can't believe I met the one person who can talk so far over my head. I feel like a toddler. She sighs, asking, so, we didn't do anything wrong? No, graphite is relatively soft, so it was good we tested it first. We'll want to take extra precautions with diamond, but its transparency will let us see what's going on internally. He looks at Wenliana, offering his hand. Ready to get serious? She sighs, taking his hand. Do you even have to ask? They inspect the area around where the graphite was. It exploded into shards, some of which went flying, but that's it. The graphite didn't break down until the internal pressure caused it to pop. It had the potential to produce its full capacity of magic water otherwise. A limited output graphite water source could likely prove useful for impoverished and drought-plagued lands, but if it works, synthetic diamonds could go even further. The primary reason Daniel wants to tackle such a big project is to cement his place in the world, and to be able to create sturdier crystals that can make everyday life easier. Even the best artisans in the world can't conjure salt, and as far as he can tell, the sea is a fair distance away from the castle town he resides in currently, so creating a means of obtaining salt wouldn't benefit him just yet. But, with crystals that can make use of any magic and withstand damage, as well as being made from readily available carbon, he might be able to make even better magical equipment. And, because he has so many ideas and a willing accomplice, it should be possible to jumpstart Wenliana's research into much broader territory. A terrifying plague, consuming the land. Screams. War. Blood. The daytime sky is black as night, devoured by the deathly tendrils of poisonous smoke. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, all fall before the plague, their souls never to depart, but to be devoured instead. Crack boom. Terrifying thunder, and a dragon falls. The mightiest of the creatures in the land. Before it stands only two. A man with dark hair and dark eyes wielding a staff that summons all four of the worldly elements into one. And beside him, a small woman with curled horns and a tail, radiating death itself. A plague unto themselves. They are the vanguard of death, surrounded by a sea of darkness and blood. And then suddenly, a sunrise erases it all. She cries out, falling to her hands and knees. She couldn't even process all of what she was seeing. She spits up blood on the floor of the throne room as the onlookers gasp, and someone calls for a healer. King Regent Rikuto asks quickly, Lady Dancier, I'm sorry to ask you to perform such a spell. She holds up her hand, coughing, but trying to assuage his concerns. She coughs, rasping out hoarsely, it shouldn't cough be like this. She descends into a coughing fit, spitting up blood once more. Her assistant hands her water, and she does her best to gulp it down, while a chair is provided for her to ease herself into. Princess Herales asks quickly, Lady Dancier, what was it? What did? Rikuto softly stops her, shaking his head. He says gently, catch your breath. The strain was clearly too much. The Dancier nods her head, panting and coughing weakly. She murmurs, the vision, it's gotten worse. I saw a plague. Its form, I could make no sense of it. But it consumed all in its path, like an unstoppable fire. She hugs her sides, murmuring, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, and the two from before. A man and woman. They were shrouded in darkness and the aura of death. There was so much blood. She covers her mouth, and the royal family glances at each other. Rikuto asks cautiously, "Can you describe the two? If I understand correctly, they appeared in the vision that prompted you to summon myself and Daniel." The woman shakes her head. "Only their genders." She perks up. "Oh. This time, I saw horns." The woman had horns, and a tail. The nobles in the room murmur. "Could it be? If it is her, then we may already be too late. Has she really grown so strong?" Rikuto asks, "Am I right to assume the consensus is the leader of the demons?" The nobles nod, and Hercules murmurs, "Though little is known about her, it's believed she descended from dark elves and dragonkin, making her extremely powerful on her own. We only know the demon army serves a queen, because a single escaped prisoner of war, a divine hero from our world, was able to return to us. Is there something that should have made Daniel or I special?" Princess Eremiah, the most curious and well-read on the summoning, explains, "It is said in the books about the summoning that the summoned heroes pass through the divine realm and directly receive blessings from the gods. Their form is suited to the hero, and stands in counter to the enemy." Rikuto puts his hand on his chin, thinking, "I see. So, although my powers aren't particularly strong, perhaps it is merely a matter of bolstering the realm. Or, perhaps it is something Daniel and I will accomplish together." Hercules asks, "Did the gods speak to you?" "I couldn't recall it at the time, but the goddess I met explained the summoning, which is why it wasn't such a shock when I arrived. It was kind of like waking from a dream, though it came back to me after a time. As for a plan, I'm afraid they couldn't give me a roadmap, only blessings that were determined by fate." "Does that mean Mr. Daniel's fate was to arrive here without magic?" asks Eremiah. Rikuto ponders it. "I would think so. But then, it's strange that the goddess didn't mention I would be with someone else." He becomes a little uneasy. "Tell me, Lady Dancier, this man you saw in your vision, can you tell me anything about him?" She lowers her head, only that he had dark hair and dark eyes, and he used a magic staff that summoned all four of the worldly elements. Dark hair and dark eyes, huh? I suppose that could describe me. Hercules asks at an urgent whisper, "You think Daniel might side with the Demon Queen?" Rikuto quickly puts the notion to rest. No, it briefly crossed my mind, and we should consider all possibilities. After all, the description is extremely vague, and from what you've all told me, the vision prior to our arrival was very similar, if not the same, in regards to the pair. Daniel doesn't strike me as the type to pick fights, let alone betray anyone. I suppose that's true. He rather let the lady artisan push him around, I suppose. Rikuto can't deny that. He asks the fortune teller, "Lady Dancier, is there anything else you can tell us?" She ponders for a moment. The crushing feeling of despair, I don't know how to describe it, truly, to die in that battle. I fear heck would be a reprieve. There was something awful in that darkness. In that plague. Something only the sun itself could purge. Hercules cautions, dancing isn't an exact practice. What she saw could be somewhat metaphorical for something we don't have descriptions for. The elderly woman nods in agreement. Her Highness speaks the truth, I'm afraid. It is likely why I cannot envision the terrible thing lurking beyond the darkness, and why it strangles my perception of the other two. Rikuto reassures her, "You've done what you can. At least we know there is a greater threat than mere warfare, which is terrible enough. If we can, we should attempt to coordinate with the Empire and the other kingdoms and see if we can determine the true nature of this darkness before it gets beyond our ability to respond. Thank you all." The nobles bow and file out, and the dancier relaxes in the chair as her assistants lift it and carry her out as well, escorted by healers. Once it's just Rikuto, the Prime Minister, and the princesses, he asks quietly, "How reliable are the Lady Dancier's visions, truthfully? I mean no disrespect. I just want to know what to expect." Hercules replies softly, "More right than wrong. The process starts with prophetic dreams being reported, and when a trend of the same prophetic dream appears of something serious, the dancier is consulted. The circumstances could be different, but the imagery is usually correct. There is a man and a woman of terrifying power somewhere, and something worse that can't be imagined. Usually, though, the dancier can see much more detail." Eremiah offers gently, "Is it possible the crushing despair she described could be why? Rikuto ponders, agreeing with the thought. I noticed that, too. Her body had a visceral reaction to an overwhelming amount of fear. She'll need to be monitored overnight. Tulaxis, the Prime Minister, bows. I shall ensure she is watched diligently, Your Majesty. Rikuto acknowledges him with a nod. He ponders Daniel silently once more, though. He, himself, seems to be a known quantity in this world. Fitting in easily with the royalty, making progress in stabilizing the relatively small realm in the interest of avoiding collapse due to the ongoing war. His years at university didn't necessarily prepare him for leading, but he's managed somehow, most likely thanks to highly advanced knowledge, just like Daniel. However, Daniel is the odd piece. He doesn't fit with the world's logic, and he wasn't mentioned by the goddess, which seems like a strange oversight if they were going to arrive together. To give him no magic at all almost seems more intentional than giving him a set of talents that are rare, but more normal in this world. If that's the case, though, then what would the purpose be? He expressly has no interest in leading, and he is rather skilled at figuring out and adapting Earth technology to this world. Even now, the pump he made has been put in service and, just as he hoped, fills a vessel on the roof of the castle, which feeds washing, cleaning, and castle defense with an ever-expanding network of pipes and valves. They're both suited to roles, it seems, and yet, the goddess neglected to tell them about each other. It's strange, and doesn't seem to be something he can solve so easily without some more thought. And, it's definitely not helped by the additional concerns caused by the Dancier's fortune, which seems to be corroborated at least some by the princesses. For now, his best bet is to keep strengthening the realm, and, as for Daniel, he'll have to keep an eye on him as best as possible. Chapter 7.1. Bonus Chapter. Rikuto and Daniel in the Early Days. Author's Note. Hey dear readers. I wrote this chapter a couple weeks ago to add more character to Rikuto, specifically, so it came much later than Chapter 7 on its own. So, since it's a bonus chapter, I'm posting it with Chapter 7. I hope you enjoy. Daniel is seated under one of the trees in the castle courtyard after working on improving the plumbing for the water pump. The current setup is leaky and wastes a lot of the machine's effort trying to lift water to the roof of the structure. Rikuto had put in a request after complaints were coming in from the algae growing on the stone walls and puddles sometimes appearing inside the hallways and rooms, which start to mold or damage the furnishings and decor. It's a fairly beautiful day with a moderately warm temperature and the work is progressing smoothly. He takes a drink from his water skin, noticing a handful of people approaching. From what he has seen so far, Daniel knows that Rikuto isn't pompous, even though he is the king regent of Morniste, filling the leadership role in order to shortcut many of the official processes so that he can improve the economy of the realm by having the authority of the ruler. Gretel and the queen still have authority, but they often remain hands-off and observe, while Rikuto and Hercules do most of the decision-making and paperwork. And, approaching the Earthling mechanic now is none other than Rikuto, escorted by several guards. It's not an aggressive march, so it's likely that Rikuto was just taking a walk for a break, and he noticed Daniel. Daniel climbs to a kneel, greeting Rikuto properly lest he find himself in hot water, Your Majesty. I really wish I could tell you to stop that, remarks Rikuto. It still feels weird. Daniel chuckles. Well, if you were alone, Your Majesty. Enough. Just call me Rikuto for now. You four, ignore anything Daniel does or says for now. The guards bow their heads, likely know that Rikuto is just like this, and there's no need for concern, since they're in relative privacy, so long as others are at a distance. As you wish, King Regent. Daniel, as dirty as he is from working on the piping and trenches to bury it, works as an adequate repellent for most of the aristocracy. Thank you. I'll be taking my break here as well. The guards nod, spreading out to keep watch but give Daniel and Rikuto a little privacy to shoot the breeze. I don't hope to cause pressure, but I'm curious, how's the work going? Great, replies the mechanic. Wenliana and I made a makeshift soldering torch using a flame crystal and a wind crystal, so sealing the piping has been no issue. Daniel demonstrates the relatively small torch, and how it projects a high flame, which Daniel can adjust the heat and length of using two separate knobs. I left my gas chromatograph at home, so this works as a great substitute. Gas, what? Daniel smiles in amusement. A machine that can determine what a substance, usually gases, are by how they bend light, I think. We had one. At my last workplace, but I actually don't know how it works exactly. Ah, a joke, then. Of course. Humor is the best way to survive anything. I think armor and magic barriers give a good effort, retorts Rikuto, and they both snicker warmly. Daniel adds in answer to the question about the work on the pump and plumbing, I've been digging the trenches by hand, which is tedious work, but good exercise. Is that why I haven't seen Duchess Wenliana? The digging beneath even her? Ha ha ha, not at all. I described a jackhammer and how we might be able to do something with concentrated air, so she's in the lab with Ahok, experimenting on making an air hammer. If they can get it to work, it should work like a cross between a leaf blower and a jackhammer. Sounds messy, replies the King Regent. Daniel adds in a warm tone, I'll try to keep the mess down if they can get it working. Could you add water to keep the dust down? Asks Rikuto. If I've heard correctly, enhanced magic crystals can store water. You'd have to ask Wenliana about that, Your Majesty, but, What is it? Well, the Venturi effect isn't too difficult to produce, so with a tank of water nearby. Rikuto laughs. Sounds like you're making a pressure washer to dig ditches. Why not? Hey, I'm not disagreeing. Mud will look worse in the immediate, but dust will get all through the castle and be a nightmare for the cleaning staff. And, there's tons of water right there. True, replies Daniel, acknowledging the portion of the river that flows through the castle grounds and under the fortress itself. Is there anything you can't make, Daniel? Oof, hitting me where it hurts, Rikuto. I've been working for weeks on getting an internet connection, and I just can't find a signal. Rikuto bursts into laughter. It wasn't that funny, but given the absurdity of the notion, it certainly was humorous, since they both came from the age of the internet, where information on virtually all subjects was available at anyone's fingertips. Entertainment is sparse in the world of Zenkan, and most of what likely entertained both Daniel and Rikuto was hosted on the internet. It's even possible, though highly unlikely, that they were watching the same VTubers at the same time, or even in that small chance, played alongside each other in video games thanks to the global connectivity provided by the world-spanning network. I'd like to dedicate all of the funds of Mornestay to help you, Daniel, but... Yeah. I might as well spend that money looking for a genie to grant wishes. They both chuckle as Rikuto nods. The Japanese otherworlder then groans softly as he stares out at the huge realm. I'd settle for simple things, like rice. Daniel teases him, rice? What, are you a generic Japanese isekai protagonist? Rikuto retorts, worse, I'm a generic Japanese isekai protagonist written how an American would write him. They both laugh, and Daniel jokes, well, if you're the protagonist, what does that make me? Good question. Maybe, the antagonist? Peeved. Okay. You haven't seen real antagonism yet, Mr. Hero. They once more share in the humor. Rikuto then asks, surely you know how I must feel, though. Isn't there anything from USA that you miss, bacon or cheeseburgers or something? Tons of things, and certainly those things. But, dwelling on things that make us feel powerless is a sure way to fall into depression. Daniel leans back, adding quietly, I survived my own struggles with depression. It wasn't easy, especially because I didn't want to burden anyone. What happened? Asks Rikuto gently. Nothing as crazy as you might think. Sometimes I wonder if I would survive battle. It's just, there would be times when an 80-hour workweek felt like a break, as sad as that is to say. They say the Navy has changed a lot over the years, but whether the Navy did or not, it's the people who don't change. The scum still get away with whatever they want, and many of them get promoted by leadership through attrition. Couple that with people who regularly told some of us to, end ourselves because we didn't do things their exact barely correct way, the stress piled up. There were times that walking off of the fantail looked sorely tempting. Daniel looks up at the sky from under the tree they're taking a break under. I'd sometimes wonder what it would look like. Would I have been sent 100 feet beneath the sea by the eddy currents? Would I have been able to see the sun, or the moon, shining down through the ripped-up water as my last sight? Would I find serenity in the glow of the bioluminescent creatures stirred up in the ship's wake? The mechanic then looks at his otherworlder counterpart. I was convincing myself that a brief moment of serenity, even surrounded by crushing pain, would still be less painful than going on. I had to force myself to try to keep focused on the light at the end of the tunnel. My last day in. The American scoffs. It all seems so trivial now, but that's also what helped me at times. I knew in my heart that there were soldiers on the front lines, being shot at and risking actual life and limb every day. He manages a smile at his Japanese companion. Anyways, I made concerted efforts not to dwell too much on things beyond my control. Even though I knew that, I still struggled to really put it out of my mind. I see, that puts some things in perspective. University was rough at times, but I guess I had it pretty good overall, all things considered. Everyone has their own struggles. But some of the best advice I ever got was at my second major job, the one after the Navy. I wasn't there to save lives or anything. No one's going to die if the machines shut down. So, take your time and do it right. Daniel chuckles lightly. I know that's not the best advice to give a king, but I have seen for myself when trying to save the day on something that doesn't matter will only get someone hurt. Or worse. Training is one thing, but emergencies need to be emergencies. If we treat everything like it's the end of the world, there won't be anyone standing at the end. Daniel makes a finger gun at his own temple, and Rikuto gets the point. The mechanic is saying that, if pressure gets too high, then even many of the strongest will give up. If not specifically on life itself, then the cause for certain is what would be abandoned. Rikuto sighs. He tries to lighten the mood a bit. Still, though, that doesn't get me any closer to rice. Daniel snorts, peeved. Are Japanese people really that obsessed with rice? I don't know, but I do miss it, man. Daniel laughs as he lays down on the grass. He asks sarcastically, let me guess, you'd trade a rib for miso and soy sauce, too? Oh God, I'd trade my left arm for those, you don't even know. Again, the mechanic snickers lightly, and the former college student lays down as well. Daniel adds softly, I suppose I miss my rum. And soda pop-oof, and pizza. I'd give my right eye for pizza right now. Maybe you should make one. Man, not just any pizza. My dad used to make the best pizza dough, and I don't even know what all goes into a proper sauce. It's Rikuto's turn to hum humorously, and he jokes, see? We need to find the right ingredients and fast. How do these people expect us to function? Wars have been started for less. They laugh again. Then, Rikuto asks, hey Daniel, when you said an 80-hour work week, didn't you mean? I meant what I said. 80 hours in 1 week, and some weeks, it'd be as high as 100. The officers up top get plenty of sleep, so when they decide to call away drills, or someone sees a trash bag or a soda bottle in the water, they don't care about calling away emergency, and waking us filthy enlisted up when they just came off of a 12-hour shift, just to have to do another 12-hour shift. The American titters. And God help you if you try to miss mandatory cleaning hour. He grumbles dryly, what a joke. He looks at Rikuto, adding seriously, there's a reason I didn't re-enlist, and there's a reason why I didn't personally consider the reserves. I had my fill of the poisoned punch. It wasn't my cup of tea, so to speak. Rikuto chuckles sympathetically. I understand, I suppose. I pulled plenty of all-nighters to keep my grades up in university, but I think I get what you meant earlier. All that effort to keep my grades high, and then I end up a king without even graduating. Daniel laughs, apologizing afterwards. Sorry, I'm laughing because I can't imagine that was on your bingo card. Not at all. I was planning on becoming a civil engineer or city planner. Well, in my experience, limited as it may still have been, a perfect GPA only counted so much out in the job hunting field. Experience always carries more weight, especially when you need your voice to be heard. And really, it only helped on your first job. After that, your experience would carry you further. I'm starting to figure that out. It'd be nice if they told us all that in high school, am I right? Ah, I know why they tell us to strive for the best. Shoot for the moon so that, even if you miss, you'll land among the stars. Something like that. I'd certainly have been too lazy to move forward if I didn't try for at least decent grades at what I was doing. Well, neither of us have been fired yet, replies Rikuto. I suppose we're doing something right. Daniel snickers humorously, offering his fist. Amen to that. Rikuto smiles and nods, bumping his fist gently to Daniel's. After a moment, Daniel asks, mind if I ask you something serious, now, Rikuto? Shoot. You're pretty young. Your family? Rikuto goes quiet for a bit. My parents passed away last year. An accident on a ferry. I was honestly relieved when I was summoned. It got me out of there, away from the painful memories. He pulls out his wallet, showing Daniel a picture of 3 Japanese people. One of them very obviously Rikuto himself around his current age or, at least a year prior, and 2 more mature adults, who would be safe to assume were his parents. He adds, I had 2 pictures of them, thankfully, one I keep in a tamaya. Less than Jap. Family member shrine greater than in my room, and the other I keep on my person. Daniel studies the picture for a moment, handing it back to Rikuto respectfully. My condolences. They have the faces of good people. I hope they forever rest in peace. Haha, thanks. They were good people. He is quiet for a moment, and Daniel doesn't say or ask anything to disturb the moment of silence. You? Asks Rikuto. Wife and kids waiting back home? Thankfully, no, not much different from you, I'm afraid. Though, I've had more time to adjust. I didn't have much other than luxuries to lose, which also helps me keep my cool here. I understand completely. Again, Rikuto goes quiet. He adds softly, probably why we were chosen, huh? Yeah, people with nothing to lose and decently bright outlooks on life. Some desire to help, not too overzealous. Not too ambitious or power-hungry, maybe a bit low on self-esteem. They glance at each other and laugh. Have there been any major movements on the battlefront? Asks Daniel. I've been focused internally, for the most part. We're climbing out of debt, and the relief supplies the Grand Duchy has been producing have been going a long way. I can't thank you enough for that. Hey, a builder is just a poor man without someone to sell it. You and Arameliana do all of the real work when it comes to making my trinkets profitable. I'm just glad I'm not a prisoner or anything. Same. As for the demons, I only see bits and pieces that cross my desk, unfortunately. I'll start making some more formal requests for information. I don't want to bring weapons from Earth here, so if we can determine how the war is going, maybe there are other things we can try. I bet the demons are hoarding all of the rice and rum, jokes Daniel. Let's kill them all, retorts Rikuto with a scarily dark voice. They both laugh and continue to relax under the tree. It's just the thing a couple of Earthlings trapped in another world needed. A couple days later, Daniel is working with rigging teams on the roof of the castle to lift sections of copper pipe so he can solder them in place. He's also teaching the blacksmiths how to do it, as well as any other tradesmen that want to learn the craft while he's present. He's far from a master plumber, but he replaced sections of piping in his own house due to leaks, so he had to learn the hard way how to get it right. He'd love to make a plumbing crimper and the associated fittings, but he's not sure how to make the hydraulics necessary to apply the needed forces, since machining equipment is beyond his reach for now. That said, he is making excellent progress, and the blacksmiths and prospective plumbers earn him moments for breaks while the work continues. He even asked them to make a pipe bender, which the blacksmiths were happy to oblige. The mechanic from Earth doesn't know how proper elbows were made, but as long as the plumbing can make turns at all, he'll be satisfied for now. Meanwhile, the stonemasons for the castle are working to make a route for the piping to go into the fortress and then reach the roof via an indoor path, but it's a project unto itself in an effort to avoid rooms with priceless decor or treasures, and then boring through the stone. Daniel was able to prepare the piping and solder for the external plumbing to avoid the leaking issues for a quick and dirty immediate fix. Once the interior work is finished, they'll be able to protect the piping more adequately from the wear and tear of the weather. Thankfully, Mornastay is located in a rather stable temperate climate, so even in the winter, the piping should be relatively safe from freezing, save the coldest of days. Daniel is standing on scaffolding about 7 feet high, which allows 10-foot sections to be added at a time, and he can solder them together. He swirls his hand around in a circle, signaling for the hoisting teams on the roof to slowly lift the main section of pipe that's finished, and he keeps them going until the main section is at about the right height. The ground teams then help hoist the next section, which is lifted from a higher floor on the scaffolding. Once the pieces are close, Daniel uses the slightly fluted female end of the pipe to help keep the 2 pieces together while soldering. Just as he's getting the next pieces lined up, he notices Rikuto and Herales approaching with Wenliana and Arameliana this time. Rikuto waves, and Daniel returns the gesture to signal that he sees them. He looks at the Boruan man working with him, a somewhat bull-like man with a muscular build and slightly larger stature, though Boruan women get even larger and more cushiony. Think you can handle it for a bit, Ivungo? Daniel struggles a little with remembering the fantasy world names of Zenkan, Especially because there aren't just different countries and ethnicities, but even different humanoid and less than humanoid races, such as the Kratistes. Ivungo nods. Sure thing, Daniel. I'm surprised such a methodology will really work. That's the nice thing. Even if there are small leaks, you can just seal them the same way. Just be careful not to melt a joint fully and drop the lower sections. Oh, and of course, you have to do it when the pipe is dry, so make sure to drain it before working. Ivungo bobs his head vigorously, absorbing the knowledge. He glances at his own apprentice, who is scribbling notes down on a slate board. Daniel pats the Boruan's shoulder as he hands over the soldering torch and solder, making his way down from the scaffolding. He jokes as he climbs, "Oh, and if it does leak, you're climbing up or down to fix it, Ivungo." The HRNED humankin snickers. "I got it, Daniel," as the others around them laugh as well. One of the prospective plumbers stops Daniel briefly on the ground, expressing gratitude. "Daniel, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. Please, it's knowledge that should be shared, because it'll make all of our lives easier. You think I want to crawl all over these walls and run plumbing to the whole castle?" The group laughs, and Daniel adds, "Just be sure to share the knowledge with people you train. That's how you can thank me." "Will do. Thanks again." "You're welcome. Now, please excuse me." The group of tradesmen make way, and Daniel walks over to the 4 important people that came to check on the work. They stopped outside of the work zone so the workers wouldn't have to stop to bow or kneel. Daniel does, since they're in mixed company. "Your Majesty, King Regent Rikuto, and Your Beautiful Highness, Princess Herales. You grace me with your presence. And, Your Grace, Grand Duchess Arameliana, and esteemed Duchess Wenliana, I am pleased to see you as always." Wenliana groans softly, and Rikuto chuckles a little. The King Regent asks warmly, "Got a minute to take a break, Daniel?" "Anything for His Majesty," replies Daniel brightly. "I'm serious. If now's not a good time, so am I, Your Majesty." They're practically teaching each other now. "If there are any leaks, I'll deal with it later, but I have faith. Most of them are far better smiths and plumbers than I could ever hope to be." Rikuto nods. Arameliana asks, "Is there a reason you did not simply build scaffolding all the way up, Daniel? I imagine there is a great deal more work needed." "You're not wrong, Your Grace. But, as you can see, we chose to run the piping along the windows, so we'll just reach out and apply the anchors from the windows. It'll be more cost-effective." He looks to the side, and adds quietly, "Plus, I didn't like scaffolding from our world much. I don't know how much I trust scaffolding here." Rikuto laughs. "Afraid of heights are we? No, afraid of death traps, Your Majesty. I believe the carpenters of this world are very skilled. But, that skill comes at the cost of time and money, since they'd have to make a lot of lumber to get that high. It's far easier to simply do what we're doing, and it'll save time in the long run." "Fair enough. Daniel," starts Herales, "if we were to get additional pumps for the castle, would they all share this one pipe?" Daniel cocks his head, glancing at Rikuto. The Japanese man clears his throat. "I may or may not have described the Japanese concept of a bath, Daniel. There was a great deal of interest in making a bathhouse." "Oh, well, if that's the case, if I may humbly recommend, I would suggest that you build a separate structure close to the river, and then build a heating furnace that the water can be pumped through straight into the, tub, rather than sending it all the way to the roof to come back down, since the tub can serve as a tank, and, while you're at it, make a smaller pump to circulate the water back through the furnace to keep a certain temperature." "You get it, don't you?" exclaims Rikuto excitedly. "Ooh, the true glory of a bath. A real soak in warm water, melting the stress away." Daniel is taken aback in surprise. But, he replies, "Well, I have made do with worse. Still, little compares to a nice hot bath." This time, Wenliana chimes in, "I can appreciate the feeling of warm water, but wouldn't it be better to simply have the water overflow and drain back into the river? Then, we would only need one pump." Rikuto nods. Yes. Since the incoming water is heated anyways, that's an excellent idea. We'll just have it drained and cleaned every night." Daniel then adds for Herales, "Your Highness, if you are hoping for a private bath in your own chamber, and to serve multiple private chambers, then we will definitely need a greater flow rate to the roof tank, so a second pump would be advised, but we would need to add more piping for the increased flow, otherwise it would be diminishing returns." We could also replace this pump with a much larger pump, though again, we'd need a larger pipe. Arameliana smirks, understanding exactly what he's worried about, since he does his best to make everything efficient in order to bring the greatest profit while still being affordable. But, if you're worried about making baths accessible to the whole castle, then Rikuto's bathhouse is a better idea, and far more cost-effective in the long run, I think. I'll also run some ideas by Wenliana and Arameliana for producing filters to clean the incoming water even more. Hercules replies, I think, for Mother, myself, and Ari, I'd prefer to have the option for a private bath in our own quarters. Daniel nods. It'll obviously add equipment. It's fairly easy to heat water in smaller amounts, replies Wenliana brightly. If we fill a heating vessel near the desired areas, the water can be heated just before a bath, and then drained into the bathtub. Daniel nods in agreement. Makes sense to me. If we do it right, though, we could probably modify the heating unit for inline, on-demand heating. Once again, the former court magic artisan writes furiously in her notebook, keeping it handy for more ideas or to jot down passing mentions of earthly technology. Rikuto smirks at Arameliana, joking with her as much as with Daniel. It seems, Grand Duchess, that I should take Daniel into the royal court. Many of these plans seem to result in siphoning royal funds to the Grand Duchy. I pay my taxes, retorts the matron of the Stallvalton household warmly, and I've been giving the royal family a great discount already. If you were to poach one of my employees, you would be inviting a great deal of trouble for both of us. The Otherworlder King adds humorously, haha, I'm sure I would. Your Grace, Daniel, I'll start drafting plans for the bathhouse and take any feedback you can provide. I'll figure out sizes and let you know how much water we need to move. Daniel nods. It'll be significantly easier the lower it is, obviously, as well as the closer it is to the source water. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. Is there anything you need from me? At this time, no, Your Majesty. Thank you for your generosity. Daniel, starts Hercules once more. I'd like to revisit our discussion on mining equipment when you get a chance. I understand Duchess Wenliana and Lady Ahok were working on some sort of digging device. She looks at Wenliana. Yes, Your Highness. Regrettably, this project is beyond the need for such a device, but it will prove beneficial for plumbers, as well as even farmers. I don't know if it'll break through rock, though, adds Daniel. We had water jets on Earth that could cut through and break rock, but it produces a muddy mess that can hide the things you're digging for without a method to filter it out. They all look at Wenliana, who is scribbling notes down. Hercules jokes with a giggle, I see. Then, I trust it will be worked on with the utmost haste. Leave it to us, Your Highness. Cheers, Wenliana. I'll drag everything I can out of my assistant, and we'll make it work. Arameliana smiles proudly, and Rikuto nods with an approving bob of his head. Good. Then, we'll check in later. Your Grace, Duchess, please let us know if you need anything to make the projects possible. Arameliana curtsies, which is a rare sight, and she replies, as you wish, Your Majesty. Please take care, my king, Your Highness. Wenliana mimics her mother, and Daniel bows, allowing Rikuto and Hercules to excuse themselves. The young brunette magic artisan beams at Daniel, asking excitedly, so, Daniel, where shall we begin? Daniel chuckles in good humor. I'd like to begin where I left off, if that's all right. He gestures over his shoulder at the ongoing work on the plumbing. Oh, right. The Grand Duchess puts her hand on her daughter's shoulder. I understand you have an incomplete project, Wenliana. Is there something you are lacking? Not specifically, no, I just wasn't sure if we could use enhanced magic crystals for water crystals yet. It would make many of the projects easier. Allow me to solidify our distribution channels, then, my dear Wenliana. In the meantime, Daniel, please do not neglect my daughter when the work seems to be progressing without you. Daniel bows respectfully, of course, Your Grace. If you don't mind working here, my lady, I will sketch out some of the things we just talked about. It'd be a big help if you and Ahok can tackle them for now. She nods. Excellent. Let us begin, then. Daniel notices as Wenliana walks briskly ahead that Arameliana is smiling at both of them. She has the face of a powerful matron, but it's a gentle expression that she bears now. Daniel smiles and bows his head. He's glad that Wenliana is so happy, since it also makes her mother happy. Chapter 8. Upgrades and reverie. The weeks roll by relatively quickly. As she mentioned, Wenliana's bankroll is plenty sufficient for them to work on their project, and much of the time, as long as they keep out of sight and don't disrupt any of the Grand Duchess's events, she doesn't pry or disrupt their work. As for a design, they've opted for something only magic crystals can make possible. The anvils are a fraction of the size of those used in modern technology, but powered by wind crystal pressurized hydraulics. They have to bury the bulk of the system to ensure it doesn't explode, which is the bulk of Daniel's work as Wenliana polishes designs and commissions the anvil pieces and the shell of the actual press, which needs to withstand several thousand degrees. Unfortunately, salt's melting temperature is around half of the minimum they need to get good diamond, so they also have to make heating elements for electrical power. Ironically, graphite proves to be highly useful for electrical crystals, since graphite itself is conductive enough not to destroy itself, and graphite is much easier for them to make than the salt crystals. Now, as long as they can sustain both the pressure and temperature, which Wenliana is also able to make simplistic gauges of so they can maintain conditions as stable as possible, diamonds should begin to form from graphite stones. Now, it's been 6 months since they began, and the device has finally cooled. Daniel makes a rig to melt the solvent metals away once they extract the slag-covered mass from the anvils. It's all a slow process, and he has to be careful not to expose the diamond to air, lest it burn itself off as CO2 before the metal can melt. Thankfully, they only have to get the bulk of the slag off, and then the rest can be ground away, since nothing they have is harder than diamond, assuming a diamond even formed after all of this time. The moment of truth arrives. Daniel uses a crude file as Wenliana watches over his shoulder, and even her sisters and the Grand Duchess are watching curiously from a safe distance. Wenliana mentioned that they were attempting to make a gemstone, which piqued her family's curiosity. And, thankfully, as Daniel files, a relieving sight reveals itself behind the slag. A glass-like substance harder than any other known substance in this world, and near the top in Daniel's world. Wenliana gasps, prying his hands out of the way so she can see. Is that? Daniel chuckles, allowing her to take it and inspect it. He says politely, "My lady, it'll be easier to inspect once it's free of all of the metal." Still, she eagerly peeks at the small view of glass revealed by the scratches in the metal. I don't believe it. May I finish? She quickly hands it back. Hurry, Daniel. He resumes filing, removing the rest of the metal and revealing more and more of the diamond's crystalline sheen. Unfortunately, the hardness of the diamond will undoubtedly chew through the bite of his file, so he has to minimize scraping against the diamond. He also doesn't have a good way to polish its surface, so even though it does stand out from the metal, it's definitely not going to be a particularly beautiful diamond. That said, like his world, they have ways of cutting and polishing diamond, surely, so he doesn't worry about it for now. Regardless, it still is very obvious what it is, especially because Daniel ensured to keep any discoloring gases like nitrogen away from the carbon by using a metal solvent, a method discovered to keep the carbon from burning, while also dissolving it into a much easier form. Wenliana laughs as she cradles the cleaned crystal, seemingly afraid it'll break if she drops it. Its surface is a little damaged, likely from diamond particles being scraped across it from the file, but it's very clearly the same thing as whatever they call diamond in this world, and it's about the size of a standard salt stock crystal, roughly the size of a person's balled in fingers, minus the meat of the hand. Compared to the diamonds they're used to, it's humongous. It really is it. Arameliana approaches, and she holds her hand out. Wenliana eagerly hands over the crystal, and the Grand Duchess inspects it closely. She whispers, "Dear God," as she stares at it, and the sisters crowd in as well. Is this glass?" Daniel replies with a warm smile, "I'm willing to find out, Your Grace." He requests the crystal, and she hands it back. He sets it on the workbench and slams a hammer on it, causing the women to shriek. However, it leaves a dent in the hammer, and the crystal is unmarred. He grins, handing it back to the stupefied Grand Duchess as Wenliana and her sisters also stare in disbelief. Daniel knows their word for diamond, now, thanks to the Grand Duchess saying it with an amazed tone. Diamond, it really is, isn't it? It's gigantic. Yanadir asks softly, "Have you any idea how much that is worth, Mother?" She looks to the Grand Duchess with wide eyes as the latter allows the second eldest daughter to take possession and inspect it. "I don't know that such a gem could be appraised, dear Yanadir. It could quite possibly exceed the wealth of this realm." There's an awkward silence, and Yanadir cradles it even more carefully. Daniel looks at Wenliana, who is also disbelieving. The otherworlder states gently, "If I may, Your Grace, my ladies. The equipment seems to be intact. Lady Wenliana's and my own intentions are to continue to forge such crystals for use as magic crystals. By producing these diamonds, either the market begins to identify synthetic diamonds separately, as my world does, or the value crashes if and when we can make even more. Regardless, please allow this crystal to be our gift to you for allowing us to undertake such a project." Their jaws drop, and even the reserved and composed Grand Duchess stares at him. "You're giving this priceless gem to us?" Daniel chuckles. "You saw us make it, didn't you? We'll make what we need, if you'll allow us." She nods distantly, and the other sisters each take a turn to hold the unbelievably large gem. Daniel adds, "I unfortunately know almost nothing about the process of cutting and polishing gemstones, so please do with it what you will, Your Grace." "Shish. Shouldn't we, at least test it for our purposes?" Daniel chuckles. "I think we can make do." Arameliana clears her throat, holding her hand out to the youngest daughter, who carefully hands the gem back. She then presents it back to Daniel and Wenliana, saying, "This is indeed a marvel of your research, but it appears to be quite flawed. If I am to receive a gift, I would like it to be one after you have improved your process." Wenliana gently takes the gem, saying, "Are you, mother?" Daniel's right. We can. The Grand Duchess smiles and pets Wenliana's cheek, saying softly, "What kind of mother would I be if I stole away the fruits of your labor just to be locked away?" She then says more sternly, "I think it is best that this creation is never discussed outside of the seven of us. Not until we can determine how best to reveal this research." Bunraimi, the fourth of Arameliana's daughters and second youngest, asks, "Mr. Daniel? Would you make one of these for me, as well?" All five of the other women look at her with shocked expressions, but they don't scold her. They glance at Daniel, seemingly curious as to what his answer will be. He looks at Wenliana, who replies, I don't mind." He chuckles, replying, "If Lady Wenliana is all right with it, then I would be happy to make one for everyone here. But, please be patient. As you saw, this is a lengthy process." They all nod in agreement. Once they can return to Wenliana's lab in the basement, Daniel and Wenliana place the large diamond in the crystal charging machine. It's a little smaller than a typical stock crystal, but the rig is able to hold it. She asks, should we get it polished first?" She rakes her hand through her hair, murmuring, "Oh God, can we even get it polished? We might be killed for this. Let's just see what can be done with it. It shouldn't have any catastrophic flaws internally, or it likely would have broken when I hit it with the hammer. There are enough gaps that, if the element we choose is releasing internally, we'll be able to see. And, we'll go slowly. I'd like to use water again, if it's okay. It should be more likely to shear than to explode the way graphite did, in a worst case, but the increased hardness will make an explosion more damaging." She grimaces, and he jokes to try to make her relax. "Hey, worst case, if it explodes into tiny pieces, they'll be normal sized, right?" She stares at him, and then she processes what he's saying. With a sigh, Wenliana nods. "You're not wrong, okay, water it is." She begins charging it with the specialized device, and sure enough, the magic absorbs. She murmurs softly, "Strange." "What's strange? I can feel the magic being absorbed, like normal, but I'm not feeling much resistance." "What does that mean?" "I don't know. Glass doesn't provide resistance, but it glows brightly and dumps the magic being used, which means it would be dumping water if it was like glass. The magic is storing it just." Daniel asks a little facetiously, "Feels like a much bigger cup to fill?" She looks at him, still managing to channel her magic, but with wide eyes. D-. Do you think? In our world, diamond is so strong because of the way the carbon balls stick together. I'd have to use my words for a perfectly technical description, but basically, they bond so perfectly with all of the other carbon bits around them, there are few things that can separate them. This could be a factor in magic capacity of the crystals. Salt is relatively weak by comparison for the same reason that diamond is strong. The bonds are easier to break. That proves peculiar to me for a whole other reason. You think the nature of magic is somehow tied to your microscopic science? Daniel nods in confirmation. He knows she means atoms, which he hasn't tried to explain too in depth yet, since there's no way he can help her fully understand without explaining other parts, which he has worked on. She finally stops charging, saying softly, "It's only now beginning to feel like it's resisting at all. If what you say is true, these crystals could last even longer than normal. That would be even more ideal than I hoped for. That's something I want to ask, then. Do you have to fully charge it for the magic to work?" "No, as you said, what I do with this device merely fills a cup. A cup half full still can be poured out." "That's perfect then. We can worry about fully charging diamonds when we can make a magic device to do it." She stares at him. "You want to make a magic device to charge magic crystals?" "I hope to. Where would the energy come from? There has to be a replenishable source." Daniel grins. "Have I ever told you about electricity in our world?" She frowns. "You've mentioned it. Have I ever told you how we make it?" She replies a little sassily, "Yes. You use magic." She halts, realizing he asked for magic crystals charged with lightning in this world only because he knew it was possible from basic deduction using what he already knew. He hasn't yet described how his world harnessed the power of lightning. She blushes, squeaking, "Teach me, oh wise master." Very funny. She grins, but whines playfully, "Wah, I'm being serious." Sure. Anyways, we can do it with or without, rocks that stick to each other." "Oh, you mean magnets?" Daniel nods as he focuses on the word for magnets, in this world's language, most likely. He's always listening for words he doesn't know, and Wenliana knows better than anyone by now that there are many things he knows of, but doesn't know the words for in her language. She is extremely helpful, since most of the time, if he can describe it, she can make sense of what he's talking about. Magnets. He repeats the word a few times in his head to remember it. He asks, "Do you have access to them?" She nods, saying proudly, I'm working on a theory, but I've noticed, if I can make small pieces of them float, they seem to point somewhere." Daniel looks away with his eyes, and she frowns. She asks coldly, "What is it?" "Interesting. That sounds like an interesting phenomenon we should." She sighs in disgust. "Just tell me what your world does." Daniel chuckles, "Sorry. We call it a compass. Planets behave like a big magnet, and small magnets, even with a simple design, align with magnet fields. Invisible lines magnets form. Since they align reliably, the direction they point, in our case, is always north and south, meaning we always know, even in darkness or in a cave, what direction we're facing. With extremely limited exceptions. So, it really does point somewhere, anywhere that can imitate the polar opposite. North always aligns to south, and south always aligns to north. We can make one later and I'll show you how it works." "Daniel, I want to make a machine to go to your world." She says it fairly seriously, though they both know rather surely that it's not that simple. He chuckles, replying, "Sounds like magic. That's outside of my wheelhouse." She frowns at him, and he holds up the box with the charged diamond. "Shall we go water the garden?" He smiles, and she looks at the diamond, briefly forgetting her exasperation. She sighs in defeat. "Let's go." "But, we're not done talking about, what did you call it? A compass?" Daniel nods with a smirk. "And, the magnifying tube. You still have to make one of those." "I haven't forgotten. I've got a list." She presents a crumpled piece of paper with many of the brief mentions of concepts he's made, phonetically written out in their language, but easy to read as the English words he stated. Daniel smiles. "We'll get to them. But, we should test this and get another diamond cooking for your family. Do you have any connections that could polish a gemstone?" She ponders, saying, "I can reach out to some people. It's risky, though. If people don't realize it's synthetic, its value alone." She sighs. "I think it'll be fine. We'll discuss it as we make more." "Sounds good to me." They make their way once more back out into the safe area in the remote area of the estate's garden, where Arameliana allows Wenliana to test experiments. They set up the rig once more, taking cover in safety behind the low wall. They carefully check the area around them, and then Daniel hands Wenliana the control. She glances at him, but smiles and nods. She turns the setting low, and then she switches it on. Dialing up slowly and cautiously, a small stream of water begins to flow out of the crystal, powered by the controlling monocrystal. Wenliana giggles excitedly like a young girl, watching eagerly as the water pours continuously. The first thing Daniel notices is that the flow is much more even than the graphite, seemingly like the entirety of the diamond is sweating profusely enough to rain water out of the crystal body. When Liana asks, "What do you think?" "More. I'd say so. It looks even to me. What do you think?" "It looks like it's behaving like a salt crystal. Let's do it." Daniel agrees. "Do it." She acknowledges with a nod, turning the crystal up to half. Water is pouring out at a fast rate now, about the output of a garden hose on Earth, dumping water continuously. They watch it run for a while, and when Liana murmurs after a bit, "I think this is longer than last time." Daniel confirms with a nod. "Agreed. Remember though, diamond is harder than graphite and salt. It'll take more energy to break it. A lot more." That makes sense enough to her. They watch it a little longer. "It looks stable, though. I think we can turn it up." "Agreed. It's not showing signs of strain or stress internally." She nods as she studies the crystal. They both slouch a little lower behind the wall, and she turns it up to 3/4 of its full capacity. It's now dumping water at a fairly significant rate, matching almost double or triple the normal hose rate he's familiar with. It's likely almost 15 gallons per minute pouring out of the crystal, which is really solidifying just how significant magic is. It's moments like this which Daniel understands why their technology is relatively stalled, not needing much when magic that a large portion of the population can simply perform with their own bodies. Necessity is the mother of invention, after all. After a moment, when Liana whispers, as if speaking it will cause danger to raise its foreboding head, "I think it's working." "I think so, too. A source of water?" asks a matronly voice very familiar to them both now. Both Daniel and Wenliana yelp, startled by the sudden appearance of the highest-ranking person on the estate. "Mother." Daniel pivots, staying low. "Your Grace, forgive my urgency, but please get low as we are. As a preliminary test, your safety is paramount." "I see." She offers her hand, and Daniel rises partially, glancing at the crystal. Wenliana turns it down to be safe, and Daniel helps Arameliana down to a low seat on the grass behind the wall, and Wenliana asks, "Mother? Did you need something? Am I not allowed to take interest in my daughter's work?" It's unusual, Mother. It seems sudden, if you'll forgive my saying so." "You're right, of course. But I've never valued your work for what it is. I'm sorry, Wenliana." "Mother, tell me what we're watching." Right. It's a water crystal made out of the diamond. Daniel came up with it." The Grand Duchess looks at Daniel, and he replies, "I asked the right questions. Wenliana did all the tricky parts." Arameliana sighs warmly. "May you two never part." She then looks at Wenliana. "A water crystal, you say? I thought water crystals are impossible." "Not with diamond, Mother. Its carbon is an ingredient to life, so it possesses magic, and diamond doesn't dissolve like normal crystals." She whispers, "We're going to revolutionize the arcane gem industry." The Grand Duchess smiles. "Your diamond furnace seems a little impractical for the standard artisan or artificer to make use of." Wenliana grins. "Maybe so, but diamonds are much more stable, and their magic capacity is much higher. We could make smaller ones, and for much cheaper once the process is perfected." "I see." She looks at Daniel. "Smaller ones? Such as appropriate for jewelry?" Daniel smiles as he confirms. "Very much so. The increased capacity was unexpected. We don't yet know the ratio. If we do downsize, it'll be easier to circulate them in greater numbers. The Stallvalton household will handle distribution, I trust. Inform me when you are prepared to increase production." Daniel jokes respectfully, "I'm just a lowly assistant, Your Grace. Please consult the lady artisan." She chuckles, and Wenliana says, "First, we have to prove they're safe and viable. So, be ready to hide." She cranks the control to max, and the crystal hemorrhages water, and the three of them peek over the wall. The volume of water coming out of the crystal causes a large umbrella shape, dumping easily more than 30 gallons per minute of water. It's wobbling a little, but it's possible the volume of water is effectively floating the crystal against its own output, like a water jet. Arameliana observes quietly as she watches curiously. "This really is a big change, isn't it? Are there any elements of magic these crystals can't use?" Wenliana replies, watching diligently, "Water was the trickiest, but I think kinetic magic and acoustic magic could be explored as well." She blushes, cupping her cheek as she fantasizes. "Oh, it might even be able to store complex spells. I can't get over how much this will change for the better." Suddenly, the massive water falls, and all three of them flinch, and Wenliana yelps, shutting it off. However, it was still dumping water until she turned it off, even on the ground. Daniel peeks, and he says, "Wait, I don't think it was breaking. I think it just knocked itself over." The two women peek over the wall as well, and it's easy to spot the crystal lying at the foot of the stand. Daniel says, "Lady Wenliana, turn it on just a little." She glances at him, but follows his instructions. She turns it down and powers it on, turning it up. Sure enough, water resumes dribbling out of the crystal. "Turn it to max for just a second. Your Grace, please stay down for the moment." The Grand Duchess acknowledges with a nod, and Wenliana turns the control to max once more, waiting just a couple of seconds, and then turning it off as Daniel watches. She looks up at him from her low position. Daniel smiles. "It's still intact. Keep it off, I'll go check." Be careful." "I will." As Daniel makes his way around the wall, Wenliana disconnects the tether that passes the magic from the mana crystal in the control device to the water crystal. It'll ensure no mana can reach the crystal. Daniel inspects the crystal for a moment, peering into it while holding it up. In contrast to the sun, he smiles and turns to Wenliana, giving her a thumbs up. She returns the thumbs up, noticing her mother is confused. She blushes, squeaking, "It's a hand sign that means it's good." Arameliana smirks. "I see." She exhales a solid breath, pulling Wenliana's head close and kissing her forehead. "I'm proud of you, Wenli. Keep up the good work." Wenliana blushes, squeaking softly, "Thank you, Mother. I'll continue to do my best." Daniel approaches after putting the crystal back in the stand, and Arameliana takes a warm breath and exhales again. She holds up a hand to Daniel, and he quickly steps closer to help her back to her feet. Wenliana climbs up as well, brushing off the Grand Duchess's elegant dress with her hand. Arameliana says warmly, "Thank you, Daniel. Keep up the good work as well. I look forward to your many advancements." Daniel bows his head respectfully. "Thank you, Your Grace." She says with a warm tone, "Now then, I have had my curiosity sated. I shall leave you two to your research." She faces them, smiling one last time. She then nods proudly and turns, heading back towards the mansion. Wenliana asks, "So, endurance test, that was what I hoped to ask." She grinned warmly. "We'll do half until lunch, and leave it on a quarter from there. That should tell us what we need to know. Everyone else knows to stay away." "Sounds good to me." They settle in to watch the crystal as Wenliana connects the tether again and turns the water crystal on. It begins dumping water, and it appears to be stable once more. They sit together for the next couple of hours, and Daniel does his best to explain the best way for them to make a compass, as well as how his intended electrical generator will work. A water wheel-powered one for starters. As they talk, Daniel voices a thought. Part of what will be required to work is there any way to convert elemental crystals to another element? Ooh. You really do have all the best questions. As it turns out, most of the energy in Arcane Gem is pure mana. The elemental aspect is like a seed, which determines what the pure mana will shift to as it is released from the crystal. Changing the seed is possible. Do you have the equipment to do it? I do. Good. If I can generate electricity, I'm hoping to convert that energy into magic, and then to whichever elements we want so we can streamline producing crystals. She hums in glee. That would be amazing. Do you think we can charge a crystal with your generator? I hope so. Our job to figure it out, right? She grins. You mean, you don't already know how to do it? Daniel chuckles. I've been trying to tell everyone, I don't know anything, I'm just lucky is all. Peeved, right, and, I was the most well-liked court mage in history. Daniel shrugs. You're my favorite. She blushes, squeaking, W. I would hope so, I'd fire you otherwise. They both laugh together, continuing to watch the water crystal dump gallons of water. The future looks bright, and it's the kind of life Daniel wishes he could have lived all along in his own world. But then, every day that passes in the new world, he finds less and less reason to want to go back. Somewhere in the realm, a clandestine meeting takes place between two hooded figures. One speaks with a soft feminine tone, kneeling, "Master." The otherworlder has become an obstacle. His changes threaten to disrupt the order of the realm. His inner circle is closely guarded, "My master." He is cautious, in spite of outward appearances. Indeed, but he refuses to acknowledge the importance of how things are done. It is undoubtedly a result of coming from another world. The king was a fool for stepping down. Perhaps it was the king who orchestrated the instability, master. I was thinking the same. However, the instrument being removed is enough to restore the order of the realm. If I may, master, your authority will not be improved by the elimination of one otherworlder. A less direct approach is more likely to succeed. Elaborate, then. What indirect approach? As it stands, a certain house's son is betrothed to the second princess, where once he was to be wed to the crown princess. It is common knowledge that the other worlders are not ever committed to this world in the way our own are. Were the second princess to meet an unfortunate accident, the realm would be remiss to favor an alien to our world over a prominent house. I see. So, they either offer the crown princess, or lose the support of said prominent house and their allies. From what I've heard, there would be many houses that agree. The two are silent for a moment as the one standing ponders the notion. Yes, I do believe it would be most unfortunate. Ensure to look after the second princess. I will ensure the rest is taken care of. Of course, master. Your will is my own. She fades into the darkness, and the master retreats in the opposite direction, ensuring not to be seen. Many preparations need to be made, most important of which is ensuring the plausible deniability and alibis of the most important players. It's a shame that such a delicate and beautiful flower needs to fade for the greater good of the realm, but it is a time of turmoil. Collateral is to be expected. Chapter 9. A royal summons. Daniel and Wenliana didn't waste time with the many projects he inadvertently created by mentioning them to her. When one was in the process of running automatically, such as waiting on the diamonds to form, they began alcohol fermentation both for a cleaning agent and to have Wenliana try it. Once that was in the weighing stage, they began assembling a water wheel and generator, with plenty of help from those willing on the estate's staff. Because Wenliana was willing to pay overtime from her own finances, many of them were willing to help. From there, Wenliana led the construction of an arcane gem conversion device, which can convert elemental magic to pure mana and vice versa. The trickiest part was the final stage, creating a system to take the electrical energy being produced by the generator and use it as the seed element for charging an arcane gem while powering the charging system as well. If this can be done, it could effectively serve to replace the mages in the production of magic crystals. If they can also figure out how to convert to other elements from machine power as well, then production will no longer be limited by the mage's concentration and time being consumed. It looks like it'll be a bit of a road ahead, but Wenliana is able to find some research in her books discussing attempts to charge crystals without a mage, and some devices that make it a little easier. Once the generator is working, and Daniel explains how it works, Wenliana takes notes and documents what she can. In the meantime, Daniel does something he had hoped to do for a while upon gaining access to electricity. He builds a variable power supply using homemade components, which allows him to control the voltage better. And with it, he is able to charge his cell phone, which, along with its charger, was in his lap the night he was transported. While he of course won't be able to make calls or any of the many functions his smartphone is capable of, he will be able to pull up the documents and books he has stored on his phone, which will open up even more technical equipment than he has currently. He has a PDF copy of an engineering black book, a cheat sheet of sorts, as well as a few other such technical books aiding in electrical distribution, electrical calculations, and hydrodynamics, which he occasionally used to troubleshoot the plethora of machines his company expected him to be able to work on. While he could work with a jack of all trades level of skill on most of his company's equipment, he was an expert on none of it. Even now, what he's accomplished is because he knows the bare minimum to accomplish the tasks, and magic makes it that much easier to get started. In his own world, he'd never have the means to have done anything he's done in this world. The more he thinks about it, though, the more careful he has to be with what he allows himself to make. Like all of the other things for which he knows the bare minimum in most cases, his time in the military as a nuclear power operator taught him just enough to be dangerous. Assuming he could get his hands on the ingredients, he could probably do terrible things to this world. Things he wouldn't even want to do in his world, but would be completely unknown in this one until he unleashed the monster hidden within the atom. It wouldn't be the most effective, but he knows enough to make him a target if it ever got out. Likewise, it's probably a good idea for him to not tell anyone how to access his phone, or even show them for that matter. If they figure out how to translate the many books he has stored on it, Things such as firearms and dangerous chemicals this world isn't ready for could come out of Pandora's box, so to speak. Hey, are you listening? Daniel flinches with a start when he realizes Wenliana is talking to him. Oh, sorry, I was just lost in thought. What's up? Sue, strange dialogue from you. What's up? How did your people come to say that? Never mind. Anyways, I was saying you've been summoned to the castle. She hands him the scroll, which was brought by one of the Grand Duchess's servants. Daniel cocks his head. Me? Any particular reason? Wenliana rubs her temples, saying dryly, let me peer into the great unknowable pool of magic housing all knowledge of all things. Yes, I know that I have no idea. Very funny. Since we've been pretty hidden away here for these months since the last time either of us were there, I would guess it could be as simple as your friend, the king, wanting to catch up. Daniel scoffs. His Majesty Rikuto and I may have both come from Earth, but I wouldn't call us friends. You're probably not wrong, though. He might be worried about the havoc I could cause if I started building an airplane. You won't get me this time, I won't fall for it. Skyhook, dry water. She crosses her arms, grumbling, jerk. He chuckles, shrugging. After a moment, she asks, all right, what is it? What? I thought you wouldn't fall for it. Gra, you know I can't resist. Tell me. She grips his shirt's chest, shaking him. Tell me now. He laughs, replying, fine. It's like a boat, but for the sky. A boat for the sky? All right, you're making that up. Technically, I didn't make up Skyhook or dry water. Either way, it's true, though. We used vessels that could fly through the air, even above the clouds. Why not just use boats? A ship in the sky sounds like a great way to die when you fall. True, but people don't tend to do too well when a ship sinks, do they? Airplanes in our world are carefully designed and maintained constantly. For the volume of cargo and people we moved that way, it was always considered the safest form of travel. She stares at him, and he adds, as for why, flying is much faster than boats. Generally, a plane if it could make the distance could fly to any point on the globe in less than a single day. The same distance in a ship would take a month. She grumbles in frustration, releasing him so she can scribble the word down in her notebook. You're not getting off that easy, Daniel. She turns serious, saying in a lax, but pointed tone. Anyway, a royal summons isn't to be trifled with. I recommend a formal reply immediately, and to head for the castle as soon as possible. Daniel agrees with her. Of course. Will you accompany me? She smiles. Of course. It's my assistant they're stealing away, and I have to ensure your etiquette is proper, right? He nods in agreement. Wenliana speaks to the Grand Duchess, and she has a formal reply drafted. However, she decides it's an appropriate time for her to return to the castle herself, and she plans a formal caravan for the family to head to the castle. There, her younger 3 of 5 daughters can meet with important nobles, garner potentially more support for the Grand Duchess estate, and see formal meetings in action. Additionally, she had already commissioned tailored outfits for Wenliana and Daniel, which Wenliana tried to refuse, but the Grand Duchess insisted. They make their way in the Grand Duchess's largest and most comfortable carriage, which only takes around a half a day, fortunately, where they are put up in a noble mansion owned by the Grand Duchess. The following day, they each make their way to the royal court, though Daniel and Wenliana head to the audience chamber, while the Grand Duchess and her daughters make their way to the noble conference seating in the royal hall, where the king will have his audience with them. It's clear the arrival of the Grand Duchess was unexpected, and special preparations were made to accommodate her arrival, including appropriate fanfare and gifts. There are even nobles of all ranks making small talk with her, barely concealing their ulterior motives to make inroads into the second most powerful family in the realm. Daniel knows from his time in this world now that the realm of Morniste is a relatively small realm in the allied kingdoms aiding the Grand Empire of Zenkon against the demon wildlands. The war has been going for years prior to Rikuto's and Daniel's simultaneous arrival, and in the time since, Rikuto has stabilized the economy while Daniel worked in the shadows to make morale-boosting comfort improvements for the populace and nobles alike. Even the castle has been using his crude but effective pump to supply water to the castle's nobles and servants, and they've yet to have any notable issues. They can hear it chugging away in the pump shed they constructed near where the river passes under the castle's structure. The castle was designed such that barges could be floated through massive portcullis on the river and allow resupplying the castle, naval launches and defensive maneuvers, as well as to carry castle waste away on the downstream side. Trash and waste tends to back up some on the downstream side, since the portcullis there is used much less. The medium-sized river passing through the castle quickly joins the main river passing through town, which dilutes the waste considerably. But, because of the filth of the downstream side, it's naturally mostly covered and landscaped over to hide the smell and filth from the gardens around the castle. Presenting, the Lady Duchess, Wenliana Coase Stallvalton, and her assistant, Daniel of the Otherworld. Wenliana and Daniel walk into the room, with Daniel following a short distance behind Wenliana to her right. Because an apprentice, assistant, or squire means that said student or assistant represents their mentor, master, and as such, when summoned, the noble mentor or master is afforded the right to be present at such a summons. It's likely that more often than not, this is a means for nobles to take credit for the efforts and successes of their juniors, while deflecting any possible blame for issues. However, in Daniel and Wenliana's case, she's ensuring he doesn't get manipulated or falsely accused of anything, just in case. To smear his name, especially with her present, would be to smear a duchess, apparently, and potentially the name of her mother, the Grand Duchess. Daniel whispers as they walk, "Duchess? I thought so." Quiet, she smirks over her shoulder at him. When it's the two of them, she insists on being equals, so she vehemently denied her rank. They walk to the stopping position, kneeling before King Regent Rikuto and the two princesses, while the former king and queen watch from a balcony seat. Rikuto has all but completely run the country for the last 6 months, and everything has held together, thanks to his calm demeanor and collegiate-level wisdom, something Daniel lacks. Rikuto states, "Please raise your heads. Thank you for coming." Wenliana replies, "It is our sincere pleasure, Your Majesty." He chuckles. "When I penned the initial letter, I had meant it a different way. But, I suppose the result can't be helped. Duchess Wenliana, it's been a while since your retirement from the court. Has your continued research proven fruitful?" Wenliana replies with a warm smile, "We have many irons in the fire, is it?" Rikuto cocks his head, but he nods to confirm the metaphor. With a proud nod, Wenliana continues, "Each promises a revolutionary change to how this realm does things, but to declare their existence. Prematurely would only invite humiliation should we fail, please understand." Rikuto nods as he listens. "Very well, then, may I speak to your assistant directly? I dare not refuse the king, but I would like to know the nature of your request. As you know, Mr. Daniel and I work symbiotically to research the combination of our technologies. I wanted to ask if you've made any progress on pump technology, specifically, centrifugal pumps. We're managing a drought in the south thanks to compact versions of TH current pump. We would be highly interested in a more permanent emergency water distribution system." Wenliana looks at Daniel, nodding her head to acknowledge the request. He explains, "Your Majesty, as you may or may not know, centrifugal pumps ran most efficiently on 3-phase electrical power in our world, and I have been unable to find a mechanical or magical replacement other than a water wheel, which limits installation setups. However, we've successfully powered up a small-scale 3-phase electrical generator. I'm still working on precise voltages and currents, but we have proof of concept. Have you considered a turbine-style drive for the torque? Given how well the wind crystal has held up, I think this would be a more easy alternative." Daniel notices Wenliana twitch. She wants to withdraw her notebook, but her dress has many layers of aesthetic design, not utility. She has no pockets, save for the small satchel she has on a belt at her waist under her dress, in which is her notebook. Daniel imagines it seemed like a good idea at the time. He replies to the King Regent, "I have definitely considered a turbine, but I was afraid the sheer volume of even a wind crystal-powered turbine emulating steam would more than triple the volume of such a pump, especially since it would need a reduction gearing system." "Ah, fair point. And it would all have to be in fairly close proximity. Still, would this prove easier to produce than electrical-powered equipment?" Daniel ponders for a moment. "The design would be simpler, but it would be more work than I could do alone. The gears and pinions alone would take a lot of precision work we're not equipped for. But, if the king were to commission them, I'd be happy to draw up basic designs. Reduction values might prove tricky, though, so we might want to experiment with a belt and pulley with adjustable wheels." Wenliana whines suddenly, storming to her feet and towards her family. There is an awkward gasp, and the guards shift, but Rikuto and Daniel watch awkwardly. She whispers to Bunraimi when she gets close, "May, my backup notebook, please." Grand Duchess Arameliana whispers, "Wenliana, apologies, mother. This must be done." Bunraimi hands over the notebook and pencil she has, and Wenliana walks back to her position, sinking back to a kneel and writing a few things down. She says casually, "Please continue. I'll document the specifics for posterity." Rikuto chuckles, and Hurls, the crown princess, looks at him in shock. Daniel puts his hand over his face briefly, but Rikuto says dismissively, "So be it. I should have allowed you the chance to take notes, Duchess Wenliana. Please ask next time." She bows her head. "Apologies, Your Majesty. Thank you for your leniency." Rikuto states, "Daniel, I would like you to give us the best designs you can, and our artisans will start forging at once. Moving water to where it's needed is a priority for the realm, and electrical distribution will come in handy as well. You and your master will be well compensated for your efforts, of course." "As you wish, Your Majesty. The next thing I wanted to ask you about was if you've looked into aeronautics at all. Either rotary aircraft or fixed wing would be extremely beneficial for both logistics and warfare." Daniel chuckles, and Wenliana scribbles furiously. She blushes in frustration, but Daniel replies, "We've discussed some preliminary ideas. Actually, Duchess Wenliana, having seen the pressurization utility of wind crystals, came up with the notion of using them for jet engines. Should prove rather viable, if I do say so myself, and green." Rikuto chuckles, possibly the only other one in this world who knows what Daniel is referring to. This time, though, Wenliana squeaks, "Wait, I did. Yes. Remember when we were discussing airplanes? Why? Yes. And then, you asked if we could make use of the wind crystals to propel them. That's the part I'm hazy on. I'll refresh your memory later. You wrote it down in your other notebook." She finally catches on, and she nods to acknowledge Daniel's cover. "Oh, I suppose I probably did, yes." "I see," murmurs the King Regent. "Then, I trust you can provide some designs on that as well? I have the basic ideas myself, but I doubt I'll do them justice." Daniel bows his head. "Once more, it would be our pleasure, Your Majesty." Wenliana bows at the waist, still holding her notebook and pencil in one hand. "Agreed, Your Majesty. It would be my genuine honor." "Good. Let me know what resources you need. We'll work out a budget and construction plan." Wenliana bows, "Of course, Your Majesty." Hurls finally speaks, "Rikuto, these things you talk about with your counterpart, these will win the war?" Rikuto replies, "Alone, no one thing alone will end the war. However, it'll be a step in the right direction. Especially because our technology should be able to overwhelm our enemies and benefit the world's population at large. I believe the Americans, Daniel's people in our world, who often lived by the phrase, 'peace through superior firepower,' an adaptation of a much more ancient phrase. Fitting, for how I want to end the war." Daniel explains more simply, "He who possesses the biggest stick determines the terms of peace." Wenliana agrees well enough, but she says, "I and my assistant will pursue technologies of improvement, Your Majesty. Not tools of war. Others will have to adapt them if that is what you wish." Rikuto nods respectfully. "Very well. I will not force anyone to make tools of war. That said, I will remind you that we are at war. The demon army has the alliance deadlocked at the border. It is only a matter of time, or the first shift in balance, that could determine the fate of this war." Wenliana bows. "I am certain we will provide all of our wisdom to defend this castle and this last bastion should it come to that, but we will not take responsibility for creating tools of war that may not be needed. Let us hope." As they're leaving after being dismissed, Rikuto calls out, "Daniel." Daniel and Wenliana stop to look, and Rikuto smiles. "It's been quite a while, right? Why not stop by the relic and test if anything's changed? For posterity." Wenliana smiles and looks at Daniel. Daniel confirms with a nod. "We'll do just that, Your Majesty. Thank you." Daniel and Wenliana head for the relic room. Before arriving at the castle, Grand Duchess Arameliana informed them that a replacement court magic artisan had been appointed. A half-goblin who, in spite of her small stature, was able to prove her talent and knowledge for magic equipment, which her specific troop of goblins had performed espionage by sneaking into Alliance bases and stealing the equipment. While pure goblins don't have the lifespan or patience to learn to reverse engineer anything, Ahok, as she's called, was much smarter than her peers. After receiving a formal education to earn her freedom after being captured, she ascended the ranks through hard work. Unlike Wenliana, though, she doesn't have the spark of invention, and mainly provides magical equipment creation and repair. She also didn't take over the magic analysis relics room as her own personal lab, meaning they still haven't formally met her. Wenliana sniffles as she walks through the nearly empty room, save for the ancient magic device in the center of the lowest floor. It's been a while, old friend. She affectionately touches the relic's sensing crystal, and it begins to glow. She murmurs, "Yes, yes, I see you missed me, too. I've learned so much thanks to you, and we're making amazing progress with what we've learned." Because she's still touching it, all of the elemental crystals light up, and the beam forms the cloud-like image in the main crystal, which can be read with the proper book to determine other magic attributes of the individual being analyzed. She relaxes, taking her hand off of the crystal. She looks at Daniel. Moment of truth, Daniel. Let's see if you still haven't absorbed even a little magic. Daniel nods in agreement, stepping up to the analysis crystal. He places his hand on it as the last remnants of Wenliana's magic is fading. As all of the times before, as with all of the many times Wenliana had him try, Daniel's hand on the crystal produces no result. For whatever strange reason, his body simply doesn't have any trace of magic, or it actively nullifies it. Even having spent time in the world months at this point and eaten food and drank drinks that should contain magic and mana, he doesn't have any. Wenliana chuckles. Still nothing, amazing. Are you sure you're alive, Daniel? She pokes him, seemingly studying him. I can fog a mirror. That's all I can tell you. She chuckles. I've heard the demons have mages that can use the forbidden art of necromancy and raise the dead as soldiers. I'd love to know what their hands would show. Daniel scoffs. I couldn't say, but I'm pretty sure I'm not a zombie. I thought you didn't have magic in your world. We don't. But we have fiction about it. Right, I think you did tell me that, but undead, too? Specifically? Daniel chuckles. Undead, dragons, demons, ghosts, just because we imagined them doesn't mean I want to meet them. We also have technology fiction as well. It was what we imagined the future would look like, and what we had not yet attained, such as traveling the stars. The stars? Daniel smiles warmly. Humans of Earth had landed on our moon, and we were working towards going even further. Wenliana stares off into the distance as she ponders the notion. She tries to envision the difference between what she used to imagine and what Daniel has already brought over. What could a world as advanced as his envision for the future? Should we head back to our work, Duchess? I'll have you know, I won't inherit my mother's title. It'll go to Yanidir and her husband. You really don't have to call me Duchess. Daniel grins. The very fact that it harmlessly bothers you is what makes it fun. She crosses her arms and frowns at him. I could have you banished forever. Just keep that in mind. Noted. Shall we? She sighs. Let's go. But, later, we're talking about how to visit the moon. She writes it down in her notebook, gathering her dress to make it easier to ascend the stairs. She wobbles and falls after a few steps, but Daniel catches her, keeping her on her feet. She clears her throat, murmuring, "Thank you. I hate dresses." "It looks great on you." She blushes, retorting, "I would hope so. I'm sure it cost a small fortune." As they go a little further up, she clears her throat. You look nice, too." "Thank you, Duchess." RRRRMMMM, with only a simple hum of defeat, the magic artisan continues up the stairs. Princess Aramaya has been alive for a little over 10 years, 12 EY, and she has undergone near endless training in etiquette, proper manners in decorum, leadership, and any other social conventions expected of a young maiden. She walks with grace, she speaks with softness and femininity but always with purpose, and she is well read for her age, all to support her sister, the crown princess. Aramaya is engaged to the son of a duke, a means of ensuring alliances within the realm so that loyalties were maintained. Of course, Aramaya would be the wife of a duke, rather than a princess at that point, unless something were to happen to her elder sister. With the arrival of Rikuto and Daniel, things got strange. The king and queen Heroles's and Eremia's parents decided to make Rikuto the acting king until his reign can be formalized. His otherworldly knowledge, like Daniel's, is unprecedented, and has pioneered many strategies and methods for improving the economy of the realm, as well as its defensive and offensive posture. According to reports, the stalemate with the demon lands is holding, but that could very well mean the demons are strategizing as well, which is why it's so advantageous that Rikuto is preparing everything he can. Ironically, Eremia's betrothed was actually originally meant to be Heroles's future husband, but possibly as a way to grant Rikuto a reason to fight for the realm. The king and queen offered Heroles to Rikuto instead. Apparently, arranged marriages aren't normal where Rikuto comes from, as he refused at first. Though, the marriage hasn't been cancelled, and Eremia knows her sister well enough to know that she looks up to the Otherworlder king now, as well as holds some feelings of affection for him. If she's being honest, Eremia rather envies her elder sister for finding such a meaningful connection with the person she's destined to marry. As for the present, though, it has been about a week since Daniel and by extension, Wenliana were summoned by Rikuto to explore technological advancements apparently within Daniel's ability to create. Eremia isn't sure if there were any other schemes the day the two were summoned where Daniel would be wasted, but he's proven himself useful on many occasions. She's thankful that she spoke up when she did, though even with all of her reading, she has yet to find a reason that would cause him to arrive in their world without magic or a special skill. Everything she can find on the summoning ritual indicates it's been the same every time. Daniel is the only anomaly. Even dual summons have occurred, though only once before. Regardless, she's thankful for the regular warm baths and showers she can take at her leisure, requiring no preparation ahead of time. She can simply turn the water on, control the temperature, and bathe all in the comfort of her own room's secondary chamber, which is located several levels above the ground. Eremia walks along the battlements of the castle's outermost structure, excluding the defensive walls. It gives her a grand view out over the city, the river, and the gardens, and she can appreciate the sunset. Below her, the river flows through the castle's portcullis, and down in the garden, Daniel is laying out the handful of components for his centrifugal pump and generator, which he had some of the parts already commissioned when he was summoned. In spite of the fact that both the royal family and the Grand Duchess's family contain exclusively daughters, the Grand Duchess has been bankrolling Wenliana's and Daniel's projects with the express intent of ensuring the crown remains indebted to her family, even without a marriage tying them together. She leans on the battlement wall, watching with a smile as Heroles and Rikuto discuss with Daniel and Wenliana. Even Daniel and Wenliana seem to be close, an enviable camaraderie that Eremia has never known. She has people she can trust, of course, such as her guards, who are standing watch nearby, and her maid-in-waiting, who is also standing nearby. Though, it's not her usual maid, as she is out sick today. The maid serving her is new for Eremia, but has been working for the castle for a while now, as far as she knows. Nora, as Eremia knows her, asks softly, "Did you not wish to participate, princess?" Eremia smiles at the scene below her. "No, for scenes like this, everyone talking and working, sometimes I just like to see it all at once, like a painting." "I see." As Eremia starts to take a step towards the opening between ramparts for a better view, which has a removable handrail, Nora cries out, "Princess, look out." She's not sure what happened. She was just moving for a better look, and her senses seem to have blacked out for a moment. She gathers her senses enough to see Nora dangling from the ramparts, a piece of torn dress in her hand, as she gets further and further away. Am I falling? Eremia can feel her heart pounding, and life flashing before her eyes. She can't summon a breath to scream. Between her corset and a strange pain in her ribs, as well as the terror flooding over her and freezing her whole body, she can't do anything. She can't even really believe it's happening. It feels so surreal. All she can hear is her heartbeat, pounding in her ears. Am I going to die? Chapter 10. The Second Princess and the Mechanic. Parts Wenliana had commissioned were being delivered from blacksmiths all over the realm. Impellers and casings, rotors and shafts, and pulleys. Even the simple-seeming shaft keys Daniel designed are a clever addition to what they're doing. They lock the shaft into the rotor and pulleys with a relatively simple design, allowing easy replacement of parts, while also ensuring a sturdy design, as long as it's assembled properly. And now, Daniel and Wenliana are staging parts with the help of servants and other craftsmen interested in learning, while many of the nobles and Rikuto and hurls watch from nearby. Even Arameliana is seated in a comfortable chair under an umbrella, comfortable to watch the whole show as fellow nobles try to butter her up, either for her own hand in marriage, or for that of her daughters. Daniel passively observes a master flirt and charmer at work. Arameliana would be right at home live streaming on the internet, were she on Earth. She speaks affectionately and kindly, while masterfully deflecting all sorts of passes and curries of favor. Everyone is equally beneath her, particularly if they're trying to get something from her. The blacksmiths dropping off fresh parts have an equal chance at her hand as the counts and earls cozying up to her, though careful not to block her line of sight or disrupt her shade. Daniel has only witnessed from afar as her personality shifts from socialite to cold-blooded dread-eater. Even the most foolish back off if they've tripped over her line. Hurls approaches Wenliana. Tell me, Duchess Wenliana, how does this device work differently than the other pump? It looks smaller. Wenliana explains. Ah, I love a curious mind, princess. It's quite simple, actually. The piston pump spends half of its cycle pulling water in, and the other half pushing the water back out. By using this impeller, the magic artisan gestures at the strange wheel with curved fins rising from one surface. Water is constantly being flung out by the fins, and that motion alone draws more water in, all in the same cycle. Thus, rather than splitting half of its energy for each motion, it accomplishes both at the same time. And, the best part is, it'll be a lot quieter. Oh. Wenliana nods confidently. She speaks as if she's witnessed it firsthand, though this will be the first centrifugal pump she's seen as well. Daniel explained the theory as best as he could, while she helped draft the designs to pass to the blacksmiths. Without metering and measuring equipment, they're ways off of discussing pump theory on a numbers level, since Daniel only knows some of the equations and what they tell an operator and designer. Hurls asks, why didn't you and Daniel start with this design, then? Rikuto and Wenliana chuckle together, and Rikuto explains, the piston pump was able to use wind crystals. The turbines we discussed will take a lot more time to build. This will use electrical power. Wenliana nods in agreement. Daniel adds as he approaches, unfortunately, I'm fuzzy on the math, so I'm adding in a sort of limiter until we find a way of measuring. Splash. Everyone looks where something relatively heavy just hit the river from above, directly in front of the open portcullis of the castle's river access. Judging by the splash and rings of waves, it would have to have been something roughly the size of a person, but no one comes to the surface or splashes. The rings are carried into the castle's marina by the relatively moderate flow rate, and still no one pops up. However, a glint catches Daniel's eye, and he notices an armored body hit the water feet first. Surprised, he looks up the castle wall to find another knight and a maid on the ramparts, though they're inaudible. As the people around him are asking quickly, what's happening? The guards form up around the nobles. He hasn't worn it, but he knows the Royal Guard knights are wearing steel armor and chainmail. They easily have over 40 pounds of weight on them that's difficult to remove. Additionally, they have clothing that restricts their movements without the armor in the way. Wenliana murmurs, why would Daniel bolts? He's still learning about this world. He barely knows anything in the grand scheme of things, other than the river is freshwater, meaning the human body alone is heavier. The guard leapt from the ramparts into the water. Why? Why did he jump? The knights are all about honor, so they'd never stain their armor with suicide. He'd also know his chances of survival are higher in water than the ground. So, who did he jump in after? Regardless, I have to get him to the surface fast. Daniel throws any extraneous layers off as he can while he runs, keeping his work knife on his belt. He'll likely need it. He dives headfirst into the river. Its deepest point in the marina is around 20 feet, as far as he knows, with around 10 feet near the walls. The problem is walls. The knight will have no way to escape the water in his armor without help. Daniel pops his head in the water, finding the knight reaching up near the wall. Sure enough, he was able to get to the wall, but he can't get up. Thankfully, he's on his feet. You there? Get ready to pull this guy out. Daniel shouts at the guards and dockworkers, who are looking in surprise. He then takes a deep breath, diving down to the bottom. He sweeps under the knight's legs, lifting him with his own feet on the rocky bottom now. He can feel the guards squirming, but he's losing strength. Daniel shifts his posture, keeping the guard's chest to the wall. He hoists him as high as he can go, working up his legs. Suddenly, the weight is lifted, and he looks up. The knight is being dragged out of the water, and Daniel scans downstream. The creek is clear, and he can see a large mass of fabric drifting in the deep part of the downstream of the marina. He kicks up to the surface, catching his breath. There's someone else. I'm going after them. He swims as the dockworkers run alongside him. The knight was coughing, but breathing well enough as those tending him strip his armor. Thankfully, he's swimming downstream, and he glances in the water as he swims. There, is that, Aramaya? Daniel calls out, it's the princess, be ready for CPR. He can smell the foul stench of the castle's sewer drains. He's past the marina, and the wastewater is entering the river now. But, he doesn't care. It's a relatively large body of water. Even with the buildup on the surface, contact alone won't kill him, as long as it's washed off promptly after. The way is dark now, though. He's under the groundwork built over the downstream to hide the smell. Daniel takes a quick breath, nearly gagging but forcing himself to bear it. He needs to get under the water quickly. He dives below the surface, swimming down to the princess. She's almost at the bottom, and she's not moving. He prays there's still time. He scoops her body into his arms, planting his feet on the bottom, and then kicking towards the surface with all of his might. He swims upwards with his momentum, managing to get the second princess to the surface. Though, they breach in a rather thick layer of foul material, and he coughs. He tries to get her head above the water, but it's clear she's not breathing. He's definitely running out of time. Daniel's back hits the portcullis on the outgoing portion of the wall. There's a gap between the portcullis and the ground above them, meaning he could climb out. It's dangerous, but it'll take as much or more time to get to either side, and much longer to retreat upstream. Aramai is already nearly out of time. Daniel hugs her close, climbing up the portcullis as he fights nausea. He's down a hand, hugging the princess close with his right arm as he climbs. He moves as quickly as possible, and he can hear the guards and dockworkers above him. A little further. We're here, Daniel. Just a little further. He strains, fighting their combined weight, nausea, and his exertion getting to her. Daniel. Pass her over. We'll grab her, princess. How could this happen? Shut up and hang on to me. The men at the edge of the tunnels overhead form up in lines, holding each other as a pair of guards hang out over the gap as far as they can, reaching for the princess. Daniel pivots, holding her out as far as he can, working his hand up her chest to swing her arm out, and one of the suspended guards catches it. Working in tandem, they pull her away from Daniel, and the other guard catches her body. From there, the whole group lunges back, collapsing with her on the ground. They quickly scramble clear as another guard checks her for signs of life. The nobles, namely Rikuto and Hercules, run up, and Hercules screams, "Airy!" Daniel kicks off of the portcullis, clearing the small gap on his own. He sits on his hands and knees as he vomits, coughing. He asks, "What are you doing?" "CPR, now." Rikuto looks at him with horror. He replies, I've never." The guard checking for her heartbeat adds quietly, "She's already gone." Hercules screams, falling to her knees as she cries. Daniel's eyes widen, and he scrambles across the ground, drawing his knife. He shoves the guard away, beginning to cut Aramaya's dress away. Hercules screams, "What are you?" "I can save her. Kill me if I fail." Daniel doesn't look up, dragging the knife down the back of the corset, severing the laces and pulling it free from the young girl. Unfortunately, he needs to remove it, as it's a relatively rigid structure, and the nobles gasp as he does. The guards protest, but Rikuto orders them to stand down. Daniel's thankful for that, at least. Unfortunately, Daniel only ponders about halfway through how the whole process is going to look to this world. He presses his lips to Aramaya's while pinching her nose, stealing her first kiss. Were it a romantic situation. He breathes twice, and then places his hands on her bare chest, defiling her pure body. Were it a lascivious action. He begins bouncing his weight, and he can feel her ribs strain and crack. But it's necessary. He counts off the chest compressions, and then quickly breathes for her again. After a moment, the nobles complain about the actions being wildly improper, and Daniel the Otherworlder is desecrating her corpse. "She won't be a corpse if I succeed. Come on, princess. You should live 3 times longer than me, not the other way around." After a minute or so, Daniel has an epiphany. "When Liana?" "H here." When Liana jogs closer, and he shouts, lightning magic. I need you. Hurry. He gives Eremiah another couple of breaths, continuing chest compressions. What would you have me do? Wenliana kneels across from him, and he explains quickly by pointing, hand on her chest, hand on her back, here. He quickly gives the princess more breaths and begins chest compressions. Short pulse of lightning, weak. On my mark. Position your hands. Wenliana nods quickly, placing her hands as Daniel indicates. Wait for me not to be touching. Ready, now. He pulls his hands back, and Wenliana shocks the princess. Her body jolts, and Daniel calls, stop. Wenliana pulls her hands back reflexively, and Daniel checks the princess's breathing and heartbeat. He gives her 2 breaths and says quickly, twice as strong. Now. Wenliana moves quickly, and she shocks Eremiah again. Her body tenses tightly, and Daniel calls, stop. Wenliana recoils again. Daniel listens to her chest and feels for her breathing. He sighs, laughing. He falls onto his back as he laughs, and hurls snarls, why are you laughing? Wenliana puts her ear to Eremiah's chest. She gasps. It's beating, her heart's beating. The nobles gasp, and someone faints. Hurls asks, what? Her voice is nearly a whisper. Rikuto sighs, sinking to a seated position on the ground. Daniel sits up, and he pulls his shirt off, covering the princess's chest. He says softly, welcome back to the land of the living, princess. Rest up. He sighs, saying, Your Majesty, Your Highness, I accept any punishment you see befitting my insolence. However, I must insist that I remain at the princess's side at least through the majority of her recovery. If she faces secondary drowning, I'll need to perform CPR again. I'll stay too, then. With lightning magic. Daniel replies, thank you, but not necessary, my Lady Duchess. Her heart's beating again, so it's not as crucial. Her lungs are more likely to fill with fluids again due to the damage from drowning. Rescue breaths and chest compressions will be enough. Her ribs are broken as well. I won't need to be present specifically for that, but at least the next few days. Rikuto confirms. Of course. Don't move her yet. I'll have a hard stretcher made so we can move her to her room for recovery. Summon the healers as well. We should use magic sparingly on broken bones, but she'll need some medicine for certain. Daniel acknowledges Rikuto's plan. Understood. I'll monitor her. Rikuto states, no one is to harm Daniel or interfere. Knights, keep watch over them both. Guards, come with me to the marina. We'll need to find something we can fashion a stretcher out of. Everyone else, disperse. Princess Eremiah is alive for the moment. Are you certain we can leave her with him? Rikuto replies curtly, my only regret is that I lack the knowledge required to resuscitate her myself. Let's move. She's not out of the woods yet. Rikuto nods at Daniel, and he jogs towards the marina, followed by his prime minister and several guards. Hurls remains behind, growling as she holds Eremiah's hand, if you hurt her, Daniel, all. I broke most or all of her ribs. I might have nicked her with the knife. I'm not here to hide any of it. As I said, punish me after she's safe. She looks away. Wenliana asks softly, Daniel, is there anything I should be doing to help right now? He smiles wearily. Much appreciated, but I think the main things are taken care of. I wouldn't presume to ask you to fetch something to wrap her in. What do you care? Asks Hurls sourly. You're the one who assaulted her dignity. Daniel lets it blow right by him though. He replies plainly, she'll get cold. Hurls flinches. She remains silent, though. Wenliana climbs to her feet, leave it to me. I'll go find one. She jogs towards the castle. Daniel regularly checks Eremiah's heartbeat and breathing. She's stable or as stable as he can hope for, given the totality of circumstances. He still feels sick from the wastewater, which has both of them soaked and stained. But, it seems they're through the worst of it. Saving a princess in another world. Daniel was a blue-collar worker on Earth. A rather well-trained blue-collar worker, but no one particularly special. He never expected to meet a princess, let alone save her life. Now, he's directly responsible for keeping one alive. Why would I save a world that dragged me into it against my will? I had no idea, please understand, we didn't know what else to do. And, how is that my problem? Well, you're stuck here, so please, I'll give you anything, please forgive me. I think it's only fair to hear all offers available. Eremiah opens her eyes, finding tears on her cheeks. She reaches up to wipe them, but her chest suddenly surges pain, and she whimpers. Relax, princess. Allow me. It's Chanel, Eremiah's longtime maid. She dabs Eremiah's cheeks, and the princess tilts her head gently to look. Her eyes widen. Sleeping in a chair nearby is the otherworlder known as Daniel, summoned on Eremiah's suggestion. He didn't ask to come to their world, and he was caught by surprise. However, he has given his all to improve the lives of people he has no loyalty or attachment to. And, for some reason, she feels a deep-seated sense of gratitude towards him, as if, in a dream before that terrible last one, he had done her a priceless favor. Chanel asks, "How are you feeling, princess? Try not to move too much." Eremiah wiggles her toes and fingers, and she murmurs with a hoarse voice, "My chest hurts a lot, I think, that's all." Chanel nods as she hears out the princess. "Your ribs are broken, and your lungs were filled with water, princess. Rest, and ask for anything you need." Eremiah stares at her for a long time. She recalls now. She was falling from the castle wall, and she vaguely remembers hitting the water. After that, there's nothing. "I fell in the river." Eremiah begins coughing, and Daniel stirs from his slumber in the chair he's sitting in. Chanel pays him no mind, nodding. "Yes, it was terrifying. You were under the water for a dreadfully long time. Thankfully, Duchess Wenliana was able to save you before death could claim your soul." Eremiah stares at her with wide eyes, but she notices Daniel shift. He was paying attention, but he then shifts back to lying in the chair, trying to go back to sleep. "Why is Daniel here, then?" asks the princess wearily. Chanel flinches. She grumbles, "He claims you are still at risk of drowning, even out of water, and insists on being present. But, after what he did to you, he should be rotting in the worst prison cell." Eremiah coughs, processing the words for a moment. Chanel switches from bitterness to maternal, gingerly petting Eremiah's head. "Rest, princess." "Daniel, tell me in your words what happened." Daniel opens one eye. He replies softly, "I tore your clothes off and performed a process that broke most of your ribs in exchange for keeping your brain alive long enough for Wenliana to save your life." Chanel glares at him, but Eremiah smiles. "You pulled me from the water, didn't you?" Daniel is silent. The maid urges, "Princess, what good deeds were performed are surely overshadowed by his lecherous deeds. He used it as a pretext for his perversion." "Is that true, Daniel?" "As you can clearly see, Your Highness, it is true. At least, as far as how it was perceived." Chanel adds, "Which is why, I'd like you to send him out." Eremiah is silent for a moment. "Why did you insist on remaining by my side, Daniel?" Daniel is quiet for a moment, and a knock at the door precedes someone entering. It's Wenliana, the magic artisan, and she has a simple meal on a tray. "I've brought food for Daniel." "Is he?" "Oh, princess. You're awake." She curtsies while keeping the tray balanced. "Forgive my intrusion." Eremiah smiles. "No need, Lady Wenliana. Thank you for saving my life." "Duh. I didn't do much of anything. I might as well have been Arcane Gem. Daniel's the one who saved you." There's an awkward silence in the room, and Eremiah smirks. She looks at Daniel, saying softly, "You lied to me?" "Not maliciously, Your Highness." She pouts, but states, "Lady Wenliana, please tell me the truthful recounting of events." Chanel tries to cut in, "Princess, you should res. Don't speak again, Chanel." Everyone flinches a little. The soft-spoken princess just turned as hard and cold as ice, similar to the Grand Duchess. Chanel bows her head, sitting silently. Wenliana hands the meal to Daniel, explaining, where to begin?" "Well, apparently, you fell from the ramparts of the castle and landed in the river. From there, one of your knights followed you in to try to save you, but his armor was too heavy, and he almost drowned. Daniel lifted the knight out of the water and then retrieved you. You had stopped breathing, Your Highness. Daniel insisted he knew a way to save you, which Rikuto confirmed, but could not perform, apparently. In order to do it, Daniel had to remove your corset and breathe for you into your, mouth. He then pushed on your chest, which serves to make your blood circulate and lengthen the time for revival. Next, he asked me to apply lightning magic across your heart. To all of our surprise, your heart began beating again. The process was not gentle, but you're alive. I hope you can forgive us. Eremiah nods gratefully. I'm thankful to be alive. Thank you, Wenliana. Thank you, Daniel. Both of them nod. Wenliana explains, your lungs were damaged by drowning and coughing, so blood and other fluids have been draining into your lungs. You drowned again twice in the last 3 days, and Daniel was able to keep you alive while helping you expel the fluid. I see, then. Why is Chanel being hostile? She looks at the maid, nodding for her to speak. Chanel answers, Your Highness, I don't believe this. Man needed to remove your clothes in the first place, nor did he have to be the one to breathe for you. It's highly improper. Even now, discussions are ongoing amongst the nobles about your purity. Wenliana retorts coldly, the princess was dead by our standards. It's not like she's with child for an assailant. She was granted a second chance at life. You're likely right, my lady. Which raises the other concern within the rumors. She looks at the princess, whether or not the princess came back at all. Daniel is not a necromancer. The fact that the princess can speak should be proof of that. I do not believe such things, my lady, your highness. I am only confessing the facts of the situation. A situation the otherworlders' inappropriate handling cause. If the men are given free action under the guise of saving the princess's life, then next time, she could be with child out of wedlock. Wenliana growls, but Eremiah retorts instantly, if that were the case, I would simply marry him. That would alleviate that issue, wouldn't it? She begins coughing, and Wenliana and Chanel both frown, though for different reasons. Suddenly, when she can speak, Eremiah pieces it all together. Wait, are you saying they cough they actually are discussing punishing Mr. Daniel? Wenliana looks away, and Chanel nods. Eremiah looks at Daniel, and he confirms as well. He murmurs, some here seem to believe that to die with dignity is better than living without. What is dignity worth when you're dead? The princess stares at him, and he relaxes back into his chair, having not touched the meal yet. I'm glad you're alive, princess. That's all that really matters. But, as a bonus, they probably won't kill me, which they definitely would have if I had failed. Get some rest. We'll be watching over you until you're recovered. She tries to sit up, exclaiming as much as her weak voice will allow, no, I must. She winces and cries when her chest burns, and both Daniel and Chanel jump up to stop her. Daniel states, your ribs need to heal. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing that needs to be done. I don't regret saving you, princess. So, don't throw it away. Her eyes water, but she doesn't have the strength to overpower him. She relaxes, nodding silently. He eases back, and she asks, is that fried egg? Daniel glances at the meal. Oh, looks like it. Would you like some? Chanel flinches. Unacceptable. I shall. Yes please, squeaks the princess. Daniel obeys her, and as he's walking the meal to her, he takes a bite. He smiles, saying, there. If Wenliana poisoned it, she'll have to have at least 1 dose of the antidote, right? Wenliana whines, I would never, magic cold kill you both just fine, thank you. Princess Eremiah smiles, opening her mouth. Daniel murmurs, It hurts to move my arms too much. If you insist I rest, do what must be done. She opens her mouth expectantly once more. Wenliana and Chanel both flinch in shock. Daniel hesitates, and Eremiah frowns. Your mouth was already on mine, right? Take responsibility. Daniel scoffs. Very well, princess. He begins feeding her the fried eggs and grain, something similar to rice. She hums happily, relaxing in her bed. Wenliana fidgets, grumbling, I made that for you, Daniel. Daniel replies gratefully, much appreciated. The bite I had was really good. Eremiah nods in agreement. The young princess remarks innocently, you'll make an excellent wife someday, Duchess. Wenliana flinches and blushes. I'm not interested in such things. I only made it because Daniel's stuck watching over you. He even has to use a chamber pot right outside the door. She crosses her arms. You'd think the second princess's savior would warrant better treatment than a knight. Even the servants in the castle have toilets now. She glares at Chanel, asking rhetorically, I wonder who's responsible for that. Daniel remarks softly, none of that matters. No one's dead. Eremiah swallows, asking softly, what happened to my knights and Miss Nora? When Liana explains, Sir Horiston has been awarded for his bravery in jumping to your rescue. Last I heard, he was to be awarded a formal title and a larger domain. Sir Natamalden took custody of Miss Nora, but she claims she was trying to rescue you from falling. Both of them are being investigated. Eremiah remains silent, pondering the statement. Neither of them seemed to mean any harm to her, but then, she wasn't doing anything particularly dangerous. And, in spite of that, she ended up in the river far below where she was. The young princess murmurs, I wish I could remember. Daniel smiles. Just focus on healing. Regardless of what happened, you're all right. That's what matters. She smiles at him, blushing a little. If I knew I'd be spoiled like this, I'd have fallen a long time ago. He scoffs, and Wenliana and Chanel both grumble. Daniel retorts warmly, don't say that, princess. As much as I'd love to be able to save everyone I encounter, you got extremely lucky. We got extremely lucky. Don't risk your life for a little pampering. Just ask nicely. She blushes. Some people, I'm not allowed to ask. Wenliana suddenly crowds close to Daniel, saying warmly, Daniel, since the princess seems to be in the clear from drowning again, why don't you take a break? I'll watch over her. The otherworlder replies with a gentle smile, it can be sudden. I don't have anywhere else to be. A couple more days to be sure. Chanel huffs in disgust, but she says nothing, taking the moment to tidy the room up. Daniel looks at the princess who spoke as he prepares another spoonful of the meal for her. Yes, Your Highness? You don't have my permission to go anywhere. I'll determine when you're allowed to leave. I shall stay as long as I am permitted, Your Highness. She nods contentedly, enjoying the rest of the meal. She's aware it's a little rude that she ate the entirety of a meal meant for Daniel, but he allowed her to, and it made her a little happy to be doted on so. A few days of paradise are the reward for her enduring the aches and pains in her chest from being saved. It honestly makes her immensely happy. But then, one morning, it all changes. Chapter 11, A Second Summons. Daniel watches as the young second princess sleeps. He doesn't stare at her, so much as the wall nearby. He's remaining present in case her damaged lungs begin the process of secondary drowning. Fluids draining and causing her to suffocate long after she actually drowned underwater. It's been a couple of days, and she's clearly doing much better, but he wants to ensure she's fully cleared from the potential of suddenly suffocating on her own bodily fluids before he leaves her, since he's the only one with any knowledge, apparently, on resuscitating drowning victims. Technically, she should be safe already. He's been watching over her for 3 days now, and he was able to resuscitate her after 2 separate instances of secondary drowning within the first 36 hours after she fell in the river. Now, he's just being extra safe. There's no hospital to send her to, at least not one that understands what he's talking about. Healing magic is great for flesh wounds, but bones are trickier. They still have to ensure they're aligned properly, and healing magic is excruciatingly painful while recovering bone. For a severed limb, it's worth it. For fractured ribs that are pretty much back in place already, it's not so worth it. Princess Eremiah, the second princess, will heal with rest and comfort. Her ribs are fractured from CPR, which was a known quantity. They aren't out of place, other than fractured, because Daniel ensured to perform the procedure carefully, even in the heat of the moment. He was a little surprised and disappointed that Rikuto didn't know CPR, but Daniel was specifically trained because of his various fields of work. The military, because it was the military, his maintenance job because he worked on electrical work, and even scuba diving, because it's helpful if a buddy drowns. But Daniel has to remind himself that Rikuto is actually only a college student, and it's Daniel himself who is old and experienced, relatively speaking. Even Eremiah, who is roughly 14 Earth years by the sheer hours she's lived, appears around 12 Earth years, in equivalent days. The 29-hour days in this world took Daniel some getting used to, and it seems that the humans of the world have adapted to age relative to their own world's days. As such, though only 10 by her own world's standards, Daniel estimates that her apparent age of mid-12 based on days is more accurate than upper 14 based on hours. His hypothesis is that the humans of this world and thus, the other races have adapted to age based on a 19-hour day and 10-hour sleep cycle. Humans are neither the shortest nor longest-lived races in this world. Goblins are considered the shortest, at an average longevity of 20 years, and dragons are suspected to be the longest, with an unknown value, followed only by demonic elves at over 5,000 years. Daniel got a bonus 10 years of youth with his 32 years of wisdom. At a glance, he appears to be around 22 years old, but he's actually 32, or, actually, 33 years old. He wasn't keeping track very well at first, but he's definitely sure his 33rd birthday passed by, with a possible 34th having passed him by, if he were still counting in Earth years. He's not sure if he's aging on the scale of this world or Earth, but for now, he's under the assumption he's still on Earth's scale, and he does his best to keep track of the days, rather than the years, which are 450 days long in this world. By Earth standards, he has an average of 75 years, which will be around 61 years in this world. He'll have to do his best to maintain his health regardless of his age, or die in a blaze of glory, if he wants to live forever. Of course, Daniel is a humble tinkerer. He's not a knight, a warrior, or any other kind of noble soldier. He repairs and assembles equipment. And, he's a particularly low-class assembler and repairer of equipment. He knows of concepts of nobility, royalty, and the like, but at best, he can simply respect authority and titles. He's not born and bred of high society and etiquette. When he sees someone in danger, and if he manages to summon the courage to help, he helps. He doesn't consider the societal implications. And as such, he finds himself before King Regent Rikuto once more on the 4th morning after the incident. Daniel, Your Majesty. Eniel remains cordial, though he has a pretty good idea what's about to happen. It's been long enough, and the princess is stable, if a little weak and still recovering from broken ribs. She'll recover, though. It's only a matter of time now. Rikuto sighs, fidgeting with his hands in front of him. It's clear it wasn't his decision, so much as a balancing act. One life versus the stability of the realm, which is based largely on the loyalties of the nobility. That said, it's clear Rikuto doesn't want to admit the results of the discussions. He's not Daniel's enemy. Daniel has never believed that. But of course, Rikuto has to behave like a king, now that the responsibility has been placed upon his shoulders. He sighs softly once more. Daniel, I'm sorry. I have to send you to the front lines. Daniel remains silent, acknowledging the statement with a nod. I didn't want to do this. But, Duke Extragar is saying that Princess Aramaya is no longer fit to marry his son. And, the other nobles are enraged by the assault on her dignity. He shakes his head. I remember similar, strict and intolerant philosophies on Earth. But, he rubs his temples, grumbling in frustration. Right now, it's just Daniel, Rikuto, and the Prime Minister, Tulaxis. Rikuto didn't want any outbursts from anyone else, and Tulaxis, a native of this world, is serving as witness that Rikuto is informing Daniel. Daniel states softly, I understand, Rikuto-san. Tachibana-san. I thank you that I am able to still draw breath. The weary King Regent murmurs in disgust, for how long, I can't guarantee. Daniel chuckles uneasily. He's not excited about being shipped out to the edge of the world, but he speaks sincerely. I'm still alive. I'll do my best to figure something out, same as always. Rikuto scoffs. See that you do, and, while you're at it, I won't complain if you save the world. They both chuckle together. No promises, Your Majesty. Tulaxis speaks respectfully, Mr. Daniel. You'll be taken by prison carriage to Fort Twilight, a fort holding a valley at the border between the Empire and the Demon Wildlands. Your escort will be holding you prisoner, but they're not to harm you during the journey. The commanding officer of the fort will be informed of the nature of your station there. You may be met with some hostility. Daniel asks for clarification. Am I a slave? No, but you are expected to obey lawful orders of those stationed over you. That will be most of the personnel there, unfortunately. Daniel nods respectfully. Very well. Thank you for the warning, Prime Minister. Rikuto murmurs softly, Daniel, there's another reason I had this room cleared. I'm not running away. Think about it, with your skills. I'm a terrible liar. I wouldn't blend in better than a Tyrannosaurus Rex, here. Rikuto is silent, leaning forward on the throne. He smirks. You know, dragons, a T-Rex might blend in well enough. Daniel chuckles. I'll go quietly. I once used to believe in subtle signs from the universe. Nothing so fancy as fate or anything, but small signs. This feels like one of them. Rikuto sighs, looking down into his own hands. He glances at the Prime Minister, but the latter doesn't say anything. There's a prophecy. Rikuto looks at Daniel after saying this. He corrects himself, or rather, a mere foresight of a fortune teller of this world. Has anyone told you? Daniel shakes his head. Apparently, there is some threat to this world, but its image is unclear. The fortune teller saw two people. A man and a woman, who she feels represent death in this world. The man uses a magic staff that can control all of the elements, and the woman appears to be the demon queen. If you encounter them, Rikuto exhales. He all but whispers the final part. Please retreat. Daniel is grateful for the warning. I'll keep my eye out for them. If I see them, I'll pass the message along as soon as possible. Anything else I should know? Anything more specific? Dark hair and dark eyes on the man, horns and a tail on the woman. That's pretty much it. Daniel hums uneasily. A lot of people in town can match both of those descriptions. One of the embroiders in town and her daughter are rather, attractive women with horns and tails. Though, bovine in appearance. Rikuto agrees, adding, the lady Doncier has tried to clarify the image, but each time seems to be more and more stressful for her. However, it's probably that they exude some sort of aura, from the sounds of it. You'll probably know when you're looking upon them. Understood. Thank you. Rikuto sighs. He nods at Tulaxis, who says politely, very well. He withdraws a whistle he had in a pouch on his belt, hidden in his Prime Minister robes. He blows it twice, and it's a fairly soft whistle. Suddenly, the door opens, allowing a handful of the royal guards to enter. Prime Minister Tulaxis states, Mr. Daniel of the Otherworld, you are hereby placed under arrest, and shall be transported to your military station. Guards, please take Daniel into custody. Daniel doesn't resist. He's a little disappointed at the suddenness, but he understands. They want to get him out of town before anyone, specifically Wenliana or Princess Eremia, can stir up a fuss. Assuming he has her loyalty, apparently angering the Grand Duchess and her daughter is less risky than keeping Daniel around without retribution for his desecration of their laws. By making a show of his arrest, and the subsequent anger of the Grand Duchess, their anger and resentment will be quelled, keeping the realm intact a little longer. While they'll be upset, Wenliana and Eremeliana are both smart enough to realize that Daniel would agree with this course of action. His best option is to let the nobles have their small victory and build a path to redemption himself. That said, Daniel learned a long time ago that patriotism is inexpensive martyrism. The individuals he's willing to protect in this world fit on his hands alone, whereas the individuals he would be indifferent to their demise are much more numerous. And many of them are the governing body of the realm, minus Tulaxis and the royal family. As a whole, the royal family has treated him well. But he's being thrown to the wolves as a sacrifice. It's a logical choice, but as the wolf bait, Daniel's broader loyalties are a little shaky. As promised, he goes quietly, walking with the guards through the castle. Some of the maids and butlers that they pass pause to watch, murmuring to themselves. Daniel is still the tallest human in the realm, so he stands out. And he's under arrest, formally. It's likely to reach inconvenient ears quickly, but it's for the best. Suddenly, a tiny figure turns a corner, bumping into one of the guards. She flinches, squeaking, "Oh gosh, sorry. I am Mr. Daniel?" Daniel studies the small woman for a moment. She has pale green skin and broad, pointed ears. She's also wearing a set of headgear with various lenses to inspect things. While he's yet to meet her, her rather unique-seeming appearance, and the fact that she wasn't at the duel, gives Daniel a strong clue as to who he's looking at. Lady Ahok. She grins. Ooh, I can't believe you know me, A-. Am I interrupting something? She looks up at the royal guards at each corner around him, and they reply, yes. We should keep moving, my lady. Please excuse us. Oh. She stands aside, and they continue. She squeaks, wait. See, can I ask him something? The guards pause and share a glance amongst themselves. The leader replies curtly, make it quick, my lady. She agrees brightly. Of course. She trots quickly to the front of Daniel, and he kneels down to her level. She smiles warmly. Did you and Lady Wenliana have a special method of binding books? Everyone I found in town with the new binding said to talk to you. Oh, yes. It's actually fairly simple. The glue and method I used are in Lady Wenliana's possession. She might charge you, but it's tedious work, so I doubt she won't sell you the instructions. If you can't afford it, try to send a letter to me through the castle. I'll send you a copy. Thank you so much. She glances at the guards, whispering in his ear, "Are you okay? Should I send for her?" Daniel smiles. "Everything's fine, my lady. They're my escort into town for a special job." "Oh, are you sure?" He chuckles. "Why doesn't anyone believe me? I'm a terrible liar." She smiles. "Apologies. Thank you for the information, Mr. Daniel. Be safe." She walks off, glancing back suspiciously a few times. Daniel and the guards continue walking. The leader murmurs quietly, "You didn't have to do that. I don't like confrontation. You guys are just doing your jobs. If people start throwing rocks at you, then we're all in the crosshairs." He scoffs, but nods in agreement. The one at Daniel's back right, however, mumbles. "Kinda makes you wonder if it was worth it, doesn't it? Saving her, I mean." The one on the back left hisses, "Quiet, don't say junk like that." Daniel replies regardless, "I think it was worth it. Princess Aramaya is 10. She's got a lot of life left to live." "You say that like you don't." Daniel chuckles, "And I'm not dead. In fact, I scored a free ticket to travel across the continent. How lucky am I?" The guards chuckle, and the one leading retorts, "Aren't you the optimist?" Usually, no optimism is synonymous with naivete in my book. But that doesn't mean I can't appreciate not being subjected to my worst imaginings. "What are your worst imaginings?" asks the guard at his back right. "Ah, nice try, Sir Knight. I'm not giving you guys any ideas, unless it's the ancient technique of girls sleeping on chest, torture. I definitely dread that. Oh, and whatever you do, don't parade them in front of me in attractive outfits." "What? Are you a boy fancier?" asks the guard at the back left. The leader retorts dryly, "He's not. He's being facetious. He's saying the opposite so that we'll try to torture him with those." He smirks over his shoulder at Daniel. "But, of course, you might want to pick something believable, Mr. Daniel." "You got me. A catgirl, sorry, Geishanin girl would be wayy worse, especially if she started purring. I'd be terrified." The guards and Daniel chuckle together, and as they're reaching the carriage, the leader says softly, so as to not be heard by the audience. Watching him, "Keep your spirits up, Mr. Daniel. I have it on good authority it'll pay off." Daniel jokes warmly, "Given the situation, don't do anything crazy while I'm gone. I haven't had a chance to teach anyone much." "And be accused of being necromancers ourselves?" jokes the back right guard at a whisper. "Leave me ignorant, please." Daniel chuckles with a smile. They step him into the back of the prison cart, which thankfully, is the more enclosed style. He won't be an animal on display, but he has been seen by a large audience being arrested. He's off to the front lines, apparently. All for the small crime of choosing the princess's life over her perceived dignity. Arameliana and her 5 daughters walk with grace and confidence, though one of them is not like the others. Wenliana is wearing her lab clothes, but this matter apparently did not warrant common courtesy. With them, the magic artisan of the royal court, Lady Ahok, jogs alongside them. She came to Wenliana to have books bound via Daniel's otherworldly method, which is how it was discovered he hadn't been seen for hours. Daniel is, of course, a free person, but generally someone knew where he was at any given time. It was only when Wenliana asked one of the guards at the castle gate that it was revealed that Daniel was carted away in the morning via prison transport, though the destination was unknown to the guards. Now, the Grand Duchess is involved. She took an active interest when she learned that Wenliana's highly skilled assistant was suddenly spirited away, and all of them suspect they know why. Arameliana storms toward the king's audience chamber, where 2 guards are standing at the doors. "Halt, Your Grace." She growls with a coldness that could stop hearts. "Move. We can't, Your Grace. The king is already in audience with. Cut me down or arrest me. Either way you'll cost the realm dearly if you delay me further." The guards glance at each other, and they back off. Arameliana herself isn't much, she's an aging matron with a moderate level of magical talent. In fact, Wenliana is easily the strongest in the Stalvalton household in terms of magic. But, the small army of personal guards that are only a few paces behind the Grand Duchess and her family are a different matter. The Grand Duke became so during his life for his strict regimen of training battle mages, rare soldiers that combine weapon arts with magic to become near one-man armies. And, he trained a battalion of them. Since then, the Grand Duchess has upkept the training program, and warriors of the Stalwalten Guard are considered among the most formidable military forces in the Alliance. The Grand Duchess and her entourage storm the audience chamber, where Duke Zorenwine Pel Extragar and his son, Zorenwine II, are lamenting the incident with the second princess, Eremiah, who is still bedridden due to her injuries. King Regent Rikuto states sharply, Grand Duchess, this audience is over, Your Majesty. Quite convenient, in fact. Captain, arrest these two men. At once, Your Grace. The captain of the Stalwalten Guard steps forward with two soldiers, but the royal guard immediately goes on defense, forming a line between them and the Duke and his son. Rikuto calls out, What is the meaning of this? Arameliana retorts indignantly, Oh, did I not inform you, Your Majesty? These men are wanted in conspiracy to commit murder of a summoned hero. As Commander-in-Chief of the Stalwalten Guard, it is my duty to investigate threats to national security. Duke Zorenwine exclaims, That's outrageous. Where do you get off accusing a noble house of high standing of such treachery? Arameliana's presence and tone don't shift. It's very clear, and she says it explicitly, that the Grand Duchy of Stalwalten could have overthrown the realm at any time. One house in this realm holds both the power and authority to remove a king from power single-handedly, Duke Zorenwine Pel Extragar. That house is not your own, and with that authority, our house has maintained national security and order for decades. However, I find out through second-hand hearsay that the divine visitor under protection of House Stalwalten was recently subjected to a shadow trial, where execution was discussed. I have a contingent of guards riding to intercept the carriage as we speak before the conspiracy can go into full effect, but the number one suspects are the Duke and his son, who stood to gain the most out of retribution against the divine visitor who saved Princess Eremiah's life. Hurls stands up, shouting, Grand Duchess, you are in the presence of. Sit down, child. You are in the presence of the Grand Duchess Stalwalten. Speak when spoken to. Hurls gasps, as do many of the guards, who are uneasy that the Stalwalten Guard the hand-chosen warriors protecting the Grand Duchess herself or their opponents if anyone makes a move. Arameliana looks at Rikuto with fire in her eyes, and he flinches lightly. He glances at the Duke and his son, who are flabbergasted and expecting protection. Rikuto replies as diplomatically as he can, Your Grace, such aggressive means were unnecessary. If you believe these men were targeting myself or Daniel, you could have brought it to my attention through proper channels. Now, we are in an uncomfortable impasse. An impasse, you say? Asks the Grand Duchess coyly. I see. Please allow me to educate you, Your Majesty, where your retainers and fiancé have failed. You see, matters of succession fall under the purview of national security. Whoever convinced you to hold a shadow trial of the accused without proper audience, defense, or investigation convinced you to violate the treatises that founded this realm and the rights of any accused therein. Shadow trials, if ever to be used, are to be used in times of extreme emergency during invasion, where the status of the other noble houses can't be confirmed and a traitor is in our midst. As we were not under invasion and I am in good health, you have violated this treatise and several other founding laws. The very fact that it was I, one of the heads of national security, who was left out is but a malicious insult in addition to negligence. That is but a technicality, exclaims Duke Zorenwine. The king alone has the authority to make that decision. Arameliana smiles coldly. You're right, of course. And, now I am arresting you to be investigated and tried at a place of my choosing. Rikuto cocks his head. Your Grace, you just said that it is only to be used during times of invasion. I know. You're being invaded, now, Your Majesty. By violating the terms of the treatises, you have revoked the alliance between the realm and House Stalwalten. You will relinquish custody of the suspects or receive a formal declaration of war. The room falls silent. Arameliana savors the silence for a moment, noticing diligently as the royal guards grip their weapons more firmly, readying for battle. She says calmly, Lord Rikuto, allow me to educate you on the second matter you were so negligently betrayed on. He glances around, but he nods respectfully. Hercules tries to whisper to him that he can't allow her to be so impudent, but he silences her with a gesture. He states, "Please enlighten me, Your Grace. As we both know, it's no excuse for a king, even a king regent, but if I am ignorant, please correct me." With an agreeable nod, she explains, "You were convinced that a woman's dignity is so important in this realm, that her life pales in comparison by nobles who stand to gain something by the turmoil. The only other noble house in this realm with no sons other than the royal family was my own. I believe counsel with an unbiased house would have served you well." "Ha! Unbiased. You just said that Letcher was under your house's protection." Arameliana looks at Zoranwine with a cold expression. "Daniel has no family name, so he can never be a suitor to either princess. I have no one to submit to marry into the royal family. As you are under arrest, Zoranwine, if you speak again, my men will be removing fingers for each time you speak out of turn." Rikuto says as diplomatically as he can once more, "Let's keep our heads cool and our swords sheathed. Grand Duchess, Duke Zoranwine's house is not the only one who felt conflicted by Daniel's actions. Even Daniel agreed that keeping the peace with as many houses as possible was ideal." She smirks. "And, you jeopardized your alliance with the strongest one. I hope it was worth it." "Daniel and I both felt you and Duchess Wenliana would see reason, Your Grace. Mistakes were made, I readily admit that. However, we all reached a compromise. Were we to claim Princess Aramaya was inadvertently humiliated against her will, it would be difficult to explain to anyone without punishing the one who did it to her in at least some capacity." Just before Arameliana speaks again, she notices something in Rikuto's eyes. She didn't catch it before, as she was guided more by anger and insult than by logic. She is now aware. What she missed was something important. She's not teaching him nearly as much as she thought. He's playing a game of chess, and she's not an opponent. She's one of his most important pieces. As it stands, he and she are the only two who realize it now. She ponders only a moment longer, growling coldly, "Regardless, on the word of cowards, you violated the treatises, and I hereby revoke our alliance. If you wish to negotiate a new alliance, you may visit me at my estate. I will be taking the suspects into custody. Do not test me. I can't allow you to take them, if you wish to seek a trial against them. I told you, Your Majesty, as it stands you are under invasion by the House of Stalvolten, and I claim my authority as Grand Duchess of the Stalvolten House to operate independently. I am offering a hand of peaceful retreat in exchange for tribute. You may seek counsel, but I will be leaving with those two in my custody one way or another." Rikuto stares at her, and she sees it only because she's watching for it. While it's not what he planned, he approves. He's trusting her not to do anything rash. For the sake of the realm, she won't. She just wanted to make a splash and get to the bottom of Daniel's sudden arrest. He leans towards Hercules, whispering with her for a moment. Zoranwine whines, "You can't seriously be considering this, Your Majesty. This woman has obviously gone mad." Hercules also doesn't seem to agree, but Rikuto is able to discuss it with her. He stands up, saying for all to hear, "Very well. Grand Duchess, you have made your case. In the interest of establishing friendly relations in these uncertain times, the realm hereby extradites Duke Zoranwine Pel Extragar and his son, Zoranwine II, to your custody for the investigation of conspiracy to commit murder. Guards, arrest them and turn them over to the Grand Duchess." "What?" bursts Zoranwine. His son cries, "Please, don't do this. I was fine with marrying Ari either way. Please, Your Majesty." The two are placed under arrest, and they try to go limp, but the guards easily drag them to the captain and his men, who take custody of them. Arameliana states, "Captain." "Yes, Your Grace. How many times did you count?" "4, Your Grace. If the last string of words was to be considered one." "I agree. That's fair. 4 it is. What, make that 5. "No, no, 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 no. Please." The captain wrenches his hand, holding it out for one of the soldiers to step up with his dagger. Rikuto calls out, "Grand Duchess." She looks at him, and the guards hold Zoranwine. Rikuto sighs. He realizes he can't stop her now. She made a threat, and she intends to prove she's not all talk. It does afford the guards in back the time to escort the youngest of her daughters out. "Your Majesty," she smirks coyly at him. He states coldly, "A man in panic struggles to control his tongue. Please count it all as one." She smiles. "Very well, Your Majesty." Perhaps you were right, she says to the captain with a coldness. Just one, then. His index finger. As you wish, your grace. Before the entire audience chamber, minus those who have fainted throughout the stressful ordeal, the captain of the Stalwalten Guard escorting the Grand Duchess presents a duke's finger to the knife. He and his son both scream in horror, while Duke Zorenwine's screams also ring of pain. Arameliana puts her hand on her chest, bowing at Rikuto only slightly as the guards wrap Zorenwine's finger, skillfully preventing even a single drop of stray blood from reaching the floor. They also gag him to cut back on his screaming. Arameliana says with a coldness, Your Majesty. I look forward to our negotiations. She leads her guards and daughters out of the room, with Zorenwine fainting from shock and his son crying as he's dragged out. When Liana jogs into step with her mother so she can whisper, Mother, is this really okay? I didn't think you'd actually go to war for me and Daniel. Arameliana smiles and pets Wenliana's head. Our house was wronged by these actions, and other houses were manipulating the Otherworlder king through high naivete. I would go to war for any of you. She adds at a normal volume, all 5 of you girls, pay attention. Nobility is give and take. If you allow others to take from you without recompense, they will destroy your house one brick at a time. As Grand Duchess and Commander of the Stalwalten Guard, it is even more imperative to enforce boundaries. Not only our own status, but the very realm itself, could falter. Do you understand, girls? All 5 of them nod, and Yanadir murmurs somewhat lightly, I'm glad Wenliana found someone. I think she'll be a better Grand Duchess than me. The younger sisters snicker, and Wenliana hisses, what's that supposed to mean? And D. Daniel's just my assistant. Yanadir instantly retorts, right, correction. Daniel will make a fine Grand Duke. Even Arameliana chuckles as Wenliana's face turns bright shades of pink. Soon enough, Daniel will be returned, the King Regent will reach out for negotiations, and the Grand Duchy of Stalwalten will have even better leverage than before. That is, if all were to go according to plan. Chapter 12. Road to the End of the World. Daniel knows nothing about treatises being broken or alliances being shaken. He knows nothing about the various powers in the realm and the struggles for more power. He's lounging in his prison carriage as the long journey carries him towards a fortress at the edge of the civilized world, according to the denizens of this world. The guards have been fairly respectful to him, since they were told enough to know that he's not a hardened monster, he's just an unlucky fish out of water. They even told him that they had to take a detour because they heard from one of the villages they passed through that one of the allied kingdoms on their route, Bromland, is being embargoed by the Empire for laundering money and double-selling arms and armor and trading on credit. While transporting Daniel isn't a commercial endeavor and should be irrelevant to the embargo searches and seizures, Daniel is a divine visitor, an asset in a certain sense. The fewer people who actually analyze who he is, the better. Fortunately for Daniel, he has no magical power, so as long as he plays dumb, if he is captured, he'll be utterly useless to any other territory. Going around the embargoed realm means an extra week and a half of travel, but the guards are taking caution seriously. Rikuto was specific that Daniel needs to make it to the fortress alive and well. Fortunately, Daniel has a small window with metal bars over it to observe the world he's in. It's more colorful than Earth. The trees have a lot of bright colors, similar to Japanese sakura cherry trees. The trees themselves have varying colored leaves, not just blossoms in bloom. Daniel hasn't figured out the seasons of this world yet, but it does seem to be fairly stable most of the year, compared to most of Earth, which generally had broad swings across the seasons. But he's pretty sure it's not fall. If anything, it's closer to spring, since it has felt warmer the last few weeks. In addition to colorful foliage, there is a broad swath of varying races in this world, truly making it fantastical compared to Earth. Many of them share traits with humans, indicating potential shared ancestors, but as expected in a fantasy world, there are animalistic humans with varying parts that appear similar to non-human creatures, such as the bovine people like the ones Daniel mentioned in the castle's town. There are the cute androgynous feline race, the Geishanines. They are petite, with cat pupils, cat ears, claws, and tails, and though they don't have very many behaviors associated with terrestrial cats, they do purr when they're in a good mood, which is a surprisingly comforting sound. There are canine peoples, whose features lean more canine than human, where the Geishanines lean more human than feline. There are a race of lobster-like crab people that are among the most alien, sharing size with large humans, but virtually nothing else. They are amphibious, but are employed most often in naval and marina work. There are industrial territories that have a lot more of the other races, who have unique talents and abilities a lot of the times, and Daniel awes at the constructions they pass by. Towering monoliths of buildings made of stone made possible by magic, no doubt. There is a crystal statue of a pantheon, as far as he can tell, with varying gods or goddesses, or some other important cultural figures. Like the peoples considered allied races, the pantheon is varying in sizes and races. They pull off of the road after leaving a town ringing with the sounds of forging weapons. They make a simple camp, since they're trying to keep a low profile. They let Daniel out to relieve himself, and they don't even bother to handcuff him. He has no drive to escape, though he does survey their surroundings. The smell of smoke is still heavy on Daniel's clothes, as well as the guards' armor, and they wash their hands and faces in the stream they're parked near. Daniel asks as they clean up and prepare camp, "You guys have any idea what I can expect at Fort Twilight?" The guards share some glances, and then the sergeant replies, "Not really. It's a valley barrier. The mountains do most of the work at holding the demons back. A handful of fortresses are manned on the border. You'll probably see skirmishes, but the funnel of the valley seems to be sapping the advantage of numbers. The main garrison is further east from Twilight, where they can respond to any invasions at other points." Daniel connects the dots. "I see. So, Twilight is almost like bait, then, huh?" The guard shrugs uneasily. "That's probably not entirely wrong. Unfortunately, it's an easily defensible position, but it's not easy to get through the mountains any other way. Obviously, please forgive my ignorance, but could the demons not tunnel through the mountains? As long as the two sides have been at stalemate, I think that'd be easier than trying to press the attack on a valley fortress." The eldest guard nods in agreement. "I'm sure both sides have thought of that. But, to tunnel through that much rock to move even a vanguard force through would take a lot of time. The mountains are also resistant to magic in large areas due to some element no one's ever seen." "There's an element that blocks magic." The guards nod. "So they say, anyway. Because it creates such a large dead zone around itself. In regards to magic, it's impossible to pinpoint the material itself, buried in the rock. Much of the rock itself is as hard or harder than our best tools, which means the demons likely won't have an easier time than us." "Huh, how very peculiar." Daniel ponders a material that can actively negate magic. "It shouldn't be magnets, because Wenliana was pretty easily able to procure some, implying that it can be obtained by magic, and she didn't mention anything about it having such an effect. Regardless, for it to have such a large area of effect as to prevent its identification, it would likely either be emitting something, such as a negative mana, or have some sort of reaction that absorbs mana from the surroundings, similar to how poison materials work in nuclear power to absorb the neutrons so that fission can't occur or at least, drastically reduce the process. Definitely glad I never mentioned my nuclear power background to Rikuto. Daniel did promise not to forge any weapons, but that was before he was going to have to defend himself at the end of the world. He has no desire to shift the balance of power one way or the other, but he has no intention to simply roll over and die. It won't be easy, but if the base will leave him alone, his idle hands will welcome the devil's tune. It's been 2 weeks, and King Regent Rikuto's entourage arrives, less the 2 princesses, who are remaining in the castle for their safety. As the alliance between the Stalvalten Grand Duchy and the realm has faltered, it is completely hostile. In fact, Rikuto is relying on Arameliana being a sort of wild card in the nobility. He has been briefed that no fewer than 12 of the upper houses of nobility have petitioned alliances with the Grand Duchy, and a not insignificant number of lesser houses and knights have pledged allegiance to the Grand Duchy should the worst come to pass. Rikuto is a little thankful Arameliana backed off when she had the castle at metaphorical gunpoint. He knows she wasn't bluffing, and he knows he's very lucky she didn't exercise her authority to remove him from leadership. Given that he ignorantly violated some semi-abstract clauses in the founding charters and treatises of the realm, he opened the can of worms for the nobility to shear itself in half. Those hoping to curry favor with the realm in hopes that Arameliana will be treated as a traitor and the Grand Duchy dissolved, and those allying themselves with the Grand Duchy for a much broader scope of reasons. Loyalty to the realm's laws, the relative strength of the Grand Duchy single-handedly being capable especially with backing of capsizing the realm entirely, and even simply a dislike of Rikuto for one reason or another. And, as far as a civil war, the Grand Duchy would likely come out of the fight on its feet. More worrisome, however, is the fact that external powers have offered support to both sides, indicating word has spread far. It's suddenly making it an extremely fortunate knee-jerk response that Arameliana dispatched troops to retrieve Daniel the moment she heard where he was being sent. If he really can make weapons, they may need them sooner rather than later. Nothing's changed yet, other than paperwork. Regardless, hungry eyes are now gazing upon the realm and its powder keg, looking for the fuse. The advantage is, both Rikuto and Arameliana, assuming she cooperates, can pretty easily filter out the nobles that are truly treacherous based on their reasoning for which side they choose. And, adding hope to the notion of continued peace, a fanfare greeting meets the king. Arameliana isn't above being sarcastic, from what Rikuto has gathered during their many meetings, but she does value decorum and etiquette. Even her storming the castle with her elite commandos peacefully was done with grace and the law on her side. Of course, the realm could have retaliated against being invaded, but she was making a point of exactly how dangerous believing nobles at their word is. They're not all allies with each other or the realm. They only play the part when the advantage is on their side. Rikuto knew he couldn't trust everyone at face value, but it's also difficult to walk the line without getting stabbed in the back by one side or the other. Arameliana inadvertently chummed the water. And, she meets him out front of her estate, flanked by her guards and children, minus Wenliana. Wenliana is notoriously court-shy, and she tries to keep out of affairs of nobility as much as possible. She's likely keeping herself distracted on a project. Arameliana greets Rikuto politely, "Your Majesty, was your trip brief?" Rikuto returns the greeting just as politely, "Your Grace, it was, thank you. I've come as you requested to speak on behalf of restoring the realm's stability." "Indeed you have. Rather foolish, if you ask me. Maybe. But, I'm not foolish enough to believe I haven't already lost. May we discuss this further indoors?" She nods civilly. "Yes. Your troops may water and rest your horses there. Karstrak will guide them. You and your delegates may come inside. This way." Stalwalton guards form lines the entire length of the walk to the dining hall, where the Grand Duchess provides a meal. The Royal Guard and the Stalwalton Guard alternate in the room, keeping equal footing between the two factions. It's a little tense and awkward, but the daughters are calm and respectful, the least involved in the military matters themselves. It's highly likely Arameliana told them to stay calm and composed. Rikuto notices the missing member, and he verifies, "Excuse me, Your Grace. Should we wait on Wenliana?" "No, she'll arrive at her leisure, if at all. Please ignore her tardiness if she arrives. I've taken to not interrupting her work, and I've yet to regret it." Rikuto acknowledges with a nod, and he tastes the food. It's plenty good, and he and his delegates take to their meals peacefully. After dinner, Arameliana clears the room of servants, and she waits for them to leave. The youngest two daughters also depart with her permission, as it's the eldest sisters that will likely inherit the Grand Duchy, and the youngest two are still children. "Now then, Your Majesty. Our formal audience will be tomorrow, of course, after you've received the courtesy of a night's rest. However, I wanted to ask you informally what your thoughts are on the rumors you've been hearing about my household." Rikuto wears a diplomatic smile. They're not at war yet. She's testing him. As I'm sure is the case for those you've heard of the castle, the noble houses are taking sides. I have it on good authority that many of the duchies, earldoms, and counties are favoring your side, other than your obvious rivals. Probably of more caution to us is the fact that almost all of the knights and untitled lords and landowners are taking your side. She smirks cryptically. She states plainly, "Duchess Yanadir, the second eldest daughter of the Grand Duchess, and the eldest present, states confidently, 'Yes, Your Grace. Your Majesty, we have it on good authority that a majority of the duchies, earldoms, and counties are favoring the castle, other than the houses pledged to the Stalwalton House since before the realm's founding. Additionally, all baronies and viscounties seem to be siding with the castle, and many of the untitled lords and landowners are holding pledge to the realm and are staying neutral.'" Rikuto looks at Tulaxis, the Prime Minister. Tulaxis, in turn, pages through his notes. They're both not much older than Yanadir, and though both have their fields of expertise, Arameliana is once again flexing her extensive experience. She didn't just claim rights to the Grand Duchy when the Grand Duke passed away. She became the true Grand Duchess by learning all of the duties and responsibilities of the ruler of the Grand Duchy. Rikuto remarks with a rather calm tone, having heard from an apparent opposing side, it would seem our apparent allies are hedging their bets. Arameliana's smile widens, though she still says nothing. Yanadir folds her hands together on the table, saying confidently, Your Majesty, as formal pledges are sent in writing, it may be in both of our interests to compare those who've made formal pledges, and those who have offered verbal support. The Prime Minister whispers to Rikuto, who nods once he understands. Rikuto replies, I understand the temptation, Duchess Yanadir. However, I fear this would waver the trust of those who have pledged formally for retaliation in any case of the aftermath. The second eldest daughter present, Yormolid, raises her hand. Arameliana nods her head at her, speak. The young teen girl says politely, Thank you, Your Grace. Your Majesty, formal pledges were once intended to hopefully diffuse a costly war through a sort of measurement of forces. If the outcome is obvious, one side or the other is more likely to back off. Arameliana nods simply in agreement, and she speaks this time. It is the verbal pledges that we should concern ourselves with. She turns cold, saying quietly, Guards, leave the room. The Stalvaltan guards pivot as one, but they wait on the Royal Guard. Rikuto thinks for a moment before agreeing. Royal Guard, join the Stalvaltan guard outside. The captain of the Royal Guard replies a little hesitantly, If that is your command, Your Majesty. It is. He bows his head respectfully, ordering the Royal Guards to turn and the two sets of UARDS march as one out of the room. Once the room is cleared, the last guard out closes the doors. Arameliana whispers softly, Wenliana. The door on the opposite end rumbles, and the shy magic artisan stumbles in. Why, you knew I was there? Of course. You're late for dinner. Did you bring what I requested? Why, yes, Your Grace. But I haven't worked out all of the problems yet. As long as it gives us a few minutes. Activate it. The Grand Duchess gestures at the table, and Rikuto and Tulaxis watch as the artisan sheepishly trots to the table on Arameliana's side, placing a book-sized device on the table. She makes some adjustments, and then turns it on. It glows, and she says, Okay. It glows while it's working, Mother. I'll take my. Sit down, Duchess. Wenliana squeaks, but she takes a seat obediently. Arameliana smiles at Rikuto cryptically, and she states with a cold tone, We should also be deflecting offers for aid from outside of the realm. Rikuto cocks his head. Your Grace? Were I to follow such advice? I know how it sounds. I'm going to give you the exact same advice when Wenliana's device is turned off. Hold your glass to your ear. Rikuto glances at Tulaxis, but they both obey, and their eyes widen simultaneously. There is a terribly raucous buzz coming from the glass. It's not destructive, but Rikuto's gaze is drawn to the windows. Not just glass, Your Majesty. Wenliana has bought us some true alone time. So, in that matter, if we are to reveal that our realm is fractured, we are looking at full invasion. You may do what you want with this information, but either of us choosing sides with the kingdoms around us, including requesting aid from the Empire, will result in us selling out our own territories for a petty victory. I don't want civil war, and I don't think you do either. But, more importantly, I know you don't want invasion or annexation any more than I do. We'll likely have to fend them off anyways. Rikuto ponders the information. I see, you're definitely not wrong. Our sources indicate there are already external factions reaching out to various territories within the realm. Seems word has already left our borders. I do apologize for my extreme measures, but this presents an opportunity of sorts. Rikuto nods in understanding, and he sighs. I had hoped we were on the same page. I was prepared to remain silent, but if we can use this situation to root out the corruption within our borders, we'll be in a better place than we were before. I couldn't agree more. The Grand Duchess toasts her drink, taking a sip. Wenliana murmurs, Mother, seems we are running out of time. What I will now speak is the truth. When the device loses power, I will repeat what I said. I recommend you naively agree. She then switches subjects. As for Duke Zoranwine and his son, we have confirmed that Daniel was the target of an assassination attempt by the law through the calls for execution regarding the incident with Princess Aramaya. This shocks Rikuto. She just told him that she intended to continue to speak truth, but threw in final instructions for him. He remarks with surprise, it was true. He intended to kill Daniel? Why? Wenliana retorts a little sourly, because Princess Aramaya was Zoranwine II's fiancée. After your in-laws to be made hairless yours instead of his. Again, Rikuto is thrown for a loop. He has to process the burst of information he's receiving. However, Arameliana nods in agreement. It was all political, of course, and when we arrived, they were demanding recompense, were they not? Rikuto confirms. Yes, he was still protesting the actions of Daniel, even after the agreed-upon compromise. Yanadir states a little bluntly, they at least, Lord Zoranwine Sr. was hoping the crown would offer hairless in order to maintain the alliance with their house. That part, unfortunately, makes sense. But it's not something Rikuto would even begin to offer. He's not personally attached to hairless, since he's not sure how she feels about him, but he'd never even consider simply trading her as a ticket to keeping allies. Rikuto narrows his eyes, though. Eri, this cryptic statement causes Arameliana to rooster her head. Rikuto looks directly at her. How difficult was it for you to get this information from them? She is a little confused, but she replies, there are houses that specialize in information extraction, but ours is proud of reliability over speed. To my knowledge, it was no more or less difficult than typical. Nobles tend to break rather easily. I sincerely doubt I could withstand questioning. Rikuto shakes his head, looking at Wenliana's device. The glow is wavering, and he listens to his glass. It's still rumbling, so he states quietly, what if Aramaya's fall wasn't an accident? The guards and maid were all questioned, were they not? They were, but what if the rumbling fades and the device dies? Wenliana hums nervously, and he nods to acknowledge her caution. He said enough, so he sets the glass down, and Arameliana's own nod confirms that she understood what she needs to inquire about next with her prisoners. He states at a normal volume, I'm sure we can hammer out details tomorrow, of course, Your Grace. However, your wisdom is clearly not to be underestimated. She smiles and nods politely. I appreciate that, Your Majesty. It shames me to admit, but it seems at present, I am the most experienced active ruler in the realm's former allies. And, that said, I urge you to heed one more piece of advice. We should also be deflecting offers for aid from outside of the realm. Revealing our current state of affairs might tempt the less reserved of our neighbors. Rikuto hums in thought. I see, I hadn't thought of that. You're right. Do you suggest we deny the fracture of the founding charters, then, Your Grace? That, or to assure our neighbors that it's simply a renegotiation. After all, we are still allies, are we not? She says it with a snake-like tone, and Tulaxis glances uneasily at Rikuto. Rikuto nods as if he's completely naive. Yes, I believe we can still rely on each other very much. Thank you for the advice, Your Grace. I'll be sure to be careful with what information gets out. Of course, Your Majesty. Ruling a realm is far more than sitting in a chair, after all. I couldn't agree more. Their silent vow to destroy their true enemies doesn't slip past either of them. Rikuto knows that it would be very easy for Arameliana to simply conquer the castle and become the ruling body of the realm, quickly reuniting everyone under law. She also has the resolve to eliminate anyone that protests by whatever means necessary. Rikuto has three choices. Try to challenge her on her level, follow her lead, or get out of her way entirely. He's an outsider in this world, and he's doing his best. But he doesn't have the connections she has yet. She could likely undermine half the realm before their meeting in the morning. Suddenly, shouting comes from outside the room. Your Grace, it's urgent. Please. It's about the artisan. Arameliana looks at Wenliana, and she flinches. Me? I don't have anything unstable running right now, Mother. Yanadir murmurs, Wenliana, it's, Your Grace, in a. The Grand Duchess cuts her off, calling out, Guards, you may all re-enter. Bring the messenger with you. The royal guards and the Stalvalton guards file back in with the same alternating pattern. It's very ceremonial, in spite of the potential tension in the room. The messenger is a lightly geared soldier of the Stalvalton guard, wearing an appropriate messenger's pauldron and shoulder bag, each with the crest of the Stalvalton household. A reptilian-looking creature native of this world wearing armor, similar to a wyvern or dragon, and it holds a sword in its claw, breathing all four of the elements on the blade. Rikuto is still learning, but it's a mythical creature called a Feldrock, or soulworm. which is said to be even more powerful than the dragon's. It has a broad, semi-spiky looking tail and triangular horns, going by the black emblem of the creature on the Stalvoltan sigil. What message do you bring? As you can see, Wenliana is here. He clears his throat. Your Grace, Your Majesty. He glances at Rikuto, but Arameliana insists, speak. I allow it. He bows his head briefly. It's about the artisan retrieval mission, Your Grace. This shocks everyone present, and Wenliana sits up. D. Daniel? The messenger nods. You found him? He hesitates, and he pulls the message from his bag, handing it to the captain of the Stalvoltan guard. He opens the message as everyone waits. He asks the messenger, is this message accurate? The messenger confirms, as it was written by the lieutenant himself, Captain. The captain hands the message to Arameliana, stating, you may wish to read it yourself, Your Grace. She sighs, reading the message briefly as Yanadir and Wenliana lean over her arms to read it as well. Yanadir gasps first, but Arameliana's confidence falters. She hands it back to the captain, having him pass it to Rikuto. The captain walks the message to Rikuto, and Rikuto reads it over. Status report. Artisan retrieval and escort, can't make formal. Situation dire. Half of squad lost. Capital of realm Bromland falling to revolution. Anarchy spreading. Haven't located artisan. Bromland on lockdown. Forced retreat. Apologies. I accept full responsibility, Lieutenant Vestrich. Artisan retrieval. The room is silent for a long time. Wenliana is the first to speak, asking softly, WH. What does this mean? Will we have to wait until he reaches the fortress? Arameliana looks at her, but she doesn't reply right away. Rikuto remarks softly, Revolution. Bromland is our neighbor, are they not? With a nod, Tulaxis explains, yes, Your Majesty. We've had some reports of unrest due to the increased taxes Bromland implemented, but nothing that seemed out of the ordinary. Rikuto thinks for a moment. He does recall hearing that Bromland, and other territories allied to the Empire have raised taxes in order to feed the war effort. Unfortunately, this worked rather opposite of Rikuto's strategy. He increased trade materials being produced, but ones that are consumable for the realm as well to become self-sufficient. In return, he had taxes reduced, especially those on import and export, which served to draw traveling trade routes to pass through their territory, boosting the number of taxable transactions by a greater factor than the losses of the reduced tax revenues. As the liquid capital of the realm has increased, Rikuto has been able to provide a lot more of a principal payment to the Empire. He's learned both through theory and practice that the Empire is much more friendly to those providing war aid, to the point that the Empress has opened formal and informal communication channels with Rikuto. Naturally, this inspires the other kingdoms to try to win back any lost or perceived available favor with the Empire, who will undoubtedly share abundant wealth if and when the war comes to a victorious end. That one of the kingdoms trying to solve the issue quickly raised taxes expresses a level of apathy for their own populace, as well as a massive disconnect and inexperience worse even than Rikuto's. In turn, they're under rapid collapse as the economy implodes. The revolution is likely a result of the rapid inflation of food prices as merchants and farmers try to recoup losses and be able to afford their own taxes. Wenliana asks nervously, do you think this was part of the conspiracy? Rikuto replies, forgetting about the situation they were discussing prior the fact that they're not technically allies. I don't think so. It's too convenient for that, unfortunately. Arameliana nods in agreement, adding, it also implies a level of influence Duke Zoranwine doesn't have. Our men know the difference between a riot and a full revolution. If he used such a term, it was not lightly. Rikuto murmurs, which means, if Daniel's transport crossed into Bromland prior to the eruption. They could be anywhere. And, the Grand Duchess trails off, sighing in disappointment. What are you saying? Asks Wenliana. I'm not a soldier. Please tell me what you mean. She glances between Rikuto and Arameliana for an answer. The Grand Duchess finally replies, Daniel may already be lost. Wenliana gasps. However, it's the youngest present daughter of the Grand Duchess who raises her hand again. The Grand Duchess asks, her tone more of defeat and disgust than her confidence from before. What is it, Yormolit? Thank you, Your Grace. What if we all offered military support, at least to restore order? Could we not enlist their troops formally in the search? Rikuto confirms with a nod. This could work to our favor. I've been hoping to gain access to the Gulf Bromland controls, as it's closest to our territory. Never missing an opportune moment, it seems, to flex her position, Arameliana murmurs coyly, "Oh, I hadn't thought of that. I do wonder what could be gained from Bromland." Wenliana murmurs after a quiet pause, "But what about Daniel?" Chapter 13. Road to the End of the World Part 2. Chaos? Asks Daniel as the guards let him out so they can make camp. When they had first approached the realm of Bromland, there were rumors of unrest, which prompted his escort to make a detour. There wasn't a crucial rush on them arriving at a specific time, so a delay won't be noticed unless he never arrives. However, as the guards just mentioned, they're way off course now thanks to that unrest, which, as their most recent town indicates, has descended into much more than unrest. The elder guard nods as he replies, "That's what we heard in town. Apparently, merchants are fleeing Bromland in droves, and it's gotten so bad the border's been completely closed." The younger guard, who usually helps Daniel with the tents, scoffs. "Good thing we didn't end up crossing the border then. Good call, Sergeant." The elder guard agrees warmly, couldn't agree more. Apparently, the realm tried to raise their taxes, which only made things worse, and the people have finally revolted. Don't know who would have been worse to run into, their military, or revolting commoners. Daniel chuckles uneasily. "I'm glad you dodged that for us. Thank you. A shame it came to that." The younger guard replies warmly, "I'm glad we're members of Morniste. King Regent Rikuto can lower taxes all he wants." The guards and Daniel all chuckle. While Daniel hasn't had to worry much about finances himself up to this point, he agrees on the principle that higher taxes rarely leads to a good place. Anytime they can be lowered is a win for everyone, generally. Well, except for the corrupt. Daniel and Rikuto don't really have the opportunity to be corrupt, since both of their respective roles were above where they were before in their world. Daniel asks, "So, how long until Fort Twilight, then, with the detour?" "Well," remarks the navigator, who has yet to speak during this particular break. "Anyway, I figure it, we can't really get there now. Part of the mountain range touches Bromland territory, and the other side connects to the Gulf. If we continue this way, we'd have to find a border crossing and risk getting dragged into their internal affairs. If we try to return south and go around across the Gulf, we'd have to get a ferry. And, with Bromland distracted, piracy is likely to see a rise on the Gulf." The sergeant leading them rubs his chin thoughtfully. "Such a pain. Do you think we could cross an open part of their border? Off-road? It's possible. But we have to do it entering and leaving, and if we're caught at any point, they could treat us as smugglers, even if drafting was off the table. Kingdoms can draft other nations' soldiers in this world?" With a nod, the sergeant confirms, "It's not much different than captured enemies, homeless, or poor farmers. We'd be lucky to be given sharpened sticks and cast to the front lines. Fight for your freedom or die. Given that it's a revolution, they'd be more interested in taking our supplies and gear. In any case, if we came across anyone, we'd likely be better off fighting to the death and trying to flee. Odds of survival wouldn't be great either way. Refusing conscription just gives us better odds of going home, rather than remaining conscripted or slaves if they learn who we were in the aftermath." The guards nod together. Daniel is left with a fair amount to think about for a bit, since he didn't realize, just for being capable of fighting, another military might try to conscript them in times of emergency. It makes sense, and it probably happens more than he realizes on Earth, but it seems like it could be self-defeating. But then, even Daniel knows why Rikuto's strategies to lower taxes worked and raising taxes failed Bromland. Rikuto enticed more transactions to take place, increasing money in circulation. Bromland simply tried milking a weary cow past its limits. The navigator suggests, "We could take Mr. Daniel to Fort Peony, Sergeant. They'd be able to report his arrival, as well as the reasons for delivering him there. If and when the route to Fort Twilight opens up, they could see him shipped there in turn." The sergeant nods in agreement. "Yes, I think that may be our best and safest option, at this point. I think the intent is still met, and if they really, desperately need him at Twilight, they can send him across the west of the mountains." Daniel smirks. "That's the demon side of the mountains, isn't it?" The guards chuckle and nod, while the sergeant admits, Yeah, it is." Daniel smirks, but he replies sincerely, I know I'm just the lowly prisoner, but I think it sounds like a good plan. Definitely inspires me not to try to flee from you guys, at least. The young guard jokes, no more than before, anyways. Well, that goes without saying. They all share a chuckle together and set about on their agreed tasks to make camp. Once more, Daniel doesn't actually want to flee, he has nowhere to go in this world. He still harbors some hope of returning home, so even though he was having fun working with Wenliana and living with her family, he fears getting too attached to them. The timing may have been a little late for all of this to occur, even as he suspects that Wenliana was becoming more reliant on him than she needs to be. Fortunately, he left his phone for her after explaining how to use the things that are useful to her. She can sift through it for much of the knowledge that he has, and more, in addition to the sketches and notes he left behind for her. She'll figure it out and become one of the most legendary magic artisans in this world. Daniel was just a crutch in the grand scheme of things. So, how long to Fort Peony, then? The navigator replies as they work, should be around 2 more weeks. They're about the same distance away, just on different portions of the mountain range. Peony, though, is so strategically out of the way, it's probably the only fort that's never been attacked by demons. But, conversely, it's not easy to attack the demons from there, so the stalemate continues. The sergeant jokes, those pesky mountains, keeping us all from killing each other, darn rocks. The sergeant uses his basic flame affinity to cast a spell and light the fire, while the young guard refills their canteens with his water affinity. Not everyone has a strong affinity for magic, but other than Daniel, there aren't any known people in the world who can't cast at least something. Daniel's used to it, but he still notices it every time. However, he was accustomed to having no special powers in his old world. He'll survive having no special powers in this world as well. The days pass by similarly, though each town they pass through has increasingly dire news of Bromland and the revolution tearing it apart. Now, the Empire has begun delegating refugees, while the nobility have seemingly fled those that could escape as anarchy claims a large swath of a once stable nation. As they're parked to resupply, Daniel overhears a conversation with the guards outside. Oh, you're from Mousse? Were you not sent to Bromland? Sent to Bromland? Why would we be? You haven't heard? Mousse has dispatched troops, including the Stalvalton 4th Battalion, to quell the uprising. Daniel flinches. Stalvalton? That's Wenliana's family. Aren't there troops, commandos or something? This must have occurred after our departure. We're headed for Fort Peony. Oh, fair enough. Sometimes, I forget we're even at war with the demons. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Better than people dying left and right. True that. Well then, blessings for you and yours back home. Same to you. Take care. The second youngest guard hands Daniel his rations through the bars of his window, saying quietly, I never would have guessed. The sergeant replies, also keeping his voice low, it might be a diplomatic action. King Rikuto strikes me as the sort to be helpful, but for a price. Daniel murmurs, if the Grand Duchess is sending troops, I suspect she's looking to gain as well. Our realm is landlocked, isn't it? It is, excluding rivers. You think they're after the Gulf? Probably the biggest and only reason for a recently recovering economy to aid a seafaring nation ripping itself apart. The navigator replies, though the guards are pretending not to talk to Daniel specifically, annexation of territory would be impossible during the war with the demons. It was part of the neutrality doctrine the Empire made everyone sign. Those who didn't receive no protection, but those who did would be sanctioned for wasting resources. And which one is each realm? Not sure for Bromland. We're definitely part of the doctrine. If either you or King Rikuto had arrived with battle-favorable gifts from the gods, you'd likely be halfway to the demon tyrant's castle by now. I guess, anyways. Daniel smirks to himself. The irony isn't lost on him of how much this world aligns with fiction from his world. It would be dreamy if he wasn't being carted off to the front lines with virtually nothing to protect himself. Especially because he's in a world of magic, but can't use any of his own. That said, it could be worse of course. He magically got younger, but has all of his wisdom and knowledge from his life on Earth. Why, he's not sure. Clearly the gods made strange decisions when they summoned him and Rikuto. The sergeant states, we'll keep moving for now. We should probably meet with a garrison, though, and try to send a message. Though, at this point, it may be better to just wait until we get there. It should only be a couple more days. Is there any concern of the territory we're in drafting us for any reason? Asks Daniel softly. The sergeant replies honestly, I don't think so, since Matarglos notoriously keeps to themselves. They got a bit of the bottom loaf in terms of land, and no one really desires to conquer them, while their people remain proud of their little domain. Mostly small folk anyways, Geishanines, imps, and the like. Probably the only realm where humans are neither the majority nor the rulers. I see. So, probably a lot of warrior tribes here, then? Yeah. How do you know? Daniel chuckles. If a country's rough to live in, at least in what I know from my world's history, typically, it's survival of the fittest, which, naturally, breeds strong warriors. Only when technology can overcome those hardships do warrior ways tend to fade. Your world always sounds like something, I don't know, impossible. My world? Until I arrived here, magic was impossible. Guess not much has changed, huh? The guards chuckle, and they tap their fists on the cart, checking that it's solid, for a bunch of fellow soldiers. Even if Daniel's service was brief and in a different field, the solidarity is reassuring for all of them. The last couple of days of the journey are mostly dark, as the carriage travels a winding and precarious valley through towering mountains, along cliffsides, and past a raging waterfall. The scenery is beautiful, and he could spend hours gazing on it. He asks the guards, since no one's around, you guys think we'll be allowed to hike here from the fort? The sergeant chuckles, dunno. You play nice with the fortress guards like you have us, and anything's possible. Not like you'd be able to walk all the way out of the valley the way we came. True that. The navigator adds, I've heard receiving the mist of the waterfall is considered good luck. Don't worry, Daniel. It seems the gods are watching out for you, even when it doesn't feel like it. Daniel nods as he listens to both the guards and the waterfall. I was never particularly spiritual in my world, but hard to deny there must be some purpose for me here, right? The guards nod in agreement. If nothing else, I'm waiting for the lady artisan, Duchess Wenliana, to start selling your mechanisms. My wife's been begging me to find out from the castle when these water pumps will be available. Daniel chuckles, I'm sure they'll make them as quick as possible. Who knows? Maybe she's already got some being made as we speak. The guards are quiet for a moment. Everyone present knows it was a little unfair, to Wenliana most of all, to spirit away her assistant without warning. But, they also knew she'd put up the biggest fight and stir the ire of the other nobles. Daniel suddenly states quietly, thank you guys, what? Asks the sergeant. Thank you. I know you're a long way from home, all for the sake of keeping the peace. Thanks for treating me so well all this way. Hey, it's our jobs, right? Yeah, besides, it sounds like you know what it's like, am I right? We're kindred spirits, Mr. Daniel. That's why, you'll ride out whatever this nonsense with the nobles is. Wait for the second princess to make a fuss, and for King Rikuto to realize your value outweighs that of the nobles. Daniel laughs. As always, I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm a tinkerer. I obviously can't turn water into gold. Are you sure? If you could, I'm sure. It was fiction in my world. Magic. So, even if it were possible in this world, it's obviously not going to be me. Yeah, well, if you do figure it out anyways, Mr. Daniel, you let me know first. I'll give you 99% of the profits. The navigator glares at the sergeant, huh? Who decided your magic will work? What about the rest of us? That insolence is why Mr. Daniel and I will retire on our gold making, and I'm gonna buy myself my own ship and sail the world. Huh. The dreams of an old man. The guards and Daniel all laugh once more. Daniel states warmly, if I figure it out, you'll be the first ones to know. I'll make sure of it. So don't you die on me either. It's a deal then. Daniel knows it isn't possible. If something like that could be done with magic, there are mages far smarter than he is that could figure it out. He can tell by the footprints behind them as they travel just a little further that they're getting close to the fort itself. Hopefully, he can make a decent first impression. Oh, Lady Fregengir. Hi. How are you? Ryukana giddily waves at her senior, who is headed somewhere in the divine realm. All of the gods and goddesses use the location as a sort of base of operations, equating something to a capital, in terms of human systems. From the divine realm, they nurture and preserve the balance between order and chaos, so that life may exist throughout the universe. After all, like life itself, they are children of the bond between order and chaos, the perpetual dance the two ruling goddesses are ever locked in. Frejangir is sporting a fairly serious expression, but she waves at Ryukana briefly, and the happy-go-lucky young goddess continues on her way. It's been about a year since she sent a hero forth to answer a divine summons, and he seemed much more cautious and intelligent than a typical warrior type. He'll likely mobilize the world against the threat, rather than fight the threat head-on, which is actually a preferable solution. Fortunately, the world wasn't in a precarious state, and caution is the better option, as the peculiar threat seems to similarly be moving slowly, marching its army towards the other living beings of that world, intent on destroying every last one of them. Normally, global wars aren't a reason for the divine realm to take action, but if the world itself performs the divine summoning, a tribute is offered, and so, a hero is sent in exchange. Ryukana is a rather senior goddess herself, having performed hundreds of hero summonings through the course of her existence. While the divine summons can be a surprise, the chosen hero consents to being sent to the other world, or another chosen one is selected. The process is generally random, as the bulk of the work is done once a hero is chosen, and gifts are bestowed upon them to fit into the world, while also giving them a carefully calculated ability that will serve them well. In Ryukana's case, she long ago learned that obsessive observation and checking in on heroes can create the illusion of security. Oh, the goddess is looking out for me, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Unfortunately, the original design around the hero summons is something Chaos is said to have come up with, and Order agreed with her. Life can always restart. If something is worth existing, it must overcome destruction. That is the way of existence. Ryukana has heard Chaos say such words dozens of times, and it makes her heart flutter. Chaos doesn't want life to exist for the mere entertainment of the divine. She wants life to exist for chaos and order, creation, destruction, life, death, war, peace, love, and disappointment. All things that have defined the nature of Chaos's relationship with order since beginningless time. All things that she believes give meaning to existence. Ryukana often tries to spoil her heroes, but she's been reprimanded before, so this last time, she stayed within the bounds of normal. If he searches well enough, though, he'll find the secret gift she left for him, which will make him have all the power he could ever possibly need. As she's passing by a usual gathering place for mingling, her ears pick up her name, followed by, "Oof, remind me not to get on her bad side." Right? Can't imagine what the poor sap did. Must have been something heinous. Didn't he come from Earth? I didn't think anyone there even knew her name. Ryukana halted mid-step, certain now they're talking about her. She pivots with an icy and sinister smile, trying to hide her rage, and failing miserably. She walks briskly over, trying her best to maintain her statue-like smile, and she engages them coldly. "Pardon. I couldn't help but overhear. What about my hero?" "You, Lady Ryukana." Both Stellarmine and Dram, junior goddess and god respectively, bow politely. I followed the rules this time. For once. Is there a problem with giving my hero void magic, fire magic, and magic healing? I'll gladly send him more. How much more do you think would be sufficient, with your experience, Her smile is terrifying, since it was her pride and experience being questioned. What she just said is the whole truth. She'd gladly continue to spoil heroes, even if it means some end up becoming a problem themselves down the road. Forgive us, Lady Ryukana, pleads Stellarmine, but we weren't talking about Rikuto. Oh, I have no other active heroes at present, so, who could you possibly mean? The other man, Daniel, I think his name was? Excuse me, Dram murmurs, trying to distract Ryukana's wrath briefly away from the faltering goddess. You sent 2 heroes from Earth, didn't you? Or rather, Rikuto is a hero, and Daniel, everyone believes. She grips his collar snarling, believes what? Spit it out. That he earned your ire somehow, my ire. Ryukana recoils. How so? Why? You sent him to that world without magic or skills. Stellarmine is worried, watching the senior goddess's face. How could anyone think that of her, Ryukana, the goddess most scolded for gifting her heroes with too much power? She doesn't require worship from any of the worlds she oversees. Most don't even know she exists. They worship their own gods and goddesses in their own way, and some even worship evil forces. She doesn't mind. But she loves the peoples of her world in the way she so admires chaos for. She has no hatred or ire for anybody, and, if she selected them to answer a summoning ritual in a different world, she certainly wouldn't send anyone she hates. Rikuto was a polite and respectful person, and the moment she began speaking to him, she could see the gears were turning. He was planning out how to tackle the challenge ahead of him. But if this Daniel person, who was apparently also summoned from Earth, is known by everyone else, who the heck could he be? There's no way, I just remembered. I'm late for something. Bye. She tries to make her voice friendly and song-like, but panic is setting in. Ryukana has sent hundreds of heroes forth over the eons, serving worlds that would be obliterated otherwise. Some succeeded. Some failed. Still others became problems requiring new heroes. All of them were granted immense magical power by Ryukana to save the worlds they were being sent to. What's more, if she sent someone from Earth to a world with magic and monsters without any boosts to level the playing field, she might as well have sent a toddler to an inevitable doom. Ryukana dashes into the summoning hall, where a summoning is taking place. She feigns a patient and revered smile, watching and waiting for the process to complete. It takes longer than anything else in her life, including being scolded. She was fine with being scolded when she helped her heroes too much. It's why, every few heroes, she does the same again. But, in this case, there's potentially a life she ruined. A person she wasted, that is out there somewhere. She doesn't care about reprimand. If it's true, he's one of her heroes, and she owes him more than a simple apology. She watches as the painfully slow ritual concludes, and the observers and the god performing the summoning makes his way out. No sooner is the room cleared does she pounce on the control unit. She frantically scrolls through to find her last summoning, and Rikuto's image pops up, just as expected. She searches for a second entry, as well as an attachment. Rikuto is and always has been a man, so a second life in the form of a fetus is impossible. Could it be an absorbed twin turned teratogenous cystoma? It's one of the many things possible for a human, but it would be a stretch to assume that's what the others mean. It's true she hadn't peeked in on Rikuto since sending him, as she wanted him to have time to adjust, and if he called for her, she would answer. Ryukana finds a secluded place, and she calls out to the observers, her archangels that serve as her eyes in the world. Within moments, all 12 of the observers appear before Ryukana, and they kneel. My lady. Faithful observers, have you spoken to others about my most recent summoning? The leading archangel bows his head reverently. It has come up in casual conversation, my lady. We have spoken only what little facts we know. We make no assumptions on your wisdom. All right. Of course. But, I should have asked you, what are your thoughts on the matter? I wish to know if I overcorrected. The archangels share a glance with each other, and Ryukana knows at once she's in trouble. He may not be in the record for some reason, but there is a person from Earth unaccounted for. My lady, as mentioned, we do not make assumptions, and we have not spoken of our own thoughts before now. Forgive me for saying so, but, perhaps if we were made to understand, we could share this wisdom with others. Ryukana asks nervously, what wisdom would you like to know? I wish I understood, so please help this humble archangel understand why you would summon two heroes, one with magic and the other without, to a world with magic, my lady. Ryukana freezes. She's ruined. Her heart is crumbling. She can't believe it. Is this the feeling of surreal that humans experience? In all of the eons, in all of the hundreds of summonings. Yes, that. Of course. Ha ha ha. What do I say? Accident aside, what happens to the heroes? Will they be returned? Will that world be scrapped? What have I done? You see, I was trying something out. An experiment of sorts. Success is not always found in the wisdom of order, but also within chaos. Sometimes a change of strategy is required to ensure a safe transition. Oh God. I'm making it worse. Please forgive me, Lady Order. Lady Chaos. I'll make it right first, please. I see, my lady. That does make sense. If the enemy is prepared for the standard strategy, perhaps a seemingly illogical strategy will disorient them. Yes, that. No, are you nuts? Even you know it's illogical. I've doomed them both. I've probably doomed that world. What if they fight each other? What if they hate each other? She says as coolly as she can, thank you for sharing your thoughts. I will be sure to explain my reasoning better in the future. Please continue your diligence, my loyal observers. As you wish, my lady. With a flash of light, the observers vanish. Ryukana stands frozen in shock and horror for a moment, wearing her horrified smile. I need to find him. Fast. Chapter 14. The Flower Garden. Daniel steps out of the prison carriage at Fort Peony, and he quickly understands where the name comes from. True, in his brain the name translates as peony, because of the pretty pink flowers that he's pretty sure are this world's equivalent, and what they're called in this world's primary language. However, he understands why this fort was named after a flower. Almost the entire fortress staff is women, wearing elegant armor that looks more like a video game's ceremonial monster hunting armor, rather than military steel like the guards who escorted him. A woman around 25 approaches, and the guards snap to attention, saluting with their fists low in front of them. It looks almost like a preparation for a low gut punch, but it's actually a show of subordination. In ancient times, commanders could and would decide on the spot and chop hands off, and presenting the hand in such a way shows respect and acceptance of any praise or punishment. Unlike Earth, higher officers don't salute lower-ranking soldiers at all. She comes to a stop, and the sergeant reports. Sergeant Wolstrin of the realm of Morniste, on orders of His Majesty, King Regent Rikuto of the Otherworld. The woman studies the group for a moment, looking up at Daniel, since, as usual, he's the tallest one around. Though, he can see manning the upper walls of the fort one of the bovine women, who tend to be larger than humans in all dimensions. She's probably one of the few who are taller than Daniel, even at his average height for Earth. Daniel bows, and Wolstrin hands over the scroll containing the letter from Rikuto, explaining, the realm of Bromland is in chaos with an ensuing revolution. Lady Commander. We were originally destined for Fort Twilight, but it's inaccessible at this time. I made an executive decision for the transport to bring our escort here. The woman states as she unrolls it, Commander Lywells Coes Morglodston, commanding officer of the Peony Battalion and Fort Peony. She reads the letter, which Daniel knows what it says. It briefly describes his banishment, but leaves a lot of details to the imagination. Since execution was ruled out, it's fair to assume what he did wasn't as bad as it sounds, especially since Rikuto threw in the process of saving the second princess's life. But, he was banished, so what they do with him is ultimately up to the commander. However, she doesn't ignore the part about Bromland. Bromland is going through a revolution, you say? Yes. The Empire has locked down the borders, and Bromland's cities are in chaos. We only know what we've seen and heard from merchants. I see. Lieutenant, make sure to prepare a speech for the fort and request additional manning from our closest allies. We'll send those we can home to try to recover their families. Yes, Commander. One of the nearby officers jogs off. Lywells asks as she gives a narrow gaze to Daniel, you're Daniel of the Otherworld? Yes, Lady Commander. Care to elaborate further? The letter reads true, Lady Commander. I did what I did. I make no excuses or pleas. She stares at him for a moment. After a moment, she calls out, Scribe. Another young woman, around the same age, jogs up, providing a writing board and a prepared pen. Here you are, Commander. The commander lays the scroll on it, signing the sheet. She blows on it briefly to dry the ink, and then rolls it back up. She binds it and uses a magic-powered stamp to seal it with a combination magic and wax-like seal, which can't be fooled or forged at all. She hands the scroll back to Wolstrin. I accept custody of Daniel of the Otherworld. From the context of this letter, he is simply banished from the realm, so his exact location, as long as it's safe, shouldn't matter. You made the right decision. If and when the situation in Bromland stabilizes, we'll receive further instruction from King Regent Rikuto. As you wish, Lady Commander. We hereby cede custody of Daniel of the Otherworld to your ward and service. She nods a little curtly, though her tone remains professional. Rest your horses and men for the night. You may replenish supplies with the quartermaster, and dine with us in the dining hall tonight and tomorrow morning. Will that be sufficient? Plenty, Lady Commander. I humbly thank you, of course. She looks at Daniel. As for you, Daniel, rank? I have none, Lady Commander. Very well, skills? I have skills that equate to a novice magic artificer, though I am devoid of magic. The navigator scoffs, and the commander's icy gaze falls to him. He tenses, but two things stuck out to her. The scoff and the last thing Daniel said. She asks the navigator first, was something funny about that? Sergeant Woolstrin quickly answers, forgive the disruption, Lady Commander. He was likely caught off guard by Mr. Daniel's humility. Oh, tell me the truth, then. Daniel replies honestly, for the last half a year or so, I served as assistant to Lady Magic Artisan Wenliana, during and after her retirement from the royal court. Lywells cocks her head. Assistant to a court artisan? And you claim a novice level of artificer? Yes. Well, many basic feats a true artificer or artisan could perform are beyond my reach, Lady Commander. I can repair magic devices, but I can't recharge or create magic crystals. Not without sufficient equipment and the assistance of an artisan. She ponders for a moment. Is this because you are devoid of magic? Daniel nods respectfully in confirmation, and she asks, what does that mean? According to the analysis relic in our castle, it didn't respond at all. I have no affinities whatsoever, and no innate skills from the gods. This surprises her, and she looks at Woolstrin. The sergeant states politely, he speaks the truth, Lady Commander. You are, from another world, are you not, Daniel of the other world? I am. I know not why I was sent here in this state. The world I come from has no magic, and as far as I can tell, I am virtually unchanged from my state of being in my home world. One of the nearby officers murmurs, no magic at all. How does that world function? Why would heroes be summoned from there in the first place? Asks another. Commander Lywells acknowledges them only by tilting her head, but she looks back at Daniel just as calmly. If the stories are to be believed, it should be impossible to arrive from another world without a blessing from the gods. I don't profess to know their thinking. Did they not speak to you? No, 1 minute, I was in my home. The next, I was in the castle. Daniel decides not to emphasize that he's completely absent of magic. It's not really important, unless, he sighs. Actually, I should make it clear, Lady Commander. When I say devoid of magic, I mean completely devoid. It has continued to be a mystery, but one of the effects of such a state is that no direct magic can take effect on me, including strengthening, protection, or healing magic. Should you determine I'm in need of such things, please don't waste them on me. Once more, she looks at Woolstrin, who confirms what Daniel said. Attack magic can still hurt him, though. Burns, shocks, drowning. But, nothing that directly utilizes the magic within a body to take action, it seems, Lady Commander. How odd, very odd, she sighs. I suppose it does not matter. This fortress is about the safest one can be, relatively speaking. We see minimal attacks, and have always succeeded in driving them off within the week. As you may have noticed, our staff does not include any men who are not eunuchs. If you wish to stay intact yourself, I suggest you stay out of the way. No one here needs rescuing. Do I make myself clear? Daniel bows his head as he replies, perfectly, Lady Commander. What would you have me do? As I said, stay out of the way. I'll inform responsible parties if any of our equipment breaks to have you look at it. If you can't prove useful in that regard, don't expect my hospitality to last long. Understood. Very well. Sergeant. You and your men should mind your own reputations as well. I have absolute authority over this base and everyone on it. I will not hesitate to defend it. The sergeant agrees politely, we'll do as you offered and leave in the morning. Thank you, Lady Commander. Then, I shall take my leave. She turns crisply and walks away, being joined by several of the other officers waiting on her. One of them murmurs, no magic? How did they heal in their world? Can we really believe him? Daniel can't hear any more of the conversation, and he turns to Woolstrin. I'm going to be murdered. Woolstrin scoffs. Why do you say that? Are you serious? It's a fortress full of women. I barely know how to survive cultural etiquette in our realm, let alone on a military base full of women. The youngest guard scoffs. Yeah, must be real miserable. I feel for you. The navigator adds warmly, isn't this the torture you asked for, Daniel? You're welcome. The guards and Daniel chuckle, and Woolstrin replies, best you can do is keep your head low. Don't know much about this place, or I'd have warned you. Sorry about that. The navigator teases, just convince them they need, what was it? CRP. CPR. And no, she specifically told me not to do that. Though he says that, Daniel knows that if the situation arises, he'll still offer. He imagines he's getting benign neglect from the commander solely because he saved a life, and he didn't try to improve his station or speak ill of royalty. That said, it's also clear she doesn't trust him. Here, Daniel. He faces the sergeant, and Wolstrin gives Daniel a small pouch. Inside are a handful of coins. Since it seems you're not formally a prisoner, take it. It's not much, and I'll get reimbursed later. But, I'm betting that'll make it a little easier for you here. Daniel nods gratefully. Thank you. I'll try not to get killed. The navigator teases one last time, try not to get trimmed, either. They all share a chuckle and shake hands, and Daniel makes his way into the base. He decides he'll try to find the least hostile looks from those he'll be serving with, and try to introduce himself. He'll need to figure out where he'll be allowed to sleep, after all. He's not holding his breath for anything comfortable. When Liana cracks open the anvil of another set of small diamonds, finding the gems inside as expected. 7 in total, based on the axes of pressure she was able to calculate for reliable growth, but ease of work. Without Daniel, it isn't as satisfying, but he would want their work to continue. The gems, once polished, make gloriously effective magic crystals, and for a fraction of the size. And, selling the uncharged gems alone as diamonds to other territories has brought in immense amounts of capital for the Grand Duchy conveniently during a time when they need capital and the realm is unable to tax them. When Liana is pretty sure her mother didn't scheme all of this just to make them rich, since there was no guarantee that Liana alone could produce more diamonds, but these 7 are the third of such a 7-gem batch, and the first 14 have already brought in more than equal to what the estate already had. The diamonds, once cut, are crystal clear, almost scarily so, and they are the envy of noble ladies all over. Daniel also mentioned adding something he calls boron, which is found in a compound used in goldwork. Just a drop, and the diamonds she's currently looking at are just as he promised. A deep shade of blue, like a deep ocean. When Liana sinks to her knees at her desk, trying to suppress the ache she suddenly feels. Her greatest triumphs thus far have been at the side of her first and truest friend. She sniffles as she fights but loses the battle against her tears. She doesn't know for how long, or when she showed up, but an all too familiar voice states softly, Wenli. When Liana sniffles, quickly wiping her face with her sleeve and climbing to her feet. She hides her face as she regains her composure. Mother. P. Perfect timing. I just opened the latest diamonds. These ones are. She presents the small diamonds, trying to hide her face from her mother as she faces the Grand Duchess. Arameliana hesitates for a moment, but she doesn't press the issue. Instead, she takes the crystal and inspects it. Her face shifts in surprise, and she whispers, blue? When Liana confirms with a nod, sniffling. She turns away, blowing her nose quickly on her handkerchief. Apologies, mother. Take your time, murmurs the matron softly. When Liana recomposes herself, saying proudly, blue diamonds. According to Daniel, they existed naturally on Earth, but were about 10,000 times more rare than normal diamonds. I have no specific need for aesthetic diamonds, so please set the price as you see fit. I'll begin the next batch once the machine is cooled. Arameliana is silent for a long time. When Liana takes notice, and looks at her mother. She can't hide her pinkened cheeks or bloodshot eyes, but she knows Arameliana isn't cruel enough to scold her for her unseemly appearance in her own lab, hidden away as was requested of her oh so long ago. The Grand Duchess states softly, When Liana, I had no idea what to do with the diamond you handed me that day, but I feel I should reveal something to you. When Liana murmurs, I don't care about politics, mother. Please do as you see fit. Thank you for supporting my work, as always. You're jumping to conclusions, child. Until he is back with you, I have intended to use every Valdenese earned to conquer this entire continent, if I must. Mother, to say you'd go so far for. Arameliana silences Wenliana by placing her finger to the latter's lips. Wenliana is surprised. The Grand Duchess generally considers it rude to physically interrupt someone, and she's not big on physical contact from any of her daughters. Small gestures are usually reserved for when they're most needed. She whispers, I could make us rich with this machine and your effort alone. That is so very obvious. However, something those foolish nobles and aristocrats are too blind to see is the greater gift Daniel was to this world. He claims his hobby was studying little about a lot. With what little he knows, how far has he accelerated us? Arameliana gingerly strokes the diamond with her thumb. She suddenly looks into Wenliana's eyes. Do you remember when your father burned that book that was falling apart on you? Wenliana scoffs, nodding. Of course, mother. It was the only time I'd ever seen either of you strike each other, and you, father, no less. Arameliana says with a reverent smile. Yes, he was quite shocked when I slapped him, wasn't he? They both giggle together, and Arameliana continues. Do you know why I did it? Wenliana shakes her head. I'll admit, it wasn't because you were crying, though that definitely played a part. It was because it's a terrible sin, burning a book. It doesn't matter that it was some common, easy to replace book. That was not something I ever wanted you to believe was okay. In that book was a history, information of the past, and subsequently a foundation for the future. She looks at Wenliana again, saying seriously, Daniel and Rikuto's past is our future. To discard either of them is to waste advanced knowledge and wisdom we can scarcely imagine, so that pathetic, ignorant aristocrats can wallow in contentment with their own short-sighted comfort, like insects happy with a drainage ditch. That is why I've never once tried to pressure you or use you for a political marriage. That is why I've always allowed you your curious and strange experiments, even when I could barely understand. That is why I'll go to war with the whole world, if it means bringing you back together with the one person that simultaneously inspires you and steals your breath away. Arameliana smiles warmly as Wenliana's cheeks begin to heat up, no doubt filling with color. And tears return to her eyes once more. She whimpers, Mother, before throwing herself into a hug with the Grand Duchess. Arameliana pets Wenliana's back, cooing gently, I love you, my dearest Wenliana. I love you too. Mother. Wenliana buries her face in her mother's chest, crying for a long time. She doesn't need to say it, since the Grand Duchess knew long before Wenliana could ever admit it. I love him. Tell me how I can help get him back. The Grand Duchess pets her eldest daughter's head gently. Keep making these and leave the rest to me. I'll handle it. If I need anything else, you'll be the first to know. Wenliana sobs, nodding against her mother's chest. Arameliana does take one last matronly jab, though. I do have a condition. When we do bring him back, I expect not to wait too long for grandchildren. Mother, if he knows what's good for him, he'll oblige. He'd be a fool to refuse my greatest treasure. Wenliana snaps her gaze up to match that of the Grand Duchess in disbelief. Arameliana smiles tenderly, whispering, I may not always understand you, and I know I never dote on you like your sisters, but I'm thankful that I so rarely need to. Wenliana breaks down once more, hugging the Grand Duchess for a long time. Eventually, her mother leaves her with the words, Keep up the good work, Wenliana. If you need anything to make anything more efficient, I shall see it to you at once. Wenliana returns to the diamond machine with a new sense of purpose. It has long periods of simply letting it run, so getting it back up and running as quickly as possible is an obvious goal. And from there, she'll go through Daniel's notes and his strange device once more, trying to make sense of what she can. His device, which he called a phone, is in his language, and she can use language comprehension for a time. Like Rikuto, though, it's temporary, and she'd have to cast it each time to continuously be able to understand. However, if she can find anything else useful, she'll try to see if she can figure out how to make it. Daniel indeed gave her a great many gifts. Returning him to his rightful place is the most important thing right now. Daniel. Need something? The quartermaster asks bluntly as Daniel approaches. He hasn't introduced himself, but word spread quickly, so even those to whom he didn't get a chance to introduce himself seem to know him right away. Good evening, quartermaster. Pleased to meet you. I'm Daniel. Can I buy a blanket? A blanket? Did you buy one from the sergeant yesterday? Daniel sighs internally. He did. But he's trying to lay low. Clearly, he hasn't figured out the best way to go about things. It seems I misplaced it. I have the one Valden. The quartermaster stares at him, and she sighs. She states, wait here. She heads into the back of the storehouse for a moment, returning with a blanket. They exchange, and Daniel says politely, thank you. Try not to let it get misplaced. Daniel holds his tongue as well as he can, resisting a sigh of defeat. He replies with his best forced smile, of course. Thank you for the advice. He walks back to his usual camping spot. Thankfully, It's been fairly dry the last few days since he arrived, and the weather's been warm. That said, he's not sure what he's supposed to do at the fortress. Naturally, word of his banishment spread as well, and the focal point is the why of the banishment, not the why he wasn't executed. So, most of the women at the fort glare at him at best. He's helped with menial labor a few times, which generally grants him just the silent treatment, which is fine. He can work in solitude if it means unloading cargo or stacking weapons. In the morning, he folds the blanket and stores it in the storage cubby he was granted, which has his name on it. But, it's simply a small shelf space in a public access area, and it's his only storage space. As such, he only stores one thing there. And, he needs to make sure he makes it to the quartermaster before they close for the night. When there's not much to do, he goes beyond the fortress with permission to gather whatever he can find, be it herbs, specific stones for minerals, and anything else that he might find useful. So far, no one's needed him for any magical equipment. Beyond the fortress is actually nothing like what the words, Demon Wildlands, would inspire. It's actually a fairly luscious forest, full of animals and plants, similar to a rainforest, but not as humid. He manages to find a tree oozing sap, and he pages through the small field guide he copied. As far as he can tell, it falls in the non-toxic category, and he doesn't have a heck of a lot to lose. So, he dabs his finger in the viscous fluid, and he tastes it. Sure enough, it's sweet. He collects some in a jar, putting it in his simple shoulder bag. While he's not expecting much, as far as he knows, scouting reports with successful finds of usable resources can be rewarded by the quartermaster in the form of a small stipend, depending on what it is. And, as he scouts around, he finds a metallic glint. Upon investigation, he finds the rigging for a hidden trap. Vines and wooden spikes placed to snare and/or wound anyone investigating the glint without caution, which appears to be a knife. Daniel's somewhat far out, so it shouldn't be a hunting trap for the fort, but it could be. However, the fact that it's not baited with food, but with a weapon implies it might be for a scouting demon. Or worse, for someone just like Daniel. He makes a note of his location, taking as many notes about the spot as possible relative to other landmarks. He's not far from what could roughly be called a path. It could be a trap meant to catch scouts or a vanguard unit and sow disorder if the fortress sends an advance unit. Thankfully, he sees no signs of approach, so it's hard to say how long it has been armed. He's fairly confident he could disarm the trap, but he opts not to for now. He doubts the women at the fortress are foolish enough not to know about the traps, and it could easily be one of theirs. To disarm it without knowing could be a problem. As Daniel is returning to the fort, the portcullis is still up, meaning he made it back in time for curfew. In spite of that, as he approaches the gate, the watchstander opens the slot and asks, "Who goes there?" Daniel replies politely, "Daniel of the Otherworld, returning from free scouting and collecting." Daniel knows how it's going to go. It's not the first time now. On Earth, Daniel had a small philosophy when he was driving. He was terrible about looking at license plates on cars because he was always worried he might be tempted when someone cut him off in traffic if he paid any attention to their license plate and tried to escalate the issue for something so insignificant. Likewise, he doesn't make a point of learning the names of the women at the fort right now. If he's questioned, he has no interest in getting on anyone's bad side. He has no idea who knows who are sisters with whom, and whether or not camaraderie between soldiers outweighs the word of a complete outsider. "I'm not seeing your name in the log. Daniel of the Otherworld. Did you have permission to go off base?" Her attitude is snarky and condescending. Daniel replies, "I left shortly after first bell. Headed southwest, intent to return same day." She reads the log, humming again. "Sorry. I can't read this log entry. I'll send for someone to check with the morning watch." Denied entry. She closes the slot, and Daniel sighs. He walks to a nearby stone and takes a seat. He sketches idly in the dirt with a stick to pass the time, but he knows what's going to happen. As the 12th bell chimes in the base, indicating the last hour of the 12-hour workday, Daniel approaches the gate, knocking before they close the portcullis. The slot pops open, and it's the night watchstander this time. That was final bell. Curfew is a quarter hour before final bell. Daniel sighs. "My apologies. Daniel from the Otherworld returning. I won't." "I'm sorry. Curfew is curfew. Clear the gate." Daniel hesitates for a moment, pondering refusing. But, either way, He's looking at either being attacked or killed. He backs away from the gate, and the slot closes. The orders are given to lower the portcullis, and it rumbles lower. A few of the guards above snicker, not as hidden by the portcullis noise as they might have thought. Daniel sighs and finds a spot to sit against the wall of the fortress, getting comfortable for the night as the sun's last rays sink out of sight. The noises around him are familiar to him. Birds, insect-like creatures, some kind of mammal or reptile crying its social or mating call. He's able to get used to the natural sounds and drift to sleep. Sometime in the night, Daniel is awakened by a small stick hitting him. He looks, finding one of the guards at the man door that bypasses the gate and portcullis. She nods him over. Come on. Daniel shakes his head. Thank you, but I can't. I'm saying it's fine. Just go, before I change my mind. Please do. I'm not breaking in. Thank you for your consideration. He puts his head back down on his knees and arms, keeping his profile small and warm. He can hear her sigh in disgust and walk back inside. What he doesn't hear is the latch. He peeks, and the door is still cracked open. Daniel's not an idiot. Violating procedure on a military base, especially during wartime, is a great way to get in trouble. This world takes it just as or more seriously as Earth. He climbs to his feet and walks towards the door. One of the guards up top challenges him. Hey, who goes there? Daniel from the other world. He takes the handle of the door and pulls it closed, hearing the spring-loaded latch click into place, barring the door. He walks back to his spot and sits back down. The first bell of the morning is what awakens him again, and he listens to the portcullis rise. He approaches the gate and knocks, and the slot opens. Who goes there? Daniel of the other world. Returning from. Were you out there all night? The guard, the same morning guard that he passed on the way out, peeks to the side to try to see where he came from. I was. Missed curfew again. You can't keep doing that. Understood. May I return, please? She sighs a little. Yeah, of course. Be more careful next time, all right? I will. She opens the gate, allowing him to pass and logging his return. Daniel walks wearily by, murmuring, thank you. She nods as she watches him walk slowly. She closes the door and shakes her head quietly, returning to her watch-standing duties. Daniel turns in the tree sap and his notes to the quartermaster, and she remarks, you didn't come by last night. Managed to keep hold of your blanket, Daniel? I don't know. I was distracted. Distracted? Didn't you sleep? A little. I should go check in with the dining hall. Please excuse me. All right. I'll be here. Daniel finds a scolding for being missing all morning, which he couldn't help, but he doesn't make excuses. He admits he was stuck beyond the gate. It takes a few rounds of back and forth, but his supervisor finally gives up and tells him what to retrieve for the day. He follows the instructions to kill time. As he works, Daniel is always listening. Few of the women on base speak to him at all, and in the dining hall, they ignore him for the most part. But he overhears things. Apparently, the hot water and the air conditioning magic units haven't been working for the barracks for a long time, long before he arrived. The base is too far out of the way to get an artificer to come and repair them, and they've already tried replacing the crystals themselves. He knows it won't earn him brownie points, but it is the job for which he's supposed to be useful. He'll just have to wait for night to fall once more. Chapter 15. The mechanic does his best to survive. Fort Peony is a moderately sized valley fortress barring the only known path through the mountains at the north end of the mountains, separating the allied kingdoms and empire from the demon wildlands, with whom they're at war. It's so far out of the way and difficult to traverse, very few attacks take place. And, in order to provide a more ceremonial fortress to man, it's relatively robust and secure. Many lesser noble women and daughters have chosen it, and all but given it a reputation, as a sort of women-only base on the edge of the frontier. It's not strictly women-only, but when choosing manning, the commanding officers have held to the tradition, as the main base at the other end of the valley is meant to receive warning and prepare if Fort Peony is going to be overrun. As night falls, Daniel yawns and makes his way towards the back of the barracks building. Most of the women have already turned in, excluding watchstanders, so it's the least populated the base is, as far as people walking around. Daniel's personal storage cubby, which had only his blanket before he was locked outside of the base for the night, is of course empty, so he's not going to sleep particularly well this evening. Instead, he decides to wear himself out and keep himself distracted with more work. He requested permission already to use the smithy in the night, since it'll keep him out of the way, and he was even willing to begin heating up any equipment in the early morning, but the blacksmiths refused. That said, he's got a different project in mind for the moment. He inspects the control unit of the barracks building's central air. It consists of a heating crystal, a cooling crystal, a wind crystal, and a mana crystal. And, from the gossip he's overheard the regular grumbling about it. The crystals were already replaced, meaning it's anything other than the one thing Daniel definitely can't fix. He carefully and quietly disassembles the control unit, which houses the mana crystal and the mana delivery conductors, which are some kind of metal tubing. They don't contain anything inside, but mana travels best in tubing for reasons Daniel has not yet learned. And, while it is fairly flexible, it also has a fatal flaw. It's easy to dislodge, especially from the internal connection. Sure enough, Daniel can see the tubing where it's dislodged. He pulls the pliers he borrowed from the smithy, and he places the connection back into its socket, gripping down to close the clamps. He then uses metal wire to tightly bind the connections of both ends of the circuit for each of the connections leading the main mana connection and the various control switches. This way, even if it's dislodged by being hit during a battle, it should still stay connected and work. Thankfully, it's not the first such central air Daniel has worked on. When Liana had him look at the Stallvalton Estate's central air unit, and they have a handy panel on the outlet that changes colors with temperature, and this one even has a target temperature etched into the surface, likely once everyone found a comfortable zone. Daniel adjusts the controls until the panel matches the gradient desired, and he leaves it run. They'll be able to adjust it the next day when they realize it, if they realize it. Next is the bathhouse. He has to be extra careful with the communal wash area, as it's a shared space, and men's bath is right around this time. He makes his way in, checking the log. Sure enough, it's occupied. It's about a 1-hour window that the men can take their baths using water scooped from the water heater, which is outputting heat, but not very much. Daniel enters with his equipment still with him, and he gets dirty looks from the two men that are present. Daniel remarks quietly, "Don't mind me. I'll only be a minute." He uses a wash basin to wash off his arms, and then he reaches in, finding the heating elements. They're warm, but definitely not hot. While he's worried the mana crystal isn't conducting well, he'll look at that last. More than likely, the protective heat caps that protect the gem housings are coated in buildup. Thankfully, the Earthling mechanic has plenty of practice, having set up both inline and basin crystal-powered heating units in the castle of Morneste and the capital itself. He doesn't have the manufacturing capacity to change the basin one the fort uses to an inline unit, since he doesn't have the means to make pumps, but he can at least repair this one. Daniel pulls the first crystal's outer protector off, inspecting the cover. Indeed, it is quite dirty, and he uses a rag to clean it off, scraping off some buildup carefully. He peeks down inside. The glow of the heat crystal is pretty dim, so something is definitely affecting the mana conductivity as well. Daniel replaces the cap and does the same for the second and third ones. One of the guys approaches, asking, "What are you doing?" "Just cleaning. Trying to keep myself busy." Daniel replaces the last one, and he smiles at the man. With a nod, Daniel makes his way outside and around to the backside of the heating basin, where he can access the controls and crystals from. He tightens the fittings holding the mana conduction tubing on both ends and checks the temperature adjustment slider. It turns out to be the slider. At some point, the users of the bathhouse impossible to know who or when tried to turn it up more and more, even as it reached maximum. Daniel has to return to the smithy briefly for some scrap metal to form into parts, but he's able to find what he needs, and with a few splinters of metal, he's able to make the slider functional again. Within a few moments, he can feel the heat being generated from the crystals radiating through the back of the unit. He adjusts it down to around 75, which is still hot, but shouldn't boil the water. He walks back inside, inspecting the water temperature. It's the tail end of the hour he can use, but it's enough time for him to feel heat coming from the water, and he dips his hand inside briefly. It's a pretty good temperature, and he makes his way out. Between both tasks, it's gotten pretty late, so Daniel makes his way back to the smithy. He's still got a few hours before he's going to try to sleep, so he begins inspecting scrap metal and ruined swords, materials he's allowed to use, since they won't make very good quality swords or armor, but serve the purpose if need be. Daniel's goal is the one thing he's wanted since coming to the base. He begins making a mail mold from wood. A tube with locking pegs on the bottom end. He forms the female mold with clay and sand, and then begins melting the metal scraps in a ladle. It takes a while, but he's able to get enough prepared to pour before morning. He's thankful his body is younger, as his actual age made it rough to pull all-nighters. Now, he's feeling the tug at his eyelids, but because he's on task, he's able to keep forging ahead. Once it's cast, Daniel tucks the metal tube out of the way. It won't appear to have an apparent purpose to anyone else, so they shouldn't have a need to take it. The only real risk is that it'll get used as scrap again, but Daniel doesn't care. He's using it to kill time. He makes his way outside, and he can tell by the moon that it's about 4 hours to dawn. He heads to the back of the dining hall, finding a warm spot against the wall, where the heat in the stone of the oven is still present. He manages to get a nap before breakfast starts, and he drags himself in to help in the dining hall. He retrieves supplies and washes dishes and cooking tools. He returns to the dining hall with a crate of ingredients from the storehouse, walking into, "Yes. I noticed it too. I had to use my blanket, I was cold." Daniel twitches, but ignores the subtle jab. However, it quickly leaves his mind when one of the other soldiers replies, "Me too. Did someone fix the air?" They must have, but who? Who was watching the guardhouse this morning? Did an artificer arrive? Daniel returns to the back, losing the rest of the conversation. He didn't say anything, and he has no need to take credit. He mostly did it to keep himself distracted, and he heard about a problem that he might be and ended up being able to fix. With them repaired, maybe the overall morale will improve, maybe it won't. He can operate in solitude, and it's temperate enough for now that sleeping outside hasn't caused him too much trouble. He's not looking forward to the rain, but he'll worry about that when he has to. Daniel stalks up the kitchen for lunch after breakfast is done, and he collects his rations and makes his way to the well. It has a manual pump already, cloned from his first one in the castle town, he assumes. It has the exact same design, and it works the same way. He and Wenliana hadn't perfected the automatic pumps yet, but soon enough, they'll likely replace the equipment on military bases at the end of the world. He refills his leather water skin. "I'm kinda surprised you know how to use that. No one has showed you, have they?" Daniel looks. "It's the morning watch stander that let him in." He replies, "I saw enough people use it. Here to refill?" She nods civilly, and he steps aside to operate the pump for her. "Oh, thanks." She steps up, holding her own water skin under the pump, and he cycles the pump for her. As the water pours in, she asks, "So, is it true?" "Is what true?" "What they say you did. Did you really tear the clothes off of a princess?" Daniel chuckles. "Yeah. That's the truth. And, you're still alive?" "I've been told the undead can't talk." She cocks her head, and she suddenly realizes what he's saying. She scoffs, and retorts, "All right, mister. Good comeback, I guess." The water reaches the top, and Daniel stops. She puts the cap on, but before she leaves, she asks, "So, why'd you do it?" "I had to." "You had to?" Daniel nods to answer her. "Please excuse me. Lunch is about to begin, and I have responsibilities." Daniel walks away, and she watches him for a moment. "Hey, Daniel." Daniel pauses to look at her, and he replies, "I'd rather not say any more about it right now." "Not that. I never introduced myself. My name is Gwenisphia. Lieutenant Gwenisphia, if we're in proper company." She removes her helmet, revealing a pair of flickering cat ears at the top of her head. She smiles softly. Daniel bows his head politely. "Lieutenant Gwenisphia, the pleasure is mine. I'm just Daniel. No family name or rank." She smiles and repeats his name. "Daniel, please continue to treat me well." Daniel gives a professional nod, and he heads for the dining hall once more. "Commander. Can I talk to you?" Commander Lywells doesn't look up from her report as she writes, replying with her usual stoic tone, "Enter." The door opens, and one of the night watch standers walks in, Treya, a Geishanine woman with emerald green eyes. She walks in and salutes, stating, "Commander, Sergeant Treya. I wanted to report odd behavior last night." Lywells sighs and puts her pen down. "Daniel?" Treya confirms. "Yes, Commander. I saw him skulking around late into the night last night." With an exasperated nod, Lywells remarks, "This is the third report I've received. Did he seem to be interested in anything?" "Yes. He approached the barracks and seemed to be scoping out the layout. It made me uncomfortable, but I couldn't prove he was doing anything. The commander pages through a logbook briefly. I understand he spent the night outside of the fort the other night. That was because he missed curfew, Commander. Indeed. Perhaps he was hoping to seek retaliation. Fortunately, your room is on the upper floor, is it not? Treya replies, it is, Commander. But, shouldn't we take precautions? You know better than any of us what he was sent here for. This fortress is the flower garden for a reason. Do you think you'd be unable to kill him if he were to attack you? Treya recoils a little. I don't know. He's a divine summon, isn't he? He could have an untold amount of magical power. Lywells nods in agreement with her point. Indeed, that's true. Has he impeded operations of the fort? And not to my knowledge. Very well. Has he made any threats? No, Commander. He barely speaks at all to anyone. He could be plotting anything. I see. Lywells sits back in her chair, placing her cheek on her fist with her elbow on the armrest. Do you know what he told me when I asked him about his banishment? I wouldn't know, Commander. He told me the report was accurate. He made no denials or excuses. Forgive me, Commander. I fail to see how that relates to the threat he poses for the entirety of this base. He's giving up. The reason he's not retaliating on any of you is because his spirit's breaking. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Commander. I see. Well, then, I'll consider actions to take for ensuring Daniel poses no threat. You may go. Thank you for hearing me out, Commander. Treya bows and turns on her heel, walking out. Lywells looks out of her window, where Daniel is finishing chores for the dining hall during dinner. What is going through your head, Daniel? They didn't execute you for a reason. What was it? Another knock comes at the door. Enter. She keeps watching out of the window as the door opens and closes. Commander. Quartermaster Lieutenant Verbain. What is it? Daniel skulking around at night. Oh, no, Commander. I actually wanted to ask about the barracks. Curious, Lywells turns around. The barracks? Is something wrong? The opposite. Did we receive a magic artificer recently? No, why? Lywells decides to hear out the explanation first before she makes an assumption. That's strange, pardon me, Commander. Those of us that stay in the barracks have all noticed, the central air is working again. I was curious if an artificer came to repair it finally. Is that a fact? Yes, Commander. The vents are blowing air once more, and many of us found ourselves cold in the night, but only because it's been so hot, recently. I see. Is it possible it began working again on its own? The Commander knows what happened. The barracks' central air has been awaiting repairs for a little over a year. Lywells has a room in the barracks, but often sleeps in her office because she can open her balcony doors and let air in. I wouldn't think so, Commander. Not after a year. Maybe it was someone on night shift. If I learn who it was, would you like me to report it? Please do. I believe this person deserves thanks. Is there a particular reason you need an artificer? We've survived without these last few weeks, Commander, so I won't add to our troubles, but our potion storage box is no longer cooling as it should be. If we fall under siege, we may not be able to make and store potions ahead of demand. That sounds like a rather urgent problem. The ingredients are okay as long as we keep them dry and the appropriate plants tended, Commander. But, if we need long-term potion storage, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. Noted. Let me know if the problem is resolved. I'll put in another request for repairs. Verbain bows. Thank you, Commander. I'll take my leave, then. Lywells acknowledges her with a nod. She waits for Verbain to leave, and she peeks out of her window for a moment. Daniel is alone in his usual spot, where he sits out of the way, and watches the goings-on. He has a small notebook that he made himself, and he's studying it. Let's see where this mystery leads. She finishes her report and signs it, walking it to her secretary. See this sent out before tomorrow, if possible. And, please draft a repair request for the Quartermaster's potion storage cooling unit. I'll review and sign it later. Her secretary replies warmly, as you wish, Commander. I'm going to tour the yard. If you need me, I'll be in the main courtyard. Of course, Commander. Shall I ring your escorts and mentees? That won't be necessary. Just a leisure tour for myself. Yes, Commander. I'll be here if you need anything. Thank you. Lywells makes her way to where Daniel is sitting, approaching him from the side. She gets within a few steps of him, stating, "If you were on watch, you'd be an easy target." Daniel replies, "If I was on watch, I'd obey the orders of a sentry, Commander." He stands up and faces her, saluting as he's seen others do. His posture is actually surprisingly good, as if he's been a soldier in this world his whole adult life. At ease. "Orders of a sentry, you say?" Daniel nods respectfully. "Apologies. It's from my old world. We had 11 general orders that we were meant to memorize and which detail how to respond to situations while standing watch." "You were a soldier in your old world?" Military sailor, actually, Commander. And even then, my specific job on the ship is a little hard to explain." "Please try. You've got me curious, now." "Very well." He looks around, nodding. "If you can, imagine please a metal ship larger than the length of this fortress, and about as wide as 2 of the barracks buildings together. Its height was probably 3 times the watchtower. Maybe 2. It's been a while. On this ship, I ran the powerhouse. For simplicity, it's the closest thing we had to magic crystals, and it was enough power to move this ship through the water without sails." "You've said a lot of things I don't understand. A metal ship? That large no less?" "Apologies, Commander. There's not much to relate it to in this world to make it easier, but my job was, I guess, kind of like a scribe, but also constantly controlling the non-magic arcane gem we used. Our enemies were comparable to ourselves, so it's not a fair comparison, but just the one ship I served on could conquer this entire continent alone. Dragons and all, I suspect." The commander understandably stares at him in disbelief. He's not lying. His words ring truthful, and her special, God-given ability when she was born is actually to detect lies and other deceptions magically. True, Daniel claims magic doesn't work on him, so it could be that, but his words have no sounds of fiction to them, only a struggle to relate it to her well enough for her to picture. It's a strange feeling being bewildered in this way. Daniel adds, "As for the orders of a sentry, while it wasn't my specific job most of the time, it was still expected for us as basic training, because even if I wasn't a fighter myself, I might need to pick up a weapon and defend my ship, my base, and my homeland. Even if I'd be terrible at it." That part she understands, and she smiles and nods. "I see. I'm curious about these orders. What were they?" I can do my best to write them down, if that's all right, Commander. On the spot like this, and as long as it's been, I'll misquote them, I'm sure." "Very well. I look forward to seeing what your world views as the duties of a sentry." Daniel replies politely, "As you wish, Commander. Is there anything else I can do for you in the meantime?" "Actually, there's one other thing." She hands him a key. "The quartermaster storehouse is locked 1 hour after last bell, as I suspect you recall. It is completely unmanned after men's bathing hour." "Commander. Why are you telling me this? What's this key?" "Call it a curiosity. I want to test a theory. I have heard recently that the cooling unit for potion storage in the storehouse has failed to operate for several weeks, preventing the storage of potions. In peace times, this isn't a crisis, but if we were to fall under attack," she smiles cryptically at him. "I don't understand." He averts his eyes for a moment, and he asks softly, "Couldn't you give me permission to go in during the day?" "I could, but that wouldn't sat my curiosity." "Do you mean the barracks and the bathhouse, Commander?" She smiles coyly. "Oh, so you've heard what happened?" Daniel looks away for a moment. "I don't want to be accused of brown-nosing, Commander." Accused of currying favor by shortcuts, that is. That's just not something I can do." Her smile softens a little, but she's still a little smug. "Then, it would seem after men's bath is the appropriate time." Daniel hesitates, but he nods in agreement. "I can't promise anything. I'll take a look tonight, Commander. May I report to you in the morning after breakfast?" She smiles and nods professionally. She turns away, adding over her shoulder, "Oh, and please do a better job of not being seen skulking around at night, Daniel. Most of us are women here. We love to gossip." Daniel stands silently for a moment, but he finally replies, "You understood, Commander." She makes her way to a few other places to actually perform a tour, and then returns to her office. Now, she just has to sit and await results. Treya watches from her perch on the wildland wall. She's not on watch tea particular night, but her friends are fellow night watch standers, so it's only natural she'd hang out with them while staking out her quarry. Drestika approaches. You've been up here all evening. What are you watching? Daniel. He's always up to something, and tonight, I'm going to find out what. Daniel. Disgusting that the commander lets him walk around freely. I've wondered why no one follows him beyond the gates and encourages him not to come back. I know why I don't. The commander would know immediately. Easier to try to get him kicked out, or to do it himself. Yeah, that's fair. The two watch idly towards the courtyard for a moment. Drestika pats Treya's shoulder, saying, well, good luck. If you need help, call out. We'll tear him apart. Divine summon or not. Treya confirms with a nod. She perks up. He's on the move. I'll be back. She quickly makes her way down to the ground, staying out of sight as she follows him. Daniel makes his way down into the smithy, which is typical. She listens for the sounds of hammers, but he doesn't start working. Instead, he returns shortly after descending into the smithy pit, and he heads next for the quartermaster's storehouse. There, the quartermaster has everything from potion ingredients and magic crystals, to blankets and clothes. Could he be planning to steal what he needs? Is he going to run? Oh, I got you now, Daniel. She follows a fair distance, observing from the shadows. Her Geishanine eyes can see perfectly in the dark. However, he simply studies the door for a moment, and then makes his way back to the smithy. He descends back into the pit. This time, he's gone for a long time. Still, she doesn't hear the hammer, so she waits for him to leave. It's the only exit from the smithy, so she can't miss him. The minutes tick by slowly, and boredom threatens to set in. She's a watchstander, so she's used to it. But, he still doesn't begin hammering. What is he doing down there? Should I go check? He can't get out any other way, can he? After a little longer, Treya decides that she should check. It's always possible he keeled over down there, which would be a big relief, and she wants the satisfaction of seeing it. She decides to act casual, like she has a reason to enter the smithy. She walks down in, saying as she does, "Oh, Daniel, fancy meeting." She looks around. He's nowhere in sight. The smithy is a good size, but there's not that much space, especially not to hide in. She checks what few nooks and crannies there are, but there's no sign of him. Just then, she spots the window. She wouldn't want to climb through it, and she's probably half his size. Regardless, it's definitely possible, but it's high up compared to the floor, and not an easy climb. He wouldn't, would he? But, wouldn't that mean he knows I'm watching? Treya dashes back outside, looking around frantically. Still, he's nowhere in sight. She hears a metallic click from the direction of the quartermaster storehouse, and she sprints there. She whispers sharply through the door, "Daniel. Daniel. I know you're in there. Come out at once. I won't have you executed for stealing. Do you hear me?" She honestly hopes he doesn't respond. "Daniel. Come out at once. I'm going to call the guards. I'm warning you." She listens for a long time. Nothing. He must be hiding. It's not going to work. If you don't come out, I'm going to. "Can I help you with something?" Treya jumps nearly 6 feet in the air as she throws herself away from the source of the male voice. The same voice belonging to the person she wholly believed was inside, but instead, was behind and to her right. She yelps, and she can feel the tingle in her tail. It's puffed up as wide as it can go. Daniel states uneasily, "Apologies. I didn't mean to startle you. Is something going on in the storehouse?" She stammers, pointing at the door, and then at Daniel, who she was certain until just now that he had managed to slip past her and get inside. She dissolves into anger, and she snarls in a low voice, "I don't know how you did it, but I know you broke in, and, when they do inventory in the morning, I'm telling them it was you. The other watchstanders saw me the whole time, but not you, so, do you want to confess?" "I'd rather not confess to anything I didn't do. I know you weren't in the smithy. You can't fool me. Just you wait." Treya storms off, leaving Daniel looking a little confused. Lywells finds a curious sight as she's walking to her office early in the morning. She slept in her own room for once, and she feels more refreshed than usual. As the rumors have said, the central air is working wonderfully in the barracks once more, making it comfortable to sleep in and relax in. However, seated outside of her office door on the floor near the secretary's desk is the otherworlder known as Daniel. He stands up, saluting. "Commander. I have to apologize." "Apologize? Whatever for?" "I failed a part of what I was doing last night. When I realized I was being observed, it was too late." She looks around. With a sigh, she says, "Come in." She unlocks her office and enters, allowing Daniel to pass through. She closes the door and states softly as she straightens her uniform more elaborate, "What happened?" Daniel recounts the story. "One of the watchstanders caught me when I first approached. I moved back to the smithy and used the window to escape her line of sight and enter the storehouse. But she almost caught me as I was leaving the storehouse. She's fairly certain I was inside." Lywells cocks her head. "Did she see you enter or exit the storehouse?" "No, Commander. But, as I said, she's confident, given the circumstances. I wanted you to hear of my failure, first. I guess that means you were unable to repair the cooler, then, huh?" She takes a seat, straightening the contents of her desk in preparation to begin her work. "No, it's fixed, Commander. The mana crystal was seated incorrectly." "I see. That's unfo. What did you say?" "It's fixed, Commander. Thankfully, seating the mana crystal was easy, and I was able to slip past the watchstander again." Lywells stares at him in disbelief. "You fixed it?" Daniel confirms politely. "Yes, Commander. It was just one of the crystals?" "Yes, ma'am. I had to adjust the seat a little, but it was quick enough. I wanted you to hear of my mistakes before you heard it from anyone else. I believe I will be accused of stealing." Lywells sighs. "Did you take anything?" "No, Commander. I encourage a full inventory. Here is your key." He returns the key, and she stares at it for a moment. She scoffs. "I can't believe you fixed it while dodging a watchstander. Who was it?" "I don't know, Commander. Why would you cover for someone hostile to you?" "I don't believe she's trying to kill me. I believe she thinks I'm a threat. She was doing what she thought was right." "You could do better to stand up for yourself, Daniel." Daniel smiles. "I'd rather tiptoe through a minefield, Commander. I'm not a foolhardy or particularly courageous sort." She chuckles, but sighs after a moment. "All right. Well, thank you for making the repairs. I'll check with the quartermaster for the inventory. Are you sure nothing was taken?" Daniel hesitates. He replies quietly, "I can only say I didn't take anything. I can't predict the outcome of the inventory, Commander." She frowns. "Well, at least you aren't actually oblivious to how much some of the soldiers here dislike you." "I'm trying to keep my head down and out of the way, Commander. I suspect my reputation is unforgivable." "Have you tried explaining?" "No, why?" "I'd rather not say." "You're not giving me a lot of room to help you, Daniel, or incentivizing me to do so." "That's fine, Commander. Permission to carry on." She frowns at him again, staring at him in silence for a moment. She replies a little coldly, "For now. You're late for your station, aren't you?" "I informed my supervisor, Commander. I'll take my leave and return to my station." "Excuse me." He bows and leaves the room, heading for the dining hall once more. Lywells looks out her window towards the storehouse. Sure enough, exactly who she suspected is there, speaking passionately, by the gestures, with Verbain. The commander sighs. "You're not a bad person, Daniel. Why hide behind such a strange accusation?" Chapter 16. The weed in the garden. "I'm telling you, Sergeant, I did inventory twice, as always. Nothing was out of place." "How can that be? I know he broke in here last night." "I don't know what to tell you. Inventory is exactly the same as it was when we closed up shop last night." Then, he must have done something. Treya, the Geishanine night watchstander, insists passionately. "It's clear she saw Daniel doing something in the vicinity of the storehouse, but there's no evidence anything was touched. We don't have any signs of contaminating anything, and nothing was even moved." Gwenisphia, the morning lieutenant about to go on watch, approaches for her watch station's rations. "What's going on here?" Verbain replies, "This one here believes Daniel broke into the storehouse last night." "What? Why would he do that?" Verbain answers, "Well, I can say with certainty he didn't steal anything. And he always seems to need a blanket." Treya retorts, "I saw him break in last night." "You did?" asks Gwenisphia. "Did you not raise the alarm?" Treya flinches. I didn't actually see him enter, but, I know he did. He was sneaking around, and I saw him study the door." "Sergeant, accusing Daniel without actually witnessing it isn't helping anything." "I know what I saw, Lieutenant. Why would you defend him? He's scheming something at night." This looks like a heated conversation. All three of them snap to attention and salute the commander as she approaches. Is there a problem? Verbain catches her up on the conversation so far. I see. Gwenisphia states, Daniel doesn't seem like the type to do that, though, Commander. He's quiet and keeps to himself, and he seems rather polite. Do you have evidence of this, Gwenisphia? I don't. No, Commander. Oh, other than any time I've interacted with him, he's quiet and polite. Treya states, he's hiding something. We need to be careful. We should be wary of traitors, spies, and enemies in all forms. We should not treat our allies as such without cause. She looks specifically at Treya, who flinches. However, the commander states without changing the target of her gaze, Quartermaster, I'd like you to verify the cooling unit is broken before I send off the repair request. Surprised, Verbain hesitates. Lywells looks at her, and she flinches this time. Oh, of course, Commander. But it's been out of service for a few weeks now, as I mentioned yesterday. With a nod, Lywells instructs, show me. The four walk into the back of the shop, and Verbain opens the door of the trunk-sized box with a cooling crystal powering it. She puts her hand inside, explaining, it should be cold enough to. She flinches, staring at the device. Lywells walks forward, placing her hand inside. I don't understand. It feels quite cold to my hand. Should it be colder? No, it wasn't working yesterday, Commander. Are you certain? The commander makes a point to look at Treya. Is it possible the issue could have corrected itself? And no, Verbain suddenly gasps. Daniel, this surprises the other two, and Treya quickly says, wait. You're trying to imply Daniel fixed that thing? It's a magic device. Gwenisphia murmurs, wouldn't that mean he has to have magic, then? Lywells walks past them, saying dismissively, I'm a military commander, not a magic artificer. I just thought it might be odd that one of you claims someone broke in here, and another claims a broken device is now working again. But, what do I know? She walks to the door, stating, if anyone needs me, I think I'll be taking a bath. A nice, hot bath. All three of the others gasp in shock together. Gwenisphia squeaks, then, does that mean, the barracks? Lywells smirks over her shoulder, and Treya quickly snaps, hang on, Commander. That's absurd, pardon my saying so, but if he is the one who did it, then how does no one? She trails off. She shakes her head, asking sharply, why wouldn't he tell anyone? Why would he act so suspiciously if that's all he was doing? Why indeed? With that, the commander leaves the storehouse, and the others glance at each other, deep in thought. It's Daniel's day off once more, and as usual, he is on a free scout beyond the fortress. With permission, anyone on base can go off base to search for collectible items. It's a little odd to Daniel, since he could be meeting up with the enemy. However, it seems the actual recon unit stays much further out, and they keep tabs on the enemies. What Daniel is allowed to do is find curiosities in the area. The trap he found ended up being one set by the recon teams, since metal glints mean realm soldiers, and as such, can attract lower intelligence demon soldiers. Daniel uses his notebook to continue learning the plants of the area. He doesn't have everything written down, but he can identify useful plants and toxic ones, at least with a fair amount of accuracy. Not that he's putting everything he finds into his mouth, of course, but there are a few different kinds of berries and other fruit-bearing plants that are edible. Most aren't very lucrative to turn in, but they are a nice addition to meals and snacks. As Daniel is walking, though, he finds a rather steep hill overlooking a sheer drop, over which Daniel can't see from his distance created by the hill. He murmurs to himself, must be where the river flows into the mountains. Better keep my distance. He hears a twig snap somewhere behind him, and he sighs. Of course I jinxed myself. He whirls, looking for whatever's stalking him. He's hit before he can see it, though, and he coughs. His stomach floats as it sinks in, and he grits his teeth. He wants to shout curses, but he braces for the first of many impacts. He slides on his back down the steep hill, quickly being swallowed by tumbling dirt and leaves knocked loose by his fall, and he is unable to see what hit him. Daniel tries to turn himself around with his hands, and he can feel the terrain tearing away at his skin and clothes. Suddenly, he feels himself drop once more. He's gone over the cliff. Daniel feels his breath give way, again preventing him from fully screaming or cursing. Instead, he can only grunt and wince in pain as he tries to gain his bearings. He tries to collect a breath, but it's just as quickly snatched away from him as he slams the water that was below him. He can feel his mind blank out, and what little sense he has fears he's going to black out. However, light fills his eyes once more, and his lungs are on fire. The wind was knocked out of him, but he's alive, and as far as he can tell, he can move. He must have hit a deep enough portion of the river. Though, his entire body is in pain now, so it's hard to say. Regardless, he quickly aligns his feet with the river bottom, finding whatever footing he can so he can kick upwards. He kicks his feet continuously, reaching for the surface with his lungs demanding he inhale. He gasps in a breath as soon as his face breaches the water, and he coughs on what droplets of water manage to follow his life-saving breath. He treads water for a moment as he catches his breath, looking around with a dazed fog still clouding his mind. But, he's able to tell he's in the bottom of the valley fro the upper mountain near Fort Peony. The river is moving at a moderate pace, so he's covering a lot of ground beyond his control. Additionally, the water is rather cold. He'll have to find a way out and navigate back to the fortress. Or, he could just ride the river. No wait. That's definitely not an option. Didn't we pass a waterfall? I gotta get out. Daniel keeps his head above water, swimming as well as he can through the current towards the south side of the river, the side that the fort will be on. The present walls of the cliffs are too steep for him to even exit the water right now, but being closer to shore will be imperative once he has the option to climb out. He follows the wall of the river valley, listening for signs of rapids or the impending waterfall. This isn't what I meant when I said I wanted to see the waterfall better. He knows there's a shoreline near the waterfall, but he prays to himself that he can exit the water long before that. If he messes up, he's probably not going to have any more chances. Gwenisphia stops by the afternoon watchstander station as curfew is getting closer. Daniel had already gone out beyond the gate before she learned what the commander revealed. Daniel hadn't mentioned any of it, but apparently, he's the mysterious artificer that repaired the barracks' central air, the bathhouse water heater, and the storehouse cooling box. Any one of those three would be achievements, and he did all of them in a few days in the dead of night, even after how poorly everyone on base has treated him. For starters, she wants to know why he'd go so far, even for people who treat him poorly. Her relief, Lieutenant Freya, a bovine woman with a much larger stature than anyone else, but a gentle disposition, is checking over the West Gate's logs before curfew and turnover. Afternoon, Freya. Oh, Gwen. Welcome back. Leave something behind? No, nothing like that. I was wondering, has Daniel returned? No, not since I took watch. He's running out of time. Gwenisphia is silent for a moment. She asks, hey, do you think you could make an exception tonight? If he ends up being late? He's been working pretty hard. I don't particularly care to break the rules, Gwen. Less so for someone like him. I have a sister the princess's age. What he did. What if it's not what we think? Then he's got some bad luck. I have no interest in forgiving him because he can make excuses. And I'm certainly not going to break the rules. I'm sorry, Gwen. If he's not back by curfew, he's spending the night outside. Freya turns away, making it clear she's done talking about it. She's not in the wrong, of course. But Gwen was hopeful. She murmurs softly, he's the one that fixed the bathhouse. She walks away, paying no mind when Freya tenses and glances over her shoulder with surprise. The hours tick by, and still no sign of the strange otherworlder. Treya is passing by with her watch team to go relieve the watch for the night, and she spots Gwen sitting on the well. She approaches, saying softly, Lieutenant? Shouldn't you be headed to bed soon? Gwenisphia looks up at her from her seated position. I've been worried. Worried? About what? The Gaishanine lieutenant looks away. Daniel still hasn't returned. He's not even outside the gate like the other times. He's never been this late before. Treya cocks her head. Did he leave for an overnight trek? No, he said he'd be back today. Everyone else already returned. Bellstrom had to go to the infirmary because she injured her shoulder. She said she was attacked by a pig. A pig? Like a wild boar? Out here? Treya finds that a little strange. Gwenisphia nods as she answers, that's what she said. Knocked her against a stone, apparently. Treya sighs, crossing her arms. If you're worried about the weed running into it, I'm sure it'll be fine. Things that don't belong are the hardest to get rid of. I wish everyone could be a little nicer to him. I don't think what they said about him is true. Why are you so insistent on that? Why would a king lie? If anything, Since that king is apparently an otherworlder as well, I'd assume Daniel would have just had it all covered up for him. Why would he stay here, though? Knowing how much so many of us dislike him, I was hoping to ask him. Who knows? It couldn't possibly be that what the report said is true and he's just searching for an opportunity. I'm sure all of those fixes were just so we'd let our guard down. Then, one of us is who's missing. Gwen is quiet for a moment. Treya sighs. She murmurs, I don't want it to be true. I don't want it to be him. I slept like a baby today. I hate it that he's the one to thank. Again, Gwen is quiet, and Treya grumbles, geez. Listen, if he returns, I'll let you know right away, alright? I'm not letting him in past curfew, but I'll tell you right away. She adds as she walks towards the gate she mounts, besides, idiot wouldn't break in. Anyways, even when someone opens the door for him. Why you did that? Well, he was right. I was going to turn him in if he did, but he didn't even try to accept my fake hospitality. Gwenisphia frowns. It's times like this I'm surprised he stayed more than a week. Treya frowns. Listen, it's not like I feel great now. I wanted him gone, but not like this. I'm sure he's just lost. He'll find his way back eventually. The mountains are easy to find, and so is the river. If he can't navigate back with those two giant clues, there's not much any of us can do to help him. She finally turns and starts walking. I gotta go relieve the watch. I'm taking my leave, Lieutenant. Night falls, and Gwenisphia checks one last time. She doesn't even make it to the gate before Treya spots her, and the night watchstander shakes her head. Worried, Gwenisphia reluctantly turns in for the night. She has her own duties to upkeep for the fortress, and she can't shirk them for personal reasons. Especially because, until this particular day, no one really had any concern. The next morning, Gwenisphia reluctantly gets her breakfast before watch. As the soldiers of Fort Peony are slowly filing in, her Talma steps out of the kitchen area to call out, Hey, anyone seen the scumbag? He's late again. Gwenisphia twitches, but she says nothing. She hasn't, so calling out would only be disruptive. And, no one else answers, prompting a few hums of, no, as they carelessly continue eating. Bellstrom chides sourly, idiot probably fell off a cliff when his back was turned. He's a city weed. He doesn't belong out here on the frontier. A few of the women snicker. It hasn't spread beyond the three others that were present when the commander revealed that Daniel repaired the various things that came up working mysteriously. Things almost everyone uses regularly, and no one really wanted to dig down to the answer. The first question the commander asked, is it possible it started working on its own, was because it's possible. Magic devices can be finicky. Only artificers and artisans know how they truly work. But, if Daniel was the one who repaired them, it also gives credibility to the doubt that he has no magic, like he claims. Her Talma retorts coldly, well, if any of you do see him, tell him to report to the commander. I'm done with him. She returns back into the kitchen. This time, Gwen moves to say something, but she stops herself, to her shame. She's still not certain, herself, if Daniel really was the one to repair the devices. But, he's the only one who fits. Especially given the incident with Treya trying to catch him breaking into the storehouse. The quartermaster staff went over every item, but found no signs of tampering. The only evidence anyone had been in the room was a slight scuff of dust on the surface of the cooling box's bench, and it could have occurred during inventory. Gwen finishes her meal in silence, making her way to watch. She relieves as normal, but begins pouring through the logs. A handful of people come and go into the demon wildlands every day. She finds the log entry of Daniel departing on a single-day trek, written by her alternate when she's off. However, no matter how thoroughly she searches the pages, including blank pages, she can't find any signs that he returned. No one reported finding any of his equipment. No one reported finding a body. No one reported any blood. True, it's only been one day, but Daniel doesn't seem like the type to desert his post. He also wouldn't go beyond the recon perimeter. Her entire watch passes by slowly. She does her best to wear her usual expression, but her concerns are only growing. As soon as she's able, she heads to the commander's office. The secretary smiles and nods at her, meaning the commander is free. She knocks on the door. Enter. Gwen walks in, saluting crisply. Commander, Lieutenant Gwenisphia. Permission to speak freely, Commander. Go ahead. Lywells is studying a map that she received via letter from the main command post east of the mountains. It shows arrows depicting troop movements, but the entirety of the troop movements are internal to the allied kingdoms. At a glance, it looks like a few of the other kingdoms are invading Bromland. Gwenisphia pays it no mind, though. Their duty is to the frontier, and the only reason they're receiving an outdated troop movement map is to show a glance of what might be delaying shipments, troops, or anything else. Fortunately, Fort Peony's remoteness and preparedness keep it from being immediately affected by smaller shipping delays. Commander, I think we should send someone to look for Daniel. Has anyone searched the base? Asks the commander without apparent interest. Not thoroughly, no, but he was never logged back in, and he won't violate curfew. I heard someone tried to offer to let him in last time. Oh, who was it? I don't know, Commander. I think it might have been a test, in all actuality, and he passed. Good to hear. But what makes you think he needs found? He was supposed to report back yesterday before curfew. He was even late for his morning duties. Yes, that I heard. Has it crossed your mind that he deserted, Lieutenant? Lywells looks up finally, and Gwen looks to the side. I don't think he has it in him. Not on the Wildlands side. Lywells sighs, turning towards her window. She asks with a little coldness, what's he to you? Has he been sweet-talking you, Gwenisphia? What? No, of course not, Commander. The more and more I see, the more I think, what if someone framed him in his realm? What if the princess? Careful now. It's not wise to accuse royalty of anything. Apologies. Regardless, I can't help but wonder, Commander. Commander Lywells turns around, pacing her office. I received a letter yesterday, after everything that happened. The timing couldn't have been more or less perfect. Would you like to know what it told me? If you think I'll benefit from it, yes, Commander. I do. It was a reply to a request for information. I've got some contacts in most kingdoms of the Alliance. Friends, mercenaries, nobles. When I asked about Daniel, the reply I got was curious. Do you know when Daniel was summoned? Not exactly, Commander. I had heard Mornestay performed a divine summon about a year ago. Now, look outside. Gwen is confused at first, but she walks to the window, peering outside. Look at the well. Again, Gwen doesn't understand, but she looks at the well. A few people are drawing water from the pump. It was the first real time Gwen talked to Daniel like a person. She asks softly, what am I looking for, Commander? That pump that we all use every day. Do you know when that was invented? Gwen shakes her head. But she realizes why the commander must be asking. Wait, Daniel. She looks at Lywells, who smirks and nods. Curious, isn't it? Is it considered invention if it was a historical technology from another world? The Gaishanine lieutenant's ears flick. She stares blankly at the commander. How? That's not all I received in this letter. It seems he pioneered many things and proved capable of most magical device repairs, excluding crystals, as he's claimed to me. And yet, the one thing he doesn't deny are the written facts about why he was sent here. I, too, think there's more to it. However, I can't ignore the fact that someone accused of such things was stationed here, of all places. Commander, if we keep treating him like a criminal, then what incentive does he have? Regardless, Daniel knew the risks going beyond the gates. We're not responsible for him during that time. He will have to return on his own or not at all. If he returns, we'll know he's not a deserter. If no one else dies, we'll know he's not lying in ambush for those who've most likely earned his ire. If he never returns, then, well, I suppose we'll never actually know, will we? She turns back to her desk and her paperwork, stating, is there anything else? What if he's hurt and can't return, Commander? If we receive a report and a location, I'll decide then. Until such a time, I expect the utmost professionalism to continue. Gwen bows, of course, Commander. Good. Then, starting tomorrow, there will be no more free scouting until further notice. You may take your leave. C-. Lywells scowls at Gwenisphia, who flinches. Did I say something foolish, Lieutenant? N. No, Commander. You know how many soldiers go looking for others and join the lost? More than I care to count. I pride myself in being no great fool. If you disobey me, do it at your own peril. Now go. It sounds like someone else has something to talk about. Gwenisphia hesitates, but she reluctantly bows once more and makes her way out. She passes by the reconnaissance squad leader. They're about to rotate out the recon teams to give the active teams a break. The demons don't often make any attacks on Fort Peony, but it's important to stay alert. And, because of that, Gwenisphia is stuck. Commander Lywells, the commanding officer of the fort nicknamed the Flower Garden, just definitively said that Daniel is on his own. For a moment, Gwen had thought the commander was at least hospitable to Daniel, if not harboring some genuine respect. However, that hypothesis was just obliterated. Gwen knows she should still be cautious, but something about everything doesn't sit right with her. She grew up being taught not to blindly trust any one of her senses without hearing what her heart and soul each have to say. And both of them agree that something is off. Unfortunately, her options are limited. Daniel lays sprawled out on the boulder along the raging river around 10 yards away from the fall edge of the waterfall he saw on his way to Fort Peony. He almost escaped the river much further upstream, but he slipped back into the water when a log floating down the river caught his pant leg. Now, he's gripping a boulder with all of his strength, soaking wet and shivering as water dribbles from him. It's all he can or wants to do right now, cling to the rock he was able to drag himself onto, and try to catch his breath and warm up in the brief amount of sunlight. His right hand burns, mainly in his fingers, where he partially degloved his hand, detaching the skin from the underlayers and nearly pulling it from his hand entirely as he was slipping away from the rocks he had first climbed onto. He coughs. His ribs ache, his lungs burn and are still trying to expel excess moisture. He couldn't scream if he tried. His throat is hoarse and sore. His muscles feel like melted jelly from treading water and swimming for so long he coughs, murmuring to no one in particular, "I dunno who the heck would do that in a barrel. Braver souls than I." He lays his face on the boulder, still clinging to the boulder with his whole body. After the sun sinks behind the mountains, he finally wearily climbs to his feet on the boulder, staying in a low crouch to move towards the main shore. The road is actually below him, barely visible from his current location. There is a small wooded area at his level, obscuring the slope or cliffs that he'll have to cross to reach the road. Daniel makes his way through the wooded area, climbing downward carefully when he can. He has to be careful. He wraps his right hand with rags when the air makes it feel like it's freezing, and he has to keep it close to his abdomen just to avoid excruciating pain. If he falls, he'll likely go into shock, assuming he doesn't faint anyways. As far as he can tell, he's not bleeding profusely anywhere, and though he's lightheaded, he is able to drag one foot in front of the other and keep himself upright and awake for now. Once he's in eyesight of the road, he walks west towards the fort. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't make it anywhere else without starving or dying. At least at the fort, he has a chance. He trudges slowly, careful not to overexert himself in this precarious state. His internal clock is suggesting that it's almost nighttime, but he doubts he's going to make it to the fort tonight. In fact, he has no idea how long he's been gone. He's lost time several times as he was climbing to the road, let alone escaping the river. He might have fallen unconscious on the boulder that he pulled himself out on. He has no idea. All he can do is try to survive. Or, failing that, at least he tried. Chapter 17. The strange occurrences around Fort Peony. A week has passed. The fort nicknamed the Flower Garden rests at the northernmost valley through the treacherous mountains dividing the known world. Fort Peony is almost entirely manned by women of many of the allied races, all tried and tested warriors in their own right, though this post serves political and ceremonial purposes more than combat. Its difficult terrain on both sides limits the advancement of troops, making it the relatively safest, frontline, fortress in the world. It also happens to be the place to which an otherworldly stranger was banished from his realm. A relatively disposable body meant for the machine of war. His alleged crime makes him lower than scum to many of the personnel on base, but his personality doesn't match the crime at all. The irony of those claiming he must like men due to avoiding the women most of the time is lost on most. And, since heading into the demon wildlands a week ago, he hasn't returned. Treya watches the forest ahead, feeling guilty that she never got to the truth she knows is hidden. He disappeared after it was revealed that he repaired the magic devices around the base. She has mixed feelings, since she knows what was said about him, but knowing in spite of that, he made things better for everyone is difficult to reconcile. A handful of bodies emerge from the woods in formation, and Gwen twitches, quickly losing the spark of hope. It's one of the returning recon teams, who've been deployed for over a month. Treya approaches the gate, and the leader calls out, "Recon Team Sable, returning from Recon 8. Individuals." She names off her subordinates, and the watchstander compares them to the Recon log's departures. Confirmed. Open the gate. The gate is opened, and Treya replies with her diplomatic smile, "Welcome home, Sable." Even though it's past curfew, Recon teams are the exception, and she only casually glances to make sure the returning Recon team members all look familiar, which they do. Thanks. The soldiers walk past, but the leader, Yurihov, lingers behind. "Sergeant, can you tell me if anyone reported any attacks in the controlled zone?" "Attacks?" asks Treya confused. "No, why? We saw signs of a scuffle during our return, near the cliffs overlooking the river. Someone or something went over the ledge." "Oh, no, no one reported." Treya trails off. Her thoughts begin to race. However, outwardly, she can't prove anything. And she's not so sure she wants to. "We did have a report of a boar attack, but I assumed that wasn't what you were saying." "No, there were no signs of an animal present." "Oh, I'll log the report and begin warning anyone exiting." "Any idea? Any signs of who attacked who? Class of demon to watch out for?" Yurihov glances around briefly. She replies quietly, "I'm not sure, but it looked like two sets of boots. Someone big and someone small. Prints were too faded to determine race." Treya nods as she digests the information, feeling an itch in the back of her mind. "Very well. I'll put out warnings to the watchstanders and anyone passing through. Please report to your supervisor." "Thanks. I'll do that right away. I'll take my leave." She makes her way into the base, and Treya leans against the wall. "I knew it. He was biding his time, so where is he?" After her watch, Treya meets up with Bellstrom, who is headed to the baths as well. "Hey, Bellstrom. How's your shoulder feeling?" "My what? Oh. Fine. It was a much lower impact than I thought. Just bruised from landing hard on the dirt." "That's good." Treya glances around as they walk towards the bathhouse. Why Bellstrom wanted to hide it, she's not sure, but she whispers, "Recon returned a little while ago. They might have picked up Daniel's trail without knowing it." "What?" yelps Bellstrom in a surprisingly shocked tone. It catches Treya off guard a little, but maybe it was worse than she feared. Bellstrom clears her throat, asking, "I mean, what makes them think that? He hasn't returned for over a week. Surely he's dead." Treya cocks her head. Is there any chance the boar you was Daniel?" Bellstrom seems to tense a little. Her eyes glance around a little as well, though something seems a little off. But she croaks out quietly, "Why yes. How did you know?" "I knew it." "So, he attacked you? How did he sneak up on you? Was it an ambush?" That's..." Bellstrom suddenly halts, dropping her towel in a clumsy fumble. "Dang it. I gotta go get a clean towel. Please excuse me." She snatches her lightly dirtied towel and hurries off back towards the barracks, and Treya watches her for a moment in surprise. Bellstrom doesn't return to the bathhouse during the time Treya is there. As Treya bathes, she ponders what could have happened to Bellstrom. She didn't have any obvious injuries when she returned, and she didn't seem particularly fearful. In fact, she's been quite happy Daniel was gone, like many of the other personnel stationed at the fortress. Idiot probably fell off a cliff when his back was turned. He's a city weed. He doesn't belong out here on the frontier. Treya was present at breakfast time, getting her last meal before going to sleep in preparation for her night watch when Bellstrom said those words. She was smug and in good humor about the statement. "We saw signs of a scuffle during our return, near the cliffs overlooking the river. Someone or something went over the ledge." That was what Yurihov told Treya after returning. But Daniel is almost twice as tall as either Treya or Bellstrom. He'd be a threat too. Treya's thought trails off. He's not a warrior or soldier. He's intelligent, but he's always in a casual stance. He'd be easy to push over. He'd be easy to ambush. The only reason he noticed Treya that one night was because she was sloppy, and he only barely saved himself from getting caught. Any other time, she could easily do whatever she wanted, such as when he's sleeping in some secluded corner of the base or stranded beyond the gate. Someone or something went over the ledge. The ledge likely led to the river, which leads to a waterfall. If Daniel is the one who went over the ledge, it's unlikely he survived. Or will even be found. But this is what I wanted, right? I wanted him gone, too. Just because he might not have been the attacker. Treya closes her eyes tight. Her heart squeezes with guilt as she tries to convince herself that it's all right in the end. If he had attacked Bellstrom, she'd have no reason to ridicule him without claiming he attacked her. In fact, she'd have every reason to claim he attacked her. Then, it could be seen as self-defense. Now, Treya does her best to put it out of her mind. She heads to the game room, where there are a handful of tomes, some simple board games, and other basic hobbies to distract herself with. Clunk SCFF. A couple of days later, during the night shift, something seems to bump and slide against the eastern wall of Fort Peony. The watchstanders, who were just talking about the lack of moonlight being a pain during watch, glance at each other. Jeonor looks over the edge, calling out, "Who goes there?" She scans the area around the wall, but she finds no one right away. Daniel, oh other world, it's directly below her, next to the gate itself. Daniel? Wait. She leans way out over the wall to look down at the bottom of the wall. There, she finds a body slumped in a seated position against the wall. What are you doing? The man coughs, murmuring, D-. Daniel, from Otherworld, returning from. He begins coughing. He's barely audible, and his voice is wavering and quiet. Jeonor orders, "Archers, line up and ready knock." "Yes, Lieutenant." Genoir jogs down to the ground level where the man door pass-through is. She cracks the door open cautiously, listening for an ambush. She uses the door as a shield to swing outwards, and she leans around it, still ready to retreat, but able to see him. "Speak up. What are you doing?" "Return. F free." He coughs, losing strength. "Daniel." Jeonor looks around. There are no eyes looking at them. There are no presences in the distance observing them. It's just Daniel, and he seems pretty worse for wear. The Hairfolk lieutenant sighs. She checks behind her, and several of her guards are present. She orders, "Mind the door. I'm going to check." "As you wish, Lieutenant." She closes the door behind her, cautiously approaching with her hand on her sword. Daniel of the Otherworld has been missing for over a week. Do you have an explanation? Daniel doesn't respond. He has his right hand wrapped at his waist, and he seems to have lost consciousness. His face is bruised and scratched, and his clothes are torn, with bloodstains all over him, most, if not all, of which looks to be his own. She prods him with her sword. "Hey. I'm talking to you." His eyes suddenly flutter open, and he all but whispers, "I'm sorry, please repeat." "What language is that?" "In English." "Sorry, I'll wait here." "Wait. For what?" F first bell. His head slowly sinks downwards, and he loses consciousness again. She cautiously tugs open the rag around his hand, revealing nothing hidden, but a terrifyingly dark hand with pale skin, like his flesh was peeled off and laid back on his hand. As she studies him, his breathing slows, and his heartbeat sounds like it's also dropping off. He's not faking it. Realizing he's actually in a medical emergency, Jeonor calls out, "Medical emergency, ring medic now." The watchstanders up top snap into action with a shout, "Medic, ring medic, 313." The signaler begins pounding on the metal cone with the beater sticks, ringing 3 sharp, loud, distinct gongs, followed by a pause, then 1 gong, then a pause, and then 3 gongs, repeating this cycle over and over. Orders from up top reach Jeonor's ears as the archers take stations. "Archers, ready. Spears, ready. Open the gate." Open the gate. The gate begins rumbling open, and the warriors just inside the tower Jeonor exited from quickly storm out, joining her with their weapons and shields at the ready, guarding them. Jeonor orders, "Help me get him inside." Several of the soldiers sheath their swords and join Jeonor in dragging the tall human inside, and just as quickly as it all began, the watchstanders open the gate. All the while, the conical gong continues to ring until the entire fortress is lit up with lanterns and torches. A swarm of warriors, some in their pajamas or wrapped in towels with boots alone, sprint to the location with spears or swords in hand, while the on-duty medics sprint towards the area. Jeonor waves them down as the gate and portcullis are locked down once more, and the medics make their way to her, dropping their leather bags nearby and inspecting the patient. Is that him? How the heck did he survive that long? How did he make it back? Clear the way. Commander Lywell's voice breaks over the din of the soldiers gathering and securing the area. The medics inspect Daniel's injuries and take his pulse. We're sure he's human, right? Yes. No evidence otherwise. No baseline. Pulse and breathing weak. Unconscious. Flesh detachment on right hand. Multiple lacerations. Severe bruising. No obvious signs of broken bones. Agreed. Commander Lywell's jogs to a stop with her own pajamas and her cuirass loosely thrown over top. She has her sword drawn, but her eyes go wide when she sees Daniel. What's his status? Alive. Barely, Commander. He'll need a potion, but, should we? Do it. Yes, Commander. The brewing question doesn't need to be asked. Someone on base needs medical attention. Just as the lead medic is withdrawing a healing potion vial from her bag, Daniel's left hand snaps up, and he groans. The other two medics seize his hands, trying to calm him. Calm down, Daniel. We're helping you, relax. He coughs as the lead medic starts tugging on the cap. Daniel chokes out, no, it won't work. The medic halts, and she glances at Lywell's. What do you mean? Daniel groans. No, magic. You don't need an affinity for potions, Daniel. It'll make you feel better and save your hand. Just relax, and... No, it'll be wasted, I'll be... Daniel tries to climb to his feet, but the medics pin him down. You're in no condition to move. The lead medic looks up at the commander once more. She's staring down at them for a long time, thinking deeply. She says calmly, Daniel, we have no reason to believe it won't work. Potions work on all living things. Daniel shakes his head. It won't. Please, don't waste it. I can't afford to, he coughs. Pay. Lywell sighs in disgust. She orders, give it to him. If it works, great. If it doesn't, then he's no worse off. The medic confirms the order with a nod, feeding the potion to Daniel. He tries to resist, but the commander orders, Daniel, if you have any respect for me at all, drink. Prove to me it won't work. He hesitates, but he reluctantly nods, and the medic is able to help him drink the potion. It should work within a couple of minutes as the high magic content of the potion is absorbed by the body. However, nothing happens. None of Daniel's minor scratches close or fade, let alone his right hand. The warriors watching begin to murmur, as it's yet another thing that shouldn't be possible. Lywell says with a slight humor, well, at least we can confirm he's not an undead. Daniel coughs. He remarks, tastes like, berries. She chuckles. She asks, any signs of attack? Negative, Commander. Call the watchstanders from above. Fell, river, murmurs Daniel. What? I fell into the river, climbed out, downstream. She sighs. Understood. But, we still need to take caution. Take him to the infirmary. Do what you can to clean and dress his wounds. I want to. Guards watching him at all times. Don't let him do anything foolish. The medics nod. Understood, Commander. Lywell's and Jaonor watch as the medics retrieve a stretcher from the youngest's bag, and they load Daniel onto it. With a couple of spare soldiers, they carry the otherworlder to the infirmary. How long was he sitting outside? We heard a thump, and challenged him as soon as we discovered he took a seat against the wall. He just kept trying to tell us who he was and that he was returning. It was no more than a few minutes once we knew he was there. And, you're sure about that? The commander looks directly at the lieutenant. Why yes, Commander. I admit I was suspicious at first, but as soon as I realized it was a medical emergency, I ordered the signal. She flinches, oh. He did also speak in a language I didn't understand. When I asked him, he said, English, I think. Then, sorry. I'll wait here. Wait here? For what? Jaonor looks away. First bell, is what he said. It's no secret that Daniel's no one's favorite person, and he's spent more than one night outside of the fort thanks to hostility. It borders on cruelty, since he doesn't fight back or speak harshly or complain. In fact, he was so quickly accustomed to it, he adheres to the rules to avoid additional confrontation. Lywell's murmurs, he genuinely believes none of you are trying to kill him. Stand down from emergency response. Watchstanders, resume the watch. She walks back towards the barracks building, carrying her sword in a relaxed position. Gwenisphia jogs into the infirmary. During the emergency call, her duty is to bolster manning of the west wall, which is opposite of where the emergency was. However, word spread quickly. Once they were allowed to stand down, she bursts through the door, asking, "Is it true? We're busy. Get out." She sees the 3 medics preparing treatments and wraps for the human otherworlder as he lies on the treatment table. She sighs in relief. It's definitely him. See, can I just? No, he's unconscious. Get out, or I'll report you, Lieutenant. She flinches, but she nods obediently. But, there are 2 soldiers standing in the back of the medical room. What about them? Take it up with the commander. Last warning. I'm going. Apologies. She retreats from the room and takes a deep, relieving breath before exhaling all of the residual stress. He was pretty beaten up, but he's still alive. Her guilt would eat at her for a long time. Treya, like Gwen, was at the west wall. Her watch ended at midnight, but she normally sleeps during the morning and day, so she would normally be awake at this time. But, as if by fate, curiosity drew her to the infirmary, where the odds have been beaten. Gwen gives Treya a reassuring nod. It's him. Treya is silent for a moment. She nods her head once. Good. I'll be able to thank him and go back to hating him with a clean slate. She walks away swiftly, and Gwenisphia smiles. She makes her way back to sleep so that she can wake up bright and early. She heads first thing upon waking up to the commander's office, meeting the senior officer as she is arriving at her office in the morning. Lieutenant. About to go on watch, aren't you? Yes, Commander. I'll keep it brief. What is it? I was kicked out of the infirmary last night before I could check on Daniel, but there were 2 others that were in the infirmary who weren't kicked out. You his wife? What? And no, Lywell sighs. I ordered 2 guards on Daniel at all times to ensure he doesn't try to do anything foolish. Commander. Not sinister. I don't want him trying to wander around and work, that's all. Oh, Gwen straightens her posture. Commander. Request guard detail for Daniel. Any particular reason why? He's always been polite with me. I'd like to find out what he's hiding. Lywell sits down at her desk, stretching and yawning briefly. Fine. You can have second watch, after standing your gate watch. Of course, Commander. Thank you. What is it? Lywell leans to look past Gwen, and Gwen looks behind her. Treya flinches, and she's standing at the door, which was left open. Commander, She glances nervously at both of them. The commander sighs. Take your leave, Lieutenant. Sergeant, you may enter. Treya enters, but she says, actually, I'd like to speak to both of you, Commander. Curious, but aware of the hesitancy, she states, close the door. Treya nods in reply, and she closes the door. She then approaches the desk as close as she's allowed, standing alongside Gwen. Commander, Lieutenant, I believe Daniel is in danger. Lywell scoffs, tying her hair into her usual bun. I read the logs, Sergeant. Are you sure you wish to play this game? Treya looks down. I intentionally locked him out because of curfew on 2 occasions, Commander. I wanted to force him to use his magic. Lywell sighs in disgust. As was proven last night, Daniel doesn't have any magic capacity whatsoever. I know, Commander. I acknowledge what I did. However, I'm truly concerned that he's in danger now. Why the change of heart? She looks away for a moment, her triangular cat ears flicking nervously. I didn't know he was actually useful. I felt guilty using the hot water and air. She looks at Gwenisphia, murmuring, I think someone is going to try to kill him. That's a bold claim, Sergeant. I assume this won't be like the storehouse. She looks down. Just as quickly though, she quickly looks up, saying, I was right, though, he did break into the storehouse. She flinches under the commander's gaze narrowing. In spite of that, Treya stands her ground. I think someone pushed him over the cliff in hopes he wouldn't make it. Recon Team Sable reported an apparent scuffle that matches his disappearance. Do you have any idea who, Sergeant? I have only suspicions, Commander. I believe others can corroborate my suspicions, but it's, regrettably, only hearsay. Lywell sighs. Who was it? Treya squirms, but the commander growls. You started this, Sergeant. Speak. Bellstrom said some suspicious things. Bellstrom? And what did she say? Gwenosfia's eyes widen, and Commander Lywells notices, looking at her. So, you heard it, too? Gwen flinches, and she squeaks. Oh, I'm not sure if Sergeant Treya means the same conversations, but Bellstrom has made several comments about Daniel's negligence causing him to slip down a hill and fall into the river over the cliffs. She made these remarks the day he failed to return. Treya agrees with a nod. She adds softly, she had also forgotten about her shoulder injury when I asked about it. And, when I thought at first that Daniel had attacked her, she seemed hesitant to agree. She then made an excuse and has avoided me since. She was also surprised when I told her that the recon team's report indicated Daniel's trail. I think she thought he was still in the controlled zone. Lywells studies both of them for a moment. She murmurs thoughtfully, she was on a free scout on the same day. She pages through old logs, finding the entries. She nods as her memory is proven correct. However, she states the obvious. Unfortunately, Bellstrom is not the only woman on this base that seems to want Daniel dead. She makes a point of looking directly at Treya, who looks down and confirms with a disappointed nod. After a moment of silence as Lywells thinks, she asks cautiously, Sergeant, have you confronted Bellstrom about this matter? No, Commander. Good. And, have you confessed your regrets to anyone else but the two of us? No, Commander. I see. Then, I'd like you to express your disgust that he survived. The more vitriolic, the better. I want you to create suspicion you were the one who arranged it. Naturally, you weren't in the logs that day as departing or returning, but all the better. See, Commander. You dislike him anyway, correct? I'm only asking you to express your feelings. Just do it in a way that makes you the prime suspect. I want to see who will object to my next move. Gwen murmurs cautiously, Commander, this sounds extremely dangerous. For Daniel, yes? We'll survive without him. Unfortunately, everyone knows you're relatively soft on him, Lieutenant, so just man your watches as laid out. Sergeant, do you have any other questions? Treya glances at Gwenosfia, and then looks to the commander once more. She asks nervously, Commander, do you want Daniel gone? The commander smirks cryptically. I can't exactly claim joy at his return. Take your leave, ladies. I'll determine the final watch bill soon. The two women glance at each other, and they bow, leaving the room. Daniel walks wearily out of the infirmary after the medics leave for dinner. He's not supposed to leave, but he's able to walk and move. His hand wasn't quite as bad as it looked and felt, but his fingers are still gravely tender and aching constantly, and his body is still sore all over. Daniel reaches the quartermaster before she closes up the storehouse, and the night watch sergeant is present. He's pretty sure her name is Treya. She twitches with a start when she sees him, but she scowls. You? Why'd you have to come crawling back, huh? Do you even have a reason to live anymore? Daniel keeps his practiced blank expression. He replies softly, apologies. I suppose I don't. Please excuse me, Sergeant. Quartermaster, can I get my ration for the night? The quartermaster replies quietly, sure. She retrieves one of the ration packs and hands it to him. Daniel nods politely. Thank you. I'll take my leave now. Daniel starts to walk away, and Treya snarls, hey, is that all you've got to say for yourself? You think I like having to watch over my shoulder? Huh? You realize this is a military fortress, right? How are we supposed to be expected to do our jobs if we have to constantly worry about being dragged off by scum like you? You should have done both worlds a favor and stayed in that river. At least then, you could feed nature. Daniel is quiet for a moment, and she glares at him. Daniel replies softly, if I tried to explain how I was saving her life, would you believe me? And why should I, huh? You, a disgusting weed, saved a princess's life. You're pathetic to lie about that. Then, I have nothing else to say. Huh? That's it? You're giving up that easily? Maybe you are just scum? He is quiet for a moment, and she crosses her arms, though her feline ears lay flat to the sides. Your guilty conscience is obviously getting the best of you now, but you still crawled back here. Why? Huh? Just waiting until you can rationalize. She drowned. She halts, and Daniel growls in the first angry tone she's heard from him. She drowned in the river, and everyone else gave up when she didn't have a heartbeat. Her corset was in the way. I don't regret what I did. I don't care that you hate me. If you can't stand me, get rid of me yourself. You're right. I didn't have the courage to stay dead. Daniel bows, growling more softly, I'm taking my leave. He walks away, and Treya stares at him for a moment. She snaps, calling out, "Why, anyone can say anything. Just." He ignores her, and she seems to give up. He sighs. He eats his ration on the move, walking slowly to the smithy once more. He needs something to take his mind off of everything. He's been thinking everything she was saying on his own. He didn't need to hear it, but hearing it out loud makes it even harder to deal with. He knows he did the right thing, but would it be easier if he ceased to exist? He doesn't add much, even if he can pretend to be an artificer for brief periods of time. In the smithy, Daniel resumes what he had been tinkering away at most nights he could. His parts were still stashed in their corner, untouched because they serve no immediate purpose to anyone else. He has the base parts for it forged, and he continues filing down rough spots on the moving parts. He's making a crude bolt-action rifle. It won't have the perfection of a carefully machined rifle, and it certainly won't have a proper rifling, though he did make a boring tool for getting at least some turn grooves in the barrel. If he can get the bullets to spin at all, it'll vastly improve performance. It's a quick and dirty design, and he over-designed certain parts, because he intends to use a bullet roughly the size of a 20mm round, which is larger than a .50 caliber. Of course, he's making all of the parts himself, so it's not going to be perfect. However, with enough powder behind it, a thick enough barrel, and a hard enough core, his rounds should hopefully be able to penetrate even heavy armor and stone, and if his hopes pan out, potentially penetrate a dragon's scales. Failing that, if he can hit internals when it opens its mouth to attack or roar, he might be able to stop them. That's the hope, anyway. He does his best to make reproducible bullets, and he mixes the black powder from various chemicals and materials he was able to scrounge around the base. Nothing about his rifle will be perfect, but if he can fire more than once, and it can take down anything larger than himself, then he'll have succeeded. And, in any case whatsoever, it serves as a distraction to keep his idle mind and hands busy. It's tedious, of course, working without the use of the pads of his fingers, which are the most injured from his slip. But, he is able to work. Daniel is making bullets when the two women who were watching over him in the infirmary finally arrive. He slipped away when they got comfortable in chairs to talk about the revolution occurring in the realm of Bromland. "Hey, are you stupid? You're supposed to be in the infirmary." "I'm feeling much better. I'd rather work. Sorry, the medics haven't released you. Get back to the infirmary." "I'm almost done with this. Can I finish?" "No, we have orders to keep you from doing anything stupid." "I'm just tinkering. Nothing difficult. I was going stir crazy." The guards sigh in disgust. "Don't make me get the medics." "Why would you? Wouldn't you rather be doing anything else? Our job is to watch you. Doesn't matter what we want to do. I encourage you to watch me here. More difficult to escape, even if you sit outside." The other guard pats her shoulder. He's right. Who cares, anyways? It's himself he's endangering. "I swear I'm all right." The first guard sighs. "When anyone asks, we told you." Daniel agrees wearily, but politely. "Thank you." He continues tinkering on the individual bullets, and the guards glance at each other awkwardly. It's hot and stinks a little inside the smithy, so they make their way out to watch the stairs. It has the added bonus of telling anyone who might come looking where they are, including their reliefs. And, when that time inevitably comes, the new watchstanders peek in on him, verifying that he's still working. "Hey, aren't you going to sleep?" "Eventually, I'll let you know." "All right. No funny business. It's hot in here, we'll be outside." "Don't mind me. I'll be here." Daniel finishes 20 of the bullets, checking each one in the receiver to ensure a snug fit, and that the bolt can lock into place. Given that he's making it with crude methods, he's got a working device that should be able to keep him safe. If it works as he hopes, all the better. If it works half as good, just fine. If it kills him, then his problems are over. After finishing the bullets, he tucks them into his battered shoulder bag, which he managed to return with. He'll retrieve the rifle components if he needs it. He then heads outside, telling the two women watching him that he's going to sleep. They nod, about time. However, when he walks towards the dining hall, they ask in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Going to my usual spot." "What are you talking about?" "Can we talk later? I'm tired. All you have to do is watch me, right?" Daniel walks to his normal spot and takes a seat against the wall of the dining hall, where the residual heat helps keep him warm. The two watchstanders glance at each other uneasily. Why, you're going to sleep here? Yes. Warmest spot on base. Please don't mind me. He lays his head back and drifts off to sleep rather quickly, given that he's worn out. Chapter 18. The broken mechanic Treya groans at the dining table. Geez. I hate that guy so much, he's so pathetic. A few of the other women at the table with her nod in agreement. I mean, how can a guy be so pathetic? He's worse than a little boy. She puts her cheek on her fist, grumbling as she toys with her food. It'd have been easier if he didn't come back. Indeed. How did he even make it back, especially with no magic? One of the medics is sitting nearby, and she murmurs, I was surprised the potion didn't actually work. Talk about a waste. Can't believe I agree with him on something. Treya grumbles, what's worse, he doesn't even contribute anything anymore. We're supposed to just have a scummy freeloader just floating around doing whatever he wants. Right. Why does the commander keep him around? Gwenesphia finally tries to speak up, because. Treya cuts her off with a scowl, because she was obviously hoping he was lying about having no magic. He's supposed to be a divine summon, supposedly, but he's the most useless person in the world. The others nod in agreement, but Gwen tries to refute, that's not. Treya snaps at her, he's a spineless coward, he doesn't deserve to even be alive. Why do you defend him? Would you trust him to fight alongside us? Would you trust him to sleep next to you in a tent? He's a bad person? Lieutenant. I don't care how polite he seems. I hate that I have to see him. One of the women murmurs as she cuts her food, it'd be a shame if something happened to him. He's weaker than before. He might get hurt falling. Bellstrom adds, he goes in and out of the smithy every night. Lot of sharp objects in there. Gwenesphia gasps, glancing at the others. Why you can't talk like that? You can't threaten. Treya stands up, saying coldly, who's threatening? He doesn't care about his own life. Why should any of us? Gwen is silent for a moment, but only because she's shocked and doesn't know what to say. Treya says quietly, I'm off to bed. Good day, ladies. She makes her way out. She reaches her room and closes her door. She sinks to a seated position against her door, clutching her head in her hands. She feels sick. She agreed with those points wholeheartedly at one point, but to really hear herself, now that she has to intentionally do it. Why couldn't you just defend yourself? Why put up with it? Leave, go anywhere but here, lash out, anything. She lies down on the floor in front of her door, feeling pretty scummy herself. The hopeful part of her heart is desperate to believe the commander is just playing cold and heartless. She's always been a brave and intelligent sort. She's not usually an overly friendly person, but to think she might actually want Daniel disposed of without saying it explicitly. No. That can't be. She's the one who pointed out what Daniel had done for the fortress. She made a point of shoving it into my face. She's definitely trying to lure out anyone truly hostile. I hope. She kicks her foot, feeling her leather training helmet tumble across the floor. It wouldn't really matter normally, but she hears it hit a stand, and her gaze snaps up. She watches helplessly as a precious personal treasure falls from the stand. A small magic device that depicts her and her siblings, with a voice recording of her little brothers and younger sister singing their favorite lullaby to her. It hits the floor, flickering briefly, before the glowing magic image dissolves. Treya stares in horror. She scrambles across the floor, fidgeting with the device. However, it refuses to turn back on. No, not this. Anything but this. She straightens instantly. Daniel. She winces. The obvious aside, there's no way she can approach him and not lose her image of hostility towards him. That would almost be worse than the look of disgust she'd get from him for even pondering asking. But there's no one on base that can repair this device, save for maybe one. Her mind races as she tries to find possible angles. Maybe he'll do it if I leave it with a letter, but then, he'll know it's someone who treats him badly any other time. Could I ask Gwen to do it? No, she seemed pretty disgusted by my behavior, too. As she considers possibilities, her eyes water. It's a simple little magical device, but it's the most valuable thing Treya owns, especially since it's the only way to hear her youngest brother's voice now. She stands up, wiping the tears from her eyes. She hides the device in a shoulder bag and leaves her room. She knows exactly who will be able to help her. Commander Lywells makes a copy of her weekly status report to be sent to the forward operating base. That's the main base from which Fort Peony is technically staged. It's not an easy route in or out of the valley, so traffic is minimal, but she does make regular reports to ensure they're up to date on any non-urgent happenings. Her favorite part about her station is that it's quiet, for the most part. She's heard that the far southern base near the ocean is almost continuously hammered with attacks, keeping that fortress at an uneasy state of tension. They lose few troops, but it will undoubtedly turn into a real battle at any time, and has on several occasions. The demons leave her little corner of the world alone. For that, she is thankful to the gods. A knock comes at the door. She keeps her sigh internal. Her office has been unusually busy the last few weeks. Enter. Treya enters, saluting politely. Commander, Sergeant Treya. What is it now? Giving up already? Commander, I need help. Lywells cocks her head. Help? With what? Treya presents the small magical device, saying, I need Daniel's help. But, there's no way he'll help me. Not after what I've said. And, if I am to, keep doing it. The commander massages her chin briefly. I see, you believe Daniel can repair this device? Treya looks down. I know no one else here can. And, I also know we're not likely to see an artisan or artificer all the way out here otherwise. Please, can you please have him repair this for me? I dropped it, and it stopped working. I'll pay. I'll apologize. I'll even continue what I've been doing. Lywells knows what the device is. She doesn't necessarily know what Treya's is loaded with, but they're a common miniature magic device. Popular with noble families for preserving a small moment in time. It's something to lift one's spirit without fail. I see. Quite the predicament. I beg of you, Commander. Please do this for me. It's precious to me. Yes, yes. I understand. Hate truly is the ugliest gown, is it not? Commander. No one who wears hate wants anyone else's hate to outshine their own. And, no one who wears hate actually wants to see anyone else's in the first place, even if they agree on what they hate. People wear it because it's in style, and yet, no one can bear to look at it for too long. So very fascinating. The commander trails off as she stares off into the distance, making a poetic and slightly dramatic point. However, it's not lost on Treya. She frowns softly. Lywells is saying that it serves no actual purpose, and no one actually sympathizes. They only use it as an excuse to flaunt their own. The commander waves her hand at her desk. Set it on my desk. I'll see to it Daniel takes a look in a little bit, after you've disappeared. Thank you so much, Commander. I don't know how to thank you properly. Oh, don't worry. That time will come. Now, carry on. I have to finish writing my weekly report. Treya nods and bows, trotting out of the room. Lywells finishes her report, and she rolls and seals them with her magic stamp, handing them to her secretary to be sent. Reports for command. Send them tomorrow. Yes, Commander. She returns to her office for a moment, retrieving the precious device and the bag to obscure it. She carries it under her arm, heading for the barracks. It's still early in the morning, so Daniel should still be sleeping. First bell will ring in around a half an hour. She approaches the barracks front desk, and the deck sergeant perks up. See, Commander. She salutes, adding, Good morning, Commander. Good morning. I'm looking for Daniel's room. The sergeant flinches a little. His room? Commander? Yes. The room he should be in right now. Yes. The sergeant turns pale, and the commander's eyes narrow. He has been given a barracks room, has he not? I have not received any reports of reaching capacity. We're not at capacity, Commander. Oh. Then, where is Daniel's room located? He never asked for one, Commander. She stares at the pale and trembling sergeant. She sighs. I suppose I should be proud, shouldn't I? The sergeant cocks her head in confusion, but Lywells turns and walks out. She heads to the infirmary, since he might still be recovering. However, she's met with a similar absence, Commander? Lieutenant. Have you seen your patient? Which patient, Commander? She narrows her eyes. The one who's a waste of your services. Oh, don't know, Commander. He snuck out and refuses to follow instructions. I see. I'll take my leave, then. She makes her way out again, looking around. She doesn't see anyone out of place at the moment. The quartermaster notices her, and she asks, Commander? Looking for someone? I am. Have you seen Daniel? Not yet, Commander. Have you checked behind the dining hall? I have not. Why would I check behind the dining hall? I think he sleeps back there. Lywells cocks her head. She's baffled. She understands the stance many of her soldiers have taken. It's deeply rooted and widespread, apparently. But she underestimated the almost cruel level of neglect and malicious apathy. She walks around behind the dining hall, and to her surprise, though she shouldn't be, apparently, she finds two watchstanders sitting on the ground next to each other, bored, as a third person is sitting against the wall of the dining hall. The guards spot her first, and they both scramble to their feet. "See, Commander," they salute her. The commotion causes Daniel to look up, and he looks at Lywells with weary eyes. He climbs to his feet as she walks to within a few steps of the three. Daniel mimics the salute, saying quietly, "Commander, pardon my..." Silence, Daniel. He halts and nods obediently. She looks at him, and the other two briefly. She tells Daniel, "I'm surprised you've lasted this long, Daniel. Seems this location wasn't secluded enough." The two guards look at her in confusion, realizing that she's insinuating something. However, Daniel says nothing. She dismisses the two watchstanders with a motion of her head and the order, "You two, leave us." "Commander. Think he's capable of killing me?" They hesitate, and she scowls at them. They quickly bow. "We'll take our leave, Commander. Be careful." She watches as they walk away for a moment. Once they're out of earshot, she murmurs, "Daniel, join me in my office." "As you wish, Commander." She leads him the opposite way, heading to her office. There, she orders her secretary to retrieve breakfast for herself. Once the secretary is gone, she closes the door and walks back to her desk chair, taking a seat with a sigh. "Daniel, I don't know what to say." "Understood, Commander." "I doubt it." She sets the treasured crystal projection device on her desk, and she sighs. "Why am I only now learning of all of this?" "All of what, Commander? Don't play dumb. You're terrible at it." She glares at him, and he doesn't flinch. He has a glassy expression, but he's making eye contact with her. It's not the first time he's been reprimanded by a superior. The level of discipline he has maintained at her fortress has put most of her seasoned soldiers to shame. She clarifies, "Have you been sleeping outside all of this time?" "Anywhere that's out of the way, Commander." "You know that isn't what I meant. And, what about your blanket?" "I misplaced it." She clenches her fist. "Any reason you're not using your barracks room?" "I don't have a barracks room." "You should. What did the barracks officers tell you?" Tell me the truth, Daniel. I already know." He looks down. "They told me that they don't have any spare rooms for men." The commander sighs in disgust. "We'll deal with that later. Take a look at this." She slides Treya's device across the desk, and Daniel steps forward. He asks, "May I?" "Please do." He picks it up, turning it over in his hands. She explains, "It's a sort of personal treasure that holds a moment in time. It projects an image, and uses the sonic crystal with a recorded voice to project the recording." Daniel asks, "Was it dropped?" "It was. Can it be repaired?" Daniel seems to be inspecting every surface of it, and every piece. It looks like a small crystal peeking up from a small jewelry box, and he opens the lid, leaving no portion of the device unexplored. The sonic crystal is cracked. "I can restore the image projection crystal with some certainty, but I don't know if I can restore the voice. These appear to be standard magic crystals, but smaller, which means they're made of salt, so I can try something, but I don't know if it'll work." "What happens to the voice recording?" "I don't know. It looks like this other part is a source of some kind, so I'm hoping it's the memory, since it's the only other thing that ties to both projection crystals, by the looks of it. As long as the memory is intact, the crystal should just be what turns that into sound." "Have you repaired this kind of device before?" "No, but Earth has similar devices. What I described is essentially how we did it. Just, instead of crystals, it was a diaphragm." He sets the device down. "How would you repair the sonic crystal, if you think you can?" "The crack is a complete fracture. It's just being held together by the device's frame, by the looks of it. It still seems to have a glow, indicating the magic is still stored, but it can't conduct properly. I'd be willing to try to melt additional salt on the surface, since the surface is the most important part. I don't know what the consequences of this will be, though." "I see, salt can be melted." Daniel confirms with a nod. "It's a high temperature, though. If I remember right, It's comparable to silver or gold. Maybe a little higher. So, you'd need to use the smithy. Yes. Definitely. And, in fact, I'd prefer to avoid melting the whole crystal, since I don't know what it'll do. If I can adhere the surfaces of the crack with a little bit of thickness into the crystal, it should hold well enough. To do that, I'll need extra salt and tools to precisely melt just where I want the melting to occur. You think this will work? If not, I'd be willing to attempt melting the crystal entirely, though I worry about what will happen to the stored energy. I see. Would you be willing to try? Asks the commander. This is a priceless personal effect for a soldier this far away from home. Daniel nods in understanding. I'll do everything in my power, but I can't promise it'll work. That said, I have to remove the crystal, so it should be able to be repaired by a proper artificer if I fail without losing the memory. She agrees warmly. Very well. You may work here in the smithy at your leisure. I'll send you with a note to the smithy in the dining hall. Use what you need. Thank you, Commander. I'll begin, then. He carries the device to the low tea table nearby, and he sits on the floor. Lywells continues her work, but she glances at his progress from time to time. To her surprise, he does get the projected image to appear, depicting 3 Geishanin children, 2 boys and a girl. Daniel nods with satisfaction that the image projection is working once more. Lywells can't help but smirk, though she ensures he doesn't see it. He carefully checks the components, and with a delicate hand, he pulls 2 uneven halves of a crystal from the inside of the box. The crystal indeed seems to have broken in half from the fall, and he ensures to collect any small chunks that fell off. He keeps the crystal together. It's been a little over an hour, and he stands up and approaches the desk. I'm prepared to work on the crystal, Commander. She nods and hands him the note she promised. Show this to the appropriate supervisors. If they give you any trouble or resistance, return to me immediately. I want to see this device repaired. Will do. I'll try not to cause trouble, Commander. If the furnace is in use, use your best judgment. I'm trusting you on this. I understand the stakes, Commander. I shall return as soon as I can. He bows and begins to excuse himself. Do you intend to ask, Daniel? About what, Commander? About that device's contents. I am clearly not a Geishanin. Your husband could be. You could have adopted. You could be asking on behalf of someone. I assume that if it was relevant to my work, you would have told me. But, it's personal, and clearly not my business, Commander. She smirks. Very well. Good luck, Daniel. He excuses himself, leaving the room. Lywells focuses on her own work, reading reports that have been delivered and penning responses for different changes of personnel. Soldiers come and go from a military base. Some are approved by her beforehand, others show up in issues of communication, like Daniel, due to a realm falling into chaos. And, Bromland is falling fast and hard. The Stalvalten Guard seems to be dominating the southern third of the realm single-handedly, which is no surprise. The Stalvalten Guard is considered one of the top military forces in the world, specializing in both offensive magic and armed combat. They don't even have a mounted cavalry, as a small squad of soldiers can disrupt a cavalry charge alone, and their standard infantry have never been defeated. True, they've never battled at a ludicrous disadvantage, but they've demonstrated why they shouldn't be underestimated. If their numbers were greater, the war with the demons would be an afterthought in the pages of history. Wait. Who was it that Daniel said he served? Wenliana? Lywells looks at the report more closely. A magic artisan of the royal court was supposedly chosen from one of the children of the Stalvalten Grand Duchy, but it couldn't be the same, could it? How did Daniel end up all the way out here with allies like that? After a few hours pass, a knock comes at the door. The commander states in her usual tone, "Enter." The door opens, allowing Daniel to enter. His face is covered in soot and sweat, and he has several burns on the exposed skin of his arms and face. She cocks her head, but he simply states, "Commander, I believe I was successful. I'll reassemble the device now." He takes a seat on the floor where he was, and she stares at him for a moment. She asks, "Are you all right, Daniel? Do you need medical attention?" "I'm all right, Commander. I was careless." She scowls at him, and he says in his most diplomatic way possible, "No one did this to me. I couldn't find gloves or a shield to fit me, so I went without. I'll survive, though." He begins fidgeting with the device, and the bell outside begins to ring. It's the last bell of the day, indicating the end of the workday. She looks at the window, where the sun is setting, causing a beautiful glow on the horizon. She then looks at Daniel once more. She sighs, "Take a break, Daniel. You can finish tomorrow." "If it's all right, Commander, I'd prefer to keep working. I'll move out into the hallway if you're going to close up your office for the night." "And leave you to pick the lock? Pardon, Commander, but could I not have any other night?" She scowls at him for a moment. He's not wrong. "Fine. I'll let you stay in the waiting area outside. But, once I'm done with my bath, we're headed to the barracks to clear up the misunderstanding. You have until then to get to a stopping point." Daniel moves his work pieces out into the waiting area of her office building, and he takes a seat on the floor at the coffee table once more. She sighs, locking her office door. She and her secretary make their way out of the building for the time being. Daniel turns the sonic crystal over in his fingers. It's much smaller than a typical arcane gem, but he imagines that only really affects its longevity of service. He couldn't recharge it, but even melting the crystal down doesn't seem to have discharged its stored charge. Or, if it has, it only lessened it some, since the salt molecules were still in contact with each other the entire time. He still has a lot to learn about the magic of this world if this is to be his profession, though he suspects he'll be lucky for that to be the case. Liana and her family must be rather angry with him, since he left without saying anything and ultimately agreed with Rikuto's plan to do so. He was a useful asset, but not much else. Liana made it clear exactly what their relationship was from the very moment they met until the last time he spoke to her. He doesn't mind, but he also can't forget it. He plugs the crystal back into place, but he wonders how it got broken in the first place. If the box was dropped, there doesn't seem to be enough to cause that kind of force directly on the crystal, thanks to the small cradle it sits in. That said, never let it be said that Daniel is completely brainless. He coils a simple spring out of leftover wire he had from the smithy, and he uses it with a small piece of fabric to ensure a snug, but shock-absorbing seating. He also does the same for the other crystals, ensuring they don't lose conductivity with the mana delivery components. He also makes sure all of the other fittings are put back together and closes the box, activating the device. The image comes up, the three young Geishanin children with big happy, adoring grins. He smiles, and he activates the sound. However, nothing happens. But he doesn't give up. He never actually removed the cover from the memory components, and the image was working, so he didn't want to chance it. But now he has to check. He opens the box back up and inspects the inside. Sure enough, the mana delivery tubing is slightly ajar on the memory unit feeding the sonic crystal, so he restores everything the way it's supposed to be. The unit itself reminds Daniel of a polished river stone, but with magic runes on it. What material it is remains a mystery, as the stone has an unnatural silvery blue tone that looks almost transparent, but also like it's glowing. Once he pieces it back together, the earthling mechanic activates the sound again. Three voices suddenly cheer, which startles him. It's about the same volume three excited children would be, which startled him mainly because it was so quiet until just now. All three acclaim, Big sister, we love you. We love you lots and lots, so come home quickly. Okay, Ingi." Daniel can tell they're orating a hug on the crystal. Then, what sounds to be a girl's voice speaks next. "Big sister Treya, I've always looked up to you, so I hope you'll accept this little gift and remember us. Because we'll always be praying for you to return safe and sound and with lots of stories. And I'm learning to cook your favorite meals, just for you, so hurry back." Next, a young boy speaks. Big sis, today, Hestori, Barlin and me all went to the river today all by ourselves. We caught lots and lots of swimdarts and splashups. Just like you showed us. I love you more than these two do." So, two other voices shriek, "Hey." A different young boy speaks with a much softer voice and a slight weariness. "Hey big sis Treya, I miss you. I want to be big and strong when I grow up. Stronger even than you. That way. I can protect you, finally. So, wait for me, big sis." The recording ends with a touching lullaby sung by all three, and Daniel smiles. He says softly, "I can say with confidence, all three of you have succeeded. Your big sister is sure to make you proud." He stands up and puts it in the bag that Commander Lywells gave it to him in, and he carries it to the bathhouse, waiting outside. Gwenisphia, the Geishanin morning guard, exits the bathhouse and notices Daniel. She approaches, saying, "Oh, Daniel, what are you doing?" He replies, "Waiting." "Waiting? You mean for men's hour? That's still quite a ways away. I don't have anywhere else to be at the moment, so I'll wait." "I see. Do you want to go sit in the break area, for a short while?" Daniel smiles. "Thank you, but I shouldn't. I got quite dirty today. I wouldn't want to ruin the furniture." Wow, you are dirty. What were you doing?" With a chuckle, he replies, "Working in the smithy. I received a specific task from the commander." "The commander? What was it? It wasn't anything weird, was it?" "It was weird for it to be asked of me, but I was just reforging something for her, it was nothing." "I see," she sighs. "Listen, I want you to know. Do you need something from our esteemed outcast, Lieutenant?" The voice that asks is cool and stern, none other than the commander. She flinches, whirling to face the imposing woman. "See, Commander, I was just talking to him." She replies with a cold scowl, "Oh really? Are you two friends now? Is that why I found out today about all of the other things that you ladies have done on my behalf?" "See, Commander." Lywells ignores her. "Come, Daniel. We're getting you a barracks room. It's a shame it took this long." Gwenesphia flinches a little. Daniel bows at her nonetheless, saying politely, "Please excuse me, Lieutenant." She watches them walk towards the barracks. As they walk, Lywells remarks, "I didn't expect you to give up and wait for me outside the bathhouse." "I finished early, Commander." "Finished?" He nods to confirm. He begins pulling the device out, but she interrupts him. "Wait. Not out here." He eases the device back into the bottom of the bag, continuing to carry it secluded. "Daniel, I have a question. Would you like to be my cabin boy for the time being?" "Cabin boy, Commander?" "That's right. Run errands on my behalf around the base, clean my office, and do personal requests." She glances at the device. "I'd be honored, Commander, so long as it won't cause trouble." She scoffs. "Everything you've been putting up with, you deserve to cause some trouble." With a sigh, she adds, "Starting now, you report directly to me. Understood?" "Yes, Commander." "Good." She slows a little as they approach the door, and Daniel quickly steps ahead, taking hold of the door and opening it for her. She smiles and nods approvingly, walking through. Daniel follows behind, and she approaches the barracks office counter. "Commander. Good evening." "Good evening, Sergeant. I need the key to Sergeant Treya's room. I'll be performing an inspection." "Oh, of course, Commander. Thank you." The sergeant looks up Treya's room, and then retrieves the staff key, handing it to Lywells. She then turns, "Come, Daniel." "Yes, Commander." She hands the key to him and leads the way, while the barracks duty sergeant leans out over the counter in surprise. They find Treya's room, and Daniel unlocks and opens the door. He opens it for Lywells to enter, and she walks inside, with Daniel following behind. He closes the door, and she looks around. "Good. Set it down. Tea table should be obvious enough." Daniel walks to the tea table in the center of the room, which is wide and low to the floor. He pulls the device out of the bag, setting it on the tea table. The holographic image is always running, it seems, and so he does one final check on the voice. He starts the voice recording, and the children cheer. Then, the girl begins speaking, "Big Sister Treya." As the children state their messages, Daniel remarks, "I hope it didn't lose any of the message. Like magic crystals, the stones used for memory are beyond me." Commander Lywells smiles softly for once. "I assume this means you know whose device it was." Daniel scoffs. "The evidence is pretty strong towards one conclusion, Commander. And you still chose to repair it. I don't care what they think of me. I've been used all my life, this world and my own." "I've heard she has a pretty poor opinion of you, Daniel. To the point, she was disappointed that you survived your ordeals." Daniel sighs, listening to the children talk for a moment. "I promised someone I wouldn't speak of giving up on life, Commander. I came back because I didn't have the courage to stay in the water and go over the waterfall. I was afraid." He stands up when the recording finishes, and he faces her. "I long ago accepted that I will always be an asset to the women around me. I don't have the charisma or attractiveness to be a person in their eyes. But if I can focus on my purpose, the things I'm good at, I don't need validation from anyone." He smiles at the device. If I can accomplish something, the accomplishment is its own reward. He straightens his posture, revealing that he's been slouching and she hadn't really realized it. Lywells is an average-height woman in this world, and she has to look well up to make eye contact with Daniel when he's standing at his full height. To my knowledge, it's fixed, Commander. Feel free to place the credit where you see fit. She smirks. Are you sure? Clearly, I have a secret asset. He chuckles. Nothing new, here, Commander. She laughs a little. I don't understand you, Daniel. But, I appreciate what you did. They leave Treya's room, and Daniel ensures the room is locked. They return the key, and the commander then gets a room assigned to Daniel. He's provided a blanket and pillow, as well as a key. She also tells the sergeant to put a note on his room that she is to be present for every inspection of Daniel's room. And from there, Daniel officially has a place to sleep after coming to the base. Of course, it's still early for him, so he makes his way back out to the smithy to continue making his defense equipment. Not only that, he can move them to his barracks room. If he can continue to lay low, then he'll be able to manage. One day at a time.